Qiuyang was deceived and taken to the northern region of Myanmar, where he was cast into an abandoned mine after a harrowing ordeal. On the brink of death, he unexpectedly discovered a mysterious gourd, which activated his newfound ability of clairvoyance, thus commencing his journey of gem appraisal and treasure collection. Chapter 1. The Mysterious Gourd. Pain. Excruciating pain. In the stillness of the surroundings, he slowly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. Wait, something is amiss. Wasn't he thrown into an abandoned mine by the Lai family? The surroundings should have been pitch black, yet now it was astonishingly bright. Before him lay a mine strewn with rubble, confined and dimly lit, with scattered bones of the deceased. However, Qiuyang felt an unmistakable difference. His vision seemed to penetrate all obstacles, illuminating the dark confines of the mine as if he possessed an inherent light. He could even see a meter or two beyond the walls, discerning the structure within. To his astonishment, when he focused his mind, his sight could pierce through his own body, revealing the state of his insides. Organs, bones, meridians, even the direction of blood flow was vividly apparent. He noticed a ghastly vertical wound on his lower back, with a peculiar grayish-black gourd situated where his right kidney once was. The gourd, composed of an unknown material, shimmered with a faint glow, as if harboring some mysterious power. It hung silently at the site of his right kidney, replacing its function and seemingly establishing a wondrous connection with his body. Gently and gradually mending his injuries, he attempted to reach out to the gourd with his mind and was astounded to discover it contained a small space within. How extraordinary could this be? Clairvoyance? Qiuyang murmured, realizing that his miraculous survival was entirely due to this sudden, enigmatic gourd. Hey, you're still alive. At that moment, a rugged male voice echoed from several meters away. Qiuyang's heart leapt in alarm. He turned to locate the source of the voice, only to see a burly man with a face full of coarse features approaching him. Dressed in olive green military attire, the man wielded a tactical flashlight in his left hand and a rifle in his right, with a walkie-talkie clipped to his shoulder and an earpiece in his left ear. Qiuyang felt a surge of wariness, yet maintained a calm facade, narrowing his eyes as he cautiously inquired, "Are you Chinese?" In his memory, this was the abandoned mine of the Lai family in Myanmar. The man, clad in the attire of Myanmar's local armed forces, also appeared suspicious. "Did the Lai family abandon you here? I thought you were dead when I saw you lying motionless on the ground. TSK, they even cut out one of your kidneys, yet you've managed to survive." The mention of the Lai family ignited a fiery rage within Qiuyang. "I will not let them get away with this." The burly man paused momentarily, then grinned. "Too bad you won't get the chance." "What do you mean?" Qiuyang asked, squinting slightly. The man scoffed derisively. "After tonight, the Lai family will cease to exist." Qiuyang was taken aback, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he scrutinized the unexpected figure before him. "Are you their enemies? Considering we are both Chinese, they'll spare your life. But our mission tonight cannot fail. Stay put here. Once we eliminate the Lai family, I can grant you your freedom." As he followed the man deeper into the mine, Qiuyang noticed dozens, perhaps hundreds of soldiers dressed in similar military garb stationed along the walls. These soldiers bore more distinct features of the Southeast Asian peninsula, and Qiuyang quickly deduced they were likely local armed forces from Myanmar. With this realization, he made a decisive move, gripping the man's arm. "Wait, brother, I have something to say." The man, cautious, released his grip on Qiuyang's clothing, stepping back and aiming his rifle at him. Qiuyang raised his hands in a gesture of peace, his eyes filled with sincerity and urgency. "Brother, please don't misunderstand. I only wish to assist you." The man remained unmoved, his brow furrowed, clearly skeptical of Qiuyang's intentions. "Assist us? Look at you, barely clinging to life with a kidney missing. Whether you survive the night is questionable, let alone helping us." Qiuyang took a deep breath, assessing the gradual healing of his body, and replied, "I feel I will survive. They've taken one of my kidneys, and I will repay the Lai family 100-fold. Moreover, I have military experience. If you give me a weapon, they'll be the first to storm the Lai family." Upon hearing this, the man's expression softened slightly, and he asked with newfound interest, "Oh, you serve in the military? Which unit?" Without hesitation, Qiuyang stated his former unit number. "Huh, what a coincidence. I'm also from the 8th Brigade." The man's face broke into a smile, lowering his rifle slightly. "What year?" 2021. Qiuyang replied candidly, curious about the man's identity. The man laughed heartily, saying, "I'm from 2007, a Special Forces sergeant from the Guanghua Barracks, Luo Gang. You should address me as squad leader. Sing the military anthem for me, and it'll recognize your identity." "Yes, squad leader." Qiuyang snapped to attention, saluting Luo Gang before singing. "Listen, The bugle of a new journey is sounding. Stop. Qiuyang had barely sung 2 lines when he was interrupted by Luo Gang. His previous doubts dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of camaraderie. He nodded, saying, "You're definitely a soldier. I can tell by the way you project your voice." With that, Luo Gang holstered his weapon and patted Qiuyang's shoulder. "It's been over a decade since I retired, yet I still fondly remember my old unit, especially the apricot grove beside the shooting range. I haven't tasted those since my discharge." Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, subtly stepping back. "Squad leader Luo, you must be mistaken. To the left of the shooting range is a small hill covered in decades-old jujube trees that only ripen around August and September." "Haha." Luo Gang laughed heartily. "Indeed, they are jujube trees. I was just teasing you. Now I'm certain you are one of us from the 8th Brigade. Qiuyang chuckled wryly, sighing, "My name is Qiuyang. Initially, I went to Thailand for a vacation, but I was inadvertently deceived into northern Myanmar. I spent over a year wandering through various fraudulent schemes, where they label me a con artist, but I would rather die than comply. Ultimately, my kitty matched someone from the Lai family, and I was sold to them at a high price. Last year, at the end of the year, he had traveled to Thailand with his girlfriend, Yang Qiuyang. After taking a sip from a bottle of water she had given him upon landing, he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a fraudulent scheme in Mayawati, but he had not seen Yang Qiuyang since as for my life. It should remain intact until I avenge my great grievance." Luo Gang sighed deeply, once again patting Qiuyang's shoulder. "Brother, you've endured much suffering. Let's go. You will meet the general first." Qiuyang was deceived and taken to northern Myanmar, where he was discarded in an abandoned mine after a harrowing ordeal. Chapter 2. The mine raid. Qiuyang followed Luo Gang through the throng of soldiers, navigating the serpentine passages of the mine, until they soon arrived at a slightly more spacious pit. Several powerful searchlights illuminated the area as brightly as day, revealing a makeshift field table at the center, upon which lay a map. Behind the table sat a middle-aged man clad in the same green military uniform as Luo Gang, though his insignia appeared significantly more intricate. During their journey, Luo Gang had provided a brief introduction, and Qiuyang was aware that this man was General Qiuyang, the leader of the Kachin Independence Army. Qiyang's forces had been summoned at great expense by the Song family, the sworn adversaries of the Lai family in their quest for gemstones. The Song family had inadvertently breached this abandoned mine while excavating for gems, thus setting the stage for this operation. "General, everything is ready. We can launch our assault from the mine at any moment." Luo Gang saluted and communicated in Burmese. Qiuyang raised his head, his gaze lingering on Qiuyang for a few seconds before inquiring, "Who is he?" After further explanation from Luo Gang, Qiyang's expression shifted to one of surprise as he regarded Qiuyang, exchanging a few words with Luo Gang. "Yes, General." Luo Gang replied with a smile and a salute, and Qiuyang understood that his request had been granted. Subsequently, Luo Gang led Qiuyang outside to procure a rifle and even managed to acquire a military uniform from a soldier. "I am the captain of the General's personal guard. They dare not disregard my orders." Luo Gang beamed as he watched Qiuyang don the military attire, producing a cigarette case to light one for himself, offering another to Qiuyang. "You will follow me closely. Do not wander off, or I cannot guarantee your safety." Qiuyang accepted the cigarette, his movements slightly awkward as he brought it to the flame of Luo Gang's lighter. He cupped his hands around the flickering flame, inhaling deeply. The rush of nicotine invigorated his senses. He met Luo Gang's gaze, his expression resolute and composed. "Rest assured, squad leader, I will not hold you back." Luo Gang nodded, glancing at his watch before gesturing to a nearby pit. "There's still 30 minutes left. Stay here and do not move. I will check outside." "Brother Luo, thank you," Qiuyang whispered, gratitude evident in his voice. Luo Gang chuckled dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "We're brothers. There's no need for formalities. It's been many years since I encountered a comrade. I'll be back shortly." With that, Luo Gang strode confidently out, leaving Qiuyang alone in the dimness. The mine's environment reverted to its inky blackness. Yet Qiuyang's vision remained unclouded, his enhanced sight dispelling the darkness. Leaning against the cave wall, he clutched the newly acquired rifle, his eyes betraying both tension and anticipation. At that moment, Qiuyang's attention was drawn to an inconspicuous spot on the mine wall. Through his enhanced vision, he distinctly perceived an unusual blue glow emanating from a crevice behind a stone at the wall's base. Intrigued, he cautiously approached, wary of disturbing anything. As he gently shifted the stone aside, a brilliant blue light flooded his vision. It was a raw sapphire, roughly the size of a thumb. Qiuyang's heart began to race uncontrollably. In Myanmar's Mogok, gemstone mines are exceedingly precious resources, and the purity and size of this sapphire undoubtedly hold great value. Gently, he extracted the raw sapphire from the crevice, swiftly cradling it in his palm. At that moment, a warm sensation emanated from the sapphire, seeping into his hand and traveling up his arm, reaching the mysterious gourd at his lower back. A shiver coursed through Qiuyang's body. He sensed that his wounds seemed to have healed somewhat. The pain had lessened, and he felt a resurgence of strength. His gaze fixed upon the raw sapphire in his palm. He noticed no visible changes. Yet what was that warmth? It had seemingly been absorbed by the enigmatic gourd. Could it draw the sapphire into that small space? Upon this realization, Qiuyang was astonished to find that the raw sapphire was indeed drawn into that little realm. The mysterious gourd was connected to his thoughts, allowing him to distinctly perceive the sapphire's presence. He then tested the rifle in his hand. With a mere thought, it too was effortlessly absorbed into the small space. It was truly possible. Are you ready? We must depart, he declared with unwavering resolve. Ready, squad leader. Qiuyang quickly rose to his feet, his eyes brimming with determination. Gang nodded slightly and gestured, keep up. The two of them exited the pit, joining the well-prepared team. The once decayed wooden ladder at the mine's entrance had been dismantled, replaced by a rope ladder leading directly to the exit. At General M.O. Kuen's command, Gang extinguished his forehead lamp and was the first to grasp the rope ladder and ascend. Qiuyang followed, closely behind, swiftly emerging from the cave. The night was as dark as ink, with stars twinkling in the sky, and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing chill. They were at the Lai family's gemstone mine, surrounded tightly by barbed wire, with several guard towers dotting the perimeter. The Lai family estate loomed above the mine. Were it not for this abandoned cave, even someone as formidable as M.O. Kuen would likely find it challenging to breach the area. In the pitch-black night, Gang and Qiuyang stealthily advanced along the edge of the mine, their target being a guard tower nearest to the estate. The light atop the tower was dim, and two guards chatted lazily, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Cover me, Gang whispered sharply, then began to ascend the tower using both hands and feet. As he approached the guard post, he suddenly sprang forth like a leopard, drawing his dagger in one fluid motion to swiftly slice through one guard's throat. Without pausing, he firmly pressed his hand over the remaining guard's mouth. The guard's eyes widened in terror and disbelief as he struggled desperately. But he could not escape Gang's iron grip. Gang's dagger glinted ominously before piercing the guard's heart with deadly precision, causing the guard's body to crumple lifelessly to the ground. The entire operation was executed with ruthless efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. Qiuyang watched in stunned silence, gaining a profound understanding of Gang's formidable prowess. After neutralizing the guards atop the watchtower, Gang signaled to Qiuyang, and the two swiftly crept towards their next objective. In the cover of night, their figures moved like phantoms, silently weaving through the periphery of the mining site, systematically eliminating several guards stationed at various towers. 10 minutes later, with a final muffled thud, all the watchtowers surrounding the mine had been cleared. Gang reported the situation via the intercom, and M.O. Kuen's main force began to emerge from the mine in an orderly fashion, advancing rapidly along the path cleared by Gang and Qiuyang towards the Lai family estate above. Brother Luo truly possesses remarkable skills. Qiuyang remarca appreciatively. Gang chuckled softly, a hint of pride in his voice as he replied, "Of course, do you think my special forces are merely for show?" He glanced up at the direction the team was heading in the night and said gravely, "Let us proceed. The Lai family shall have no escape tonight." Chapter 3. Revenge is best served cold. Meanwhile, the Lai family estate was brightly lit, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. The patriarch, Lai Hongchong, sat in the main hall, gripping an ornate cane, his expression solemn. Several of his descendants were also present, their faces etched with tension. Old master, rejoice. Qiuyang's surgery was a success. Just then, a flamboyantly dressed woman rushed in to deliver the news. Upon hearing this, Lai Hongchong's brow unfurled slightly, and he looked at the woman with a quiver of joy in his voice. The surgery was successful? That is excellent news. At these words, the atmosphere in the hall relaxed momentarily, though the expressions of the Lai descendants varied. Lai Qiuyang was the eldest grandson of the Lai family, and while his recovery was a cause for celebration, not all were genuinely pleased. Should the surgery have failed, a new heir would have to be selected from among them tonight. This was a primary reason for their gathering. The woman nodded enthusiastically, her demeanor obsequious. Indeed, old master. Jiaming's new kidney matched perfectly, and he is currently in recovery. He is expected to awaken shortly. It is truly divine providence that we found such a suitable donor. Lai Hongchong waved his hand gently, signaling the woman to leave, and turned his attention to the younger generation, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face. Lai Qinwei, upon hearing this, displayed a fleeting smirk of satisfaction, though it quickly reverted to deference. Serving the family is always a duty, old master. However, while this matter has been resolved, the costs have been substantial. Just then, a sudden cacophony of gunfire and chaotic shouts erupted from outside the estate, shattering the tranquility of the Lai family compound. A servant burst in, panic-stricken, and reported, "Old master, it's terrible. The estate is under attack. They have already breached our defenses." What? At this revelation, Lai Hongchong felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in shock. The Lai descendants were thrown into disarray, rising from their seats in confusion. Outside the estate, Luo Gang led Mo Qiuyang's forces like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, unstoppable in their advance. With their advantage in equipment and tactics, they swiftly breached the outer defenses of the Lai family estate, engaging in fierce gunfire with the guards. Amidst the hail of bullets, Luo Gang led the charge, accompanied by Qiuyang and others, pushing relentlessly towards the heart of the Lai family stronghold. Qiuyang closely followed Luo Gang's lead, utilizing his enhanced perception to navigate the darkness, accurately predicting the positions and movements of their adversaries, swiftly eliminating the guards within the estate. "Good job, my brother," Luo Gang exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration as he witnessed Qiuyang's prowess. At that moment, chaos reigned within the Lai family estate. Lai Hongchong, escorted by several bodyguards, struggled towards the basement, his final sanctuary. "Hurry," the bodyguards urged anxiously, fully aware that if the enemy infiltrated the core area, their fates would be dire. Lai Hongchong stumbled forward, his heart heavy with resentment and fury. He could not fathom why, despite his cautiousness, he had found himself in such a predicament. Just as he was about to enter the basement, a gunshot rang out, and one of the bodyguards collapsed. Qiuyang, standing behind the burly soldier, sent a shiver of terror down Lai Hongchong's spine. Trembling, he pointed a finger at Qiuyang, stammering, "You're still alive," Qiuyang advanced, rifle in hand, his eyes ablaze with a thirst for vengeance. "Indeed, I am still alive. Are you disappointed?" Lai Hongchong's face turned ashen as he retreated to the entrance of the basement, his back pressed against the cold stone wall, gasping in despair. Qiuyang pressed forward, the barrel of his gun trained on Lai Hongchong's forehead. "What do you want?" Lai Hongchong asked, his voice quivering. "What do you think?" Qiuyang raturta, his eyes narrowing in fury. "You sever my kidney, and now you ask me what I desire?" He prepared to pull the trigger, ready to end Lai Hongchong's life. At that moment, Luo Gang intervened, saying, "Qiuyang, hold off on killing him. Let the general deal with him. Lai Hongchong is the head of the Lai family. Their fortune is tied to him. Mo Qiuyang's visit will certainly aim to seize all of the Lai family's wealth." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qiuyang suppressed his fury, nodding as he slung his rifle onto his back. However, he had no intention of letting Lai Hongchong off easily. He lunged forward and swiftly broke both of Lai Hongchong's arms. Lai Hongchong screamed in agony, sweat pouring from his forehead. Qiuyang chuckled coldly. "Does it hurt? I think it's still not enough." With that, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Lai Hongchong's face. The force of his rage swelled the old man's cheek, nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet another slap swiftly followed. "You're wealthy, aren't you? You enjoy acting with impunity, don't you? You think human lives are trifles? You dare to sever my kidney." The relentless slaps left Lai Hongchong's mouth crooked and his eyes askew, blood streaming from his nose and mouth as he collapsed to the ground, weeping for his parents. It was only when Luo Gang grew concerned that Qiuyang might beat him to death that he intervened, stating, "That's enough. Leave him some breath." Reluctantly, Qiuyang ceased his assault, and together with Luo Gang, they escorted Lai Hongchong towards the ground. Meanwhile, outside the estate, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Although Mo Qiuyang's forces comprised local militias, they were, after all, professional soldiers, utilizing their formidable firepower and superior equipment. They successfully annihilated the Lai family's guards and fully occupied the estate. More than a dozen key members of the Lai family were apprehended and brought into the main hall, where they knelt trembling under the watchful eyes of soldiers with guns drawn, incessantly pleading for mercy. Meanwhile, more soldiers began ransacking the estate, unearthing valuable items that were subsequently piled up in the open space outside the main hall. Mo Qiuyang, with his dark skin and stern demeanor, sat at the head of the table, his gaze sharp and piercing as it swept across everyone present. Kneel, commanded Mo Qiuyang. Li Qiuyang and Luo Gang pushed Lai Hongchang forward, and with a swift kick to the back of his knee, Lai Hongchang fell to the ground in pain, his face contorted with agony and helplessness. As he knelt, the pain from his severed arm rendered his complexion ashen, sweat soaking through his clothing. He lifted his gaze to Mo Qiuyang, his eyes filled with desperation, and pleaded in Burmese, "General, spare my life. I do not know how the Lai family has offended you, but I beseech you to grant us a chance to live. The Lai family will be eternally grateful." A cold smile crept across Mo Qiuyang's lips as he slowly rose and approached Lai Hongchang, towering over him. With a chilling tone, he inquired, 3 months ago, a shipment of or was stolen from Bamo. Was it you who sent people to carry out this deed? Upon hearing this, Lai Hongchang's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Mo Qiuyang had come for that shipment. Indeed, the Lai family had participated in the theft, but he had believed their actions to be flawlessly concealed. Mo Qiuyang's expression darkened instantaneously. He crouched down, locking eyes with Lai Hongchang, his voice low and menacing. "Do you think your denial will alter anything? If I have come here with my men, it is because I possess irrefutable evidence." A chill ran down Lai Hongchang's spine. He understood that further denial was futile and could only hope that Mo Qiuyang might show him leniency. Bowing his head repeatedly, he lamented, "General, I acknowledge my wrongs. It was General Qiuyang who instructed me. He was the mastermind behind that operation, and we merely assisted in distributing the goods. I am willing to compensate you. I am prepared to offer all the wealth of the Lai family in exchange for my life." Lai Hongchang's voice trembled with desperation. "I will settle the accounts with Qiuyang." Mo Qiuyang rose, casting a cold glance at Lai Hongchang, and declared, "As for you, I will take your wealth, and I shall also claim your life." With that, he gestured to the soldiers nearby, signaling them to take Lai Hongchang away. As he was dragged off, Lai Hongchang's cries for mercy echoed in vain. But Mo Qiuyang remained unmoved. He turned to the other members of the Lai family and coldly commanded, "Leave not a single one alive." Li Qiuyang and Luo Gang exchanged sinister smiles before raising their rifles and unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the remaining members of the Lai family. Blood splattered, and anguished cries echoed throughout the scene. Particularly, Lai Sinwei became the prime target of Li Qiuyang's wrath. It was he who had extricated Li Qiuyang from the clutches of the electronic fraud den and brought him to the Lai household, only to ultimately pay the price by having his kidney removed. After a prolonged period, the gunfire ceased, and every member of the Lai family lay lifeless. Li Qiuyang surveyed the sprawled bodies with a cold gaze, his heart brimming with the intoxicating thrill of vengeance. "Come, follow me to a certain place," Luo Gang said, gently patting his shoulder as he led the way outside. In a short while, they arrived at an unusually pristine room, the centerpiece of which was an opulent hospital bed. Upon it lay a patient with closed eyes, connected to various machines that monitored his vital signs. Unmistakably, this was the architect of Li Qiuyang's suffering, the eldest grandson of the Lai family, Lai Jiaming. At that moment, he had only just regained a semblance of consciousness, barely managing to lie on the bed, his complexion as pale as a sheet, utterly oblivious to the seismic shifts occurring in the outside world. Luo Gang approached Li Qiuyang and whispered, "I was preoccupied with pursuing Lai Hongchang earlier, and, in my distraction, the surgeon was inadvertently killed by our men." Li Qiuyang, however, chuckled ruefully and shook his head. "It matters not. I am exceedingly satisfied with the annihilation of the Lai family." What he did not articulate was his belief that Mo Qiuyang would not linger here for long. He had observed numerous soldiers transporting valuables away during his journey. The spoils were all lightweight and easily portable. After all, Mo Qiuyang's stronghold was not in Mogu, should they be cornered. This group of over 100 could very well meet their demise here. Moreover, the opposition would not wait for him to take his time with a kidney transplant. "Then it shall be left to you," Luo Gang said with a relaxed smile. Li Qiuyang nodded, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he approached the bedside. He gazed at the once mighty young man, now reduced to a feeble state. Reaching out, he seized Lai Jiaming's hair, yanking his head from the pillow and compelling him to open his eyes and meet his gaze. Who are you?" Lai Jiaming vaguely stammered, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. "Do you not recognize me?" Li Qiuyang sneered coldly. "The kidney within you was taken from my very body." Lai Jiaming's already pallid face turned an even more ghastly shade, and he shook his head repeatedly, his voice trembling. "And no, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. I know nothing at all." You know nothing? Li Qiuyang's fury contorted into a mocking laughter. So what do you know? Is it acceptable for you to comfortably enjoy the fruits of your family's malevolence with such ignorance? Li Qiuyang recalled the countless bones littering that abandoned mine. It was evident that the Lai family had long since disregarded human life, having perpetrated murder and disposal time and again. As he spoke, he ripped away the various connections from Lai Jiaming's body, dragging him from the bed and hurling him to the ground. With a pained cry, Lai Jiaming attempted to rise, yet found himself utterly drained of strength. At that moment, Luo Gang handed over a small knife with a blade resembling a willow leaf. Li Qiuyang's gaze lingered on the cutting edge for 2 seconds before he resolutely accepted it. He looked at the prostrate Lai Jiaming and spoke in a chilling tone. You are fond of harvesting kidneys, are you not? Now, it is your turn. However, this time, it shall not be painless. Lai Jiaming's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably from fear. He attempted to plead for mercy, but the sound that escaped his throat was feeble, akin to that of a mosquito. Li Qiuyang afforded him no further opportunity to speak. He bent down, flipped Lai Jiaming's body over, and with a single stroke, sliced through the skin and muscle of Lai Jiaming's back. With the advantage of his enhanced vision, Li Qiuyang wielded the knife with impeccable precision. Lai Jiaming's left kidney was fully exposed to the air. He emitted a heart-wrenching scream, struggling desperately, yet Li Qiuyang's grip was as unyielding as a vice. Firmly clutching his left kidney, blood stained Li Qiuyang's hands and splattered onto his face, but he seemed impervious to it, his eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Did you ever contemplate the possibility of this day when you harvested my kidney? Li Qiuyang coldly inquired. With that, he raised the knife and, in swift succession, severed Lai Jiaming's left kidney from his body. Lai Jiaming let out one final scream before succumbing to unconsciousness. Li Qiuyang, filled with revulsion, violently discarded the kidney to the side. Gazing at the now unconscious Lai Jiaming, he struck again. This time, he followed the sutured wound from Lai Jiaming's recent surgery, revealing what once belonged to Li Qiuyang himself. My kidney. Do you even deserve to possess it? With that proclamation, Li Qiuyang forcefully yanked, extracting his own kidney in its entirety. Blood gushed forth, and Lai Jiaming's body lay utterly limp on the ground, devoid of life. Luo Gang, feeling uneasy, fired another shot into Lai Jiaming's head. He then turned to Li Qiuyang and said, That will suffice. We should withdraw now. Li Qiuyang nodded and followed Luo Gang outside. Along the way, he found a wash basin to clean himself and procured a box, solemnly placing his kidney inside. Meanwhile, in the manor's main hall, Mo Qiuyang had settled into the grand chair once occupied by Lai Hongchong, surrounded by heaps of the Lai family's treasures and various valuables. His subordinates were diligently counting the riches, categorizing and packing them for transport. Upon noticing Li Qiuyang and Luo Gang's entrance, Mo Qiuyang looked up, revealing a satisfied smile. Your skills are impressive. Would you care to work with me? After Luo Gang translated, Li Qiuyang remained silent for a few moments. Observing his silence, Luo Gang encouraged him. The general commands thousands of armed men in Pakong and oversees 2 mines. If you choose to join, you would simply follow my lead. While you may not rule Pakong, no one would dare to bully you. Luo Gang certainly hoped Li Qiuyang would stay, as they hailed from the same military background and shared numerous common interests. Moreover, he sought to cultivate a loyal faction of his own. Li Qiuyang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall follow the general. Half an hour later, the majority of Mo Qiuyang's forces had completely withdrawn from the Lai family estate. A raging fire engulfed the estate, effectively erasing the Lai family from the annals of history. As dawn approached, Li Qiuyang found himself seated in the passenger seat of a pickup truck driven by Luo Gang, who, as the captain of Mo Qiuyang's personal guard, was to take the lead in their formation. With his left hand cradling a small box and a cigarette leisurely held in his right, Li Qiuyang took slow, contemplative puffs. How is your injury? Is it serious? Luo Gang asked, his left hand firmly gripping the steering wheel. Just a matter of chance. Luo Gang replied with a slight smirk, followed by a sigh. The Lai family colluded with General Pa Wei of the government forces to hijack a truckload of precious jadeite belonging to Mo Qiuyang. It took the general 2 months to finally trace it back to the Lai family. Just in time, the Song family from Mo Gu approached us, revealing a secret route to an abandoned mine and informing us that the Lai family would gather there tonight, providing us with an opportune moment for a surprise attack. At this point, Luo Gang paused, casting a glance at Li Qiuyang, his eyes reflecting a mix of complexity. It is truly a miracle that you survived that mine. I examined your wounds, and it is astonishing that you are still here. Li Qiuyang offered a bitter smile, brushing it off. Indeed, I cannot fathom how I endured. Perhaps it is the hatred within me that sustains me. Hate is indeed a powerful motivator, capable of unleashing tremendous strength and willpower, Luo Gang mused. A smile breaking across his face as he continued. I am the same. I tend to settle scores immediately. Ha ha. Qiuyang recognized that Luo Gang had his own story to tell. With Luo Gang's skills, he could easily have secured a position as a high-ranking bodyguard domestically. Yet he willingly chose to serve as a personal guard for a warlord in Myanmar. However, since Luo Gang did not elaborate, Qiuyang refrained from pressing further. Simply expressing his gratitude, thank you, Brother Luo. The pickup truck pressed onward, soon entering the mountainous terrain. The rugged mountain roads posed challenges. Yet Luo Gang navigated them with ease, simultaneously teaching Qiuyang some basic Burmese to facilitate future communication. Time passed, and eventually they arrived in Pekin. The landscape remained predominantly mountainous, but compared to Mo, Pekin appeared starkly desolate. As far as the eye could see, the land was marred by scars of abandoned mines. Grotesque reminders of exploitation. Once verdant forests now stood stripped bare, with only a few resilient trees defiantly growing in the crevices of rocks. The air was thick with dust and the acrid scent of exhaust, provoking involuntary frowns. Occasionally, ragged miners could be seen, their waxen faces and stooped forms wandering amidst the pits. Yet, within Qiuyang's heart, a flicker of excitement stirred. He felt the dark, gourd-shaped object at his lower back begin to stir, seemingly filled with an intense delight for this land. The dark gray gourd's origins and functions remain an enigma. One can only surmise how it came to reside within his body. It is known to bestow upon him the extraordinary ability of X-ray vision, as well as a small spatial compartment to house certain specific items. Presently, it also serves as a substitute for his renal functions. Upon entering the town of Pakong, Luo Gang first escorted Qiuyang to Mo Kuen's military encampment, where he coordinated certain matters with the principal members of the personal guard, before leading Qiuyang to the local hospital. The hospital was modest in scale, its facilities rather rudimentary, and it bore an air of dilapidation. Lu Gong, well acquainted with the surroundings, guided Qiuyang into a consultation room, where a middle-aged physician clad in a white coat was absorbed in writing. Doctor is saying, this is my brother. He has sustained some injuries. Please take a look, Luo Gang communicated in Burmese. Dr. Asang lifted his gaze, adjusted his spectacles, and scrutinized Qiuyang intently before gesturing for him to recline on the examination table. Complying, Qiuyang lay down as Dr. Asang commenced his assessment of the wounds. The injuries had already formed scabs. What had he encountered? Qiuyang remained silent, his eyes fixated on the floor, while Luo Gang displayed signs of impatience. Let us skip the details. Just tell me, given his current condition, is there a necessity for further examination and treatment? Dr. Asang stood, his brow slightly furrowed. In reply to Luo Gang, his wounds have been treated rather crudely, or perhaps not treated at all. Yet, they are healing at an extraordinary rate. His constitution is indeed remarkable. As for further examinations, the facilities at our hospital are limited. Even if desired, I am unable to assist. Upon hearing this, Luo Gang pursed his lips, casting a resigned glance at Qiuyang. The doctor says you are fortunate and possess a robust constitution. There should be no major concerns. Let us proceed this way for now. Prescribe some medication to aid in your recovery. Chapter 6. The Jade. Exiting the consultation room, Luo Gang led Qiuyang to collect the prescribed medication, and subsequently, the two departed the hospital to seek out a restaurant for a meal. At the dining table, Luo Gang ordered several bottles of beer, pouring himself a glass, and remarked, since you are injured, I shall refrain from pouring you a drink. Qiuyang shook his head, indicating he was unbothered, stating, once my wounds have healed, there will be plenty of opportunities. Luo Gang acknowledged with a grunt before finishing his drink in one gulp. Then exhaling heavily, he intoned, I can see that your heart is not entirely here. However, I believe you can settle down for the time being. This place, though chaotic, offers numerous opportunities. Upon hearing this, Qiuyang's eyes glimmered momentarily. He raised his glass of water, slowly articulating, Brother Luo is correct. I do indeed have my own plans. Yet for now, I am grateful merely to have a place to stay. Here, I shall toast to you with water instead of wine. Let us forego expressions of gratitude. Such sentiments are unnecessary between us. Luo Gang waved his hand dismissively and poured himself another glass. The two clinked their glasses together, producing a crisp sound akin to the agreement of a tacit understanding. Luo Gang drank deeply, his gaze revealing a sense of determination and camaraderie. In summary, should you have any needs here, do not hesitate to express them. Qiuyang is, in fact, quite amicable, considerably more so than other generals from Myanmar. The one thing that must not be touched is his finances. Qiuyang has a profound understanding of this, as the Lai family face annihilation due to their encroachment upon a truckload of Qiuyang's jade raw stones. With Brother Luo's words, Qiuyang felt liberated to speak. There is indeed one matter in which I require Brother Luo's assistance. Luo Gang raised an eyebrow, slightly, and prompted. Speak on. Qiuyang replied slowly. Last year, when I was sold into an electrical fraud park, my phone was confiscated, severing my contact with my family since then. Would it be possible for Brother Luo to lend me a phone? I wish to call my parents. Upon hearing this, Luo Gang's expression softened somewhat. He patted Qiuyang's shoulder and said, "This is a trivial matter. After our meal, I shall take you to purchase a new phone and arrange for a SIM card." Qiuyang felt warmth in his heart and nodded gratefully. The two continued to dine, engaging in trivial conversations, and the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. After the meal, Luo Gang accompanied Qiuyang to a mobile phone shop in town, where he selected a phone and procured a SIM card. With the new phone in hand, Qiuyang's fingers trembled slightly as he dialed the familiar number etched in his memory. "We're sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service." Undeterred, Qiuyang attempted again, only to receive the same response. Frowning, he dialed his father's number, but it too was unreachable. A heavy sensation enveloped Qiuyang's heart, and ominous premonitions began to take root. Luo Gang's expression grew grave as he consoled. "Do not despair. Perhaps the number was misremembered, or there's an issue with the phone. We can explore other options." Taking a deep breath, Qiuyang endeavored to calm himself. Yet 3 days passed without any definitive news. In those 3 days, Qiuyang's injuries had nearly healed. The wound on his lower back had fully mended, and a mysterious gourd had taken the place of his right kidney. His physical condition was largely unchanged from before. In fact, he felt that his physical prowess exceeded that of his time in the military. His strength, speed, coordination, and reaction capabilities had all significantly improved. Notably, his appetite had also increased. During this time, Qiuyang discreetly experimented with the spatial storage capabilities of the mysterious gourd. Whether it be tables, chairs, clothing, or even money and phones, all could be stored within the gourd's small space, measuring merely 1 cubic meter. However, living entities such as plants and flowers could not be contained. He had also managed to place the kidney that had been excised into the gourd. It had not yet fully perished and within the small space. It seemed to be in a state of suspended time, with the gourd now occupying the location of his former right kidney. Qiuyang was keen to keep this secret undisclosed. Although the spatial ability was remarkable, he understood the risks of its potential exposure, and thus, he refrained from using it recklessly. On the 4th day of his arrival in Pakong, Qiuyang officially commenced his duties as a personal guard for Qiuyang. His primary responsibilities included taking turns to safeguard Qiuyang's residence, accompanying him on outings, and occasionally descending to grassroots units for inspections, thereby serving a role akin to that of a military policeman. When not occupied, the main task of the personal guard was to stand watch around the estate. After enjoying breakfast at their quarters, Luo Gang personally guided Qiuyang through the security measures of Qiuyang's residence. Qiuyang's estate, situated in the northwest of Pakong town, was an expansive manor surrounded by high walls and barbed wire, with armed guards stationed at the entrance. As they walked, Luo Gang elaborated on the layout and defensive strategies of the estate. "This is the main building, where the general conducts his work and rests. Over there is the warehouse, which holds essential supplies and weaponry. And to the left is the garage, where the general's vehicles are parked." Qiuyang listened attentively, observing the surroundings with keen eyes, quietly committing these crucial details to memory. "The primary duty of our personal guard is to ensure the general's safety while preventing any intruders from infiltrating the estate to cause harm," Luo Gang continued. "Since you are new, accompany me on patrol for now, and once you are familiar with the surroundings, you will be assigned tasks independently." Qiuyang nodded in understanding. The two began patrolling the perimeter of the manor, during which Qiuyang noticed numerous diligent servants, lending an air of orderliness to the estate. At that moment, a soldier rushed over, reporting in Burmese, "Captain Luo, the general requests your presence." After delivering the message, he departed with the soldier. Qiuyang stood still, surveying his surroundings and contemplating the situation. "Goodness, there's an abundance of tasks to attend to every day," he mused. Seeing this, Qiuyang approached and inquired, "Luo Ge, what's going on? Why does the general need you?" Luo Gang glanced towards the main building, smirking slightly, It's that Master Wu Dan. He expressed a desire for the most seasonal fruits from Mandalay, and the general wants me to send someone to procure them. Qiuyang was taken aback. What sort of master is so esteemed that the general would dispatch personal guards for fruit? Who else could it be? Luo Gang chuckled. This is Pakon, of course. It's a master capable of appraising jadeite rough stones. In their own terms, they refer to him as a jade appraiser master. Hearing Luo Gang's words, Qiuyang felt a stir of ambition within him. While serving as a personal guard might allow for a leisurely existence, he pondered when he might rise to prominence. With a relaxed demeanor, he remarked, I can also identify jadeite. Chapter 7. In the outside world, identity is self-bestowed. Luo Gang paused, looking at Qiuyang with a mix of disbelief and skepticism. You can identify jadeite? Don't jest with me, brother. This is a skilled craft. However, Qiuyang's expression was earnest. Luo Ge, I assure you I am not joking. Before coming to Myanmar, I learned from several stone gambling masters in Qiuyang for quite some time. While I wouldn't claim to be an expert, I believe I possess a respectable level of skill. Indeed, Qiuyang had previously worked in Qiuyang, but not as an apprentice under any gambling stone master. Rather, he served as a security supervisor at a jade market. He frequently encountered jade and jade rough stones, thus acquiring a certain level of understanding about them. He had also witnessed the extravagant gambling scenes of wealthy merchants within the country, yet he remained merely a spectator, never having participated directly. Now, endowed with the ability to see through all, he could effortlessly disguise himself as a gambling stone master. After all, when one is out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned. Alternatively, there was no need for pretense. Possessing such extraordinary vision, no gambling stone master could possibly compare to Qiuyang. Luo Gang furrowed his brow, evidently skeptical. Identifying jade is not a simple task. One must consider the venue, the skin, the tactile sensation, the cracks, as well as the type, clarity, and color. Among other factors, a slight misjudgment could lead one astray. Are you certain you're not boasting? Noticing Luo Gang's doubtful expression, Qiuyang remained unperturbed, offering a slight smile. Brother Luo, I understand that discerning jade is challenging, but I speak the truth. I have indeed learned a few fundamentals. If you do not believe me, we can select a few rough stones to test. If I am inaccurate, I shall refrain from mentioning it again. Upon hearing this, Luo Gang pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, I shall see if you truly possess some skills. With that, he dispatched 2 of his guards to procure fruit from Mandalay and led Qiuyang to the estate's warehouse. In a corner of the warehouse lay hundreds of jade rough stones, varying in size and color. These were the accumulated stock of Mo Coin over the years, worth a fortune. Upon entering, Qiuyang felt the mysterious gourd at his lower back become more animated, as if it harbored a strong desire for the jade rough stones. Luo Gang casually selected a few rough stones and placed them on the ground before Qiuyang. Take a look at these. Qiuyang's mind stirred as he quietly activated his extraordinary vision. The skins of the rough stones appeared to him as if rendered transparent, revealing their internal conditions clearly. He crouched down, pretending to scrutinize, while extending his left hand to caress one of the rough stones. Instantly, a warm breath surged from the stone into his palm, traveling up his arm to the gray-black gourd at his lower back, merging within. Subsequently, a wave of coolness emanated from the mysterious gourd, splitting along his spine. Part of it coursed throughout his entire being, while another part surged upward, invigorating him and refreshing his spirit. Indeed, it was feasible. Qiuyang felt a mix of astonishment and joy. He maintained an outwardly calm demeanor while continuing to touch and assess the remaining rough stones. Each jade, rough stone exuded varying degrees of warmth, which he absorbed, ultimately transforming into cool energy that nourished his being. He also discerned a pattern. The higher the quality of the jade, the more profound the warm essence it contained. Conversely, inferior jade possessed little to none. After a few minutes, Qiuyang finally stood up and addressed Luo Gang. Brother Luo, I have finished my examination. Luo Gang raised an eyebrow, his expression a mixture of eagerness and conflict as he inquired, What do you think? Have you discerned any insights? Qiuyang responded with a calm smile, gesturing towards the first piece of jadeite rough he was inspecting. The quality of this stone is decent. It may reach the icy grade. However, this crack in the surface is likely to penetrate during the cutting process, so we must exercise caution. The color is acceptable, but the quality may not be optimal. If the black spots on the skin seep in, it would be rendered nearly worthless. As for this piece, the jade meat exhibits a vibrant and lively hue, but it is regrettable that it likely harbors numerous internal fractures. As he spoke, Qiuyang pointed with his finger, providing his assessment. Luo Gang listened in astonishment. Although he was not a professional stone gambler, he had gained considerable exposure over the years alongside Mo Qiuyang and possessed a fair understanding of jadeite rough. Yet, the insights Qiuyang offered were entirely beyond his grasp. "Can you truly discern all of this?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "It might be that different masters employ varying methods of evaluation," Qiuyang quickly explained. "Moreover, I currently lack a flashlight. As for the accuracy of my assessments, we can ascertain that once we make a cut." Luo Gang appeared hesitant and uncertain. "These jadeite rough pieces have been meticulously collected by Mo Qiuyang. While it's fine to observe them, I cannot afford to cut them carelessly. If they were to shatter, I would find it difficult to account for." Qiuyang, recognizing the need to instill greater confidence in Luo Gang, contemplated his next move. He smiled gently and proposed, "Brother Luo, how about this? Instead of cutting these precious rough stones, why don't you take me to the market nearby to select a few pieces for practice?" Myanmar is the sole source of gem-quality jadeite, with Pakong serving as its exclusive origin, thus naturally hosting a primary market for jadeite rough. Despite official regulations requiring top-quality jadeite to be sold at public auctions, a significant number of jade miners and merchants still engage in direct trade here. However, Luo Gang shook his head and, with a determined expression, replied, "That is unnecessary. After spending time with you these past few days, I have come to respect your character. Here's what we will do. You may choose one piece from these rough stones that you believe to be the best. I will willingly purchase it from the general. Should it break, we can offset the loss against your future military pay." This proposal resonated perfectly with Qiuyang. Within this warehouse, there were no fewer than 500 rough jadeite pieces, and whenever he engaged with such exquisite stones, he would absorb the unique warmth emanating from them. Perhaps, after the mysterious gourd absorbs this warmth in abundance, it might even experience some form of growth. Who knows, it might enable him to regenerate a kidney. Thus, a subtle smile crept upon Qiuyang's lips as he confidently replied, "Brother Luo, you are certainly leading me into a trap. Nevertheless, since you place such trust in me, I shall give it a try." With that, he squatted down once more, meticulously sifting through the pile of rough stones in search of the finest specimen. His X-ray vision had quietly awakened, and the rough stones before him transformed into transparent entities, their internal textures and hues laid bare. Simultaneously, his hands glided over each stone, drawing in peculiar, warm energies that converged within a mysterious gourd nestled at his lower back. This enigmatic vessel seemed to pulse gently, as if savoring a sumptuous feast. After approximately an hour, Qiuyang finally selected a seemingly unremarkable raw stone, weighing around 7 to 8 pounds. Its surface a coarse dark brown that rendered it unnoticeable among the multitude of stones. "This one," Qiuyang declared, standing and pointing at the stone, addressing Luo Gang. Luo Gang, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Qiuyang, clearly not expecting him to choose such an inconspicuous specimen. "Are you sure?" he inquired again, skepticism evident in his tone. "Brother Luo, trust me, this raw stone undoubtedly contains treasures," Qiuyang asserted, his expression earnest and resolute. "It's the one." In truth, Qiuyang was somewhat modest. This stone was not the finest among them, but rather of above-average quality. With that, he picked up the stone and made his way toward the exit of the warehouse. Chapter 8. Cutting is the norm. As General Mo Qiuyang entered, his gaze landed on Qiuyang, a mix of scrutiny and curiosity evident in his demeanor. A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "I did not expect you to be such a remarkable individual. I am eager to see what treasures your chosen stone will yield." Qiuyang, still grappling with the Burmese language, relied on Luo Gang for translation. He saluted with a humble yet assertive demeanor. "You flatter me, General. I possess only a superficial understanding. Whether I can uncover quality jade relies on the favor of fortune." Luo Gang interjected, "General, I have arranged for the cutting tools to be prepared. Why not allow this young man to showcase his skills now?" General Mo Qiuyang regarded him with a bemused expression, "Since you vouch for him. And this stone is valued at 35 million shots. Any loss will simply be deducted from your salary." He added, "Of course, it would be best if it yields a substantial gain. You know I am in dire need of discerning jade masters." Luo Gang appeared conflicted. 35 million shots was roughly equivalent to 120,000 renminbi, nearly his 2-year salary. Yet, he felt he could not back down. With a wry smile, he replied, "I have faith in him. Even if he fails, I have already sold my life to the general." General Mo Qiuyang laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Excellent. I look forward to witnessing whether a miracle unfolds." Before long, two dark-skinned cutters arrived, bearing their tools. A corner of the warehouse was swiftly transformed into an impromptu stone-cutting site. Qiuyang drew a white line across the dark brown stone, after which the workers securely fastened it in the cutting machine S slot. Once the cutting position was adjusted, one cutter closed the machine S lid while the other activated the power, the sharp sound of friction filling the air. Qiuyang's expression remained remarkably calm under his penetrating gaze as the blade of the cutting machine gradually delved deeper. Fine fragments of stone erupted in a flurry, revealing the glistening jade flesh within the cutting seam. Beside him, Qiuyang appeared somewhat tense, his fists clenched tightly, eyes fixated on the roaring machine, beads of sweat forming on his forehead unbeknownst to him. In contrast, Qiuyang sat leisurely on a chair, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with both anticipation and a hint of amusement. After all, he had nothing to lose. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the jarring sound of cutting finally ceased and the atmosphere in the warehouse became palpably still. Moments later, the cutter placed the completely severed black-brown jadeite before Qiuyang and his companions. "I'll unveil it," Liu Gong volunteered, supporting the raw stone with one hand while grasping the cut lid with the other, slowly lifting it away. As Qiuyang's hand gently peeled back the cover, the lustrous jade flesh beneath the black-brown exterior gradually revealed itself to all present. In that instant, it felt as if the very light in the warehouse brightened, all eyes converging upon the unveiled raw stone. Beneath the lid lay a piece of exquisite jadeite, nearly translucent with a delicate texture, adorned with splashes of grass green. This was a premium iceflower jade. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Qiuyang's wide eyes as he abruptly turned to Qiuyang, his mouth agape in ecstatic laughter. "It has indeed appreciated, it truly has." A flicker of astonishment also crossed Qiuyang's eyes, quickly replaced by a satisfied smile as he nodded approvingly, exclaiming, "With this cut, the value of this material has increased at least fivefold." Qiuyang gazed at the severed iceflower jadeite, a surge of excitement coursing through him, for this was the first piece he had appraised and cut. Yet he maintained an outward calm, merely smiling as he remarked, "It was merely fortunate, thanks to General and Brother Luo's trust." Qiuyang, unable to part with the admired jadeite, savored its beauty for a considerable time before turning to Qiuyang, chattering animatedly to Qiuyang. Qiuyang's expression showed signs of difficulty, but after a moment as contemplation, he cleared his throat and said to Qiuyang, "The general believes you have indeed made a precise judgment on this piece. Yet one stone cannot serve as a definitive measure. He hopes you will examine several more. If you are willing, you may select 5 stones from this batch of jadeite. One must be of at least ice quality, while for another, he wishes you to identify the one you deem least valuable. The remaining 3 are at your discretion, but it is preferable that they all hold significant value. Well, even if this round results in loss, it will still be attributed to him." Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, aware that Qiuyang's trust in him was still insufficient. To gain his complete endorsement based solely on one piece of jade was evidently unrealistic. Thus, he smiled nonchalantly, exuding confidence as he replied, "No problem at all. Wait." Qiuyang retrieved a powerful flashlight from his military uniform pocket and handed it to Qiuyang, encouragingly saying, "Good luck." Qiuyang accepted with a smile, offering him a reassuring glance before theatrically beginning to rummage through the pile of raw stones. The batch of rough stones, carefully curated by Qiuyang within his estate, undoubtedly exhibits remarkable external characteristics and brilliance under illumination. However, irrespective of how exquisite the exterior may appear, until they are meticulously cleaved, their inner secrets remain shrouded in uncertainty, potentially harboring fissures, impurities, or even variegated forms. It is not uncommon for such stones to prove utterly worthless. After approximately half an hour, Qiuyang finally selected the 5 jadeite rough stones requested by Qiuyang. One piece weighed around 8 to 9 jin, its surface cloaked in a fine mist, marked by an uneven break that revealed a substantial sense of sand attachment. Another piece, of a milky white hue, weighed about 5 to 6 jin, adorned with mottled spots and small patches of black blemishes along its side. The remaining 3 were yellow-red sandstones, a quintessential characteristic of the southern Qi mining site. Qiuyang presented the stones before Qiuyang and Qiuyang, smiling as he declared, "Brother Luo, General Qiuyang, these are the selections." Upon observing Qiuyang's choices, Qiuyang's expression flickered with doubt. Although the white sandstone appeared promising, the likelihood of it yielding high-quality jade was rather slim, especially given the mist and the break that clouded its potential. As for the milky white stone, the presence of blemishes and spots rendered it equally uncertain. Those familiar with jadeite rough stones are well aware that blemishes and color spots often coexist. Should the blemishes penetrate too deeply, the stone would essentially be rendered worthless. The remaining 3 yellow-red stones possessed a hue that lay between yellow sand and black stones, lacking any distinctive qualities. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Are you certain you want these two?" Qiuyang nodded with resolute determination, affirming, "Yes, these are the ones." Witnessing this, Qiuyang remained silent for a moment before erupting into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Such audacity. Since you are so confident, let us proceed to cut them and see." Soon, the warehouse was once again filled with the roaring sound of the cutting machine. The first to be sliced was the white sandstone, causing Qiuyang's heart to race with trepidation. He found it difficult to muster any optimism regarding Qiuyang's selections. Qiuyang, on the other hand, maintained a calm demeanor, though his eyes glimmered with anticipation. Qiuyang remained composed, exuding the air of a seasoned gem dealer, while he naturally hoped for a favorable outcome. The inherent unpredictability of gem gambling loomed large. Until the stone was cleaved, everything remained uncertain. At last, the grating noise of the cutting machine subsided. The cutter switched off the power and lifted the hatch, presenting the bisected white sandstone before the 3 of them. Qiuyang rushed forward, his gaze fixated on the newly revealed interior, his heart racing. However, upon scrutinizing the stone's inner facets, his expression shifted noticeably. The 2 cut surfaces of the white sandstone revealed a pallid hue, devoid of any trace of green, with an intricate web of minute fissures sprawling across its expanse. The white sandstone had indeed crumbled. Chapter 9. A surge in status. This. In disbelief, Qiuyang murmured as he turned to Qiuyang, his gaze reflecting both disappointment and confusion. Qiuyang chuckled softly and replied, "Did not the general just state that I should select a piece of no value? Tell me, is this piece not devoid of worth?" Qiuyang was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled wryly. Indeed, if he were to adhere to General Qiuyang's directive of choosing the least valuable piece, then this slab of white sand skin undoubtedly fit the criteria. However, the risk of cutting the milky white material marred by color spots and dark blemishes was considerably greater. Well, since the first piece had already been compromised, let us proceed to the second. General Qiuyang's eager gaze fell upon the slab of milky white material as he instructed the cutter to continue. The cutter resumed his work, securing the milky white slab to the cutting machine, adjusting its position, and powering it on. This time, Qiuyang refrained from approaching the machine, choosing instead to stand at a distance, hands clenched tightly, his eyes fixed intently on the cutter, silently praying for a miracle to unfold. After nearly an hour, the sound of the cutting machine finally ceased. The cutters turned off the power and cautiously lifted the hatch, presenting the piece that had been sliced along the edge by 1.5 centimeters before the trio. Qiuyang then unveiled the cover, revealing a vibrant green hue that captivated everyone. To their astonishment, the previously concerning dark blemishes turned out to be merely a thin layer, beneath which lay a rich verdancy, reminiscent of the most vibrant leaf of spring, brimming with life and vitality. The jade within exhibited no veins or cracks, its color vivid and uniform, devoid of any discoloration, and with an abundance of luster. "This is ice-type Huangyang green," Qiuyang exclaimed in awe, turning to Qiuyang, his eyes alight with shock and joy. Huangyang green is a shade of jadeite green that leans towards yellow, yet distinctly differs from a mixture of yellow and green. Qiuyang also sprang to his feet, approaching the raw stone to examine it closely. He inhaled deeply, as if to absorb all the surprise and exhilaration into his chest. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Qiuyang exclaimed, his voice brimming with admiration and excitement. The value of this piece had multiplied tenfold or more with this cut. He could not contain his enthusiasm as he clapped Qiuyang on the shoulder, saying, "You have done remarkably well." With that, Qiuyang called out to several workers to bring over 2 more machines to cut the remaining 3 pieces simultaneously. Before long, the workers had positioned 2 additional cutting machines alongside the existing one. Qiuyang's estate boasted ample power supply, and soon, all 3 machines roared to life, producing a deafening cacophony. Qiuyang stood nervously to the side, frequently wiping the sweat from his palms onto his clothing. Qiuyang, maintaining his composure, jested with Qiuyang. "What are the perks of being a jade appraiser?" "There are countless benefits," Qiuyang replied earnestly. "Firstly, Any jade appraiser is a highly esteemed figure in the mining field. Although they must partake in the assessment of raw jadeite, as long as the tasks are not pressing, they can take breaks at will, enjoying a relatively free lifestyle. Then, Qiuyang would also arrange for you to have personal guards and a driver, ensuring your safety in the mining area. There are also some intangible benefits, the specifics of which I am not entirely clear about, as I am quite ignorant in this regard, but it is certainly preferable to being a mere foot soldier. Qiuyang nodded thoughtfully, remaining silent thereafter. Half an hour later, the third piece of material was finally cut open. Qiuyang hurriedly leaned in, his gaze fixated on the exposed raw stone. The stone exhibited a decent quality, barely reaching the standard of glutinous ice, with a hint of green flecks. However, both cut surfaces were riddled with fine, spiderweb-like cracks. Undoubtedly, this material was irreparably flawed. Such flaws do not even qualify as royal cracks. They're purely unworkable. These inherent fissures would likely cause the stone to shatter during the cutting process, and even if it were forcibly crafted, it would absorb impurities within a few months of wear. It could yield 2 or 3 ashtrays, but that would not even cover the labor costs. Qiuyang's complexion turned pale, and he muttered in disbelief, "How could this be possible?" Qiuyang, having observed the state of the raw stone, remarked calmly, "What a pity. Had it not been for the cracks, the base quality and the flecks would have fetched at least 200 million shots." Qiuyang, feeling ashamed, replied, "I apologize, General. My brother." Before he could finish, Qiuyang interrupted, "It's merely one piece that has been ruined. It's not significant. Wu Dan cuts countless flawed stones daily, yet he still manages well. In stone gambling, cutting a loss is normal. Even the best jade masters, including Wu Dan's mentor, Qiuyang Lian Kai, occasionally misjudge. Having spent over 30 years in Pekin, I have long since learned to maintain a rational perspective." As they spoke, Qiuyang's fourth piece of jade stone was also cut. 2 craftsmen silently placed the cut stone before the 3 of them. The exposed surface of the raw stone displayed a grayish hue with insufficient translucence. Although there was a hint of green, it lacked vitality. The 4th piece, too, had been ruined. Qiuyang appeared stunned, while Qiuyang's face turned pale, reflecting disappointment, dejection, and a hint of anxiety. Qiuyang's emotions were genuine, while Qiuyang feigned his despair. In the chaotic environment of Myanmar, it is difficult to ascertain the integrity of local warlords. If every piece he selected resulted in a profit, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Therefore, he deliberately chose seemingly ordinary raw stones, concealing his intentions within clever appearances. After all, Qiuyang himself had stated that cutting losses is a normal occurrence in stone gambling. Qiuyang's expression grew somewhat displeased as he stared at the flawed stone for a long while before slowly saying, "The quality is lacking, and the luck is somewhat off. Let be." As he prepared to rise and depart, the final piece was completed. "It's a gain, General, a substantial gain." A worker rushed over, cradling the cut raw stone as if it were a treasure. Qiuyang and Qiuyang quickly approached, their eyes fixated on the exposed stone. The cut surface revealed a rich and pure green hue, devoid of any discoloration, a hallmark of genuine yang green. The fabric subtly exudes a hint of chill, appearing both translucent and lustrous. Is indeed ice-type Qiuyang green. Qiuyang could not contain his astonishment as he exclaimed, turning to Qiuyang, his eyes brimming with shock and delight. Although he was not well-versed in stone gambling, his years of association with Qiuyang had endowed him with some knowledge regarding the classification of jadeite in terms of texture and color. Upon hearing the exclamatory remarks, Qiuyang swiftly turned around and approached the raw stone for a meticulous inspection. "Indeed, it is ice-type Qiuyang green," Qiuyang joyfully declared. "A piece of this caliber, even a pigeon egg-sized nugget, would start at 2 to 300 million shots. Moreover, this stone has at least 2 positions for bangles. What a fortune." He then turned to Qiuyang, his gaze filled with admiration. "Young man, you are truly remarkable. I never anticipated that you would cut out ice-type Qiuyang green. From this day forth, you need not serve in the personal guard. Instead, become my jade consultant, with a starting salary of 30 million shots. What say you?" After Qiuyang's translation, a peculiar expression crossed Qiuyang's face as he inquired, "Is that in shots or renminbi?" "Of course it's in shots." Qiuyang replied somewhat irritable. "Calculating it monthly, that amounts to nearly 111,000 renminbi, which is double my earnings. Furthermore, as a jade consultant, you will enjoy greater freedom and superior benefits, far surpassing your current position." Qiuyang pondered this offer. While the salary was not exorbitantly high, it was quite commendable in Myanmar. Coupled with the relative freedom and the opportunity to engage with more jadeite raw stones, it was undeniably enticing. With these thoughts in mind, Qiuyang smiled slightly and saluted. "Thank you for your recognition, General. I am willing to accept the position of jade consultant." Mo Qiuyang nodded in satisfaction and instructed Luo Gang to arrange new accommodations for Qiuyang. He then had a worker bring along several pieces of semi-transparent raw material to follow him. As Qiuyang gazed at Mo Qiuyang's departing figure in a daze, Luo Gang approached with a chuckle, draping an arm over his shoulder. "Don't linger too long. Although those fine materials are indeed yours by gamble, they do not belong to you until you have made a payment. Nevertheless, there will be ample opportunities ahead. Let us head to your new residence." Qiuyang nodded, not overly concerned, and walked alongside Luo Gang out of the warehouse. The new accommodations arranged by Luo Gang were in a separate small building located at the entrance of Mo Qiuyang's estate, where the only jade master under Mo Qiuyang, Wu Dun, resided. Although the conditions were decent, Qiuyang was reluctant to live in such proximity to his superior. Being too close to leadership was not necessarily advantageous. Luo Gang chuckled and remarked, "Wu Dan has offended quite a number of people with his sharp tongue, which is why he clings to this place. If you're unwilling to stay here, your only alternative is the military camp. But let me clarify, the camp is filled with rough men, and certain matters may not be as convenient." "What is wrong with rough men?" Qiuyang questioned, puzzled. "Is there something inconvenient about it? Is it possible that Mo Qiuyang would arrange women for me?" "My brother, you're still a bit conservative," Luo Gang laughed heartily. "Arranging women is merely the tip of the iceberg. You are now inclined towards indulgence, and Mo Qiuyang will ensure your needs are met 3 times a day. By Wu Dan's side, there exists a pair of twin sisters procured from Cambodia, and you may still be unaware of Master Xianyu's esteemed position in Pakon. Particularly for those with discerning eyes, Master Xianyu is a figure of considerable allure to any force in Pakon." Qiuyang remained astonished. "Is it truly that remarkable? What else did you expect?" Luo Gang retorted somewhat irritably, gesturing toward the pickup truck. "Come, I will first take you to purchase a few decent outfits. I shall elaborate further on our way." As the two settled into the pickup parked outside the warehouse, Luo Gang excitedly conveyed to Qiuyang, "Brother, I do not exaggerate. In Pakon, a skilled Xiangyu master is indeed a prized asset. Do you know why?" Qiuyang gently shook his head, prompting Luo Gang to reveal the answer. "It is due to profit. Is it really that straightforward?" Qiuyang furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly surprised by this revelation, yet finding it somewhat reasonable. "It is not that simple." Luo Gang asserted earnestly. "In this realm where jade reigns supreme, a single exquisite stone possesses the potential to transform an ordinary individual into a millionaire overnight, even altering the fate of an entire family. And the Xiangyu Master is the key that unlocks the door to such wealth. However, that is not the most critical aspect. The paramount reason lies in the necessity of grading the jadeite raw stones produced in Pakon." Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, interjecting, "I'm aware of that. There are 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. The A and B grades require a cut for public auction, while the C and D grades can only be exported. Yet I still find the concept somewhat unclear." Luo Gang smirked slightly and patiently elaborated, "All jadeite raw stones from Pakon's mines are subject to scrutiny by the government military. This is a fundamental prerequisite. The tax rates vary for the 4 grades, and the determination of these grades rests solely with the Xiangyu Master." Qiuyang's understanding dawned. "So, in this place, the Xiangyu Master is not merely a skilled worker, but a pivotal figure capable of influencing the prices of raw stones?" "Precisely." Luo Gang snapped his fingers. "This is also why Mo Qiuyang values you so highly. It is said that even deities struggle to discern a mere inch of jade. A talented Xiangyu Master can yield immeasurable benefits. For instance, the piece you just examined was appraised by Wu Dan at AB grade, priced at 35 million shot. Your discerning eye, however, has the potential to elevate its value 5-fold. This is what I mean by profit." As they conversed, the pickup truck arrived at a clothing store in town. Luo Gang halted the vehicle, engaged the handbrake, and declared, "Let us go, brother. Step inside and choose a few respectable garments. You are destined to become a prominent figure under Mo Qiuyang. It is essential to maintain a good image." Half an hour later, Qiuyang stood before the fitting mirror, adorned in a light-colored shirt meticulously selected by Luo Gang, paired with dark trousers, presenting an appearance that was both spirited and capable. Although he felt somewhat unaccustomed to such formal attire, he could not deny that this ensemble indeed enhanced his overall demeanor significantly. Luo Gang observed him from the side, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad, my brother. Your attire makes you appear as if you've transformed into a different person, looking remarkably handsome." Qiuyang glanced at himself in the mirror, pleased with his new appearance. He smiled at Luo Gang and said, "Thank you for your generosity, Brother Luo. Once I receive my salary, I shall repay you." Luo Gang waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "Oh, let's not be so formal with each other. Between us, there is no need for such politeness." He then sighed, reflecting, "Had I known you were such a valuable talent, I would have rushed to assist you in that mine." Chapter 10. The Realm of Chaos. Hearing this, Qiuyang could not help but smile, though he quickly composed his expression and replied earnestly, "Brother Luo, you jest. Your assistance and kindness are something I shall never forget. As the saying goes, one must repay both grudges and favors. Should you ever require my help in the future, I will not hesitate to face any challenge." Luo Gang then laughed heartily. "Good brother, your words suffice. Let's not dwell on such matters. Today is a moment deserving of celebration. Gulme, allow me to treat you to a fine meal." Subsequently, Luo Gang led Qiuyang to a rather unique Burmese restaurant. Despite being labeled a restaurant, it appeared less appealing than even the most modest establishments back home. Yet, Luo Gang seemed quite familiar, greeting the owner in Burmese upon entering. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was bustling with several tables occupied, among which a few old Burmese appeared to recognize Luo Gang, waving at him in acknowledgement. Before the dishes arrived, the two began to toast each other. Both having served in the military, after 3 glasses of liquor, they merely rinsed their mouths. After 6 glasses, the conversation gradually flowed. Luo Gang patted Qiuyang on the shoulder and remarked, "Brother, you have truly impressed me this time. That piece of creamy jadeite was overlooked even by Master Wu Dan. Yet you discerned its value at first glance. Remarkable. As the sole jade appraiser under M.O. Qiuyang, all jadeite raw stones from M.O. Qiuyang's mine had to be authenticated by Wu Dan. The creamy jadeite had not been specially marked, indicating that Wu Dan had indeed missed it." Qiuyang humbly smiled. It was merely luck, coupled with some prior research on jadeite raw stones. Luo Gang shook his head. "Luck is part of skill. Since gambling is involved, there is inevitably an element of luck at play. Moreover, the 3 stones you cut today, if you say they yielded good results, they did. If you say they failed, they did. I have spent several years in Pakel, and I must say, I have never witnessed such exceptional gambling techniques before." Qiuyang raised his glass, gently clinking it with Luo Gang's, saying, "Brother Luo, you flatter me. These 2 pieces of icy jadeite are nothing remarkable in this field. What those that yield glass type or royal purple, or even imperial green? What do they signify?" Luo Gang continued to shake his head. "Brotherly, you must not say that. The absence of imperial green jadeite from M.O. Qiuyang's production merely reflects the lack of such raw stone mines. In Pekin, the most lucrative mining sites are controlled by either the government forces or the Kachin army. Without their support and approval, no company dares to commence extraction." "Oh, so the government forces and the Kachin army maintain strict control over these mines?" Qiuyang inquired, his brow furrowed with curiosity. Luo Gang nodded slightly and lowered his voice. "Indeed, these mines are their cash cows. They would never allow others to encroach upon them easily. Thus, behind every mining company in Pekin, there exists a corresponding armed force. Among them, the government forces are the strongest, given that Myanmar is currently under military rule. The Kachin army, being the local power in Kachin state, can indeed hold their ground against the government forces if it comes to that. Meanwhile, the Kachin Democratic Army, led by M.O. Qiuyang, is somewhat weaker, but still stronger than most local armed factions in Myanmar." As the two conversed, the waiter began serving the dishes. Luo Gang beckoned Qiuyang to start eating. "Come, brother. Let's dine first. We can discuss these matters later." After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, both men gradually fell into a state of mild inebriation. Luo Gang offered Qiuyang a cigarette, and they began to puff away amidst the swirling smoke. "To be honest, my dear brotherly," Luo Gang said slowly, "there's another significant reason why I am exerting myself to assist you." Qiuyang responded with an intrigued expression, prompting, "What reason?" Upon hearing this, Qiuyang's demeanor turned serious. Luo Gang nodded appreciatively, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "With your assurance, I feel at ease. In the past, a few close comrades would occasionally check on her for me. Regrettably, this path was one I chose for myself, and I cannot blame others." Qiuyang offered consolation. "Brother Luo, your choices must stem from compelling reasons." Luo Gang raised his glass, taking small sips while chuckling. "Indeed, if given another chance, I would still not hesitate to take up the blade." At that moment, a few familiar faces among the old Myanmar patrons seemed to have finished their meal. They approached Luo Gang to greet him, and then, arm in arm, they staggered toward their vehicle. A group of 6 or 7 squeezed into a Toyota. Just as Luo Gang continued his conversation with Qiuyang, a deafening explosion erupted from outside, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that shook the entire restaurant. Qiuyang and Luo Gang's expressions instantly tightened, both men nearly simultaneously turning their gazes toward the restaurant's entrance. They witnessed the Toyota that had just transported the old Myanmar patrons being struck by several rockets, which instantly transformed it into a fireball. Flames and thick smoke soaring into the sky, while surrounding buildings were affected, and glass shards flew in all directions. Take cover. Liu Gong Shutet. Instinctively rushing toward a nearby shelter, Qiuyang was quick to follow suit, darting behind a pillar while vigilantly surveying the surroundings. After the explosion, chaos ensued both inside and outside the restaurant, with screams and cries echoing through the streets. Luo Gang and Qiuyang exchanged glances, a flicker of gravity passing between them. Another conflict? Qiuyang whispered. Luo Gang shook his head, his expression grave. It's uncertain. In places like this, conflicts and explosions are all too common. We must leave here as swiftly as possible. Chapter 11. Luo Gang's thoughts were untainted. As he spoke, he led Qiuyang through the chaotic crowd, swiftly making their way towards the restaurant's rear exit. The back door opened into a narrow alley, where the two maneuvered quickly, one after the other. Brother Luo, do you have any idea who did this? Qiuyang inquired as they ran. Luo Gang's countenance darkened. It's hard to say. The power dynamics in Pekin are intricate. Government forces, Kachin troops, and local militias all have a stake here. The group that was just attacked was from Sancha River, backed by the Arakan army, allied with Moken. Qiuyang Nudda, contemplating deeply. He had only recently arrived in Pekin, and already he encountered such turmoil. It was evident that the situation here was far more complex than he had anticipated. They darted through several alleys, arriving at a relatively secluded street. This thoroughfare was deserted, with only the distant echoes of explosions and sporadic gunfire serving as reminders of the ongoing peril. This way, Luo Gang pointed toward the 3-story building ahead and hurried over. The building's exterior was weathered, and its doors stood firmly shut. Luo Gang approached and gently knocked, whispering in Burmese, "It's me, open the door." Before long, the door creaked open from within, revealing a slight Burmese man who quickly pulled both Luo Gang and Qiuyang inside. Once the door closed behind them, Qiuyang noticed a black Jeep parked inside. Luo Gang tossed his car keys to the slender man and exchanged a few hurried words before beckoning Qiuyang to get in. The slender man promptly opened the roll-up door at the back. Luo Gang started the vehicle, pressing the accelerator, and the Jeep roared as it swiftly exited, distancing itself from the neighborhood. Inside the vehicle, Luo Gang's face was taut, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings to ensure no danger approached. Seated in the passenger seat, Qiuyang quietly activated his observational skills, vigilantly monitoring their environment. The vehicle soon left the confines of Pekin's town, the road becoming rugged and uneven. At that moment, a figure stumbled out from the bushes by the roadside, collapsing directly in the path of the vehicle. Luo Gang slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt just in time to avoid the man. It was a middle-aged man clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, his pallid face marked by a conspicuous gunshot wound on his left shoulder, blood oozing profusely from the injury. It's him. Luo Gang instantly recognized the man, his expression shifting to one of complexity. Do you know him? Qiuyang asked, puzzled. Luo Gang merely grunted in response, already pulling the handbrake, flinging open the door, and leaping out. He rushed over to the middle-aged man, crouching down to assess his wounds. The man's eyes were tightly shut, his breathing faint. He had clearly slipped into unconsciousness. Qiuyang, not one to remain idle, also exited the vehicle and swiftly approached. As I swiftly scanned the middle-aged man with a perspective gaze, I remarked, "It is not a fatal injury. He may be in shock due to excessive blood loss. Let us lift him into the vehicle. We have a military doctor at our base." Luo Gang lifted his gaze to Qiuyang, a flicker of determination glinting in his eyes. Thus, the two joined forces to hoist the middle-aged man onto the rear seat of the Jeep. Luo Gang restarted the engine and accelerated towards the base. Throughout the journey, Luo Gang gripped the steering wheel with unwavering focus and urgency. Meanwhile, Qiuyang sat in the back, applying pressure to staunch the man's bleeding while monitoring his vital signs, all the while remaining vigilant for any potential dangers lurking in their surroundings. Soon, the Jeep arrived at Mo Kuen's military post. Luo Gang swiftly parked the vehicle and, together with Qiuyang, carried Zhao Minghui into the medical facility. Upon seeing a blood-soaked individual being brought in, The base's military doctor wasted no time in asking questions and immediately began his work. Luo Gang and Li Qiuyang watched as the middle-aged man was wheeled into the emergency room, allowing themselves a moment of relief. Does Brother Luo recognize that man? At this juncture, Li Qiuyang could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired. Luo Gang retrieved a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Li Qiuyang before lighting one for himself and taking a deep inhalation before exhaling slowly. His surname is Zhou Mingwei. He is a jade merchant. A few years back, I did a side job for him. Later, I discovered that he hails from the same hometown as I do, so we developed a bit of a rapport. Truth be told, I didn't give it much thought earlier. I just instinctively saved him. I know this fellow is quite affluent. Perhaps, in gratitude for my life-saving intervention, he might reward me handsomely. At this point, Li Qiuyang laughed heartily, unable to contain himself. Ha! Brother Luo's line of thinking is quite straightforward. Luo Gang smirked, then waved his hand dismissively. All right, let's not dwell on him for now. I need to gather some intelligence. You can manage on your own. Mo Qiuyang should send someone to fetch you tomorrow. It was not until around 7 or 8 in the evening that Luo Gang returned. He brought along 2 personal guards. One slight of build named Sual and the other, round-faced, named Babu. These 2 would be responsible for ensuring Li Qiuyang's safety during his outings. After dismissing the guards, Luo Gang casually pulled up a chair and, while sharing a smoke with Li Qiuyang, inquired, "How's your Burmese coming along?" "Moderately well." Li Qiuyang shukulat, closing the book in his hand and setting it aside. "I should be able to manage basic communication." Luo Gang nodded, affirming, "As long as you can converse, that's sufficient. In this region, not knowing Burmese can be quite disadvantageous. By the way, I have gathered some information regarding today's incident," he continued. Li Qiuyang's expression turned serious. "Oh? What news?" Luo Gang inhaled deeply, releasing the smoke slowly. Today's affair was orchestrated by the Kachin army, with the ultimate aim of seizing control of the mine at the Sancha River crossing. The Kachin army? Li Qiuyang furrowed his brow. By doing so, won't they offend the Arakan army? Luo Gang scoffed. In this place, the one with the strongest fist holds the power. The Kachin army has their own reasons for acting this way. However, Luo Gang shifted the conversation, noting that although the strength of the Arakan army was somewhat lacking, their leader, Kunbu, was indeed a formidable figure. He would certainly not let today's incident pass without repercussions. It was likely that the people of Pekin would soon be gripped by anxiety once again. Upon hearing this, Li Qiuyang could not help but sigh. Evidently, the situation here was more intricate than he had initially imagined. "You need not worry about this at all." Luo Gang grinned, as a master of jade identification. "As long as you do not strongly align yourself with any particular faction, you will encounter little hostility in Pekin. The more exceptional your skills in jade gambling, the safer you will be in Pekin. Therefore, what you need now is to swiftly elevate your renown." Chapter 12. Showcasing skills the following morning. Mo Qiuyang indeed sent someone to escort Li Qiuyang. The individual who arrived was a young officer named Zhen Pa, the only member of Mo Qiuyang's team, aside from Luo Gang, who spoke Chinese. Early in the day, Zhen Pa, accompanied by several soldiers, arrived at the base in 2 military vehicles. Li Qiuyang quickly gathered his belongings and followed Zhen Pa out of the base. The journey was bumpy, lasting nearly an hour before they finally reached the entrance of a mining area. A few armed guards stood at the gate, and upon seeing the off-road vehicles approach, one of them stepped forward. Zhen Pa exited the vehicle and engaged in brief negotiations, after which the guard nodded and waved them through. As the vehicle entered the mining area, Li Qiuyang gazed out the window, observing the bustling activity within. Excavators and loaders roared as they unearthed chunks of raw stone from the pits and loaded them onto large mining trucks, which rumbled as they transported the raw stones to the sorting area. Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a camp composed of several makeshift modular houses. Zhen Pa accompanied Li Qiuyang as they disembarked, where they found Mo Qiuyang waiting with several neatly dressed individuals from Myanmar, clad in a crisp military uniform. Mo Qiuyang welcomed Li Qiuyang with a warm smile and approached him with purposeful strides. "Mr. Li, welcome, welcome." Mo Qiuyang then introduced him to the primary personnel of the mine. Through Zhen Pa's translation, Li Qiuyang met the mine's general manager, Ong Min, the deputy manager, Mao Ka, and the head of mining and processing, Nai Ming. Ong Min, a rugged man in his 30s of modest stature, regarded the youthful Li Qiuyang with a hint of disdain, though he refrained from expressing it outright, mindful of Mo Qiuyang's presence. Mao Ka appeared to be a shrewd middle-aged man, wearing a courteous smile that belied the calculating glint in his eyes, seemingly assessing Li Qiuyang's capabilities and worth. Nai Ming, on the other hand, bore a gentle demeanor, exuding a harmless charm. He smiled and nodded in greeting to Li Qiuyang, his eyes revealing a touch of curiosity and anticipation. As the head of the mining and processing department, he understood well the significance of an exceptional jade master to the mine, thus harboring high hopes for Li Qiuyang's arrival. After exchanging pleasantries, Mo Kuan led Li Qiuyang into the storehouse of the mining area. The storeroom is quite spacious, filled with an assortment of jadeite rough stones piled up like a small mountain. The larger specimens weigh several hundred kilograms, though they are few, while the smaller ones may weigh only a few hundred grams, collectively numbering no less than tens of thousands. Ong Min gestured toward the heap of rough stones and remarked, "Mr. Li, please observe. These are the rough stones produced by our mine over the past 6 months. They have already undergone preliminary screening, but due to the absence of a discerning jade master and Master Wu Dan's preoccupation with other matters, they have remained here, inadequately categorized and utilized." Li Qiuyang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping slowly over the stones. His perceptive abilities allowed him to see the internal conditions of the rough stones. Among the tens of thousands piled in the warehouse, only 1/10 held any value, and of that fraction, only a scant few possessed significant worth. However, he refrained from expressing his thoughts just yet. "General Montak-kun, might I have the opportunity to carefully select a few rough stones?" Li Qiuyang inquired. On the first day of his formal employment, he felt it necessary to demonstrate his skills, responding to Luo Gang's suggestion from the previous night to expedite the establishment of his reputation as a jade master. Simultaneously, he sensed that Mo Kuan was eager to witness more of his capabilities. Mo Kuan chuckled heartily. "Of course, Mr. Li, please feel free." Thus, Li Qiuyang stepped forward to the pile of rough stones and began his meticulous selection. His movements were deliberate. He would occasionally lift a stone to examine its surface texture and hue, at times illuminating its interior with a powerful flashlight to observe the refraction of light, or spraying droplets of water onto the surface. Each time his palm made contact with a rough stone, a warm essence would permeate into his hand, ultimately absorbed by the mysterious gourd at his waist. This warm essence, though intangible and formless, proved to be immensely beneficial to the gourd, which he provisionally named treasure energy. After absorbing the treasure energy from several hundred jadeite rough stones in Mo Kuan's private warehouse, Li Qiuyang noticed that the gourd's appearance had become significantly more vibrant. Its previously gray-black exterior gradually took on a hint of brownish yellow, and delicate, faint patterns began to emerge at the base. Mo Kuan and his accompanying personnel stood quietly to the side, observing Li Qiuyang's every move with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. As time passed, Li Qiuyang finally came to a halt, selecting 5 distinctive rough stones from the hundreds he had examined. Each of these 5 stones bore unique characteristics. Some had smooth, fine surfaces, others displayed a warm luster with a subtle green hue, while a few were entwined with a band of mottled texture. "Mr. Li, do these 5 rough stones possess any special qualities?" Ong Min could not help but inquire. Li Qiuyang nodded gently and replied, "These stones predominantly feature yellow sand skin or yellow-red sand skin, which are characteristic of the jadeite rough stones from the southern Qi mining region. I hold high expectations for these 5 specimens. They should yield top-tier green or yellow-green jade." Upon hearing this, Mo Kuan's eyes flickered with surprise, followed by hearty laughter. "Mr. Li undoubtedly possesses the demeanor of a master, with astonishing discernment. Since you hold such confidence in these 5 pieces, why not proceed to cut them open and examine their contents?" Ong Min and the others exchanged glances, clearly harboring a mixture of anticipation and skepticism regarding Li Qiuyang's judgment. After all, in the realm of jadeite raw stones, even the most seasoned veterans refrain from making definitive assertions about the potential value of a particular stone. Li Qiuyang's unwavering confidence markedly distinguishes him from the majority of esteemed jade masters. Before long, Nai Ming, responsible for extraction and processing, summoned several workers to transport the 5 selected pieces, using a small cart to convey them to the processing area in a corner of the warehouse. Within this designated zone, several cutting machines stood ready for action. Nai Ming directed the workers to place each raw stone onto the machines, and as the machines roared to life, the sharp blades gradually penetrated the stones, filling the warehouse with a cacophony of harsh and clattering noise. The wait for the cutting process was both tedious and agonizing, prompting Ong Min to have chairs brought for Mo Kuan and Li Qiuyang. Mo Kuan warmly invited Li Qiuyang to a seat, his face adorned with a cheerful smile as he inquired, "Mr. Li, I heard you suffered a grievous injury in Ma Gu. Are you feeling better now?" That's good to hear, he continued, nodding with satisfaction, before expressing his resentment. The Lai family truly had it coming. Not only did they seize my jadeite raw stones, but they also subjected you to such indignities. Had I known, I would not have allowed Lai Hongchong to die so swiftly. Qiuyang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at these words. He had recently learned from Luo Gang that the wealth pillaged from the Lai family was valued at no less than 200 billion shots, over 70 million RMB, ultimately lining Mo Qiuyang's pockets. Mo Qiuyang's remarks were evidently a veiled reference to Li Qiuyang's situation. Indeed, the Lai family had it coming. Speaking of which, Li Qiuyang replied with a light chuckle. I have yet to express my gratitude to the general for affording me the opportunity to exact revenge on the Lai family. I will undoubtedly work diligently to create value for the mine. Mo Qiuyang erupted into hearty laughter, visibly pleased as he remarked, Mr. Li, you are too modest. It is our honor to have you with us. As long as you are committed, the rewards will be plentiful. As they spoke, the noise from one of the cutting machines began to diminish, and the first jadeite raw stone was gradually sliced open. Dust and stone fragments scattered, and everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the cutting blade. Once the blade had fully penetrated the stone and the machine came to a halt, Nai Ming immediately instructed the workers to retrieve the two halves of the cut stone and present them to Mo Qiuyang, gently parting them to reveal the inner flesh. A collective gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd as they beheld the striking verdancy within the stone. A broad band of deep green traversed its interior, exhibiting remarkable water quality and transparency, exuding an unmistakable icy luster, unmistakably indicative of high-quality jadeite. It truly is banded green. Ong Min could not contain his exclamation. As the general manager of the mine, he possessed profound knowledge of jadeite varieties, water quality, and coloration, and the performance of this raw stone was indeed breathtaking. Banded green is a unique form of jadeite characterized by its ribbon-like appearance, often exhibiting distinct beginnings and ends, serving as a significant marker of the green variations found within jadeite raw stones. As Mao Ka drew closer to observe, he produced a powerful flashlight to scrutinize the rich green banding on the cut surface of the raw stone. His face radiated excitement as he exclaimed, "This material is undoubtedly worthy of an A-grade classification. If presented at the public auction in Naypyidaw, it would surely attract countless admirers." Chapter 13, All Cut and Rising. To clarify the value and enhance taxation clarity, all jadeite raw stones entering the Naypyidaw public auction must be cut, either as semi-transparent or fully transparent materials. This high-quality icy jadeite with green banding is precisely what the Naypyidaw auction urgently requires. Upon hearing this, Mo Qiuyang's smile broadened. He turned to Li Qiuyang, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Mr. Li, your discernment is indeed remarkable. The first piece you cut has yielded such exceptional material. I eagerly anticipate what surprises the subsequent pieces will bring." Li Qiuyang humbly smiled, yet inwardly felt a swell of pride. With the ability to see through the raw stones, selecting high-quality jadeite among thousands was an effortless task. "You flatter me, General. However, I believe that the remaining raw stones will not disappoint you either," he confidently replied. Soon, the remaining raw stones were cut open, and each one without exception revealed high-quality jadeite. The second piece showcased vibrant yellow and green hues with a full waterhead. The third, while not as stunning as the second, displayed an even color, a rare find. The fourth and fifth pieces also excelled, both being top-grade icy jadeite with green floral patterns. Moreover, these 5 jadeites exhibited minimal internal cracks, with each possessing excellent bracelet positions, some even capable of yielding more than one bracelet. Mo Qiuyang and his entourage gazed in astonishment and delight at the high-quality jadeite pieces. They gathered around the cut stones, observing closely, whispering, and discussing, calculating the value of each piece. The performance of these raw stones post-cutting far exceeded their expectations. Mr. Li's prowess in stone gambling is truly extraordinary, Mo Qiuyang exclaimed, shaking Li Qiuyang's hand with fervor and elation. "From now on, every raw stone from this mine must undergo your appraisal before being released. How each stone is priced will be determined in consultation with Ong Min and the others. But your opinion will take precedence." Ong Min, Mao Qiuyang, and Nai Ming, the management of the mine, regarded Li Qiuyang with newfound respect. Initially, they had held a degree of skepticism toward him, considering his youth and inexperience. However, witnessing the exceptional quality of the jadeite pieces before them, Li Qiuyang's capabilities were now indisputable. With progress unfolding smoothly, Mo Qiuyang prepared to take his leave. Before departing, he handed Qiuyang a bundle of colorful banknotes, saying, "Please accept this 5 million chat for now. Once the mine's profitability reaches a breakthrough, I shall offer further rewards." 5 million chat is approximately equivalent to 17,000 Chinese yuan. Qiuyang did not express any disdain, for he was currently devoid of funds, and the 5 million chats served as a timely relief. Mo Kuan chuckled heartily, clapping Qiuyang on the shoulder before departing in his vehicle. Once Mo Kuan's convoy had vanished from sight, Qiuyang entrusted the bundle of banknotes to his loyal bodyguard, Suan, for safekeeping, and then immersed himself in his work. As a jadeite consultant at the mine, Qiuyang had 3 primary responsibilities: to assess the quality of jadeite rough stones, to classify them accordingly, and to determine their pricing. Among these tasks, the evaluation of jadeite rough stones was the simplest for him. Classification involved categorizing the jadeite based on the appearance of its skin and the assessment results, labeling them as A, B, C, or D grades. The A and B grades ultimately found their way to the internal bidding market in Naypyidaw, or were subsequently transferred to public markets in Ruili or Yingjiang. Conversely, the C and D grade jadeite rough stones were predominantly exported to China. Notably, D grade stones were often sold at varying prices ranging from tens to thousands of yuan per kilogram, commonly referred to as kilogram materials. Although not all D grade stones qualified as kilogram materials, many lower quality D grade stones were indeed included within that category. It is important to note that the classification of these 4 grades of jadeite rough stones was not immutable once designated. According to Myanmar law, any stone marked as A or B grade must be cut at least once or entirely sliced open. However, cutting inherently carries risks. Each incision introduces significant variables to the stone's market value, and for those who gamble on stones, the risk of a poor outcome is commonplace. Many A or B grade stones, upon being cut, may fall short of expectations, ultimately relegated to C or D grades. Conversely, some C or D grade stones may, due to peculiar circumstances, reveal unexpectedly superior qualities post-cutting, thereby doubling in value and being reclassified as A or B grades. Masterly, do you think it is still necessary to continue cutting this stone? Nai Ming inquired, pointing at a semi-transparent jadeite piece with a greenish hue. Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the stone. He requested a marker from Zhenpa and lightly drew several lines on the jadeite piece before turning to Zhenpa. Tell him to cut along these lines until it is fully opened. Given the language barrier, he felt no need to elaborate to Nai Ming on the reasons for such cuts. A favorable outcome was all that mattered. In addition to the greenish jadeite rough stone, Qiuyang had made arrangements for the 4 pieces that had just been cut, ensuring maximum profit and efficiency. Nai Ming observed the lines Qiuyang had drawn on the stones with a hint of astonishment, but he soon nodded and instructed the workers to proceed with the cutting as directed by Qiuyang. As the cutting machine roared back to life, the cacophonous sound of stone being sliced echoed once more, while Qiuyang redirected his attention to the pile of jadeite rough stones resembling small hills. Holding a marker in one hand, he delicately caressed the surface of the jadeite with the other. A warm flow of precious energy, uncontrollably drawn into his being, was ultimately absorbed by a mysterious gourd. Occasionally, Qiuyang would take out a powerful flashlight and pretend to examine the raw jadeite, adopting a contemplative demeanor as if assessing the texture or changes within the stone. His gaze would shift from grave to one of fleeting delight, each judgment appearing to engage in a silent dialogue with the secrets hidden within the raw material. At first glance, he resembled a formidable jade master, but in truth, he was merely a cheat endowed with the gift of clairvoyance. Meanwhile, the jadeite raw stone with its green band had finally undergone its final cut. Remarkably, the green band had not been severed. Instead, it extended even further in the exposed section, vibrant and lustrous, exuding an abundance of color and moisture. It was breathtaking. Nai Ming could not contain her excitement as she cradled the exquisite green jadeite. Malk anointed Entrisistitoli, taking the flashlight from Nai Ming's hands and meticulously illuminating the cut section, revealing an even more brilliant emerald hue under the light, captivating and refreshing. His body trembled slightly with excitement, causing the jadeite in his grasp to quiver. He turned to Ong Min, his expression fervent, exclaiming, this stone is worth at least 5 billion. Chapter 14, Flexible Work. Ong Min's face radiated with a brilliant smile as he occasionally glanced at the jade in Mao Ka's hands. Then at Qiuyang, who was crouched down examining the jadeite. His eyes sparkled with fervor, akin to discovering a rare treasure. Let us mark it separately. We'll package it up and deliver it to the general when we finish. Ong Min whispered to Mao Ka before happily approaching Li Qiuyang. At that moment, Li Qiuyang's mood was equally delightful. Warm and wondrous jade energy flowed silently from the stones he had touched, coursing through his palms and arms, ultimately gathering in the mysterious gourd at the small of his back. The gourd, seemingly parched, greedily absorbed this gift from nature. With each intake of jade energy, a refreshing and invigorating aura radiated from it, enveloping him and filling him with vitality. His movements quickened instinctively. 4 top-quality stones. He would mark them with an A. For the next tier, A, B, and, subsequently, COR'd for those of lesser value. Naturally, stones deemed of little worth would also receive 80. Although he saw little value in them, they could still be categorized as gambling stones, often referred to as head-in-the-sand stones for export. These stones' prices were not exceedingly high. Yet some with promising skins could fetch thousands or even tens of thousands, especially when in sufficient quantity. 4 A-grade stones. He would occasionally sketch cutting lines to facilitate later segmentation or windowing. Master Li's remarkable vision and efficiency were truly admirable. Unbeknownst to him, Ong Min had already positioned himself beside Li Qiuyang, expressing admiration as he observed that Li Qiuyang had assessed and marked 300 to 400 raw jadeite pieces without him even realizing it. Among them, at least 100 pieces require cutting. Li Qiuyang looked up, smiling nonchalantly after listening to Junpa's translation. You flatter me, General Ong Min. I am merely doing my utmost. Ong Min shook his head earnestly, asserting, No, Master Li, we all recognize your exceptional skills. Individuals like you, who can accurately assess the quality of raw stones while working efficiently, are indeed rare. He continued, I have also met Master Wu Dan. Compared to you, he is like a wild chicken next to a phoenix. Li Qiuyang continued his work. Speaking leisurely, one cannot say that. Otherwise, I might think you are trying to incite discord. No. That is not my intention, Ong Min exclaimed, waving his hands in urgent denial, explaining through Junpa, of course, this is only temporary. I will arrange for more cutting tools and workers as soon as possible, and we also need to adjust the power supply. It is well known that the higher the quality of jadeite, the longer the cutting process will take. Some pieces may require dozens of hours to cut. Here, only 5 oil saws are available, which cannot keep pace with Li Qiuyang's progress. Li Qiuyang raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. So, does this mean I can leave work early? Of course, Ong Min replied earnestly, as a master of your caliber. Your working hours are flexible and free. As long as it does not affect production, you may come and go as you please. Wow, such a relaxed job. Truly a worker's paradise. No wonder Luo Gang mentioned that the work of a jade master is relatively free. I never expected it to be this liberating. Li Qiuyang mused, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He gently brushed the dust off his clothes, stood up, and said to Ong Min, No problem. Ong Min helped Li Qiuyang dust himself off, carefully adding, I have one last small issue I hope to discuss with Master Li. As Li Qiuyang handed Junpa the marker and flashlight, he inquired, Go ahead. Ong Min glanced around before continuing. The top-grade jadeite raw stones you endorse in the future do not necessarily need to be marked as A or B grade. Typically, the number of A-grade jade marked each month should not exceed 10 pieces, and B-grade should not exceed 30. Oh, why is that? Li Qiuyang asked, puzzled. Ong Min lowered his voice, explaining, The general has other channels, and the government army sends personnel to inspect and register almost daily. The general does not wish to engage in open conflict with them. Li Qiuyang instinctively guessed that these other channels refer to smuggling. Mo Qiuyang could profit more by selling directly to Relic than by auctioning in Nibi, as he would pay nearly half the taxes. Moreover, recalling the incident when the Lai family, under General Qiuyang's orders, participated in the heist of Mo Qiuyang's truckload of jadeite, he speculated that it might have been smuggled goods. And Qiuyang was indeed affiliated with the government army. I understand now. Li Qiuyang chuckled softly. Then I shall use the letters following D for marking. Ong Min promptly nodded, respectfully and enthusiastically seeing Li Qiuyang off. After getting out of the car, Li Qiuyang took a few notes from the bundle of cash recently returned to him by Sawun and distributed 30,000 to each of the 3 individuals. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed brothers. Please take this modest sum to buy some water. Witnessing Li Qiuyang's extraordinary prowess today left me feeling rather astonished, and I repeatedly declined his generosity, stating that it was our honor to serve Master Li, and how could we dare to accept your money? Yet, Li Qiuyang insisted on presenting it to me, remarking that it was merely a small token. Having just arrived in Pakong, I still require your assistance in many matters. Once I earn a fortune, I shall not forget your kindness, my brothers. As a lieutenant officer, my monthly salary barely exceeds 300,000 shots. Though 30,000 shots may seem insignificant, it is indeed a considerable amount, surpassing 3 days' wages. Observing Li Qiuyang's generosity and amiable demeanor, I reluctantly accepted the gift. Meanwhile, Suwin and Babu, witnessing this exchange, hastily expressed their gratitude and accepted the offering, holding the new master of Xiangyu in even higher esteem. Upon returning to my quarters, I opened the door to find Luo Gang conversing with a middle-aged man of Chinese descent. The man's complexion was pale, and his shoulder was bandaged. It was Zhou Minghui, whom Li Qiuyang and Luo Gang had rescued the previous day. Luo Gang stood up abruptly, his robust face radiating pride and satisfaction as he gestured toward Li Qiuyang, saying, "This is a comrade from my unit, the newly appointed master of Xiangyu and Pakong, Master Li Qiuyang." Zhou Minghui, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of surprise, then struggled to rise, clasping his hands in greeting. "Ah, Master Li, I owe you my life for your timely assistance yesterday. Had it not been for you and Brother Luo, I might have perished in Pakong." Li Qiuyang quickly stepped forward to support Zhou Minghui, replying, "Mr. Zhou, you are too kind. It was primarily Brother Luo's efforts. I merely provided some assistance." "You are being overly modest, Master Li," Zhou Minghui countered. "Brother Luo informed me that I lost a significant amount of blood and fainted. You took care of me and helped staunch my bleeding. Otherwise, I might not have made it to the medical facility and would have met my demise far from home. To die in a foreign land would have haunted me, even in death." Luo Gang interjected, "Brother Zhou, there's no need to be overly courteous. We are all children of Huaxia. It is natural to help one another while abroad." Li Qiuyang nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Brother Zhou, you should focus on your recovery here. Let us discuss matters once you have healed. Please, do not think I am merely being polite. This is truly a matter of life and death." Zhou Minghui insisted, waving his hand. "I will forever be grateful for your kindness. Should you ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Li Qiuyang smiled lightly, saying, "Brother Zhou, you exaggerate. Your health is paramount. Please take a seat and let us converse." Zhou Minghui then settled back into his chair with Luo Gang's help, while Li Qiuyang found a seat for himself. Turning to Zhou Minghui and inquiring, "What exactly transpired to cause you such grievous injuries?" Zhou Minghui sighed, responding, "I simply had a stroke of bad luck. I was negotiating a deal with individuals at the Sancha River Junction when I was suddenly ambushed. Fortunately, my bodyguards fought valiantly to protect me, allowing me to escape. It is unfortunate that they are still quite young." Sancha River Crossing? Upon hearing this name, Li Qiuyang exchanged a glance with Luo Gang. They had encountered the incident involving the people from Sancha River Crossing being attacked while dining in the town yesterday. From the overall perspective, it seemed that the attack on the personnel from Sancha River Mine was premeditated. It was later confirmed to be the work of the Kachin army, aimed at seizing control of the mine. "Brother Zhou, this must be a case of collateral damage," Li Qiuyang remarked, shaking his head. Luo Gang then relayed the information he knew to Zhou Minghui. "Alas, this chaotic place, Pakong, is truly disordered." Zhou Minghui sighed deeply, his expression fraught with residual dread. Li Qiuyang also displayed a look of sentiment, agreeing, "Not just Pakong, the entirety of Myanmar is in such turmoil, a small area rife with hundreds of armed factions. Today you strike me, tomorrow I strike you. Entangled in various grievances and conflicts of interest, it's even more dramatic than the plots in novels. Just picking one out could yield enough material for countless tales. To make a little money, who would have thought I'd almost pay with my life?" Upon hearing this, the flesh on Luo Gang's face twitched slightly as he countered, "Brother Zhou, that sounds a bit exaggerated. You call casually spending tens of millions or even billions of RMB a small profit. Insignificant, insignificant." Zhou Minghui waved his hand dismissively. "Tens of millions or billions are nothing in this business. I am merely a small player in the jade industry. A moment's carelessness could lead to total ruin, a loss of everything." Li Qiuyang could not help but regard Zhou Minghui with newfound respect. To possess the ability to invest tens of millions or even billions in jade rough stones places one at a level of prominence in the jade circle. Yet, Zhou Minghui's humility and reverence for the gamble of stone made Li Qiuyang admire him even more. At that moment, Zhou Minghui turned to Li Qiuyang, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Li Qiuyang chuckled lightly, glanced at Luo Gang, and modestly said, "Brother Zhou, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm merely making a living under Mo Qiuyang, serving as a jade consultant at the mine, hardly a master." Zhou Minghui responded earnestly, "I have dealt with Mo Qiuyang on several occasions. Gaining his recognition is no simple feat. It is not only extraordinary, but exceptional. Li Qiuyang silently added in his mind and responded, "It's all right. Brother Zhou mentioned before that the risks in the jade industry are indeed substantial. A slight misstep can lead to either poverty or wealth, or the dire consequence of total ruin." Zhou Minghui's thoughts raced as he looked at Li Qiuyang and said, "However, since you possess such abilities, why not collaborate?" Li Qiuyang feigned surprise upon hearing this, and then smiled. "Oh, Brother Zhou, what do you mean?" Zhou Minghui's eyes sparkled with intensity as he replied earnestly, "I would like to request your assistance in sourcing some exquisite jade materials for me. Certainly, I shall not allow Brother Li to toil in vain. Regardless of the final value of the jadeite on earth, I shall bestow upon Brother Li a generous reward." Li Qiuyang felt a stir of emotion within. As a newcomer, while he had garnered the appreciation of Mo Kun, establishing a foothold in the chaotic land of Pakong necessitated further resources and connections. Collaborating with jade merchants like Zhou Minghui undoubtedly presented a commendable opportunity. However, not in such a manner. Given his capabilities, he ought to secure more. At this juncture, Luo Gang interjected appropriately. "Brother Zhou, you may be unaware, but Brother Li is no ordinary master of jade appraisal. I have witnessed his prowess in stone gambling firsthand." Zhou Minghui turned his gaze towards Luo Gang, curiosity illuminating his eyes. "Oh, Brother Luo, do elaborate." Thus, Luo Gang recounted the events that transpired at Mo Kuen's warehouse the previous morning, vividly illustrating the tale. He continued, "That piece of milky white skin material appeared unremarkable, with almost no illumination effect. Yet Brother Li, with a decisive word, ultimately revealed a flawless piece of icy, unblemished, Qiuyang green jadeite." Mo Kuen was utterly astonished and immediately requested Brother Li to serve as his jade appraisal consultant. Li Qiuyang shuklad legally, finding modesty. "Oh, no. Brother Luo is exaggerating." However, Zhou Minghui's gaze towards Li Qiuyang had transformed into one of intense fervor. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Brother Li, I must admit my previous proposal was somewhat presumptuous. Let us renegotiate the terms of our collaboration." Li Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, displaying a keen interest. "Oh? How does Brother Zhou wish to amend it?" Zhou Minghui gathered his thoughts and articulated, "I shall provide a sum of funds, and you will assist me in selecting the raw jadeite. The jadeite we uncover will be divided according to a specified ratio. What do you think?" The proposal resonated with Li Qiuyang's expectations. After pondering briefly, he replied, "Collaboration is indeed feasible, especially since my work with Mo Kuen allows for a degree of freedom. Brother Zhou's suggestion aligns perfectly with my thoughts, but I have 2 points of contention." Zhou Minghui, adopting a serious demeanor, encouraged, "Brother Li, please share your thoughts." Li Qiuyang smiled slightly and remarked, "Brother Zhou, regarding the division of jadeite post-revelation, I believe it should be adjusted to account for costs first, with profits divided thereafter." He then turned to Luo Gang. "Moreover, I feel that Brother Luo should have share in this as well." A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Gang's eyes. Yet he promptly declined, "I cannot partake in this. It would be inappropriate to count me in." However, Li Qiuyang placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his expression earnest. "Brother Luo, do not hastily reject this. Hear me out. As a newcomer, I am quite uncertain of the potential pitfalls I may encounter." Zhou Minghui raised an eyebrow in agreement. "Brother Li is correct. In future endeavors concerning security and transportation, there will undoubtedly be instances where Brother Luo's assistance will be invaluable, and he rightfully deserves a share." Seeing the consensus, Luo Gang relented, chuckling, "Then I shall shamelessly accept a small favor from both esteemed brothers." Zhou Minghui's face broke into a smile as his gaze swept over Li Qiuyang and Luo Gang. "Let's settle on this," he declared. "I will initially provide Brother Li with 10 million RMB. What do you both think? Only 10 million? Li Qiuyang's expression revealed a hint of disappointment, clearly indicating that Zhou Minghui's trust in him was still lacking. Nevertheless, he nodded and replied, "Brother Zhou's proposal is quite fair. I have no objections." Luo Gang also grinned and added, "I have no objections either. I will be content just to share a meal with you both." Zhou Minghui chuckled heartily, saying, "Excellent. Our collaboration is thus confirmed. Brother Li, please provide me with your account number, and I shall transfer the funds immediately." A hint of awkwardness appeared on Li Qiuyang's face as he said, "I apologize, Brother Zhou, but due to certain circumstances, I currently do not possess a bank account." Zhou Minghui was momentarily taken aback, and then turned to Luo Gang. Luo Gang chuckled sheepishly, saying, "Don't look at me. I also lack a domestic bank account, as mine has long been frozen." Upon hearing this, Zhou Minghui's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a troubled expression. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, this poses quite a dilemma. Without a bank account, how shall I transfer the funds to you? Li Qiuyang and Luo Gang found themselves at a loss for solutions. During their time in the fraud park, they had been stripped of all their possessions, leaving Li Qiuyang without even an ID card, let alone a bank account. Meanwhile, Luo Gang was in a state of pursuit domestically, rendering him unable to use any local bank accounts. Ultimately, Zhou Minghui could only helplessly suggest, "We will have to wait a couple more days. Once my injuries stabilize, Brother Luo can accompany me to Mandalay, where I can exchange some cash." Mandalay, being Myanmar's second-largest city, naturally offered reliable international banking services. In the following 2 days, Li Qiuyang largely remained secluded at the military camp. Aside from the daily visits to the mine with Zhenpa and others to assess a batch of jade roughs, he devoted the rest of his time to diligently studying the Burmese language, while also seeking to understand the jade market through his phone. During this period, he occasionally tried to call his parents, but remained unable to reach them. He also could not recall the phone numbers of other friends and relatives back home. Thus, while he felt anxious, he had no choice but to temporarily set aside his concerns. 2 days later, with Zhou Minghui's condition slightly improved, he, accompanied by Luo Gang, set off in an off-road vehicle to Mandalay. "I leave the matter of collecting materials in your capable hands, along with Brother Luo," Li Qiuyang remarked, slightly surprised by Zhou's decision not to join them. Zhou Minghui's expression grew somber as he replied, "There are still many matters I need to attend to concerning the bodyguards who sacrificed their lives because of me." Although Zhou Minghui had been accidentally shot at the Sancha River site, the deaths of his bodyguards were a harsh reality, and the Kachin army would not take responsibility. Thus, he had to swallow his grievances and assume the burden of accountability. Li Qiuyang nodded slightly, expressing admiration. "Brother Zhou, your integrity and righteousness are commendable." Zhou Minghui responded with magnanimity, "There is no need for such formality between us. Speak plainly. I shall do what I can." Li Qiuyang chuckled lightly and remarked, "It's truly not a significant matter. I believe Brother Zhou is somewhat aware of my situation." Chapter 17, A Grand Undertaking. However, all his identification documents were confiscated upon entering the cyber fraud zone. Zhou Minghui's expression turned solemn as he nodded earnestly, stating, "I understand, brotherly. Rest assured, I will certainly assist you with this matter." Grateful, Li Qiuyang glanced at Zhou Minghui and replied, "Thank you, Brother Zhou. This issue is of utmost importance to me." Zhou Minghui laughed heartily. "Is there any need for such formalities between us? You saved my life, and you are now my key partner in upcoming collaborations. Assisting you with this trivial task is the least I can do." Li Qiuyang smiled and said, "Very well, then I wish Brother Zhou safe travels." Zhou Minghui patted him on the shoulder. "Take care, my brother." With that, Zhou Minghui departed with Luo Gang, heading towards Mandalay. Li Qiuyang then boarded the military vehicle sent by Zhenpa, making his way to the mining site at Nanfeng Square. In recent days, Li Qiuyang had appraised over 3,000 pieces of jade rough at the mine. Although this was still less than 1/10 of the inventory, such speed and efficiency had already surpassed the expectations of Ong Min and others. Most importantly, Li Qiuyang's accuracy in appraisal was remarkably high. Occasionally, there were a few intentionally flawed pieces, as he believed achieving a 100% success rate was not ideal. Thus, he occasionally mixed in a few inferior stones to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Even so, Ong Min and the others regarded him with awe, wishing to elevate him to a pedestal. There was no denying that Li Qiuyang had generated substantial profits for them. As the general manager, he held a modest 2% stake in the mine, while Mauka and Naiming possessed merely 0.5% each. Upon arriving at the mine, as soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, Ong Min greeted him with a broad smile. "Master Li, you're here so early. Have you had breakfast? I can have someone prepare it for you." Li Qiuyang shook his head with a smile. "Thank you for your kindness, Master Ong, but I have already eaten. Let us commence our work. Time is precious." Ong Min nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, please, Master Li." From the following day onward, Li Qiuyang no longer had to crouch on the ground to examine the rough stones. Ong Min had arranged a relatively quiet workspace for him, equipped with a sturdy workbench and 3 workers dedicated to transporting the jade rough to the workbench for Li Qiuyang to appraise and mark before transferring them to a new storage facility. If any pieces required cutting, there were also designated personnel to handle that, providing timely feedback. As Li Qiuyang settled at the workbench, Mauka approached with a cup of tea, gently placing it on the table. "This is a wild ancient tree tea from my collection. Master Li, please enjoy." Following closely behind, Naiming offered several cigarettes, saying, with Master Li's discerning eye, it would indeed be a misjudgment to indulge in soft and pea cigarettes, especially considering that these three significant heavyweights, Masterly included, would partake first. The softbox and piece are local brands from Myanmar, known for their affordability. Observing the warm enthusiasm displayed by Mao Ka and Nai Ming, Qiuyang could not help but marvel inwardly. It is no wonder that Luo Gang claimed that Master Xiangyu hold a distinguished position in Pakhan. In just a few short days, Ong Min, Mao Ka, and Nai Ming had already embraced him as an esteemed guest, showering him with flattery and goodwill. He smiled gently and replied, "You are too kind. I am merely fulfilling my duties." "Nonsense. It is only right." Mao Ka promptly interjected. Masterly must understand that in Pakhan, Master Xiangyu is exceedingly rare, particularly one with the caliber of your discerning eye. Such individuals are 1 in a million. Not to mention, Master Wu Dan, who serves under General Mo Kuan, is practically an invisible king at the Mohan mine. He demands not only money but also women. The manager of the Mohan mine must cater to his every whim. Qiuyang expressed his astonishment, but hasn't the general provided him with a salary? I heard there were also a pair of Cambodian sisters. Nai Ming scoffed. The general gives what he can. There are countless individuals under his command that require sustenance, so how much can he afford? If he desires a comfortable life, he must turn to us mine owners for support, for we profit from jade, while he profits from us. Mao Ka continued, Masterly may not know, but mine owners often willingly offer gifts to curry favor with Master Wu Dan. Moreover, if Master Wu takes a liking to any piece of stone in the mine, he can simply take it without payment. Of course, he is adept at maintaining a balance, for General Mo Kuan is a man who does not hesitate to kill. Upon hearing this, Qiuyang was taken aback. Master Wu Dan's lifestyle was undoubtedly more lavish than his own. Yet, considering his years of struggle in Pakhan, it was reasonable that his prestige and status far surpassed Li's. Thus, he smiled serenely and said, I appreciate your kind intentions. Please, don't let me interrupt your affairs. I must begin my work. Mao Ka and Nai Ming nodded repeatedly, their faces beaming as they exited the workspace. Qiuyang chocolat souffle, unwrapping one of the cigarettes and setting aside the rest for Jean Pa's safekeeping. Since Jean Pa did not smoke, Qiuyang had no intention of sharing. As the smoke swirled around him, he felt a nostalgic connection to his homeland. As the morning passed, Qiuyang assessed over 500 pieces of raw jadeite, marking each one meticulously. This was still a result of him taking it easy. Were he to focus earnestly, he could complete the assessment and marking of 500 pieces in less than 20 minutes. At noon, Ong Min prepared a sumptuous lunch for Qiuyang, which included a variety of exotic meats. Sated, he finished his meal and wiped his mouth before concluding his workday. Returning to the military camp by early afternoon, he decided to take a brief rest. Though not an extensive slumber, it was sufficient to recharge for the tasks ahead. Chapter 18. A good steel must be used on the blade. 30 billion shot is approximately a little over 10 million Chinese yuan. The sum falls somewhat short of Qiuyang's initial expectations. However, he has never managed such a substantial amount of cash before. His spirits soared as he sprang from his bed, grasping Luo Gang's hand and urging him to lead the way. Let us go and take a look. Yet, Luo Gang halted him with a chuckle, pointing to a woven bag in the corner of the room. I've already brought it in. With that, he approached the corner and opened the bag, revealing a vibrant array of banknotes within. 3 billion. And this is all there is? Qiuyang exclaimed, astonished. Though the bag was bulging, it hardly filled even half of it. Most of the notes were in denominations of 10,000. Luo Gang chuckled again, explaining hence, it appears less than it truly is. Zhou Minghui considered that the materials here are traded in Myanmar currency, so he directly exchanged it for chat. In most regions of Myanmar, jade transactions are conducted with chat, and they must be cash transactions. Although the US dollar and euro are widely circulated internationally, they are not applicable in Pakhan. It's akin to someone using dollars to make purchases domestically. At least half the people would question their authenticity. Even developed nations like those in Europe and America struggle to implement large-scale mobile payments, let alone a country like Myanmar, where even electricity supply is a challenge. Qiuyang suppressed his excitement, nodding as he inquired, shall we go and collect the materials now? Luo Gang glanced at the time and replied, it's fine to go now. The Pakhan market generally operates until 10 o'clock. However, we need to register first, but that's no issue. I can handle it. Wait, take this, Qiuyang said, tossing a large, heavy cigarette to Luo Gang. This is from Nai Ming, who mentioned he would give me a few more in a few days. Luo Gang's eyes lit up with joy as he accepted it, grinning. I told you, Master Xiangyu is well treated. The two then drove straight to the jade trading market in Pakhan. The market was bustling with activity, alive with voices. There were many sellers and a considerable number of buyers. The buyers usually occupied fixed stalls, sitting behind them with focused expressions as they scrutinized each piece of raw stone presented to them, occasionally picking up a flashlight to examine the stones closely. Meanwhile, sellers, some shouldering or carrying raw stones, wove through the crowd, their faces alight with anticipation. They frequently paused to showcase their stones to buyers, passionately narrating the origins of the materials and the potential jade qualities hidden within. Amidst the clamor of bargaining, once an agreement on price was reached, transactions were swiftly completed. If not, they would move on to the next potential buyer. Luo Gang adeptly guided Qiuyang to a registration desk, efficiently completing the necessary procedures to enter the market and renting a temporary stall. As soon as they settled at their stall, Qiuyang began to carefully survey the surrounding environment. The market was a vibrant tapestry of stalls, each one surrounded by eager onlookers, alive with excitement. In stark contrast to the bustling activity around them, the stalls of Qiuyang and Luo Gang stood eerily deserted, with scarcely a soul showing interest. To Qiuyang's left was a rotund Chinese buyer, currently surrounded by a throng of individuals eagerly presenting their materials. Although sellers bearing rough stones passed by Qiuyang's stall, they merely cast fleeting glances before continuing on their way. Qiuyang smirked slightly, conjecturing, "It must be because we are unfamiliar faces. Most of the sellers circulating in this market are seasoned veterans, likely preferring to engage with acquaintances. We are newcomers. Naturally, they are hesitant to place their trust in us," Luo Gang replied, his brow furrowed with concern. "What should we do then? We cannot simply wait indefinitely." With a faint smile, Qiuyang reassured him, "There's no rush. It is still early. Brother Luo, could you please fetch me a bottle of water? I will hold down the fort here for a while." After Luo Gang departed, Qiuyang twisted open a bottle cap, took a sip to moisten his throat, and cast a keen eye over the surrounding crowd. At that moment, a diminutive old Myanmar man hesitated before their stall, clutching a rough stone tightly wrapped in cloth. He glanced at Qiuyang, then at the bustling stall nearby, his expression a mix of indecision. The adjacent stall was overflowing with people, making it difficult to approach, while Qiuyang's stall, though empty, was somewhat intimidating due to Luo Gang's imposing figure. Noticing the man's hesitation, Qiuyang took the initiative to speak. Albeit in somewhat clumsy Burmese, "Friend, come take a look at the goods." The old man bit his lip, ultimately placing the stone on Qiuyang's table and cautiously unwrapping the cloth. What lay before him was a piece of blackskin material, weighing approximately 7 to 8 kilograms and roughly the size of pomelo. A single glance was sufficient for Qiuyang to form an initial assessment. The surface revealed no remarkable features. The mottled patterns and veins were not particularly distinct, and there were even some cracks present. In the realm of jade, rough stone markets, such black stones often fail to garner much attention due to their notorious risk. They may reveal nothing upon being cut, or perhaps the quality is so poor that it proves unworkable. However, Qiuyang refrained from hastily concluding and instead picked up a flashlight to scrutinize the stone closely. Unbeknownst to the old man, a rich aura of gem energy silently flowed into Qiuyang's mysterious gourd. The elderly man observed Qiuyang's movements with palpable tension, his hands instinctively clutching the hem of his garment, clearly harboring great hopes for this stone, yet uncertain of its value. After a period of contemplation, Qiuyang gently tapped the rough stone and listened to the sound it produced before slowly inquiring, "What is your asking price?" A glimmer of hope sparked in the old man's eyes as he quickly replied, 50 million. Qiuyang raised an eyebrow slightly and responded, 50 million is not feasible. Let us negotiate a proper price. Through his discerning vision, he could see that beneath the black skin, 2 to 3 centimeters down, lay a glutinous ice-type jade with beautiful flecks. The icy texture, adorned with vast swathes of apple-green flecks, and the jade-like core weighing approximately 1 to 2 kilograms, presents a truly remarkable specimen worthy of acquisition. However, the thickness of the outer shell diminishes the lighting effect, rendering it a considerable gamble. Do you see? This is the black Yusha from Myanmar, and the probability of high-quality material is quite significant. His words came out in a rush, and Qiuyang struggled to comprehend, prompting Luo Gang to hastily translate. With a light chuckle, Qiuyang remarked, "Indeed, the black Yusha from Myanmar often yields high-quality goods. Yet the performance of this material makes the price of 50 million rather steep." He continued, "How about this? I offer you 10 million. If you are willing to sell, then let us proceed. If not, that is perfectly fine." Upon hearing this, the old Burmese man's expression darkened instantly. 10 million was far below his anticipated figure. Holding onto the raw stone, he hesitated briefly before shaking his head. That is far too low. It won't do. Qiuyang did not press further, offering a gentle smile as he pushed the stone back toward him, saying, "Consider it further, and come find me once you have made your decision." The old man gritted his teeth and ultimately turned away, clearly dissatisfied with Qiuyang's offer. Luo Gang, observing the scene, inquired with some confusion, "Li, is this material truly unworthy?" The old man seemed quite confident in it. Qiuyang shook his head, stating, "The material is indeed good. Yet the price is excessive and not justifiable. Our funds are limited, and we must allocate our resources wisely." At that moment, the crowd surrounding their stall had grown overwhelmingly large, nearly encroaching upon Qiuyang's space. An elderly Burmese man with dark skin and a full beard, visibly displeased, was struggling to push through the throng while clutching a piece of jade rough. In his haste, he stumbled and inadvertently placed the stone onto Qiuyang's stall. It was yet another block of black skin material, sourced from the enigmatic Mo1G. Chapter 19, Aggressive Bargaining. The reason Mo1G is known as Heaven and Earth Mo1G is that its materials often yield unexpected results. They can either lead to paradise or plunge one into hell, and frequently, the same piece may offer both extremes, a slice that reveals heaven followed by one that reveals hell, epitomizing the essence of Mo1G's stones. The bearded man evidently failed to secure a satisfactory price at the adjacent stall, yet he had no intention of displaying his goods to Qiuyang. Nevertheless, he was already there, and it was he who had placed the stone on Qiuyang's table. Thus, setting aside his frustration, he donned a cheerful facade, exclaiming, "Boss, take a look at this." Qiuyang chuckled softly and picked up his flashlight once more, scrutinizing the material with care. Weighing approximately 6 to 7 kilograms, the stone featured a firm and coarse outer layer, displaying a profound black waxy surface peppered with pits and cracks, as if it had weathered the trials of time. Upon illuminating it, the light barely penetrated the superficial layer, leaving the internal condition shrouded in ambiguity, indicating a considerable gamble. However, through Qiuyang's discerning gaze, the stone seemed to shed its disguise, revealing an interior of exquisite jade quality, abundant in water content, a rare high-grade icy jadeite of pure, refreshing color, reminiscent of a serene lake glistening after a rain, evoking a sense of joy. The richness of the material before him surpassed that of the previous piece, even exceeding it by more than double. Qiuyang had already made up his mind. The scruffy-bearded old man, noticing Qiuyang's rapt attention, flashed a sly look and said, "Boss, this is from the old pit of Mowanji. Although its performance is average, the likelihood of yielding high-quality stones is quite significant. How about 150 million? A faint smile curled at the corners of Qiuyang's lips as he replied, "You yourself acknowledge its average performance, yet you dare to demand 150 million? The numerous cracks on this rough stone suggest a high probability of internal seepage. The risk is too great. Please offer a reasonable price." The old man's eyes darted, but he eventually conceded, "I unearthed this from the old site, risking a great deal. At the very least, you should offer 100 million. Qiuyang gently shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor as he pushed the material aside. 100 million? Then you might as well keep it and gamble with it. Given these cracks, it's possible that a single cut could yield nothing at all. What price do you propose then?" The old man asked, reluctant to give up. Qiuyang snorted lightly, stating, "The most I can offer is 40 million. I'll 1T pay more." In recent days at Moken's mine, Qiuyang had handled hundreds to thousands of jade rough stones, often engaging in discussions with Ong Min and others regarding the pricing of the stones he had appraised. He had developed his own understanding of how to price stones based on their performances. Furthermore, he had overheard the old man's negotiations with buyers at the adjacent stall, where the seller had offered a maximum of 30 million, ultimately leading to a breakdown in negotiations. Qiuyang saw greater value in this piece, yet he only increased his offer by 10 million shots. Upon hearing this, the old man grew anxious, gesticulating and arguing fervently. Luo Gang, observing from the side, found it amusing and translated, "He says your price is too steep. At least 50 million, or he won't sell." Qiuyang sensed an opportunity. When he had quoted 40 million, he had deliberately focused his scrutiny on the old man's heart, noting how it quickened upon hearing his offer. Yet, the old man maintained an expressionless facade, insisting, 40 million is all I can accept. Take it or leave it." Seeing his performance had not swayed Qiuyang, the old man appeared somewhat deflated, placing his hands on the Mwanji material, reluctantly saying, "All right, 40 million it is, but you must give me 500,000 in white card." The term white card is, in fact, a transliteration from Burmese, simply referring to a fee for labor referral, or a tip, usually amounting to 5 to 10% of the transaction price, depending largely on the buyer's mood and open for negotiation. Qiuyang could not help but scoff, casting a disdainful glance at the old man as he retorted, "You just claimed that you dug this up yourself. How can you shamelessly ask me for a white card? Just give a little, please." The old man pressed, sensing Qiuyang's resistance. He quickly donned a smiling facade, rubbing his hands together and saying, "Boss, you see how far I've traveled from a mine. It hasn't been easy. Have a heart and give a little." Qiuyang's expression tightened, tinged with a hint of impatience as he stated, "I'll give you at most 1 million in cash. If not, then so be it." The old man with a scruffy beard, seeing this, displayed a pained expression as if he were making a tremendous sacrifice, gritting his teeth and replying, "All right then. Whatever you say, let us seal the deal." Qiuyang smiled faintly, secretly rejoicing within. He turned to Luo Gang to arrange the payment while he took out a woven bag to securely package the goods, sealing it tightly with tape, and finally numbering and registering it. This piece of black jade from Mwanji could yield at least 3 kilograms of pure jade, with the potential to extract 2 high-quality bangles. Such bangles could earn hundreds of thousands of RMB each. Even the leftover scraps could be fashioned into numerous exquisite items. However, these old men from Myanmar were often greedy and cunning. If one did not negotiate firmly, they could easily be taken advantage of. Before long, the scruffy bearded man received 4,100,000 in cash, a thick wad of money he did not even count. Instead, he lightly tapped the jadeite roughly Qiuyang had sealed, exclaiming in broken Mandarin, "Boss, may you strike it rich." It was as if he were bidding farewell to the materials, or perhaps performing some sort of blessing. Qiuyang reminded him loudly, "Make sure to keep the money safe, and come find me when you have good materials." The old man finally revealed a satisfied smile, humming a tune as he left the market. At that moment, the market remained bustling with activity, a myriad of sellers continuously arriving. Gradually, some customers began to inquire about prices and examine the goods at Qiuyang and Luo Gang's stall. Qiuyang received several high-quality pieces of jade, managing to keep the prices remarkably low. Luo Gang's initial 30 billion shots were reduced to just over 28 billion. As time passed, evening descended upon the market, and the crowd began to thin. Qiuyang and Luo Gang tidied up their belongings, preparing to leave. Just then, the first old man who had approached Qiuyang earlier returned, placing a piece of jadeite from Makana on the stall. His expression a mix of anxiety and helplessness as he quietly asked, "Boss, you mentioned 10 million would suffice. Is that still valid?" It appeared he had inquired at every stall in the market, but no one had offered more than 10 million shots. With the closing of the market imminent, many buyers had already packed up and departed. Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, glancing at the stone before saying, "Of course, it's still valid. Are you selling or not?" At his words, the old man's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, and he nodded repeatedly, Yes, of course I'll sell." Qiuyang gestured for Luo Gang to proceed with the transaction while he prepared the packaging. The old man watched Luo Gang count the money, his expression turning melancholic as he remarked, "I actually have high hopes for this piece. I just never had the courage to cut it. If it weren't for my child's illness, I wouldn't want to sell it for such a low price." Qiuyang's lips twitched slightly, rolling his eyes as he retorted, "I'm here to buy materials, not to listen to your stories." After Luo Gang finished counting the money and handed it over, he gently patted the bundled banknotes against the wrapped raw jade with his calloused hands, murmuring, "Boss is striking it rich." Once he departed, Qiuyang and Luo Gang began to tally their gains, loading the raw stones into a large burlap sack, which they then heaved onto the pickup truck together. By the time they drove away from the market, it was already past 10 o'clock. As Luo Gang drove, he inquired of Qiuyang, "Are we coming back tomorrow?" "Certainly," Qiuyang replied with a cheerful smile. "But let us come a bit earlier, find a better spot, and gather more quality materials." As he spoke, his gaze drifted to the window. Qiuyang caught sight of the old Burmese man who had sold him the last raw stone. The man hesitated, wandering aimlessly down the street for a few moments before furtively glancing around and then swiftly darting into a 4-story building nearby. Noticing Qiuyang's intense interest, Luo Gang decided to halt the vehicle. He looked at the building with a sly smile and remarked, "That's the infamous den of pleasures in Pakong. Brother Li, would you care to experience it?" He continued, "There are women from the Shan, Hua, and Kachin tribes, and their quality is fairly decent. Moreover, the prices are quite reasonable. The cheapest is just 30,000 for a night. Qiuyang shot him an irritated glance and retorted, "Are you sure you're not the one wishing to go? How else would you know the prices so well?" "Not at all. I heard it from others." Gang chuckled. "Women only slowed down my speed in drawing my gun." Having said that, he resumed driving, swiftly leaving the building far behind. Upon returning to their lodging, Qiuyang and Gang laid out their finds from the day, meticulously examining and registering each piece. The raw stones varied in size and shape, yet through Qiuyang's discerning vision, he confirmed that they all held significant value, capable of yielding fine jade. Even a single cut could substantially increase the stone's worth, potentially doubling their price. As he contemplated their bounty, Gang fantasized about striking it rich, rubbing his hands together excitedly and asking Qiuyang, "Brother Li, how much do you estimate we could earn from these dozen or so pieces?" Qiuyang smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the stones as he calculated in his mind. He replied slowly, "If we manage to extract jade from all these, conservatively speaking, we could make a profit of around 10 times our investment." Upon hearing this, Gang's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. 10 times? That means we could earn over 10 billion shots in just one day. Even if I only take a tenth, that is still a good few 100,000 RMB. Qiuyang nodded, his expression remaining calm. "If luck is on our side, we might earn even more. After all, I still can't be certain about the market conditions for jade back home." Gang was so thrilled he nearly leapt from his seat. He threw an arm around Qiuyang's shoulder, laughing, "Brother Li, you truly are my lucky star. Ever since I met you, I've never had such good fortune in my life." Qiuyang chuckled heartily. "This is merely the beginning. Tomorrow, let us strive to acquire even more exquisite materials." After a night devoid of conversation, at the break of dawn, when the sky began to blush with the first light, Qiuyang and Gang were already awake. They had a simple breakfast at the military camp before preparing to drive to the jade market. Unexpectedly, a soldier approached with urgent news. "Captain, there's an emergency call. A significant accident has occurred at the mine. The general requests that you lead the guard team there immediately." "Which mine?" Gang's expression tightened as he inquired hastily. The soldier replied, "It's the one near Mohan. There has been a collapse, and several jade miners have been trapped under the rubble." Upon hearing this, Gang's brows furrowed deeply, and his demeanor turned grave. He glanced at Qiuyang, hesitation flickering in his eyes, but soon his resolve solidified. "Brother Li, it seems we cannot go to the market today." Qiuyang nodded in understanding. A mining accident of such magnitude, particularly one resulting in casualties, demanded prompt attention. Certain matters take precedence. The situation at the mine is of utmost importance. "Just let Jinpa accompany me." Gang wasted no time, swiftly assembling the guard team, succinctly briefing them on their mission before hastily departing for the Mohan mine. Watching Gang lead his team away, Qiuyang took Jinpa and 2 guards and set off towards the jade trading market located east of Peigang town. Upon arrival, the market had just opened, and Qiuyang successfully secured an exceptional stall. No sooner had he set up his stall than a seller approached, carrying a raw jade stone, inquiring about its price. "Boss, take a look at this material." An elderly local, with disheveled hair, placed a sizable jade raw stone with a thud on Qiuyang's stall, grinning widely, revealing yellowed teeth. And eagerly looking at Qiuyang, the stone weighed over 20 kilograms, and the top surface had a large area displaying spiderweb patterns. From this exposed surface, one could discern a translucent, icy texture, interspersed with hints of green, resembling a gentle stream in a tranquil forest, exuding an alluring sheen. Qiuyang cast a glance at the old man, speculating whether this fellow had spent the night preparing the stone and had brought it directly to the market for a quick sale. He gradually picked up a flashlight, feigning nonchalance as he illuminated the stone. The light penetrated the exposed section, revealing the internal quality, which appeared quite promising with ample moisture. Judging by the exposed surface, it indeed had potential. However, through his discerning gaze, he noted that the jade's moisture was concentrated only on the top layer, and beyond a mere centimeter. The quality diminished significantly. The crystal structure of the jade became increasingly coarse, substantially reducing its value. Qiuyang inwardly skufa, sensing the faint warmth emanating from the raw stone while maintaining an impassive facade. He slowly lowered the flashlight, a playful smile emerging on his face as he addressed the old man. "Your stone exhibits commendable qualities. However, I presume the price will not be modest." With Gang absent, Jinpa served as his translator. The old man, hearing the promising tone, brightened instantly, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Boss, you truly know your stuff. This material is absolutely worth it. How about 500 million shot?" Qiuyang shook his head, feigning regret as he remarked, 500 million is out of the question. At most, I can offer you 10 million. The old Myan, upon hearing this, became agitated and clutched the raw stone to his chest, cursing. Can you even assess the materials? Such a fine specimen, and you only value it at 10 million? I seriously doubt your credibility. Qiuyang remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. That's none of your concern. Go find someone else. Perhaps there truly exists someone willing to pay you 500 million. Nearby, another stall had also drawn attention, prompting the irate old Myan to grudgingly carry his stone toward that stall. As he placed the stone down, the stall owner's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he eagerly called out, Boss, this stone of yours is quite impressive. Did you excavate it yourself? As he spoke, he picked up a flashlight to examine the stone meticulously. At this moment, the stone was in its prime, and any further cuts would lead it toward a disastrous fate. The crowd in the market gradually intensified. Just then, a slender, dark-skinned old Myan approached Qiuyang's stall, clutching a raw stone tightly wrapped in plastic. He cautiously set the stone down and whispered to Qiuyang, Boss, I have a fine piece extracted from an old pit. Would you care to take a look? Why not? Show me, Qiuyang replied, raising an eyebrow as he unwrapped the plastic from the jadeite. The instant his palm made contact with the stone, a powerful warmth surged through his hand. Chapter 21. The exquisite sky blue. The mysterious gourd, having absorbed the precious aura, emanated a refreshing coolness that invigorated Qiuyang. He was taken aback by the intensity of the warmth, far surpassing any jadeite he had previously encountered. Maintaining an unruffled demeanor, he swiftly employed his X-ray vision to scrutinize the stone. Its surface was cloaked in a thick layer of weathered skin, displaying a deep gray-green hue, speckled with star-like patterns and prominent edges, appearing rather ordinary. Yet, beneath that skin, the jade flesh revealed an exceptionally fine texture, boasting high ice quality, ample water content, and subtly glowing with a faint luminescence. To his delight, the jade's color was extraordinarily clear and pure, resembling a dream, manifesting as a deep and pristine sky blue. It is well known that jadeite is revered for its green. The finest green jadeite is termed imperial green, while the most exquisite purple is known as royal purple. However, it is widely acknowledged in the industry that sky blue jadeite, with its clear and pure blue, epitomizes the pinnacle of blue jadeite, making it an exceedingly rare variety, nearly on par with imperial green in value. Qiuyang stifled his excitement, maintaining a calm exterior, while the old Myan, brimming with pride, confidently declared, 10 billion shots. Not a cent less. 10 billion is unattainable, Qiuyang replied, his expression inscrutable. The material is indeed exceptional, but your asking price of 10 billion shots seems rather insincere. Speak reasonably. The billion shots is approximately equivalent to 3.5 million yuan. In terms of the quality of this jadeite rough stone, even crafting a simple bracelet from it could yield a price exceeding this amount. Moreover, the weight of this stone exceeds 20 kilograms. And extracting 10 kilograms of pure jade flesh from it poses no challenge whatsoever. In fact, it may not even require cutting. A skilled jade appraiser could easily multiply its value several times. I find it quite perplexing how this unremarkable old Myanmar vendor came to possess such a fine specimen. The gaunt old man, noticing my gaze, hastily proclaimed, Boss, I unearthed this from the old pit at Moksha. It's undoubtedly high-quality material. When illuminated, it displays an incredible luminescence. Just take a closer look at the skin, the mottling, and the edges. Each aspect exemplifies premium quality. Therefore, I can offer it to you for 800 million. It's an absolutely fair price. 800 million? That is hardly visible. Qiuyang maintained an impassive expression, setting down the flashlight while fixing his gaze on the gaunt old man, deliberately applying psychological pressure. He then leisurely sipped from his water bottle before swiftly stating, I can offer you a maximum of 300 million, not a cent more. As he made his offer, Qiuyang strategically utilized his ability to see through the gaunt old man's heart. The man's heart raced intensely, clearly showing his eagerness for the proposed price. Boss, 300 million is truly insufficient. I exerted tremendous effort to acquire this material, the gaunt old man lamented. When the stone tumbled down from the mountain, it nearly crushed me. Upon inspecting it, I realized it was a quality piece, and I struggled significantly to carry it out from the mine. To my dismay, once I emerged, my competitors had set their sights on it. They attempted to seize it from me, and I barely managed to escape. Look at this scar on my hand. It was inflicted during the scuffle. Please, increase your offer just a little more. Qiuyang cast a glance at the faint scar on his hand, suppressing a smirk. The mark was evidently not a recent injury, and attempting to evoke sympathy in this manner was clearly futile. You need not regale me with tales, Qiuyang replied slowly. No matter how many stories you weave, I shall only offer 300 million. This is my final price. There is no guarantee that anyone else would even match this amount. Should you wish to sell, then sell. If not, then so be it. Upon hearing this, the gaunt old man displayed signs of inner conflict, evidently weighing the risk associated with the 300 million against Qiuyang's proposition. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally gritted his teeth and conceded, "Very well. 300 million it is. I shall sell it to you." Qiuyang, upon witnessing this, allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace his lips. He turned to instruct Zhenpa to prepare the payment while he meticulously began the process of sealing and registering the transaction. Upon completing this deal, Qiuyang subsequently acquired over 10 pieces of exceptionally high-quality jadeite rough stones, expending a total of over 400 million. The 30 billion shots provided by Zhou Minghui had dwindled to just above 20 billion. As noon approached, he received an unexpected call from Ong Min. "Hello, Master Li. Are you available today?" Ong Min maintained his polite demeanor. "Master Li, General Mo Cohen has brought a piece of exceptionally fine and highly valuable material, and he hopes that you and Master Wu Dan can appraise it together. Now, Li Qiuyang inquired. Yes, Master Li, if it is convenient for you. Please come over at once. General Mo Cohen is also waiting for you." Ong Min's voice carried a hint of urgency. After a brief contemplation, Qiuyang acquiesced. "All right. I shall head over immediately." After all, Qiuyang currently resided in Pakong and required General Mo's protection. Once the call ended, he instructed Zhenpa, "Pack our belongings. We are heading to the mine." 10 minutes later, Qiuyang, along with his companions, drove towards the Qiuyang mine, bringing along today as harvest. They casually purchased some provisions along the way. Being soldiers, they were not overly particular about their meals. After over an hour of travel, they arrived at the Qiuyang mine, situated to the north of Pakong town. The campsite, composed of simple mobile cabins, was home to a dozen military vehicles, with Mo Cohen's luxurious off-road vehicle parked prominently. Qiuyang alighted from the vehicle and, accompanied by Zhenpa, entered the raw stone warehouse. Upon entering, they spotted Ong Min and several others intently examining a large piece of raw material, while Mo Cohen was engaged in conversation with a man dressed in olive military attire. As soon as Mo Cohen noticed Qiuyang's arrival, he promptly stood up, beaming with a warm smile, and strode towards him. "Master Li, you have finally arrived. This is General Kunbu of the Arakan Army. He has heard of your remarkable skills in jade appraisal and specifically asked to meet you." Qiuyang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement to General Kunbu, saying, "General Kunbu, it is a pleasure to meet you." General Kunbu also rose, approaching Qiuyang with outstretched hand, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "Master Li, I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, and today it is indeed as impressive as rumored." This was rather flattering. Qiuyang had been in Pakong for less than 10 days and had only served as a jade consultant at Qiuyang for 3 or 4 days. There was no fame to speak of. However, he had no intention of undermining the compliment. He extended his right hand to shake with Kunbu, smiling gently. "You are too kind, General Kunbu. My modest skills are hardly worthy of such praise." With a hearty laugh, Kunbu replied, "Master Li, you are too humble. To be held in such high regard by General Mo Cohen certainly signifies genuine talent." After the exchange of pleasantries, General Kunbu gestured towards a raw stone placed in the center of the warehouse, saying, "Master Li, I have heard from General Mo that your jade appraisal skills are exceptionally refined and your insight remarkably sharp. Might you assist me in examining this piece? Your praise is excessive, General." Qiuyang continued to smile. "However, I would be glad to take a look." As he spoke, he proceeded towards the location indicated by Kunbu. Ong Min and the others, who had been studying the stone, quickly made way for him. The piece was a jadeite rough, roughly the size of a grinding disc and weighing approximately 60 to 70 kilograms. Its surface a glossy, deep black, a quintessential example of black sand material. The surface of the raw stone is smooth, with scarcely a visible crack, and the sand grains are uniformly fine, exuding a lustrous, oil-like sheen. The black sand material is renowned for yielding high-quality green jadeite, yet it is among the most perilous types of jade rough. Should one successfully extract high-green jade from it, the value would be immeasurable. However, the exterior of black sand rough often bears a coating of clay-like substances rich in chlorite, which, over extensive geological periods, may permeate the gaps and open fissures of the jadeite, forming a secondary layer of green mist. misinterpreting the hue of this green mist as the jade's intrinsic green could lead to a dire loss. Qiuyang slowly crouched down, retrieving a flashlight to illuminate the surface of the raw stone. The light penetrated the dark stone only marginally, revealing a mere 1 to 2 centimeters of the interior. With a spark of intuition, he silently activated his X-ray vision, and instantly, the black sand rough's exterior transformed into transparency, unveiling its internal state. Inside, a thick layer of green mist enveloped the jade core, which was of poor quality, with glimpses of green swirling within like ethereal clouds. A reckless cut would certainly result in disastrous consequences. Taking a deep breath, Qiuyang gradually rose and addressed General Kunbu, stating, "General, this material is indeed significant. The risks associated with black sand are considerable. Its smooth exterior and fine grains might suggest promise." Upon hearing this, General Kunbu's expression tightened, clearly attentive to Qiuyang's words. An accompanying officer beside him furrowed his brows, seemingly placing great hope in the material. Qiuyang continued, "However, upon peering through the surface, the internal situation appears grim. Although the green mist beneath the exterior is alluring, its hue is too ethereal and lacks cohesion, leading me to believe that the jade cord in cases is not ideal." General Kunbu nodded, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face, as he confessed, "To speak candidly, Master Li, I hold considerable faith in this material. I refuse an offer of 500 million. My 2 jade experts are at odds. One insists it will undoubtedly yield high green jade, potentially multiplying its worth 20-fold upon cutting, while the other asserts is destined to fail, which leaves me in a quandary." He gazed at Qiuyang with lingering reluctance, asking, "So, Master Li, do you mean to say this material holds no value whatsoever?" Qiuyang slightly inclined his head, replying, "The current state of this material represents its peak value. Once cut, it may well become worthless." "That's utter nonsense." Before Qiuyang could finish, his words were interrupted by a voice. Turning towards the source, he spotted a middle-aged man with Southeast Asian features in a corner of the warehouse, glaring at him with indignation. Qiuyang narrowed his eyes, privately speculating about the man's identity. "Indeed," said Jinpa softly beside him, "this is Master Wu Dan, the jade consultant from the Mohan mine." "So this is Wu Dan? Another jade consultant under M.O. Qiuyang," Qiuyang remarked, raising an eyebrow. He had heard of Wu Dan's reputation several times, but this was their first encounter. Wu Dan approached Qiuyang, his face contorted with anger, and slightly lifted his chin, saying, "You young man, at such a tender age, already claim to read jade. Who is your teacher?" This question elicited a chuckle from Qiuyang, who retorted, "Is a teacher truly necessary for reading jade?" Wu Dan's expression darkened further at this, and he scoffed, "The art of jade reading is profound and vast. Without a renowned mentor, how could one ever hope to master it? I began my apprenticeship under Master Qiuyang Lian at the age of 10, and by 20, I had already made a name for myself across major mines. Over the past 2 decades, I have traversed the prominent mines of Myanmar, cutting countless exquisite emeralds. Surely you, a mere greenhorn, cannot compare." Upon finishing his tirade, Wu Dan cast a disdainful glance at Qiuyang, as if to say, "Who do you think you are to speak so boldly?" "Umfaza, Qiuyang Rupliakomli. You are quite right, Master Wu Dan. The art of jade reading is indeed vast and profound. Although I am self-taught, I possess a discerning eye." "Self-taught?" Wu Dan scoffed derisively. "No wonder you're talking nonsense. I see you're like a young calf that knows no fear, daring to rashly judge even the black Yusha material. I have examined this piece meticulously. It will assuredly yield high-quality green jade. If you doubt my word, let us wager." Qiuyang smiled slightly. "Oh, a wager? How do you propose to bet, Master Wu Dan?" Wu Dan grinned. "If you win, I, Wu Dan, will take a detour whenever I see you in the future." Before Qiuyang could respond, M.O. Qiuyang interjected, "Master Wu Dan, this wager seems rather excessive. Both of you are my most capable aides. Losing either one would be a significant loss for me." Qiuyang snorted softly. "Indeed. I too find Master Wu Dan's wager rather unreasonable. What, are you afraid?" Wu Dan grinned with a facade of amusement, his face brimming with pride. Qiuyang replied with a serene smile, "Afraid? I, Qiuyang, have yet to comprehend the meaning of fear. I merely find your wager unfair. If I lose, I am to leave Pekin. Yet if you lose, you will only avoid me? Why not say that if you lose, you must leave Pekin instead?" Wu Dan's expression stiffened, clearly taken aback by Qiuyang's retort, momentarily at a loss for words. The onlookers displayed a range of reactions, some eagerly anticipating the spectacle, while others silently worried for Qiuyang. Ultimately, It was Mo Cohen who spoke up to mediate. As I said earlier, both of you are my invaluable aides. Let us not entertain thoughts of leaving Pekin. Skilled and discerning jade readers are scarce here, and I cannot afford to lose either of you. Qiuyang chuckled lightly and continued. Furthermore, while it may be acceptable for you to harbor disdain towards me, do you believe this is fair to General Kunbu? The general just stated that this material is worth at least 500 million. If it were to collapse, would you take responsibility? Master Wu Dan was rendered speechless by Qiuyang's remarks, his complexion shifting between shades of blue and white, as he had indeed overlooked this point. Kunbu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Wu Dan that bore a hint of dissatisfaction. He had intended for both masters to express their opinions and assist him in making a decision, but he had not anticipated Wu Dan's impulsive challenge to a bet. However, Wu Dan had his own predicaments. As the sole master of jade appraisal under Mo Cohen, his position was relatively secure. Yet, since Qiuyang's reputation had risen sharply at the Jiechi mining site, both his acuity and efficiency had overshadowed Wu Dan, who served as a jade consultant at the Mohan mine. With Qiuyang having only recently arrived, Wu Dan found his own status precariously threatened. When Qiuyang disparaged the black sand raw stone, which Wu Dan held in high regard, he could not contain his indignation and impulsively proposed a wager. Now, witnessing General Kunbu's discontent directed at him, Wu Dan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Yet, finding himself in a predicament, he mustered the courage to say, "Very well. If I fail to cut it properly, I shall compensate General Kunbu with 500 million shot. But what if you lose? That is not right." Qiuyang retorted with a cold laugh. "I truly find it difficult to assess Master Wu Dan's character, as he seems perpetually fixated on his own interests. Why don't you articulate what I stand to gain from winning?" Chapter 23. The Bet of 1 Billion. Vayu Don's count and on should darkened. And he was left speechless by Qiuyang's words, the atmosphere around them seeming to freeze. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, "Then how do you propose we wager? What would be deemed fair?" Qiuyang regarded Wu Dan with a calm gaze and replied slowly, "It's quite simple. If I win, not only shall Master Wu Dan compensate General Kunbu with 500 million shot, but you must also pay me 500 million shot. Furthermore, you are to publicly acknowledge that your judgment does not match mine. And from that moment forth, you shall refrain from any form of provocation or defamation against me. Should I lose, I will compensate you with 1 billion shot." You, Wu Dan glutted furiously. For Qiuyang's conditions were undeniably a slap to his face. Nevertheless, Qiuyang remained unfazed, continuing, "Of course, if Master Wu Dan finds these terms unacceptable, then this wager shall be null and void. I have no desire to engage with someone who merely resorts to verbal sparring." Wu Dan clenched his jaw, his hands forming tight fists, as he repeatedly urged himself to remain composed, yet every word from Qiuyang pierced his heart like daggers. Under the scrutiny of onlookers, Wu Dan took a deep breath, as if arriving at a resolution. "Very well, I accept your terms. However, should this stone appreciate in value, you must compensate me with 1 billion shot." "Not a problem," Qiuyang replied with an air of ease. At that moment, Wu Dan displayed a disdainful expression and questioned, "Young man, I have heard a bit about your background. You have just arrived in Pekin for a few days. Do you truly possess 1 billion shot?" Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, gesturing subtly toward Zhen Pa, saying, "1 billion shot is merely a trifle in my eyes." Zhen Pa quickly translated this and hurried outside, returning swiftly with cash amounting to 1 billion shot, which he handed to Qiuyang. Zhou Minghui's remaining capital stood at over 2 billion. Having just emerged from the jade market, where it was kept in a car under the watchful eyes of Suin and Babu, Wu Dan observed this with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He could scarcely believe that Qiuyang was capable of producing such a substantial amount of cash. However, he quickly regained his composure, thinking to himself, "So what if he has money? Soon, I shall witness his downfall." Kunbu, witnessing the tension between the two, felt a sense of delight. He personally held high hopes for the Black Wuxia jade stone, knowing that should it be cut successfully, the profits could soar exponentially. Originally valued at 5 billion shots, it could potentially skyrocket to 100 billion. Yet, he also harbored concerns that a poor cut could render it worthless. With Wu Dan providing a safety net, he had little to lose. Should the cut fail, he would not suffer, and should it succeed, the gains would be his. Mo Cohen, too, expressed a desire for Wu Dan to compete against Qiuyang, as both were his skilled jade appraisers. With two tigers vying for dominance, he, as the natural arbiter, stood to gain numerous unseen advantages. Thus, he proclaimed, "Since both of you have agreed to this wager, let it be settled. General Kunbu, let's cut this stone now, so we may all witness the outcome." Kumba nodded in agreement, prompting Mo Kuin to instruct Ong Min and others to arrange for the black wuxia stone to be brought to the cutting machine. The cutters moved swiftly, carefully positioning the stone, which was the size of a grinding disc, in preparation for the cutting process. The atmosphere grew tense and heavy. Every gaze fixated on the stone, as if the very air had solidified. At that moment, Wu Dan suddenly shouted, "Hold on!" He approached the cutting machine, examining the stone once more with an intense glare. Qiuyang furrowed his brow, eyeing Wu Dan's actions with growing caution. After a prolonged inspection, Wu Dan's expression shifted to one of certainty. He turned to Qiuyang and sneered, "Young man, now that we have yet to commence cutting, you still have time to reconsider. Acknowledging your mistake may earn my forgiveness for your youthful folly." Qiuyang smiled calmly and replied, "Master Wu Dan, rest assured, my willingness to wager with you stems from my confidence in my judgment." Wu Dan scoffed, retreating to the side without further comment. The cutter took a deep breath, activated the machine, and the sound of the cutting blade roared to life as it swiftly penetrated the stone. As they awaited the outcome of the cut, the atmosphere thickened, and every breath felt labored and fraught with tension. "Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom, young man," Wu Dan said with a smug grin. "One can typically discern the quality of jade by the sound. The higher the quality, the more laborious the cutting, indicating a dense and uniform internal structure. Conversely, stones of loose texture are cut easily, akin to slicing wood. What do you have to say now, young man? Are you regretting your decision?" He laughed. "Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world." The noise and pace of the cutting process did not entirely reflect the internal state of the stone. The true outcome would only be unveiled upon completion of the cut. Qiuyang genuinely wished to disregard Wu Dan, perplexed as to what offense he had committed to warrant such animosity from the latter. Simultaneously, he could not fathom the source of Wu Dan's audacity. "A stubborn duck." Wu Dan, the master, scoffed disdainfully. "Continue your bravado, and we shall see how you fare in the end." Time passed, and, at last, the grating noise of the cutting machine ceased. The workers powered down the equipment and, with collective effort, extricated the slab of black sandstone from the device. Kunbu watched the cutter's movements with bated breath, eager to learn the outcome, for he had placed considerable hopes on this stone. Wu Dan, too, was anxiously anticipating the result, though his thoughts were consumed by how to confront Qiuyang after winning the wager. In contrast, Qiuyang exhibited an air of indifference, possessing unwavering confidence in his own perceptive abilities. Finally, the mystery was unveiled. The severed black sandstone revealed a sight that rendered everyone breathless. A thick layer of green mist clung to the surface, beneath which lay a jadeite mass the size of a basketball. However, the jade appeared coarse and dry, devoid of quality, its mottled hues resembling erratic brushstrokes of green, far removed from the high-quality jade Wu Dan had described. Kunbu's countenance darkened. The stone he had invested so much hope in had shattered his dreams of monumental profit. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Wu Dan's expression was equally grim. The smug smile that had once graced his lips now resembled a rigid stone carving. His face grew pale, eyes wide, lips trembling, seemingly unable to reconcile with the reality before him. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Wu Dan exclaimed, losing his composure as he rushed to the cut stone, flashlight in hand, desperate for confirmation. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized it, the outcome remained unchanged. The black sand material was utterly worthless. Chapter 24. The outcome is decided. Qiuyang offered a gentle smile, remarking, "Master Wu Dan, it seems your discernment leaves much to be desired. In truth, poor judgment is not the issue. It is the harm it brings that is concerning." "You." Wu Dan glared at Qiuyang, seething with rage, yet rendered speechless. General Kunbu furrowed his brow, casting Wu Dan a disapproving glance. He contemplated speaking up, but ultimately restrained himself, recognizing Wu Dan's esteemed position as a veteran miner with his own pride and convictions. After all, there might yet be another opportunity. Qiuyang chuckled softly, suggesting, "Master Wu Dan, if you remain unconvinced, feel free to make another cut. But do not forget our wager." Upon hearing this, Wu Dan's expression darkened further. He snorted coldly, dismissing Qiuyang as he instructed the cutter to make another incision on the already severed black sandstone. The cutters resumed their work, the machine roaring back to life, filling the air with its intrusive noise once more. After a considerable period, the clamor of the cutting machine fell silent again. The cutting workers switched off the power and collectively extracted the raw stone from the cutting machine. All eyes were riveted upon the stone. The freshly cut surface mirrored the previous side, revealing beneath the thick green mist a mass of unrefined jade flesh, devoid of any quality, marred with mottled hues, and far from the vibrant green of jadeite. Such a grade of jade could not be fashioned into valuable merchandise, falling woefully short of gemstone standards. General Kunbu sighed, and Moken shook his head in dismay. Wu Dan's weathered face turned a deep shade of ashen gray, his eyes widening as he fixated on the stone, as if attempting to see through it. No, this cannot be. How could I have been mistaken? He shouted in a fit of agitation, unable to reconcile with the harsh truth. Accept the wager, Master Wu Dan, Moken calmly advised. Everyone's time is precious. We have other matters to attend to. Wu Dan shot a venomous glance at Qiuyang, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled deeply and bit his teeth, proclaiming, Vedon, stomp by my word. I concede the wager. I shall pay General Kunbu 500 million shots. As for you, Wu Dan hesitated, casting a mix of shame and anger towards Qiuyang, and continued, the 500 million shots will be delivered to you shortly. With that, he disregarded the others and strode out. Qiuyang called after him, Hey, you Haven-T yet admitted your inferiority. Will you avoid me in the future? But Wu Dan had already hastily opened the car door and sped away. Moken intervened, advising Qiuyang, Masterly, let go. I believe he will think twice before troubling you again. If their essay next time, I shall personally handle him. Qiuyang did not expect to vanquish Wu Dan with a single wager, but inferred that this incident would likely temper Wu Dan's behavior, at least preventing him from brazenly seeking trouble again. He nodded in agreement, addressing Moken, Thank you, General. General Kunbu approached with warmth, regarding Qiuyang. Today, I have witnessed your keen insight, Masterly. Should you find time in the future, I invite you to visit Rakhine State. Qiuyang humbly replied, You flatter me. General Kunbu, it was merely fortune. After exchanging pleasantries, General Kunbu departed with the shattered black raw stone. Moken offered a few encouraging words to the group before leaving the mine as well. Ongmin Yao Ka and Naiming finally had the opportunity to cluster around Qiuyang, showering him with praise and flattery. Without needing instruction, Zhenpa took the initiative to assist Suin and Babu in bringing the more than 10 pieces of jade raw stones and remaining cash Qiuyang had procured that morning into the room. Luo Gang, whom they had not seen all day, emerged to greet them, albeit with his left arm bandaged and stained with blood. Brother Luo, have you been injured? Qiuyang inquired with concern. Luo Gang glanced at his wounded arm nonchalantly. It's just a minor injury. Qiuyang remained puzzled. Weren't you at the mine for rescue operations? How could this happen? Through his perceptive vision, he discerned the wound on Luo Gang's arm, unmistakably a gunshot injury. What a farce of a rescue. Luo Gang retorted with irritation. The mine collapse is indeed a reality, but the rescue is merely a facade. Today, we are actually conducting a joint operation with the Arakan Army's special forces to seize control of the mine. I merely suffered a graze from a stray bullet. Qiuyang furrowed his brow and inquired, The Arakan Army? The one led by Kunbu? This time, it was Luo Gang's turn to be astonished. You know Kunbu? The Arakan Army's special forces were brought here by him. Qiuyang nodded thoughtfully and recounted the events of the earlier confrontation at the Jikahong mine with Wu Dan. Luo Gang's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder. It appears Kunbu and Mo Kuan have reached some level of agreement, which explains this morning's actions. With indignation, he continued, that Wu Dan is nothing but a petty man, relying on his trivial talents and jade appreciation, disregarding everyone but Mo Kuan. Now, he has truly crossed paths with a formidable opponent. Qiuyang chuckled. Let's hope he gains some wisdom in the future. The following morning, Mo Kuan dispatched 2 subordinates to deliver 500 million shots in cash to Qiuyang, claiming it was the wager from Wu Dan. Although Mo Kuan's salary was modest, Wu Dan, who had long exploited the mine, occasionally profited from gambling on stones, making several 100 million shots quite manageable for him. After accepting the money and expressing his gratitude to the messengers, Qiuyang, accompanied by the True Pa trio, returned to the jade trading market in Pakong. As they set up their stall, Qiuyang spotted the bearded old man from a few days prior, carrying a jade raw stone with an open window, making his way directly to their booth. The stone, weighing over 10 jin, struck the table with a resounding thud. Boss, can you take a look at this material? It seems to have been opened without any wrapping. Qiuyang inwardly scoffed but picked up a flashlight to examine the stone's open surface. The window area of the material was extensive, revealing faint purple jade flesh beneath the spider-like patterns. The texture on this side reached a level of glutinous ice, yet fell short of true ice. Under the illumination, the pale purple jade exhibited a warm glow, infused with an ethereal beauty and charm. However, after a brief inspection, Qiuyang set down the flashlight and pushed the stone back toward the bearded old man, stating flatly, "I cannot accept this. It does not meet the standards." Through his enhanced vision, he noted that while the stone had a somewhat decent appearance, the genuine jade flesh was scarce. Beneath the jade lay a substantial mass of an unknown pale purple filler, reminiscent of jelly or toothpaste. Upon closer inspection, he noticed traces of repair on the back of the stone. The craftsmanship was surprisingly adept, with the repair material closely matching the original skin tone. Were it not for Qiuyang's perceptive vision, an ordinary person would never have detected it. Upon hearing Qiuyang's refusal, the bearded old man grew anxious and exclaimed, "Boss, take another good look. This material is truly from the old Pakong site. I have said it does not meet the standards." Qiuyang coldly chuckled. "Do you not comprehend? This material, while superficially decent, is merely surface level. Are you not aware of the true condition within?" The bearded old man from Myanmar was left flushed with embarrassment, unable to retort. He had employed this tactic numerous times in the market, always preying on fresh faces with remarkable success. However, he never anticipated that today he would be so easily seen through by Qiuyang. "You, as the proprietor, possess quite the eloquence." The bearded old man, filled with rage and humiliation, grasped his material and prepared to leave. "Take your time. No need for farewells." Qiuyang waved his hand dismissively, not sparing him a glance. As the old man's figure nearly vanished into the crowd, Qiuyang leaned in to quietly instruct Jinpa. "Have Suan follow him, observe whom he interacts with, and ascertain if there are any unseen influences." Jinpa acknowledged with a nod and signaled to Suan, who discreetly trailed after the old man. Continuing his transactions, Qiuyang soon received another parcel of fully wrapped material, the young Myanmar man delivering it, with sallow skin and a slender frame. Eagerly observed Qiuyang's actions as he unwrapped the package. "Boss, this is an exceptional piece of top-grade material. You will undoubtedly profit." Upon opening the package, a grayish-white jade stone emerged, weighing approximately a dozen kilograms. One side had a palm-sized window, revealing a vibrant green jade within. The vivid hue was so rich and bright it seemed almost capable of dripping water, perfectly meeting the standard for Qiuyang green. The quality of the jade appeared to reach the coveted ice variety, boasting ample water content and excellent translucence. A small crowd of 7 or 8 onlookers gasped in admiration, for such quality material was indeed a rarity in the market. "What treasure!" Qiuyang thought to himself as he activated his perception, peering into the jade's interior. His vision revealed that while the jade's water content was somewhat weaker internally, it gradually transitioned to a milky ice texture. Nevertheless, upon evaluation, he estimated that this piece could yield 5 to 6 kilograms of pure jade flesh, with bracelet potential at its tip, worthy of acquisition. It could only be said that the individual who opened this piece was highly skilled, revealing its most valuable aspect. "What price do you seek for this material?" Qiuyang inquired with a calm demeanor. The young Myanmar man gave a thumbs up to Qiuyang, exclaiming, "Boss, you have an eye for quality. This truly is a piece of imperial-grade material. I will not ask much, 60 billion. After hearing Jinpa's translation, Qiuyang nearly expelled a mouthful of phlegm onto the young man's face. Rolling his eyes in irritation, he promptly pushed the material back towards him. "Take it away." Faced with this reaction, the young man's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, and he hastily replied, "Boss, please do not be hasty. We can negotiate the price." Qiuyang scoffed. "Negotiate? 60 billion shots? Are you robbing me?" The young man chuckled nervously. "Boss, you mustn't say it like that. This material has such a proper color and valuable attributes. You will definitely profit from it." 60 billion shots? What would I gain from that?" Qiuyang said, pulling a wry smile, clearly unimpressed. "Your material can only reach the standard of vibrant green, failing to meet the criteria for imperial green. And the water quality on the backside is notably weak. The raw material is evidently inferior to the windowed stone. If you truly wish to sell, you should offer a fair price." The young man from Myanmar gritted his teeth, appearing to engage in a fierce internal struggle. After a considerable pause, he finally mustered the courage to say, "All right then, boss, I see you are a straightforward person, so I will offer you a discount. 15 billion, not a penny less." Upon hearing this, Qiuyang's lips curled into a subtle smirk. He inquired, "Is this your own stock or someone else's?" The young Myanmar man was momentarily taken aback by the question. He hesitated, his gaze flickering before responding, "Of course, it's my own stock." Qiuyang nodded slightly. Choosing not to elaborate further, and resumed examining the raw stone's windowed section with his flashlight. In Pakong, due to the unique and stringent grading system for jadeite raw stones, nearly all mine owners personally cut and window the stones. Occasionally, when a good piece is revealed, mine owners may discreetly sell it, but most do not present themselves directly. Consequently, in the jade market of Pakong, nearly half the participants are intermediaries, especially those dealing with semi-transparent materials. These intermediaries earn their living by collecting white cards. But if a buyer's offer exceeds the owner's minimum price, they can also secure a commission from the surplus. After a considerable time, Qiuyang slowly lowered the flashlight and addressed the young Myanmar man. Just tell me the owner's minimum price. If we reach an agreement, I will provide you with some extra white cards. Surprised by Qiuyang's statement, the young man chuckled nervously. Boss, you must understand that it cannot be less than 800 million shots. 800 million is out of reach, Qiuyang replied, a wry smile playing on his lips. I can offer you a maximum of 350 million. If we strike a deal, I can include an additional 10 million in white cards. Hearing Qiuyang's offer of 350 million, the young man's face contorted with discomfort as he protested. Boss, your price is far too steep. It must be at least 500 million, no less. Qiuyang shook his head, resolute. 350 million is my highest offer. If you are unwilling to sell, then so be it. There will be no white cards. Had this material not been windowed, and had the technique not been proficient enough to reveal the desired section, Qiuyang would have only considered paying 100 million shots. All right, I concede. Upon hearing that there would be no white cards, the young Myanmar man deflated like a punctured balloon, resignedly stating, 350 million it is, but you must add a little more to the white cards. Qiuyang's lips curved upward slightly. I can give you 100,000 more at most. The young man slammed the table, declaring deal. Chapter 26, Mining for Jade. After acquiring the piece of jadeite with a vibrant green hue, Qiuyang subsequently invested over 500 million shots to purchase more than 20 pieces of high-value jade rough. These included various types of jade, both in terms of quality and color, although the overall quality was somewhat inferior compared to the previous day's acquisitions. As soon as Suan approached, he whispered to Qiuyang, Master Li, that individual has been wandering between several stalls and ultimately sold that piece for 40 million shots. He then proceeded to a small courtyard on the outskirts of the town, where numerous discarded materials lay scattered about. Qiuyang nudda, choosing not to dwell on it any further. Luo Gang's injuries were not severe. He simply required a few days of rest. Qiuyang inkidat. Is there any news from brother, Zhou Minghui? The 30 billion shot provided by Zhou was dwindling, likely only sufficient for 2 or 3 more days. A considerable amount of jade rough had also been acquired, all of exceptional value. Luo Gang shook his head, replying, no news yet, but there is no need for concern. Once the materials are gathered, we can send them through Mo Kuan's channel. Mo Kuan holds you in high regard now. The channel fees should be nominal. Qiuyang sighed softly. That's not what I meant. I'm anxious about the restoration of my identity. How is that progressing? And I haven't been able to reach my parents. I'm worried something might have gone awry. Hearing this, Luo Gang's expression grew serious. He reassured, brotherly, try not to worry too much. The situation here is complex, and matters may not resolve easily. However, since Brother Zhou has promised to assist you, he will do his utmost. As for your parents, perhaps they are simply unreachable for now. After all, the country is vast, and sometimes poor signals or other reasons can lead to communication issues. Qiuyang nodded, accepting that this was all he could do for now. Luo Gang offered him a cigarette, and the two began to smoke. Don't overthink it, Luo Gang advised. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Everything will turn out well in the end. Qiuyang took a drag from his cigarette and replied, let us hope so. The topic felt heavy, but Luo Gang smiled and shifted the conversation. By the way, tomorrow is the open day at the Qiuyang mine, where thousands of Yimu she will be entering to collect materials. As the chief jade advisor at Qiuyang, would you be interested in attending? The prices will certainly be much lower than in the market. Yimushi refers to those who mine jade, typically hailing from remote areas in Myanmar, subsisting by hand-picking jade. During the designated time, mine owners permit Yimu she to enter the mining area to collect stones, which they can mostly take away and sell for cash. This practice is known as releasing jade in Myanmar. Qiuyang's eyes brightened at the prospect. That sounds like a splendid idea. I'll go take a look tomorrow. All right, I'll accompany you, Luo Gang said. Are your injuries manageable? Just minor wounds. After a night of silence, the following morning, Qiuyang, along with Luo Gang and Zhenpa, set off for the Qiuyang mine. Upon their arrival, the site was already bustling with activity, alive with the sounds of many voices. Thousands of Yemu sheep gathered at the mine's entrance, eagerly awaiting its opening. These individuals were mostly ragged, their skin darkened by the sun, wielding rudimentary tools. Their eyes sparkling with a desire for jade and the prospect of sudden wealth. Luo Gang rolled down the car window to show his face, and the armed guards waved them through. Upon seeing Li Qiuyang, the reception from the others remained warm and welcoming. Even though Li Qiuyang stated that there would be no work today, there was no hint of dissatisfaction. Instead, he had someone set up a sunshade for him in the most favorable location and brought him fruits and beverages. As the appointed time arrived, with a commanding call, the gates of the mine slowly creaked open, and thousands of Yemu people surged into the mining site like a tide. They began to scour various areas for jade raw stones. Some wielded shovels, others struck with hammers or iron rods, and some even dug with their bare hands. When lightly tapping the jade with a hard object, most natural jade raw stones emitted a sound akin to a metallic chime. Typically, the Yemu people relied on this auditory cue to initially filter the jade raw stones. Thus, if they heard a clear, crisp sound upon striking, their eyes would brighten, and they would proceed to carefully assess the skin texture and other elements to confirm whether it was indeed a jade raw stone. Apart from the Yemu people foraging like an army of ants within the pit, a dozen well-dressed jade collectors stood above, surveying the movements of the crowd below with keen eyes. Occasionally, they would glance in the direction of Li Qiuyang, speculating about his identity. Soon enough, one of the Yemu found a piece of quality jade raw stone and presented it to Li Qiuyang, who was in an optimal position. Upon a brief inspection, he noted it was a small piece with a yellow sand skin, weighing just over half a pound. Fortunately, the skin was thin, revealing a small color variation of yellow and green. Quite decent, he pondered. How much? The Yemu who delivered the stone, seeing Li Qiuyang's interest, immediately brightened and extended 5 fingers, saying, "Boss, 100,000 shots." Li Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, realizing the price was indeed significantly lower than the market rate. Although the piece was small, it could fetch at least 200,000 to 300,000 shots in the market of Pakong, and there was evidently room for negotiation. He shook his head and replied, "That's too expensive. I can offer you a maximum of 10,000. Upon hearing Li Qiuyang's offer, the Yemu became anxious and exclaimed, "Boss, this is a fine piece. 10,000 shots is far too low, at least 30,000. 20,000. Li Qiuyang countered, slightly increasing his offer. The Yemu, after a moment of gnashing his teeth, finally conceded. "All right, 20,000 it is." Li Qiuyang then instructed Zhun Pa to pay the man, handing him a bottle of water, saying, "If you have good materials, remember to come find me. I pay well." Following this successful transaction, several more Yemu approached with raw stones in hand. The quality of these stones varied. Some were merely water jade, while others exhibited certain jade characteristics. Li Qiuyang could discern their approximate value with just a glance. He accepted those that were reasonably priced and advised the Yemu to seek other offers for those that were overpriced. Within less than an hour, Li Qiuyang had acquired more than 10 pieces, including 2 of commendable quality. At that moment, a woman dressed in loose, casual attire with an attractive visage began to approach Li Qiuyang. 2 men in black followed closely behind her, appearing as bodyguards or aides carrying her belongings, creating a stark contrast against the backdrop of the mining site, second only to Li Qiuyang himself. A woman stood a few meters away from Li Qiuyang, observing him with keen interest. A smile graced her lips as she spoke in fluent and impeccable Mandarin. "Master Li, you truly appear as youthful as the rumors suggest. My name is Qiuyang Siki, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 27. The Invitation. The surname Qiuyang is quite rare. The last time Li Qiuyang heard it was during a previous encounter. He looked up, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he regarded the woman who introduced herself as Qiuyang Siki. After a brief pause, he politely rose and smiled. "Ah, so it is Miss Qiuyang. A pleasure indeed. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit?" Luo Gang's vigilant gaze swept over the bodyguard behind Qiuyang Siki, assessing her potential threat. Qiuyang Siki parted her lips, her voice clear and melodious. "I mean no harm. I merely heard that Master Li possesses an exceptional and discerning eye for jade. To my surprise, while collecting materials here today, I actually encountered you. I thought it only fitting to come over and say hello." "How fortunate," Li Qiuyang replied, maintaining a smile. He then asked, "Are you acquainted with Master Wu Dan?" 2 days prior, during a wager with Wu Dan, Li Qiuyang had heard Wu Dan mention his apprenticeship under the esteemed jade master, Qiuyang Liansai. He wondered if there was a connection between Wu Dan and this Qiuyang Siki. A hint of disdain crossed Qiuyang Siki's features as she replied, "My grandfather is merely a mediocre disciple. He hardly qualifies as a master. I have encountered him a few times, blusterous yet cowardly, far inferior to Master Li. Upon hearing this, Qiuyang understood that Qiuyang Siki hailed from a family of jade masters. He nodded slightly and said, "I see. Miss Qiuyang, please have a seat." Qiuyang Siki graciously took a seat beside Qiuyang, her gaze occasionally drifting to the jade raw stones piled nearby. "Master Li, it seems you have made quite a bountiful collection today," she remarked with a smile. "Not too shabby," Qiuyang chuckled softly. "I prefer not to be addressed as master. You may call me Qiuyang. Furthermore, I'm not fond of beating around the bush. If you have something to discuss, it is best to speak plainly." Qiuyang Siki's demeanor today exuded a strong sense of purpose. Qiuyang did not consider himself particularly charming. He doubted that his mere presence could attract such a beautiful woman. "Master Li appears slightly older than I. If you do not mind, I shall call you Brother Li," she said with a gentle smile after he nodded slightly in agreement. "Since Brother Li has mentioned it, I shall not hold back. I do indeed have a small objective today. I wish to invite you to join the Jade Appraisers Guild." The Jade Appraisers Guild? This was the first time Qiuyang had heard of such an organization. Qiuyang Siki nodded and elaborated, "Yes. The Jade Appraisers Guild was established in the 1950s by my great-grandfather. To this day, renowned jade appraisers from Pakistan and around the world are members of our guild, where we exchange knowledge, learn from one another, and collectively enhance our jade appraisal skills. If Brother Li is willing to join the guild, he can not only broaden his network and gain access to a greater selection of high-quality jade raw stones, but also acquire exclusive resources and information." Upon hearing this, Qiuyang felt a stir in his heart. As a newcomer, his understanding of the jade industry in Myanmar was still quite superficial. Joining such an organization would indeed help him avoid many detours. The key advantage would be the opportunity to interact with more premium jade raw stones. However, upon further reflection, he became cautious. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and this guild likely would not be easily accessible. It sounded appealing. But what conditions must be met to join? Qiuyang inquired. "There are, naturally, certain requirements," replied Qiuyang Siki. "First, at least 3 member recommendations are needed, and secondly, a one-time payment of $100,000. I can certainly arrange the first requirement for you, Brother Li, but as for the second, I believe it shouldn't be too difficult for you." "No, it's quite challenging. I am currently in dire need of funds." Qiuyang shook his head earnestly. $100,000 would be a significant burden for me." Qiuyang Siki was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Qiuyang with a surprised expression. "But just 2 days ago, Wu Dan lost 500 million shots in cash to you." Qiuyang's expression remained unchanged. "Indeed, I have that amount, but I intend to keep it for a purpose. This 500 million shots is earmarked for purchasing jade raw stones, serving as the foundation for my resurgence. I certainly won't disrupt my plans merely to join a guild." Qiuyang Siki pouted in resignation and said, "If you are truly in a tight spot, I can initially cover this amount for you." "That is not appropriate." Qiuyang raplia earnestly. "How could I possibly spend Miss Qiuyang's money? I merely suggested to cover it temporarily." Qiuyang Siki felt a bit overwhelmed, but had to continue the conversation. With a smile still on her face, she said, "If it becomes convenient for you in the future, this money will naturally need to be repaid, and I believe in your abilities. Given some time, $100,000 is merely a number." Qiuyang chuckled lightly and responded, "I do have confidence in myself." Speaking of which, he shifted the topic and asked, "However, Miss Qiuyang, your eagerness to invite me to join today seems somewhat contrived. Is there some ulterior motive at play? I am a bit timid and prefer to stay away from chaotic matters. I simply wish to quietly earn a little profit. If it proves too troublesome, I believe it would be best to set this matter aside for now." Qiuyang Siki was nearly amused to the point of exasperation by Qiuyang's words. She stared at him for a good while, unable to find her voice. After some time, she managed to say, "Since you have concerns, let us temporarily set aside the matter of joining the guild. Perhaps once you have considered it more thoroughly or gained a better understanding of our guild, you will feel more comfortable joining. Here is my business card. Once you have made up your mind, feel free to contact me." Qiuyang accepted the card, repeatedly affirming, "Certainly, certainly, I will definitely give it careful consideration." However, Qiuyang Siki perceived his response as rather perfunctory. She rose with a smile and said, "Very well. I shall not disturb you any further as you tend to your materials. I hope that when we meet next, you can provide me with a satisfactory answer." After speaking, she turned gracefully, accompanied by 2 attendants, her silhouette exuding an undeniable air of pride. Upon witnessing Qiuyang Siki's departure, Luo Gang leaned closer to Qiuyang and remarked in a hushed tone, "This woman is formidable. Li brother, you must exercise caution." Li Qiuyang chuckled softly, reassured, rest assured. I am well aware. As they conversed, several others from Mushi approached, carrying materials, prompting Li Qiuyang to resume his activities of inspecting, negotiating, and acquiring supplies. Before long, noon arrived, and Ong Min and his companions had prepared a sumptuous lunch. After satisfying their appetites, Li Qiuyang returned to work. Chapter 28, Longkin Night Market. Hello. Is this Li brother? Came the cheerful voice of Zhou Minghui as soon as the call connected. I finally reached you. The matters you entrusted to me have shown some promise. Upon hearing this, an indescribable excitement surged within Li Qiuyang. He had awaited this day for far too long. Zhou Minghui laughed heartily. No need for formalities between us. Our bond is as strong as life itself. Just give me a heads up before you arrive, and I will personally meet you at the port. Then, Zhou Minghui shifted the subject, inquiring, by the way, how is your acquisition of materials going? Is the money I provided sufficient? Li Qiuyang replied with a smile. Brother Zhou, I still have some of the funds you allocated, but it is running low. I have gathered quite a bit, and I assure you, they're all of exceptional value. You will certainly be in for a grand surprise. Zhou Minghui responded eagerly. I look forward to the surprise you have in store for me. Li brother. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they concluded their conversation. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the gates of the mine gradually closed, and the Mushi individuals departed with their varied fortunes. Some jubilant and others disheartened. Shall we explore the Longkin Night Market? Luo Gang proposed. The market there is more expansive than that of Pakong, and it is only a little over 40 kilometers from here. Li Qiuyang felt a flicker of interest at the mention of Longkin Night Market. Renowned for its jadeite rough stone transactions in Myanmar, where many high-quality jadeite pieces were said to appear. That sounds like a splendid idea, but will we have enough time? Li Qiuyang hesitated as he glanced at the fading light. Luo Gang grinned. Of course we have time. The Longkin Night Market typically comes alive around 7 or 8 in the evening. If we set off now, we will arrive just in time. Very well. Let us visit the Longkin Night Market, Li Qiuyang declared, slapping his thigh in determination. Thus, the group set off towards the Longkin Night Market. For them, accustomed to traversing the mountainous regions of northwest Myanmar, the 40-kilometer journey was not daunting. In less than an hour, they arrived at the bustling night market. Aglow with lights and alive with the sounds of the crowd. Stalls lined the streets, showcasing a dazzling array of jadeite rough stones that captivated the eye. There were also vendors collecting materials, surrounded by throngs of eager customers presenting their wares. While Jinpa found a suitable spot to park the vehicle, leaving Su Wan and Ba Bu to watch over it. Luo Gang took cash in hand, and the trio ventured into the vibrant night market. As he took only a few steps, a vendor approached Li Qiuyang, brandishing a piece of material illuminated by a powerful flashlight. The object, reminiscent of a palm-sized jelly, appeared remarkably transparent. The vendor, with hopeful eyes, spoke in a heavily accented Mandarin. Sir, an exquisite piece. Do take a look. While the lighting effect was indeed impressive, it held no significance, as Li Qiuyang discerned the true nature of the material with a mere glance. It was merely an unusual piece of water foam jade. Water foam jade, a byproduct of jadeite, bears some resemblance to jadeite in certain aspects, yet its value is vastly inferior. Under specific lighting conditions at night, certain types of water foam jade can exhibit a transparent or semi-transparent state, closely resembling icy jadeite, which could easily deceive the unwary. Li Qiuyang smiled faintly and replied to the vendor in Burmese, "Thank you, but it's not suitable." The vendor, unfazed, grinned and extended the material towards others, eager to make a sale. Luo Gang chuckled heartily and, with a mischievous glint in his eye, remarked to Li Qiuyang, "Trying this trick in front of you is akin to brandishing a sword before Guangong." Li Qiuyang couldn't help but smile. It was perfectly natural. The vendor had initially spoken in Mandarin, clearly gauging his audience. Every opportunity to deceive was seized. As they conversed, Li Qiuyang's attention was drawn to his first worthy target of the evening. It was situated on an inconspicuous stall, cluttered with a haphazard assortment of jadeite rough stones of varying sizes. Among them, a piece resembling elephant skin particularly caught his eye. Its rough, gray-brown exterior bore a striking resemblance to ordinary stone at first glance. However, through his enhanced perspective, Li Qiuyang could clearly perceive the exceptional interior quality, ample water content, vibrant green hues, and a uniform distribution. Though marred by a few significant cracks, there were no internal fractures within the jade meat, ensuring it could be cut for optimal yield. This was indeed a rare, high-quality jadeite. Feeling a surge of interest, yet maintaining his composure, Li Qiuyang approached the stall, crouched down, and pretended to inspect the elephant skin piece. He shone his flashlight on it and gently tapped it with his fingers, producing a crisp sound. "How much for this piece?" he inquired in Burmese, sensing the rich aura emanating from the material. The stall owner, a middle-aged man with dark skin, glanced at the piece in Qiuyang's hand. A flicker of keen interest crossed his eyes, but it quickly dissipated, replaced by an ordinary demeanor. He replied, 300 million shots. 300 million shots was not an outrageous price. In Qiuyang's estimation, the material's worth far exceeded that sum. However, on such a stall, the initial asking price was typically set with the expectation of negotiation, often slashing it by a factor of 10. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he feigned hesitation and remarked, 300 million shots? That seems a bit steep. Could you possibly lower it? The stall owner, sensing Qiuyang's genuine interest, replied with a hint of excitement. 300 million is already the lowest price. This piece was excavated by my brother and me from the old mine in Moksha. When we unearthed it, 7 or 8 people surrounded us, scrambling for it. My brother had to swing a shovel to injure 2 of them just to secure the piece. It sounded convincing, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that speaking too much rendered Qiuyang perplexed. After listening to Luo Gang's translation, Qiuyang leisurely inquired, 30 million, will you sell? The stall owner, upon hearing this, was immediately flustered, shaking his head vehemently. No, 30 million is far too low. Just the day before yesterday, someone offered 200 million, and I refused. Qiuyang smiled faintly and pretended to rise. Then forget it. I shall look elsewhere. Wait. The stall owner, seeing Qiuyang's intent to leave, quickly called out. How about we each take a step back? 150 million, not a penny less. Qiuyang halted, turned around, and with a smirk that teetered between amusement and incredulity, addressed the stall owner. 150 million? Did you not just claim that someone offered 200 million? The stall owner wore a pained expression. Boss, to be candid, this is a small business for me. Just trying to earn a meager living. Please, have some compassion and grant me a chance. Engaging in normal business discussions with him led to tales of woe, and when those fell flat, he resorted to lamentation. Qiuyang chuckled inwardly, maintaining a facade of calm. I shall add 20 million, totaling 50 million. This is my final offer. If you find it acceptable, we shall conclude the deal. If not, I shall truly take my leave. With that, he focused his perceptive gaze on the stall owner's heart, observing the involuntary quickening of his heartbeat at the mention of 50 million. While expressions may deceive, the heart seldom lies. The stall owner gritted his teeth, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a considerable pause, he finally stamped his foot and conceded, fine, 50 million it is. We have a deal. Qiuyang nodded in satisfaction, took the cash from Luo Gang, counted it, and handed it to the stall owner. The stall owner accepted the money with one hand while transferring the large piece of elephant skin to Qiuyang with the other, patting the material with the cash. Boss, having struck it rich, would you care to look at more? Perhaps something else catches your eye? Qiuyang glanced over the other materials on display, confirming they were all inferior quality. He replied nonchalantly, perhaps next time. The trio then continued to navigate the stalls, and utilizing his perceptive ability. Within a little over an hour, Qiuyang acquired several more pieces of commendable quality, spending nearly 200 million shots. Just as they were about to depart, a familiar figure caught his eye, Qiuyang Siki. Accompanied by her 2 bodyguards, she paused intermittently at various stalls, scrutinizing the jade raw stones with diligence. However, Qiuyang had no intention of approaching her. After all, they were not well acquainted, and an abrupt advance would seem rather awkward. Thus, he discreetly maneuvered around Qiuyang Siki with Luo Gang and Jinpa, heading toward the night market's exit. At that moment, it appeared that Qiuyang Siki sensed something amiss. She suddenly turned around, her gaze piercingly locking onto Qiuyang. Ligo, what a coincidence, you are here too. Qiuyang Siki approached with a smile, her tone laced with surprise. Qiuyang, resigned, halted and turned, smiling as he replied, Indeed, I did not expect to encounter Miss Qiuyang here. What a delightful surprise. Qiuyang Siki maintained her unwavering smile, a subtle lift of her chin accentuating her words as she spoke with a hint of pride. It is quite normal to encounter me here. After all, this is the territory of the Qiuyang family, with half a street of the Longkin night market belonging to us. Qiuyang, taken aback by her statement, soon chuckled. Ah, I see now. It is no wonder Miss Qiuyang finds herself here. Qiuyang Siki's gaze swept over the materials in Qiuyang's hands, and with a slight arch of her brow, she remarked, Brother Li, it appears you have had quite a successful evening. Qiuyang shrugged nonchalantly. I merely selected a few pieces. I cannot yet ascertain their quality once cut. With a light laugh, Qiuyang responded. I am well aware of your discerning eye, brotherly. I have no doubt that these materials will indeed be striking once revealed. Qiuyang chuckled. I appreciate your kind words, Miss Qiuyang. Rolling her eyes in playful protest to his dismissive attitude, she then blinked and continued. In fact, the finest materials in the Longkin market are housed in our family's stall. Since you are here, would you care to visit our booth? You might just find some exceptional pieces. Had I known there were such treasures, I would have come sooner. Qiuyang mused inwardly, but readily agreed. Certainly. Then I shall trouble you to lead the way, Miss Qiuyang. Qiuyang beamed with satisfaction at his response, slightly turning to gesture invitingly. Please, follow me. Nodding, Qiuyang, along with Luo Gang and Jinpa, trailed behind her towards a brilliantly lit stall in the night market. The jade raw stones were meticulously arranged, illuminated by the lights that accentuated their inherent characteristics. Additionally, there were some semi-transparent materials and cut slabs awaiting further processing, each radiating an alluring sheen. Upon seeing Qiuyang, the shop attendants greeted her with respectful bows. 3rd Mississippi. A middle-aged man, likely the shop manager, scrutinized Qiuyang with a few appraising glances after acknowledging Qiuyang, then silently took his place beside her, resembling a composed and reliable steward. As Qiuyang observed the jade raw stones, he nodded internally, recognizing the superior quality of these stones compared to those found at street vendors. The display of the skin and the effect under lighting clearly reflected the shop's discernment and expertise. He extended his hand, gently caressing the surface of a raw stone, silently absorbing its precious energy. After all, there was no harm in feeling. A touch did not obligate him to purchase. Indeed, Miss Qiuyang speaks true. These are exquisite materials, Qiuyang remarked, moving from one stone to another, unabashedly praising. The Qiuyang family's prowess is truly remarkable. Unaware of Qiuyang's discreet absorption of energy, Qiuyang wore a slightly smug expression as she replied, Your compliments are unwarranted, brotherly. However, the Qiuyang family relocated to Myanmar over 300 years ago, and we have been formally engaged in the jade business for over a century. It is only natural to accumulate such depth of knowledge and expertise. Moreover, this establishment is a boutique, and the quality is assured. Should any of these materials catch Brother Lee's discerning eye, I can take the liberty of offering him a generous 70% discount. Qiuyang raised his eyebrows with delight, responding with a cheerful smile. Then I shall take a careful look. With that, he began to browse the store as if oblivious to his surroundings. Within the store, every piece of jadeite rough has been meticulously selected, most of which exude an exceptionally rich aura of mystery. The richness of these materials even surpasses that found in M.O. Kuen's warehouse. As Qiuyang selected, he employed his ability to perceive, scrutinizing the texture, color, and patterns of each piece of rough jadeite. His actions appeared leisurely, yet his mind raced, calculating the value and potential profit of each stone. The essence of jade gambling lies in the fluctuations of value and cost-effectiveness. A piece of glass-grade material priced at 10 million, yielding only 8 million in value, would signify failure. Conversely, a piece of ordinary material priced at 10,000 that could yield 20 or 30,000 would represent a gain. After approximately 20 minutes, Qiuyang finally settled upon an exceptionally promising piece of rough. This specimen originated from the Moksha quarry, featuring a seasoned exterior adorned with knife marks and tightly packed granules. When illuminated, it revealed an unparalleled transparency, exuding a lush green aura. Through his perceptive vision, he could clearly see that the internal quality reached the glass-grade level, with virtually no flaws, and the green was vibrant and evenly distributed, even more striking than Qiuyang green, presenting itself as a top-tier sunny green jadeite. Moreover, the piece was substantial, weighing around 18 to 19 kilograms, and could yield over 10 kilograms of pure jade meat once the exterior was removed. Qiuyang felt a surge of excitement within, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the jadeite rough. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor, casually inquiring, Miss Qiuyang, how much is this piece? Upon hearing his question, Qiuyang's gaze fell upon the rough he indicated, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. She recognized the value of this piece and was astonished by Qiuyang's keen judgment in selecting the finest material in the store. Brotherly has an excellent eye. This piece is one of our prized treasures. I can offer you a fair price of 800 million shots. Qiuyang, recalling her earlier statement about a 70% discount, replied with a grin. Qiuyang paused briefly before responding with a playful laugh. Brotherly, you truly are a shrewd businessman. Very well, since you have spoken, I cannot go back on my word. 70% it is. 560 million shots. How's that sound? A smile graced Li Qiuyang's lips. This price was already below his expectations, yet he feigned reluctance, saying, I can only manage 500 million. Qiuyang and Siki, both exasperated and amused, asked, It wouldn't happen to be the 500 million that Wu Dan owes you, would it? Li Qiuyang nodded candidly. Indeed. The other materials were for others. This piece I wish to acquire for myself. Qiuyang and Siki furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before declaring, Since Brotherly has expressed himself so sincerely, I shall extend the discount entirely. 500 million it is. Let us consider this a gesture of friendship. Li Qiuyang was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, Miss Qiuyang possesses extraordinary generosity, a quality far beyond my humble means. Qiuyang and Siki pursed her lips and suddenly smiled, saying, Li Gu is jesting. With your remarkable talent in jade appraisal, you shall never know poverty. Li Qiuyang chuckled in response. Then I shall take your kind words to heart. He then gestured for Zhen Pa to settle the payment, while Qiuyang and Siki instructed a butler-like individual to hand over the wrapped raw stone to Li Qiuyang. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Suddenly, a staff member rushed in, addressing Qiuyang and Siki with urgency. Third miss, there's trouble outside. Qiuyang and Siki furrowed her brow, casting an apologetic glance at Li Qiuyang. He smiled reassuringly and said, It's all right, let us go and see. Chapter 30, Deception. Qiuyang and Siki nodded, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes, and hurriedly led her two bodyguards, clad in black, outside. Li Qiuyang, along with Luo Gang and Zhen Pa, followed closely behind. Not far from the entrance, they encountered a crowd gathered in the center of the night market, where several fierce-looking local men were embroiled in a heated argument with two individuals of Chinese descent. Upon Qiuyang and Siki's arrival, the crowd parted to make way for her, with some quickly briefing her on the situation. Third miss. These two agreed on a price, but then reneged, completely disregarding the rules. The local gang is currently reprimanding them. Qiuyang and Siki's expression darkened, yet she refrained from passing judgment. Her gaze fixed on the two Chinese men encircled by the locals. One young man was covering his face, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. His eyes a mix of frustration and anger. The slightly older middle-aged man stood protectively in front of him, vehemently arguing, though his voice was drowned out by the surrounding clamor. A burly, dark-skinned local approached, bowing slightly and reporting, Third miss. These two suddenly went back on their word after agreeing on a price, attempting to lower it instead. I tried to make them leave, but they refused and spoke disrespectfully. Is that so? Qiuyang and Siki turned her attention to the two Chinese men. The older man quickly interjected, Miss, that is not the case. We had settled on a piece of material earlier, and just as we were about to pay, we discovered that the package they provided contained flawed material, not the piece we had initially chosen. Thus, we were unwilling to proceed with the payment. They then threatened us and even resorted to violence. Oh, Qiuyang and Siki frowned slightly, glancing at the local gang. The gang member hesitated before defending himself. Third miss, they are fabricating stories. I provided them with the very piece they had chosen. With no other option, he instructed someone to retrieve the material. It was a half-wrapped piece of stone, roughly the size of coconut. Qiuyang and Siki scrutinized the stone closely, her brow furrowed in concentration, then raised her gaze to the two Chinese men, inquiring, Are you certain this is not the piece you originally selected? The older man nodded vigorously, affirming, Indeed, we have been gambling with stones for over a decade. We can generally distinguish between good and bad. This piece is clearly not what we chose earlier. On the previous piece of leather, there are traces of pine blossoms and a faint glow reflected when water was sprayed on it. As he spoke, he took out his phone, reminding us that we had captured photographs at the time. After examining the images closely, Qiuyang and Siki turned her gaze toward Songbang, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her eyes. Songbang, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Songbang's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly regained his composure, asserting, Third miss, I have always acted with integrity. They are slandering me. Qiuyang and Siki let out a cold laugh, saying, The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to deny it? I warned you last time when you engaged in unscrupulous dealings in the market, and now you are resorting to deceit again? The reputation of Longkin Night Market has been tarnished by people like you. However, Songbang was unwilling to capitulate, defiantly responding, Third miss. A single photograph does not prove anything. If you wish to see, I can provide you with 100. With a swift motion, Qiuyang and Siki slapped Songbang across the face. Will you admit it now, or shall I send you to the court? The force of the slap spun Songbang around, leaving 5 crimson imprints on his cheek. Upon hearing the words the court, he became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Third miss, I was wrong, Song Bang stammered, lowering his head, unable to meet Qiuyang Siki's gaze. I was momentarily greedy and swapped their materials. Admitting your fault is a good start. Qiuyang Siki's expression softened slightly, yet her tone remained icy. Uncle Qiuyang, sever one of his fingers and hang it at his stall. Let him learn his lesson. As soon as she finished speaking, the middle-aged man, who had been silent beside her, responded affirmatively and stepped forward to seize Song Bang's arm. Song Bang's face turned ashen, and he cried out in terror, "Third miss, spare me. I swear I won't do it again." Nevertheless, Qiuyang Siki remained unmoved, coldly observing as the surrounding vendors dared not intervene. Qiuyang executed the task with precision. Song Bang's screams were soon drowned out by the surrounding clamor. A bloody finger was carelessly discarded by Qiuyang Chong, while Song Bang clutched his bloodied hand, his face pale as a sheet, trembling with pain. Qiuyang then had Song Bang dragged to his stall, where the severed finger was tied with a rope and hung prominently. He subsequently retrieved the previously swapped materials from Song Bang's stall and handed them to Qiuyang Siki. The surrounding vendors and customers stood in stunned silence, secretly relieved that they had not incurred the wrath of the third Mississippi. Qiuyang Siki presented the materials to the two Chinese merchants, stating, "This incident resulted from our mismanagement, causing you trouble. I hope you can forgive us." The elder of the two merchants quickly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "No, no, no. We are truly appreciative that Third Miss has handled this matter so justly." Qiuyang Siki nodded slightly and surveyed the crowd, proclaiming, "Everyone, you may disperse now." The matter was resolved satisfactorily, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Only then did Qiuyang Siki turn her gaze toward Li Qiuyang amidst the throng, her eyes reflecting a hint of regret. "Li Gu, I sincerely apologize for any embarrassment caused," she said. Li Qiuyang smiled and shook his head gently. "On the contrary, Miss Qiuyang, your impartial handling of affairs is truly commendable." Qiuyang Siki, with a hint of resignation, replied, "To be honest, this approach was indeed rather abrupt. But I found myself with no other viable options. I had to act decisively." Li Qiuyang nodded in understanding. "It is quite remarkable that Miss Qiuyang was able to resolve this matter so swiftly and fairly. In a place teeming with diverse clans and characters, one must adopt a firm stance to maintain order." Qiuyang Siki's eyes sparkled with appreciation at his words. "I am relieved that you understand, Li Gu. I was worried you might perceive me as excessively ruthless." She continued, "What are your thoughts on the proposal I suggested earlier? Please feel free to reach out once you have considered it." Li Qiuyang nodded with a smile and acknowledgement, and then he, along with Luo Gang and Jinpa, made their way toward the night market exit. In a vehicle returning to their base, Li Qiuyang inquired of Luo Gang, "Brother Luo, do you have any knowledge about the Qiuyang family?" Chapter 31. Is there such a good thing? Luo Gang pondered for a moment before responding. The Qiuyang family is quite a well-known Chinese family here in Myanmar, primarily engaged in the jade business, holding significant influence in the Lankan region. Moreover, the Qiuyang family wields considerable power within the Chinese community in Myanmar and maintains close ties with local military and political figures. Additionally, they possess a private militia of approximately 100 men, though their exact combat capabilities remain uncertain. Such prominence? Li Qiuyang exclaimed, astonished. No wonder the Qiuyang family dominates in Lankan. Luo Gang nodded and continued. However, despite their vast influence, the family is not entirely united. It is said that in recent years, there has been a fierce internal struggle over the rights to family succession. Particularly, the old patriarch's sons are all ambitious, each vying for control of the family's power. As for Qiuyang Siki, she is the patriarch's most cherished granddaughter, although she does not directly engage in the family business. Her status within the family is nonetheless significant. "Oh," Li Qiuyang remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly as he scrutinized the Luo Gang. "It seems you are quite well-versed in the affairs of the Qiuyang family, Brother Luo." Luo Gang felt a bit uneasy under Li Qiuyang's gaze and awkwardly chuckled. "Ahem. I have merely heard bits and pieces. Please do not take it to heart, Brother Li. The Pakamp mining area is relatively small, and with Lankan being only a few dozen kilometers away, it is difficult not to hear about such a prominent family." Li Qiuyang smiled and chose not to pursue the topic further. Upon returning to the military camp, he observed Jinpa, along with Su Wan and Babu, busily transporting the newly acquired jade raw materials into his quarters. He distributed 50,000 shots as a reward for their efforts. The 1 million shots granted by Mo Kun was seldom spent, primarily allocated for such purposes. The trio, accustomed to Li Qiuyang's generosity, accepted the reward without much hesitation. Upon returning to the room, Li Qiuyang and Luo Gang conducted a brief inventory of the recent materials they had acquired. Over 100 pieces of jadeite of varying quality, among which the finest was the high-grade, icy sky blue stone. The 30 billion shots provided by Zhou Minghui had dwindled to just over 10 billion. At this rate, it would be exhausted within 2 days. Luo Gang inquired, "How do you plan to cut it?" "There are numerous workshops in Peikon for cutting materials, or you could go to the Qiuyang mining site where the cutting machines are at your disposal. Ong Min and the others would be more than willing to accommodate you, sparing you any effort." Li Qiuyang pondered for a moment, ultimately dismissing both of Luo Gang's suggestions. He shook his head and replied, "Tomorrow, I will take the time to purchase a diamond saw. The quality of this stone is too high. Cutting it elsewhere may invite unnecessary complications. I intend to cut it myself." This stone possessed a glass-like texture with a vibrant sunlit green hue, just a shade away from the most exquisite imperial green. Glass-type jadeite is already rare, and the sunlit green variety is scarce. Their combination significantly enhances its value. Mo Kun could dispatch his personal guard to annihilate an entire family for a truckload of jadeite, making it difficult to ensure that he or someone of his ilk would not harbor covetous desires. In a place like Peikon, discretion was the most suitable approach for Li Qiuyang's current situation. Luo Gang chuckled. "Just how magnificent is this stone for you to spend your entire fortune on it?" 5 billion shots, which is nearly 1.7 million renminbi. Li Qiuyang glanced at the stone, chuckling softly. "Tomorrow you shall see. 5 billion shots is undoubtedly worth every penny. Sometimes, I find it puzzling why the Sun family does not cut such splendid material themselves. Merely slicing it would yield astronomical value." Liu Gong replied. "It's not that the Sun family doesn't cut it. Rather, they have an abundance of such stones. Rumor has it that the elder of the Sun family had a penchant for collecting premium materials in his youth, amassing tens of thousands of exquisite pieces from various markets. Nowadays, high-quality jadeite from Peikon is increasingly difficult to source. Even if the Sun family's jadeite remains uncut, its value has multiplied several times over. This stone, sold to you for 5 billion, was likely acquired by the Sun family for mere tens of millions." Li Qiuyang could not help but exclaim, "Tens of thousands of exquisite pieces? Good gracious, the Sun family must be extraordinarily wealthy." Luo Gang nodded. "Indeed, but these materials are seldom released by the Sun family. Most are retained not only as the family's heritage, but also to provide opportunities for younger generations to hone their skills and cultivate their discernment. No wonder the Sun family dominates the Longkin family. Such a foundation is not something an ordinary family can rival." Li Qiuyang acknowledged this, contemplating the prospect of someday witnessing the remarkable collection of the elder from the Sun family. Even if he could not purchase or possess them, merely absorbing the mysterious aura from such esteemed materials would suffice to delight him for a time. Early the next morning, Li Qiuyang, accompanied by the 3 members of the true Peikon team, set off for the Qiuyang mining site. "Master Li, good morning." Ong Ming, adorned in traditional Burmese longi and wearing a pair of flip-flops, was diligently inspecting the mining site when he spotted Li Qiuyang and greeted him warmly. Li Qiuyang learned from Luo Gang that Ong Ming was the younger brother of one of Mo Kun's wives, making him a sort of brother-in-law to Mo Kun. Otherwise, Mo Kun would not have granted him a 2% stake in the mine's profits. "Did Master Li visit the Longkin night market yesterday?" Ong Ming inquired cheerfully as he hurried to Li Qiuyang's side. "I noticed you headed in that direction when you left." After hearing the translation from Zhenpa, Li Qiuyang raised his eyebrows slightly and responded with a faint smile. "Indeed, I did pay a visit to the Longkin night market last night and managed to acquire a few stones." Understanding dawned on Ong Ming as he nodded thoughtfully. After a brief pause, he asked, "Will Master Li be examining more stones today?" "Since I'm here, I might as well take a look," Li Qiuyang replied, acknowledging the idle time. He then made his way to his designated workspace, where Nai Ming promptly arranged for workers to bring him raw stones for evaluation. As noon approached, Ong Ming organized a lavish meal, complete with 4 bottles of Mao Tai, and enlisted Mao Ka and Nai Ming to keep him company, with Zhenpa present to assist with translation. Chapter 32. If you dare to offer, I will accept. Ong Ming enthusiastically poured wine for Li Qiuyang and, after 3 cups, remarked, "Our mining site may be smaller in Peikon, yet the quality of the jadeite rough we produce is commendable. If Master Li does not mind, I would like to personally gift you 10 pieces of rough. You may choose whichever one you prefer." Li Qiuyang was momentarily taken aback. Such generosity was unexpected. It felt akin to a wolf mingling among sheep. The Jichi mine was a small site under the Nanshi mining area, Although it was not a traditional old site, the jadeite stones yielded here surpassed many newer sites in quality. Noticing Li Qiuyang's surprise, Ongming chuckled. There is no need for astonishment, Master Li. With your discerning eye and exceptional stone gambling skills, whether in Pekin or at any mining site, your returns would be unparalleled. It is truly an honor for us to have you here. Li Qiuyang felt a swell of pride, but maintained a humble smile as he responded, You flatter me. Ongming, I merely consider myself fortunate. Ongming waved his hand dismissively and stated earnestly, Master Li, there is no need for such modesty. After years in Pekin, I have encountered all kinds of people. Meeting a master of your caliber, one who excels in both quality and efficiency while remaining so unassuming, is truly a first for me. Your prowess is evident to all, and I genuinely wish to cultivate a friendship with you. If you do not mind, please call me Brother Ongming in the future. Addressing me as Master feels too formal. Mao Ka and Nai Ming eagerly concurred, expressing their desire to be on brotherly terms with Li Qiuyang. Indeed, it rings true that when one showcases their strength and value, friends abound. Li Qiuyang chuckled and said, Then, my brothers, I shall graciously accept your offer. Ongmin, Mao Ka, Nai Ming. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively as they exchanged cups. Li Qiuyang then seized the opportunity to voice his curiosity. Ongmin, since we are all brothers, could you enlighten me as to why you have suddenly chosen to present me with 10 pieces of raw jade? The adage suggests that flattery without cause is either deceitful or opportunistic, and he harbored a hint of skepticism regarding Ong Min and his companion's intentions. It's merely 10 pieces of raw jade, Ong Min replied with a nonchalant smile. Our mines can yield hundreds to thousands of pieces daily, yet in our hands, they are simply 10 ordinary stones. Only you, Brother Li, possess the skill to turn stone into gold. We wouldn't dare to cut them carelessly. Nai Ming nodded in agreement, remarking, Indeed, before your arrival, we attempted to cut the stones ourselves, but we typically lost on every piece. Sometimes we would cut dozens without unveiling a single good stone. Though such sentiments were expressed, the core of the matter remained unaddressed. Li Qiuyang smiled knowingly and inquired, Is this perhaps related to my visit to the Longkin mine yesterday? Upon hearing this, Ong Min and the others exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise evident in their eyes. Ong Min chuckled awkwardly and said, Brother Li is indeed perceptive. You see through all. Yes, it is indeed because of the Sun family at Longkin. They not only hoard high-quality jadeite, but also attract the finest jade appraisers. They have the resources and are willing to invest, leading to the presence of the most esteemed jade appraisers in the Pakong region at the Longkin Sun family. For a mine to enhance its profits, it requires expert and skilled appraisers. Thus they must heed the Sun family's authority. Li Qiuyang responded, Oh, I see. But do others not voice any objections? Certainly, there are objections. Mao Ka lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. However, in the Pakong mining area, there exists an intricate web of connections and interests among the various mines and families. The Sun family, as the dominant force in Longkin, often instills a degree of caution among the mine owners. Nai Ming continued, Moreover, the Sun family exercises discretion and knows how to navigate these waters. Otherwise, their wealth accumulated over the years would have been devoured long ago. Thus, Ongmin looked sincerely at Li Qiuyang and stated, We deliberated and concluded that you, Brother Li, are a talent we cannot allow to be easily lured away by others. The gift of these 10 pieces serves as a token of our sincerity and a hope that you may remain with us at the mine for a while longer, providing your support. Li Qiuyang felt reassured and replied, Since you 3 brothers are so kind, I shall not be polite. Do not stand on ceremony with us. Ongmin laughed heartily. Later, Brother Li, feel free to select for yourself. If 10 pieces are insufficient, take 20. They are merely what our own mine has produced. No trouble at all. After their meal, Li Qiuyang commenced his careful selection of the 10 pieces of raw jade promised by Ong Min in the mine's warehouse. The warehouse housed tens of thousands of raw jade pieces, varying in quality, representing the accumulation of recent months at the Jiqihong mine. Li Qiuyang strolled through the warehouse, his discerning gaze sweeping over the myriad stones. His hands occasionally glided over some of the jadeite rough stones, seemingly assessing their quality, yet in truth, he was silently absorbing the mysterious aura contained within the stones. The enigmatic gourd at his lower back continued to tremble, releasing waves of refreshing and invigorating energy that enveloped his entire being, making him feel more revitalized than ever before. Simultaneously, he noticed wisps of greenish mist emerging from the small space within the gourd, intensifying as he absorbed more of the precious energy. Although he remained unaware of the true nature of this green mist, He was certain it was something exceptional. This piece is quite promising, the skin is tight, and the granules are evenly distributed. It should yield favorable results, Qiuyang remarked, patting a rough stone as he spoke to his companion, Zhenpa. Zhenpa promptly selected the stone and placed it onto the small cart he had been pulling along. After several hours of meticulous selection, Qiuyang finally chose 10 pieces of jadeite rough that satisfied him. These stones varied from coarse to smooth and delicate skins, yet without exception, they were all top-quality gems, each possessing considerable value. These will do, Qiuyang announced, as he and Zhenpa approached Min, clapping his hands together. Min, unfazed, chuckled, "Is this all? If brotherly wishes, you may select a few more without any issue." To continue selecting would seem overly greedy, Qiuyang responded with a chuckle. "Given the kindness shown to me by my esteemed brothers, it would be ungrateful not to appreciate what I have." Min remained non-committal and inquired, "Shall we cut these stones now?" "How fortuitous!" Min laughed. "Thanks to brotherly's assistance, our mine's production efficiency has greatly improved. In a few days, we shall prepare a batch of stones to send to Relic, with dedicated escorts along the way, and there will also be personnel to receive them upon arrival. If you are at ease, we can take charge of escorting this batch." Qiuyang was aware that this was Mo Kuan's private smuggling route, transiting through Myanmar to Burma, then to Muse, with Luo Gang often participating as the captain of the guard in escort missions. Such tasks frequently involved navigating through perilous routes. A fleeting thought crossed Qiuyang's mind. Entrusting this batch of stones to Min and his team would indeed be a worry-free choice. Nodding slightly, he replied, "Then I shall leave this batch in your capable hands, brother Min." "A trivial matter," Min declared, instructing Ming to personally oversee the packaging of the 10 rough stones. 2 workers carefully placed the stones into 2 sturdy, white woven bags, which Qiuyang then sealed with his mark. After completing this task, Qiuyang, along with Zhenpa and another companion, leisurely departed from the Qiuyang mine. Luo Gang entered behind him, ensuring the door was securely closed, and grinned. "Are you truly planning to cut them yourself?" "Of course. The feeling of revealing jadeite with my own hands is unparalleled," Qiuyang replied, patting the jade cutting machine on the table, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Moreover, I wish to test my luck and see if I can uncover something extraordinary. I have confidence in this piece. It will undoubtedly yield an exceptional treasure." As he spoke, he began to manipulate the newly acquired dental machine within the confines of the room, meticulously adjusting the angle and speed of the grinding head. His expression one of unwavering focus. Once he had achieved a satisfactory configuration, Qiuyang placed the piece of mossy jadeite on the table and activated the machine, directing it towards a stone. With the aid of a kushushi, he could clearly discern the distribution and orientation of the emerald's jade flesh, undeterred by the surrounding dust. However, as he continued to grind, he encountered a new dilemma. The heat generated by the friction caused the material to become increasingly warm, and there was insufficient lubrication between the machine and the raw stone. Qiuyang furrowed his brow, halting the operation of the machine, and looked up at Luo Gang with a smile, remarking, "It seems that the process of opening stones is not as simple as it appears. The friction generates heat. We must find a way to cool it down." Luo Gang scratched his head and suggested, "Why not sprinkle some water, just like sharpening a knife? It can both cool and lubricate." "Excellent idea." Qiuyang's eyes brightened. "Could you please fetch me a basin of water, brother Luo?" Luo Gang quickly brought a basin of water, and Qiuyang soaked a towel, creating a rudimentary dripping apparatus. He readjusted the position of the grinding head and restarted the machine. This time, with the added lubrication and cooling from the water, the machine operated more smoothly, gradually grinding away the surface skin of the raw stone to reveal the emerging green hue within. Luo Gang, captivated by the process, couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Li, you're truly becoming more skilled. Not only do you possess the ability to discern jade, but you have also mastered the technique of opening it without a teacher. Just look at the luster of this emerald. One can tell this piece is extraordinary." Qiuyang chuckled, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "Of course, the raw stone I selected could not possibly be inferior. However, this is merely the beginning. We have only just reached the mist layer. True surprises lie ahead." The process of peeling away the skin with the dental machine was prolonged and monotonous, accompanied by the cacophony of harsh noise. Luo Gang soon found himself yawning incessantly and bid farewell, saying, "Brother Li, I shall step out for a nap. Your work is so intricate that it has made me drowsy." After Luo Gang's departure, the room was left with only the buzzing of the dental machine and the occasional sound of water droplets falling. Qiuyang remained intensely focused. unwilling to allow any lapse in concentration. He activated his fifth, cautiously adjusting the pressure and angle of the grinding head, fearful that a moment's negligence might ruin the emerald within. Such a high-grade emerald could be worth tens of thousands per gram, even reaching hundreds of thousands. To waste even the slightest amount would be a profound disrespect to the material. As time passed, the surface skin of the raw stone was gradually ground away, revealing more and more of the emerald, its rich green hue appearing particularly alluring under the light. When the final remnants of the skin were removed, the entirety of the emerald was finally unveiled before Qiuyang's eyes. It was a piece of exceptionally translucent jadeite, boasting a glass-like sheen and a vibrant green color, from which a chilling aura could be faintly sensed in the dim light. I've struck gold. Qiuyang powered down his phone, stretched his body slightly, and gazed at the glass-like, sunlit green emerald, his spirits soaring. After a considerable time, he finally wrapped it securely, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Grasping the toiletries, I prepared to freshen up. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by the sight of Qiuyang standing at the threshold, his face momentarily reflecting astonishment before curiosity took over. "Have you cut it? What is its quality?" he inquired, naturally referring to the precious piece worth 500 million. Qiuyang smiled softly, gesturing towards the center table where the meticulously packaged jade lay, and said, "It is of the utmost quality, flawless, and without cracks, holding immense value." Qiuyang's gaze shifted to the jade, but alas, in its sealed state, he could discern nothing. He could only remark, having spent such a significant sum, "It better appreciate in value." Qiuyang nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "It will undoubtedly rise in worth. Once this piece is sold, I shall prepare a generous red envelope for you." At this, Qiuyang's face lit up with delight, and he repeatedly nodded, saying, "Then I must thank you in advance." "My brother." Qiuyang playfully draped an arm over his shoulder, replying, "You're my old sergeant. There is no need for formality between us." However, Qiuyang shook his head, retorting, "Nay, you are the artilleryman, and I am but an infantryman. I cannot be your sergeant. They say artillerymen bear the blame. Don the green hat, and watch others fire the cannons." Qiuyang chuckled. "Oh, come now. Although I belong to the artillery, my primary expertise lies in anti-aircraft missiles. Targeting aircraft." Chapter 34. A Chance Encounter. After a brief refreshment, Qiuyang seized the opportunity to store the jade piece within his spatial compartment. Without pausing for rest, he set off with Zhenpa and the others to the Pakong jade market to procure more materials. Upon arrival, he immediately sensed a heightened buzz among the crowd compared to previous visits. Many were gathered around a stall at the market entrance, gesturing animatedly and engaging in lively discussions. Displayed on the table was a rough stone the size of a grinding wheel, its surface coarse and riddled with signs of weathering. The onlookers appeared fascinated, frequently exchanging opinions, their faces alight with excitement. The vendor, whom Qiuyang recognized as the bearded old man from Myanmar who had previously attempted to deceive him with counterfeit materials, was the one selling the raw stone. Qiuyang snorted quietly, discreetly activating his vision to scrutinize the jade. As expected, within the raw stone lay a hint of green, albeit a rather dim shade of oily green, and the area was not extensive, though it bore the term oil green. This classification did not refer to the jade's quality, but rather designated a type, akin to flower green or dry green. Oily green jade exhibits a darker hue, often perceived as tinged with grayish-blue tones, and is reputed to be among the least valuable varieties of jade. At this moment, a group of young Chinese individuals seemed to have gathered sufficient insights, with one confidently clad in a plaid shirt proclaiming to the others, "From my perspective, this material will undoubtedly yield good results. The seller is asking for 800 million shot. We should be prepared to invest at least 400 million to secure it. Let us each take a share and acquire this piece together." Another, wearing glasses and a striped t-shirt, expressed skepticism, saying, "Are you sure? Just yesterday, you made a similar claim about another piece, and we ended up incurring losses." The man in the plaid shirt chuckled nonchalantly and remarked, "When it comes to gambling on stones, no one can assert 100% certainty. However, the quality of this particular piece is genuinely remarkable, and I am over 80% confident that it will yield jadeite. As for me, I am prepared to go all in, whether you choose to follow suit or not." With that, he began conversing fluently in Burmese with the bearded elder. The three young men exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before ultimately resolving to join in, each pulling out money to purchase the stone alongside the man in the plaid shirt. Observing this, Qiuyang smirked, giving Zhenpa a discreet signal to subtly slip away from the crowd. It was merely a minor deception, where the participants were confused while the onlookers remained clear-headed. After securing a decent stall space at the market management office, Qiuyang settled down, ready to commence his collection of materials. Just as he arranged his stall, and before he could call out to attract customers, a few individuals gathered around him. "Boss, do you buy stones?" inquired a middle-aged man with dark skin, dressed in a tattered t-shirt, clutching a worn woven bag, appearing somewhat anxious. Qiuyang nodded, smiling as he replied, "Indeed. I buy all raw jadeite stones." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed the middle-aged man's face as he hurriedly placed the woven bag on the stall and cautiously opened it. Inside were 7 or 8 pieces of raw jadeite, varying in size, with surfaces that were either smooth or rough, showcasing a range of quality. The colors of the outer shells also differed, suggesting they were not sourced from a single mine. Qiuyang picked up each stone one by one, scrutinizing them closely. His discerning eyes had already activated, revealing the inner conditions of each piece with clarity. Among the stones, only one, which appeared quite unremarkable with a rough surface, concealed a piece of decent quality, glutinous jadeite. While not highly valuable, its stability appealed to Qiuyang, prompting him to decide to acquire it. "How much for this one?" he inquired, pointing at the small stone. The middle-aged man hesitated, glancing at the stone before responding. "This one would be 150,000 shots." Qiuyang smiled faintly, extending a hand. 50,000 shots. "If that works for you, I will take it." Though the man appeared reluctant, after a moment of contemplation, he nodded. "All right, 50,000 it is." He then glanced at the remaining stones, his hopeful gaze fixed on Qiuyang. "Boss, what about these?" Initially, Qiuyang considered declining, but after some thought, he opted to accept them. He needed to incorporate some inferior materials to avoid leaving Zhou Minghui with an illusion of guaranteed success. Observing the middle-aged man's shabby attire, he sighed slightly and proposed, "These truly aren't very good. How about we take them all for 100,000? The man's face brightened at the suggestion, and he quickly agreed, Sure, 100,000 it is." "Thank you, boss." With the transaction complete, the middle-aged man received the money, gently patting the stones, uttering a few words of blessing before leaving the stall with a beaming expression. Qiuyang then proceeded to seal the stones, packaging and registering them accordingly. At this moment, Jinpa leaned closer to Qiuyang and whispered, "Masterly, those individuals just purchased that piece of raw material for a staggering 480 million. Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, responding with an air of indifference. "There is no need to concern ourselves with that." Throughout the day, he meticulously examined and acquired various materials. He had lowered his standards considerably, accepting not only the fine specimens, but also those of lesser quality, provided the price was right. Even exorbitantly priced pieces with promising exteriors were subject to negotiation. By nightfall, Qiuyang had accumulated over 200 pieces, of which only a third were of exceptional quality. The remaining 2/3 were rather unremarkable. Not only did the quality vary significantly, but some were utterly worthless, destined to become mere refuse once cut open. Meanwhile, the 30 billion shots provided by Zhou Minghui had been entirely spent. As the heavens opened, a torrential rain began to pour, drumming incessantly against the car windows. Outside the town, the roads became increasingly muddy, devoid of any passerby. Jinpa reduced the speed, driving with heightened caution. After traveling a few more kilometers, Qiuyang noticed a Lexus TX that had inadvertently slid into a muddy pit. Its windows were entirely covered with opaque black tint. In front of it was another identical vehicle, where 2 men clad in athletic attire were crouched down, fastening a tow rope in an attempt to extract the car. Intrigued, Qiuyang activated his enhanced vision to peer inside the vehicle. His gaze penetrated the dark film, revealing 3 rows of seats. On the middle row lay 3 unconscious Chinese men, precisely those who had purchased the jadeite earlier in the day, now closely monitored by 3 armed men positioned strategically around them. Qiuyang's expression turned icy as he shifted his gaze to the vehicle ahead. In the back seat sat 4 individuals, 3 of whom were armed with rifles, while the front passenger seat was occupied by a Chinese man in his 30s. He recognized him instantly. He Shi Hong. Qiuyang would never forget that face. He was the owner of a fraudulent company within the Taida Electric Fraud Park, the very person who had delivered Qiuyang into the hands of the Ma Gulai family. Chapter 35. The Enemy in Light, I in Shadow. Since the end of last year, when Qiuyang was kidnapped and taken to the KK Park in Thailand, he had endured countless inhumane tortures for steadfastly refusing to cooperate and participate in scams. Electric shocks, beatings, whippings, and water torture became his grim reality. His unwavering defiance resulted in him being sold multiple times like cattle over a span of 6 months, transferred from one area to another, until he ultimately ended up in Qiuyang's fraudulent company within the Taidao Park. There, Qiuyang faced his darkest hour. As he continued to resist, Qiuyang ordered various inhumane tortures to be inflicted upon him, ultimately delivering him to the Ma Gulai family, where he faced a fate of having his kidneys removed and being discarded into an abandoned mine. Had it not been for that mysteriously magical gourd, Qiuyang would likely have perished in that desolate mine. He harbored an intense loathing for those fraudulent criminals, detesting the scum who treated them like mere swine. Now, having narrowly escaped from death, he found himself once again face to face with Qiuyang. Qiuyang clenched his fists, his gaze radiating a fierce intent to kill. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to remain calm and assess the situation at hand. Opposing him were 9 individuals armed with 7 rifles, with only 2 drivers unarmed. In contrast, he had only Showin and Babu with rifles, while Jinpa was equipped with a solitary handgun. The advantage lay in his favor. His ability to see through obstacles was his greatest asset. The night was shrouded in darkness, and with the heavens unleashing a torrential downpour, it was a prime opportunity for mayhem. With this thought, Qiuyang formulated a plan. He instructed softly, Jinpa, accelerate towards that large rock over there. Jinpa hesitated, confused, yet nodded and gradually increased the speed of the vehicle. Qiuyang quickly added, I recognize those 2 cars. They belong to an enemy of mine, and I intend to eliminate them. Have Showin hand me his rifle, and you 2 will provide cover while I take them out myself. The weight of Qiuyang's words struck Jinpa, momentarily overwhelming him. But masterly, Jinpa began, but Qiuyang's expression had hardened with unwavering resolve. He reiterated urgently, no questions, just do as instructed. Showin, perceiving the gravity of the situation reflected in Qiuyang's serious demeanor, swiftly understood the urgency. Without hesitation, he retrieved his rifle and a fully loaded magazine from beneath his seat and handed them to Qiuyang. After a quick inspection of the weapon to ensure its reliability, Qiuyang secured a spare magazine to his waist and readied the rifle, disengaging the safety and chambering around. At that moment, Jinpa maneuvered the vehicle behind the large rock, bringing it to a steady halt. Turn off the lights and kill the engine, Qiuyang commanded, his expression grim as he reiterated the mission's parameters. You only need to cover me. There's no need for direct engagement. Wait for my signal to join me, understood? Having undergone formal military training and enhanced by the mysterious orb, Qiuyang felt confident in his ability to launch a surprise attack on the enemy in the midst of this rainy night. Although Jinpa and the others felt a tinge of anxiety, they nodded in understanding, reassured by Qiuyang's composed confidence. With a determined nod, Qiuyang opened the car door and leaped out, moving like a shadow through the night as he swiftly closed the distance to the 2 vehicles. In his heightened perception, he noticed Qiuyang seated in the front passenger seat, engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to the impending peril. Meanwhile, 2 of the 3 gunmen in the back seat were dozing, while the 3rd was also distracted by his phone. The gunmen in the rear vehicle were in a similarly lax state. At that moment, the 2 drivers had finally secured the tow rope and were making their way to the driver's seat from the front and rear of their vehicles. Just as they opened the doors, 1 foot barely crossing the threshold, a bullet pierced the night, striking the driver of the front vehicle in the head. Bang! The gunshot echoed sharply in the rain-soaked night. The driver's head seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand, blood and brain matter erupting forth, splattering Qiuyang with red and white. The sudden turn of events startled him so profoundly that he dropped his phone. The driver's body slumped lifelessly between the seat and the door. The driver of the rear vehicle had just settled into his seat, preparing to close the door, when the gunshot rang out. The horrific sound made him shudder, but before he could shut the door, Qiuyang's second shot had already found its mark, equally piercing through his skull. Qiuyang, seated in the passenger seat, was drenched in blood, resembling a fiend risen from the depths of hell. In a mixture of terror and fury, he screamed, "There's an enemy! Get him! Kill him!" In truth, at the sound of the first gunshot, the gunmen in both vehicles were jolted awake. Yet, in the thick of night, amidst the torrential downpour, they were momentarily oblivious to the enemy's location. Their headlights illuminated the road ahead, but the shots originated from the left. The 3 gunmen in the rear vehicle swiftly exited, using the car as cover to ascertain the enemy's position and movement. Meanwhile, the 3 gunmen in the front vehicle were also on high alert. One of them reclined the driver's seat, preparing to push the driver's corpse, which was wedged in the door, aside to close it. Their vehicle was bulletproof. Once the door was shut, they would have a preliminary safeguard against danger. However, as he crawled over the reclined seat. His hand had yet to touch the driver's body when his own head was already exposed in Qiuyang's line of fire. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the gunman attempting to close the door in the front vehicle had his head shattered by a bullet, collapsing like a marionette with severed strings. Blood and brain matter spraying inside the car, contrasting with Qiuyang's blood-stained attire, heightening the horror of the scene. Qiuyang's already unsettled heart raced violently, but then he seemed to regain clarity, swiftly turning off the ignition and extinguishing the lights. The vehicle was plunged into darkness, and Qiuyang's heart finally found a momentary sense of calm. Chapter 36, Caught You. Superfluous move. Qiuyang possessed the gift of enhanced vision, rendering the darkness a mere inconvenience. With the driver's door of the front vehicle ajar, Qiuyang was well within his sights. Yet, he intended to capture his prey alive, which was why he had temporarily spared this creature. Utilizing the cover of the torrential rain, he moved swiftly, soon circling to the rear of both vehicles. The three gunmen in the rear vehicle pressed their bodies against the car, holding their breath, striving to discern any movement from the enemy. Little did they know, danger had silently encroached upon them. Qiuyang found an exquisite shooting position several meters behind the vehicle. He crouched low, gripping his rifle firmly, and through the torrential downpour, he steadied his aim on the back of a gunman's head. In his line of sight, the gunman's head was distinctly visible. Qiuyang could even discern the tension on his face and the droplets cascading down his hair. "Farewell, scum." With a cold glint in his eyes and his lips barely moving as if silently reciting a mantra, he gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the gunman from the rear vehicle collapsed without a moment's notice, his body twitching a few times before falling still. The remaining two gunmen, witnessing this, were instantly struck with panic. They began to fire wildly in all directions, desperately seeking the hidden adversary. However, their bullets found only empty space. And what awaited them was the lethal precision of Qiuyang's next shot after he shifted his position. Bang! 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 Their bodies convulsed in the rain, ultimately succumbing to silence. As accomplices in Qiuyang's telecommunications fraud, Qiuyang bore no psychological burden in eliminating them. Rather, he felt a profound sense of exhilaration. His actions were not solely for personal vengeance, but also for the countless individuals who had suffered at the hands of these vile beasts. "He's behind." Qiuyang's terrified shout pierced the air, his expression darkening as he leapt from his seat to the driver's position, forcefully kicking aside the corpses of the former driver and the slain gunman before slamming the door shut and restarting the vehicle. In that moment, he was filled with dread and desperation, longing to escape this cursed place. Yet, he had forgotten that a tow rope still tethered the two vehicles together from when he had attempted to extricate the rear vehicle from mire. As Qiuyang revved the engine and slammed the accelerator in an attempt to break free from the confines of the tow rope, it clung to the vehicles like a fetter of fate, binding them together. Even with the pedal to the metal, the rear vehicle acted as an unyielding anchor, holding the front vehicle firmly in place. Damn it! However, the two remaining gunmen in the vehicle were paralyzed with fear. They were accustomed to flaunting their power within their territory, but had never encountered such dire circumstances. Moreover, the enemy's marksmanship was too precise. It felt as if a seasoned hunter was mercilessly stalking his prey. Each shot claimed a life, and even the darkness of night could not conceal the palpable threat. "You useless fools!" Qiuyang cursed in exasperation, realizing he could no longer rely on them. At that moment, Qiuyang's voice echoed through the rain-soaked night, laced with mockery and chill. "Qiuyang, don't waste your efforts. You won escape today. Who are you? If you have the ability, come out." Qiuyang recognized the voice, tinged with familiarity, but could not recall its source in that instant. His heart raced with fury and terror as he bellowed, "Who are you?" In response came the relentless barrage of bullets from Qiuyang, streaking through the rain-soaked night like fiery comets, mercilessly hammering against the rear window of the vehicle with a cacophony of sound. Fortunately, the bulletproof glass momentarily withstood Qiuyang's assault. However, this merely extended Qiuyang's life for a fleeting moment. Qiuyang had already discerned that although the rear window was made of bulletproof glass, it was the thinnest among all the glass in the vehicle. It likely only met the third level of protection, unlike the side windows which achieved the fourth level, and the windshield, which reached the fifth level. After Qiuyang expended a full magazine, the scene fell into a brief silence, yet the rear window, under his relentless assault, was now riddled with cracks, poised to shatter at any moment. He grinned menacingly as he replaced the spent magazine and raised his weapon once more. With the sound of gunfire echoing, Each of Li Qiuyang's bullets struck the vulnerable points of the rear window. At last, unable to withstand the onslaught, the rear window shattered with a resounding crash. The two remaining gunmen inside the car swiftly drew their weapons, firing indiscriminately into the void. Yet their aim was as erratic as headless flies. Li Qiuyang had already anticipated their movements and had taken refuge in their blind spots. Once their rifles lay empty, Li Qiuyang reemerged, dispatching them with 2 decisive shots. Qiuyang, do you remember me? Li Qiuyang's voice resonated through the shattered window, laced with profound hatred and coldness. Qiuyang trembled, finally recalling the man he had tormented mercilessly in the scam park. You are Li Qiuyang. You are still alive. His voice quivered with disbelief and fear, unable to fathom that the Lai family had allowed this man to survive, and now, hundreds of kilometers away from Mogu and Pekin. He confronted him in such a formidable manner. That extraordinary marksmanship, that aura of death he had only witnessed in films. Indeed, I am alive. Does that disappoint you? Li Qiuyang stood at the rear window, weapon aimed at Qiuyang's head. Do not move. My gun is currently aimed at you. In desperation, Qiuyang raised his hands. Don't kill me. I can give you money, lots of money. But Li Qiuyang remained unmoved, coldly stating, I present you with 2 choices. Either exit the vehicle on your own accord, or I will shoot you right here. I'll get out. I will get out immediately. Qiuyang shivered, trembling as he extended his hand to slowly open the car door. Yet he hesitated to descend until Li Qiuyang fired a shot. The bullet whizzing past his ear, prompting him to tumble out of the vehicle in a panic. But awaiting Qiuyang was the force of Li Qiuyang's boot, delivering a powerful kick to his face, sending him crashing into a muddy puddle. You just mentioned you would give me a substantial sum of money. Li Qiuyang narrowed his eyes, towering over Qiuyang. How much can you offer? 10 million. If you spare me, I can give you $10 million. Qiuyang exclaimed, seizing the lifeline with desperation. Really? Just give me your account number, and I will transfer the money immediately. In response, Li Qiuyang delivered a resounding slap. Do you think I am in need of your paltry sum? I wish you a life worse than death. Chapter 37. Interrogation. $10 million is undoubtedly a substantial sum. However, no amount of money that Qiuyang could present would sway Li Qiuyang. With the man in his grasp, Li Qiuyang possessed countless methods to extract every ounce of value from him. As he spoke, he lifted his foot once more and forcefully pressed it down upon Qiuyang's chest, submerging him into the muddy water. Qiuyang's face was engulfed by the mire, rendering him breathless as he emitted pitiful whimpers, his hands feebly struggling. Li Qiuyang seemed oblivious to the man's plight, his gaze cold and filled with a sense of vengeful satisfaction as he looked down upon the scum beneath him. He bent slightly and hoisted Qiuyang from the mud, discarding him carelessly to the side as one would cast aside refuse. Then, he picked up a sharp shard of glass from the ground and slowly approached Qiuyang, the glass gliding lightly across his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Do you recall the deeds you have committed against me? Li Qiuyang's voice was low and dangerous. Electric shocks, beatings, whippings, water dungeons, and even selling me off to have my kidney removed. We must settle these scores. Qiuyang's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling violently, and a dampness spread in his trousers. He stammered in desperation, Li Qiuyang, Brother Qiuyang, I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you, spare me. I shall never dare again. Yet Li Qiuyang remained unmoved, his eyes growing more disdainful and frigid. Spare you? Do you truly believe that is a possibility? He clenched the glass shard tightly, thrusting it forcefully into Qiuyang's thigh, eliciting a piercing scream from him. This is merely an appetizer, or perhaps a small interest payment, Li Qiuyang declared coldly. The main course that follows will be even more unforgettable. At that moment, Zhen Pa and his companions, hearing the cessation of gunfire, could no longer suppress their concern for Li Qiuyang. They turned their vehicle around and approached, only to witness the grim spectacle of Li Qiuyang tormenting Qiuyang. Master Li, are you unharmed? Zhen Pa swiftly exited the vehicle to inquire. Do I appear to be in distress? Li Qiuyang replied with a smirk. The one truly in trouble is him. He nudged the prostrate Qiuyang with his foot and stood up, speaking softly. Zhen Pa complied, instructing Su Wen and Bob Bu to act accordingly. Meanwhile, Li Qiuyang rummaged through the Lexus, collecting Qiuyang's mobile phone, various documents, identification, and a cache of cash in both Myanmar Chat and US dollars. Master Li, it's all set. What shall we do with these 3? Zhen Pa, Su Wen, and Babu bound Qiuyang like a pig and disposed of him into the bed of the pickup truck. They then pointed to the 3 unconscious Chinese men slumped in the rear seat. We have no idea what kind of drug they were given. They showed no sign of waking despite the commotion. Li Qiuyang furrowed his brow, contemplating, doused them with water to awaken them, then let them fend for themselves. Zhenpa nodded and promptly arranged for Su Wan and Babu to fetch several bottles of mineral water from the vehicle, pouring the contents over the heads of the three unconscious men. The cold water jolted them awake, their expressions bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. Clearly at a loss for what had transpired. "Where are we?" One of the men wiped the beads of water from his face, bewilderedly inquiring. Qiuyang stepped forward, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded them. "You have been kidnapped, and I am the one who rescued you. You are safe now. You may leave on your own, or I can provide you with some money for you to figure things out." "Kidnapped? No way." The first man's exclamation was a response to Qiuyang's statement, while the latter part of his utterance was a gasp prompted by the sight of the corpse on the ground and the blood on the vehicle. The three were evidently taken aback by the scene before them, momentarily at a loss for words. Qiuyang, feeling somewhat helpless, retrieved 100,000 chot from his pocket and tossed it to the trio, saying, "Never mind, you handle it as you see fit. I have matters to attend to." With that, he turned to leave, and the three hastily got into their vehicle. The pickup truck roared to life and swiftly vanished into the night. The trio's minds were still somewhat foggy, enveloped in silence and confusion. "What else would you think?" Another man retorted angrily, "This guy is nothing but a fraud. He must have drugged us. He swindled our money and intends to sell us off for our kidneys." The three swiftly reached a consensus, tidied the scene, collected 3 rifles from the ground, and drove off in one of the vehicles, embarking on their journey back north. Meanwhile, upon disembarking, Qiuyang dragged the burlap sack containing Qiuyang to Luo Gang and requested his assistance in arranging a secluded room. Luo Gang raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on the oddly shaped sack, and asked, "What is this?" Qiuyang grinned and briefly recounted how he had encountered Qiuyang and captured him single-handedly. "You alone? Against 7 armed men, and you managed to take one alive?" Luo Gang's expression reflected mild astonishment. Qiuyang replied nonchalantly, "It was nothing extraordinary. I wish to interrogate this individual thoroughly. Perhaps I can extract some unexpected information." Luo Gang nodded and promptly summoned 2 of his guards to take Qiuyang away and escort him to a secure chamber. When Qiuyang was dragged from the sack by the guards, he appeared pale, battered, and filled with terror. Qiuyang crouched down and gazed at Qiuyang. "Now, we can have a proper conversation." Qiuyang trembled, stammering, "Don't hit me. I'll tell you everything. I'll say anything." In the ensuing time, Qiuyang poured out details like a bamboo tube spilling beans, revealing what he knew about the fraudulent operation and his involvement in various crimes. Qiuyang scoffed coldly and stated, "I am not interested in that. I have 2 questions to pose to you. Are my identification card and passport still in your possession? Such credentials are typically resold along with the owner." Yes. If you wish, I can call someone to deliver them to you immediately." "No ruse." Qiuyang maintained his icy demeanor and pressed further, "Think carefully. Do you know a woman named Yang Qiyu?" Chapter 38, An Eye for an Eye. Yang Qiyu was Qiuyang's girlfriend. Back in Thailand, he had taken a sip from the bottled water she provided, after which he fell into a deep unconsciousness, awakening only upon arriving at the Mayawati KK area. In the depths of his mind, he remained convinced that he was ensnared in the web of an elaborate scam, with Yang Qiyu as the prime suspect, if not the mastermind. Yet, he found himself utterly unable to reach out to the outside world or glean any information about Yang Qiyu. Upon arriving in Peigang, Qiuyang attempted multiple times to call the phone number previously used by Yang Qiyu, but to no avail. He turned to Qiuyang, who shook his head bitterly. "I truly do not know any woman named Yang Qiyu. I have never heard that name in the park." Qiuyang scrutinized Qiuyang's eyes, searching for any sign of deceit, yet all he observed was fear, devoid of any indication of falsehood. He nodded impassively, stating, "Very well, I have no further inquiries. However, my brother has a few matters he wishes to discuss with you. I must prepare a water prison, along with electric batons and whips. As I understand, you have a penchant for such implements." Upon hearing the term water prison, Qiuyang's countenance turned ashen, his body trembling violently as if he envisioned the horrific fate awaiting him. "No, please, I realize my wrongs. Truly, I understand my mistakes," he cried out, his eyes brimming with despair and terror. Qiuyang, however, paid him no heed, striding out the door. Moments later, the burly Luo Gang stood before Qiuyang, his fists cracking ominously. "You do not merely recognize your errors. You are acutely aware that your demise is imminent." As Luo Gang's words lingered in the air, his gaze turned as frigid as ice as he advanced toward Qiuyang step by step. Terrified, Qiuyang retreated until his back met the wall, leaving him with no escape, forcing him to curl up in a quivering ball. I truly understand my mistakes. I beg of you, grant me another chance. He Shihong pleaded incoherently. Luo Gang remained unmoved and suddenly seized a chair, bringing it crashing down upon He Shihong as head. A chance? Did you ever contemplate the consequences of your misdeeds? The chair splintered upon impact, causing He Shihong to bleed profusely. Yet Luo Gang showed no signs of relent, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. With his arms cradling his head, He Shihong cowered in the corner, passively enduring the brutal onslaught, his pitiful cries echoing in the air. Moments later, Qiuyang returned, wielding a stun baton that he had instructed Su when to procure. Lu Gong halted, his eyes glinting with anticipation at the sight of the baton. Now, this tool will deliver a proper thrill. Qiuyang sneered as he flicked the switch, the baton crackling ominously before it was thrust against He Shihong's body. A piercing scream escaped He Shihong's lips as electricity coursed through him, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably, twisting in bizarre motions akin to a dance of agony. The excruciating shock threatened to render him unconscious, yet Qiuyang showed no inclination to cease the torment. He had endured countless such shocks before. This was merely the beginning of his suffering. He repeatedly electrocuted He Shihong until the latter collapsed on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog, incessantly murmuring, "I was wrong, truly wrong. Spare my life. Please spare me." How dull. Qiuyang scuffed, casting aside the electric baton and rising to his feet. I shall seek other amusements. With that, he exited through the door. No sooner had he departed than He Shihong mustered all his strength to plead with Luo Gang. "Brother, I beseech you. I will pay you. Just let me go." "He will kill me." "No, he will torment me to death." "Should you not deserve death?" Luo Gang retorted coldly, then inquired, "How much do you possess?" Hope flickered in He Shihong's eyes as he hastily replied, 10 million. "I mean in you." "Yes, dollars." "Brother, if you let me go, I will immediately give you $10 million. $10 million? A smirk played at the corners of Luo Gang's mouth. "But that does not seem sufficient to buy your life. Do you truly think your life is worth only 10 million? Upon hearing this, He Shihong's complexion turned even paler. Yet he recognized he was now akin to a fish on the chopping block, subject to the whims of others, and dared not offer any rebuttal. Gritting his teeth, as if making a resolute decision, he trembled and said, "No, it is not merely 10 million. I have $13 million in an anonymous account at a Swiss bank. If you spare my life, I can relinquish all my assets to you." "Interesting," Luo Gang mused, raising an eyebrow. "Is it truly so lucrative to engage in telecom fraud these days?" He Shihong forced a smile. "Brother, not all of it stems from fraudulent activities. Part of it is from selling goods, and another portion is commission from laundering money. As for what I sold, I did not specify." Luo Gang let out a cold laugh. "Regardless of whether it is dirty money or clean, at this point, is it not all our money?" He Shihong nodded fervently. "Indeed. Indeed, it is all yours, brother. As long as you show mercy, all this money is yours." "Very well. I shall grant you a chance at life." Luo Gang approached He Shihong, looking down at him. "However, you must first tell me how to transfer your money to me." Upon hearing there was a chance to survive, He Shihong quickly divulged how to establish an anonymous account in Switzerland, as well as the intricate financial operations and asset transfers involved. Before long, under He Shihong's guidance, Luo Gang successfully set up his UBS account and personally transferred all of He Shihong's funds using He Shihong's phone. Once he confirmed the money had been received, a cold smile crept across Luo Gang's lips. He then silently exited, leaving He Shihong huddled in the corner, devoid of hope. Meanwhile, Luo Gang handed the phone to Qiuyang, excitement lacing his voice as he declared, $13 million, all received. Qiuyang took the phone, observing the displayed account balance, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "One half each. That simply won't do." Luo Gang chuckled. "Though money is indeed a splendid thing. I did not exert much effort, did I? Give me 1/10, and I shall be quite satisfied. Then I shall offer you 3 million. Qiuyang Ruplia. However, there are still matters that require your assistance, brother Luo." The smile on Luo Gang's face brightened even further. "Rest assured, I will do everything within my power to assist you, and for those matters beyond my reach, I shall devise a solution." Qiuyang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed towards the door, imprisoning He Shihong. "For tonight, let's leave it at that. Find someone to keep watch over him. We cannot allow him to perish so easily. Tomorrow, we shall devise a plan to have him send out my identification documents." Luo Gang raised his rugged brows and remarked, "This could very well alert the enemy. What if they demand his release in exchange for your documents?" "It hardly seems worth it." "Very well, I have a suggestion. Simply transport him to the border. Someone like Qiuyang would undoubtedly be on the wanted list. Upon hearing this, Qiuyang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he clasped Luo Gang's shoulder and laughed. What a splendid idea. You truly think ahead, Brother Luo. Let us proceed with that plan. The following morning dawned bright and clear. After breakfast, Qiuyang called Zhou Minghui, who was in Ruili, to discuss the acquisition of jade rough stones. Brotherly, your efficiency is truly astonishing, Zhou Minghui exclaimed. In such a short span, you have completed the task. I am eagerly anticipating the moment we cut these stones and count our profits until our hands cramp. Qiuyang reassured him, Brother Zhou, have no worries. Although it has not taken long, I have meticulously selected only the finest quality stones, both in terms of texture and hue. If we do not profit, I will personally cover your losses of 10 million. Not to mention the $10 million just received, but the piece of sky blue jadeite in Qiuyang's possession alone was worth over 100 million. Thus, he felt entirely justified in making such claims. Oh no, Brotherly, please do not misunderstand. Zhou Minghui hastily replied. I have complete faith in your discerning eye. I am simply overjoyed. If these stones appreciate significantly, I shall reap substantial benefits. Qiuyang chuckled and said, Brother Zhou, you are too modest. We are in this together for mutual benefit. Once the stones are processed, I shall rely on you to find a reliable channel to expedite their sale. Brotherly need not worry about the channels. The current market is fervently seeking high-quality jadeite. Zhou Minghui assured, thumping his chest. As long as the stones are good, selling them will be effortless. Qiuyang then shared the details regarding his capture of Qiuyang and his intention to transport him to the border, seeking to expedite the restoration of his identity. His aim was to minimize the necessary procedures. Zhou Minghui pondered briefly before replying, I can inquire on your behalf, Brotherly. I will provide you with an update on the specifics as soon as possible. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they concluded the call. In Ruili, at Tiancheng Jade Industry, Zhou Minghui set down the phone and leaned back gently in his swivel chair, his fingers softly tapping the edge of the desk. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the office door. Come in, Zhou Minghui said in a low voice. The door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a professional suit and adorned with black frame glasses. Her name was Zhang Li, the secretary to Zhou Minghui. She placed a document before him and softly stated, Mr. Zhou, the administrative department's documents require your signature. Zhou Minghui picked it up and observed that it pertained to the additional compensation standards for 4 bodyguards who had been killed while protecting Pagan, each entitled to an extra 200,000 yuan. He furrowed his brow and inquired, how much has the insurance company provided to the families? Zhang Li responda. According to the standard, it is 1 million per person. I have heard it has already been transferred to the respective family accounts. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise passed through Zhang Li's eyes, but she quickly nodded in agreement. Understood, Mr. Zhou. I will make the arrangements immediately. Just as she prepared to leave, Zhou Minghui called her back. Please prepare a car for me. I need to visit the police station. Half an hour later, Zhou Minghui arrived at the city police station, walking directly into the office of Deputy Director Lu Guowei. He gently knocked on the door and, upon receiving permission, stepped inside. Lu Guowei was seated behind his desk, sifting through some documents. Upon noticing Zhou Minghui, he set down his pen and smiled. Ah, if it isn't Mr. Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Minghui returned the smile and made his way to the sofa, taking a seat. It's regarding the matter we discussed last time, but there have been new developments. Thus, Zhou Minghui recounted the key points of what Qiuyang had relayed to him. As Lu Guowei listened, his astonishment grew, ultimately causing him to rise from his chair. His gaze fixed intently on Zhou Minghui. Old classmate, are you certain you're not jesting? You say your friend was deceived into a telecom fraud zone and has not only escaped, but also captured the owner of the fraud company? The telecom fraud zone in northern Myanmar is notorious. Once an ordinary person enters, they seldom emerge. Those who do are exceptionally rare, let alone managing to capture the boss of such a company. Zhou Minghui replied earnestly, Why would I joke about such matters? I find it equally hard to believe. Yet it is the truth. The owner of the fraud company is named Qiuyang. You should be able to find his information here. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and located the latest image sent by Qiuyang, displaying a photo of Qiuyang in custody. Lu Guowei, upon hearing this, promptly seated himself at the computer and began typing furiously. Moments later, an expression of astonishment crossed his face. Indeed, this man exists. He is infamous in northern Myanmar, with several lives lost under his command. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, he turned to Zhou Minghui. Old Zhou, are you certain your friend could deliver him? Zhou Mingwei nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Lu Guowei's eyes sparkled with determination. Then I shall personally oversee this matter. As for your friend S' request to restore his identity, I will ensure it is addressed personally. Chapter 40. The Journey Home. Later that afternoon, Qiuyang arrived at the Jijihong mine accompanied by the True Trio. Accompanying him were over 500 pieces of jade rough stones he had procured for Zhou Mingwei, intended to be sent to the domestic market via Mo Qiuyang's channels. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Min, Qiuyang gestured toward the cargo hold filled with jade materials, stating, "This batch is something I collected for a friend. I hope it can be transported to Relic through General Mo Qiuyang's network." Min merely glanced at it and casually replied, "This is a trivial matter. Coincidentally, our goods are also ready to be shipped, so it can all be sent together. Typically, the general would charge 2 to 3% of the total value of the goods as shipping fees. However, considering the favor owed to Brother Li, a nominal fee would suffice. For goods valued at 10 million yuan, charging 2 to 3 million for transportation might seem exorbitant. Yet in a place like Myanmar, it is indeed quite reasonable. Fortunately, discounts can still be negotiated." Qiuyang pondered for a moment before smiling and inquiring, "Is cash on delivery an option?" Min grinned. "Of course. As I mentioned, this is merely a minor concern." With that, he summoned Mao Ka to arrange for personnel to securely package the jade rough stones at the designated location for shipment. Qiuyang, slightly astonished, turned to Min and asked, "Oh, why is that?" Min chuckled lightly and explained, "You see, Brother Li, as mining managers, we each have our major clients. Typically large business owners from places like Relic or Qiuyang. They're always in pursuit of high-quality jadeite. However, our mine seldom provides such top-tier jade. Thus, whenever high-quality jadeite becomes available, we immediately reach out to our key clients." Qiuyang felt a spark of interest and gently smiled. "No problem. I will certainly reach out to Brother Min if needed." The piece of glass-like, vibrant green jade in his possession required a capable buyer, and naturally, Qiuyang hoped to fetch a handsome price for it. However, seeking buyers independently could be time-consuming and fraught with potential pitfalls. Being a seasoned mining manager, Min undoubtedly possessed valuable connections and resources. Having him recommend buyers would surely be much more secure. After all, selling to anyone is still selling. With the goods in his hands, it would be beneficial to engage multiple clients, allowing them to compete against one another. Min continued, "When the time comes, simply find a hotel where these business owners can view the goods one by one, and ultimately, you can select the one who offers the highest bid. There is no need to worry about them being unable to pay, and if you feel the price is too low, you're not obligated to sell to them." Qiuyang nodded, quite satisfied with Min's arrangements. He remarked, "Brother Min has considered everything thoroughly. I feel reassured. After the deal is finalized, I will surely treat Brother Min to a grand celebration." "Haha, then I thank you in advance, Brother Li." Min laughed heartily. Qiuyang glanced at the workers unloading the cargo and inquired, "This time, I plan to travel with the convoy. I hope that is convenient?" Since the decision was made to escort He Shihong to the border, traveling by land was the only option. Accompanying the convoy transporting the jade rough stones would undoubtedly ensure the utmost safety and convenience. Upon hearing this, Min was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What inconvenience could there possibly be? Ultimately, as long as Captain Luo consents, I have no jurisdiction over the affairs of the guards." Ever since Qiuyang assumed the role of jade consultant at the Jijihong mining site, the productivity of the mine has skyrocketed, particularly among the workers responsible for cutting and polishing the jade, who now operate in 2 shifts around the clock. Recently, 5 additional cutting machines and 1 wire saw have been introduced, with the number of grinding machines reaching as high as 50, clearly indicating an ambition to expand and achieve greatness once more. For the next 2 days, Qiuyang essentially resided at the Jijihong mining site. Apart from meals and sleep, he spent most of his time appraising the raw jade stones in the mine's warehouse. On one hand, he was diligently working. On the other, he sought to absorb the mysterious energy embedded within the jade. Although the warehouse housed countless raw jade stones, stacked like mountains, Qiuyang could only absorb the essence of the jade through direct contact with individual pieces. While the process was somewhat slow, it was cumulative, yielding remarkably substantial results. Over the span of 2 days, the mysterious gourd at Qiuyang's waist transformed from a tawny hue to a deep brown, and eventually, it even exhibited faint traces of a purplish golden color. Additionally, he felt his body invigorated by the refreshing aura emanating from the gourd. The most notable effect manifested in Li Qiuyang's newfound ability to discern the fine hairs on the face of a person picking jade several hundred meters away, merely by the naked eye. However, his range of vision for this enhanced perception remained around 50 meters. Furthermore, the verdant mist within the gourd's confined space grew denser, subtly hinting at the potential for condensation. Thus, Li Qiuyang began to anticipate the next transformation of the mysterious orb's color and the evolution of the greenish mist within the small space. On the morning of the third day, Li Qiuyang rose early, freshened up briefly, and made his way to the camp for breakfast. Today, he was not required to work, as it marked the day of departure. Bright and early, Qiuyang personally led an elite contingent of guards, escorting Qiuyang to the camp. Qiuyang's eyes lacked any luster, and although his external injuries had received rudimentary treatment, the myriad bruises covering his body indicated that Qiuyang had not granted him any respite in Li Qiuyang's absence. After finishing his breakfast, Li Qiuyang, smoking a cigarette, approached the cargo container where Qiuyang was confined. Observing Qiuyang's listless demeanor, he could not help but taunt, "Isn't this bossy? It's been several days. How have you come to look so disheveled?" Qiuyang appeared ashen, choosing to ignore Li Qiuyang. He had come to terms with the fact that he was utterly doomed in the hands of this man. Li Qiuyang, undeterred, continued to jest. "There is no need for such despair, bossy. You ought to lift your spirits. I recall you once said that to succeed, one must first go mad and recklessly pursue wealth. Where has that audacious spirit of yours gone?" With a slight upward curl of his lips, he added nonchalantly, "I've decided to abandon the notion of killing you. Instead, I plan to send you to the border checkpoint to turn you over to the Chinese authorities. Consider yourself fortunate that you still possess some utility, allowing you to live a few more days." "You shameless wretch!" Qiuyang, filled with fury, grasped the iron bars of his confinement and shouted at Li Qiuyang, "You took my money. Why have you not released me? You promised to grant me a chance at survival." Li Qiuyang shook his head gently, a flicker of pity crossing his gaze as he coldly replied, "A chance at survival? Huh? Are you deluding yourself? When you sent me to the Lai family to have my kidney removed, did you ever consider offering me a chance at life? And what about those innocently slain by your hand? Did you afford them a chance at survival?" At that moment, Qiuyang approached, casting a disdainful glance at Qiuyang before turning to Li Qiuyang with a smirk. "Why waste so many words on him? Let us wrap this up. We need to prepare to depart." Chapter 41, Trouble Arises. Li Qiuyang nodded, flicking the cigarette but from his fingers into an empty patch of ground, then turned to say, "Let us go." 10 minutes later, a convoy of 13 vehicles slowly set in motion. Qiuyang piloted a jeep at the forefront, with Li Qiuyang seated in the passenger seat. The convoy traversed winding mountain roads, flanked by dense jungles and sporadic rugged outcrops, occasionally passing through small towns, which they discreetly circumvented. In the afternoon, the convoy diverted eastward from Myanmar, entering a narrower path. Qiuyang drove with unwavering focus, skillfully maneuvering the vehicle while telling Li Qiuyang, "This route is relatively concealed. Though it may take longer, it is decidedly safer." Li Qiuyang nodded in agreement, saying, "If we must go slowly, safety is paramount." He then glanced at Qiuyang, noticing a hint of unnoticeable melancholy in his eyes. "Places like Singapore, Australia, or New Zealand. There must be a way," he mused. From Qiuyang, Li Qiuyang had extracted $13 million, of which he dutifully allocated $3 million to Qiuyang. Though not a vast sum, it was more than sufficient for immigration to the aforementioned countries. Qiuyang's eyes brightened, exclaiming, "That's a splendid idea, but I wonder if my mother would agree. At her age, I fear she might find it hard to leave behind her homeland, with all its nooks and crannies." "I was just about to mention that." Qiuyang grinned, adding, "Even though my comrades send her gifts each year, it pales in comparison to the comfort of having family by her side. Still, their support as my friends, despite my fugitive status, speaks volumes of our bond." After a moment of silence, Li Qiuyang finally broached the question that had long troubled him. "Brother Luo, what exactly transpired back then that led you to make such a decision?" After a lengthy pause, Qiuyang sighed and recounted, "I had just returned from military service, brimming with youthful zeal, and felt compelled to address the injustices in my village, which inevitably led to offending some individuals. One day, those scoundrels gathered a mob and stormed my home. They not only vandalized and looted, but also humiliated my wife, who had only just entered our home." "Well done," Li Qiuyang exclaimed, a surge of indescribable fury and sympathy welling up within him. "In such matters, anyone would react similarly. They brought death upon themselves. Let them be killed." Luo Gang cast a grateful glance at Li Qiuyang and remarked, "Brotherly, thank you. Hearing you say this brings me much relief. In truth, over the years, I have harbored a tinge of regret. Had I managed to remain calmer at that time, perhaps I would not find myself in this predicament today. Yet, how many what-ifs can one find in this world?" Li Qiuyang chuckled softly. "What is done is done. There is no reason for regret. Moreover, you acted out of vengeance for your sister-in-law. You too were a victim. Those wretches deserve their fate." "You are right," Luo Gang nodded in agreement. "Once this escort mission concludes, I must devise a proper plan." After several hours of traversing the mountains, the convoy finally arrived at a relatively open area. It was a small town with modest shops and residences lining the streets. The residents, clad in simple attire, bustled about the lanes and alleyways. "This is one of our supply points," Luo Gang explained. "We shall stay here for the night to replenish our food and water supplies, and to inspect the vehicles." The convoy gradually came to a halt in an open space by the roadside. Once everyone disembarked, they began to busy themselves. Some inspected the vehicles, while others entered the shops to procure supplies. Li Qiuyang followed Luo Gang into a grocery store, but purchased nothing. Luo Gang pulled out 500,000 chats and placed it on the counter, inquiring in Burmese, "Old Mo, have there been any developments on this road recently?" Old Mo, a gaunt man in his 60s, squinted as he stuffed the money into a cloth bag at his waist, lowering his voice to respond. "I've heard whispers of a government force operating in this area. You must exercise caution." Luo Gang's brow furrowed slightly. "The government forces? Do you know which unit it is?" "I cannot say," Old Mo replied, his eyes greedily darting towards Luo Gang's pocket. Luo Gang cursed inwardly, but nonetheless retrieved another 500,000 chats to hand over to Old Mo, who then nodded in satisfaction, discreetly accepting the money while continuing. "However, I can inquire on your behalf. You plan to stay here tonight, correct? I will inform you immediately if I hear anything." Luo Gang smirked. "Make it quick. We might not linger here for long. We could leave in the middle of the night." Old Mo, unperturbed, replied with a smile, "You must understand, in this wretched place, the phone signals fluctuate, and delays in communication are to be expected. I can assure you that you will receive definite news by tomorrow morning at the latest." Luo Gang nodded and departed the grocery store with Li Qiuyang. That night, Li Qiuyang slept in the vehicle, while most of the other guards chose to sleep on the ground. As it was summer, there was no worry of the cold, though the mosquitoes were quite bothersome. The next morning, Old Mo finally relayed news to Luo Gang. That government force is a unit from the 3rd Special District, numbering around 100. The 3rd Special District, affiliated with Pa Wei. A fierce glint shone in Luo Gang's eyes. Pa Wei and Mo Qiuyang have always been archenemies. We may be in for trouble. Chapter 42, Professional Skills. The name Pa Yi had reached Li Qiuyang's ears once before. The reason Mo Qiuyang sought to annihilate the Lai family was due to General Pa Yi of the government forces, who, in collusion with the Lai family of Mogu, had absconded with a truckload of invaluable jade rough belonging to Mo Qiuyang. This fortuitous encounter led to Li Qiuyang being cast into an abandoned mine. His expression grew solemn as he turned to Luo Gang and inquired, "Brother Luo, what shall we do?" Luo Gang clenched his teeth and responded resolutely, "What is there to fear? Although our numbers are few, we are all elite, and we possess formidable firepower on our vehicle. If a confrontation ensues, it remains uncertain who will prevail. I am confident that Pa Yi's men are indeed targeting us. Just like Mo Qiuyang, they will seize any opportunity to strike." Li Qiuyang pondered for a moment before asking, "How far are we from the border?" Luo Gang replied, "Approximately 300 kilometers. If all goes well, we should arrive by this afternoon." 300 kilometers is not an insurmountable distance, yet the journey predominantly consists of mountainous terrain, fraught with twists and turns and poor road conditions. Li Qiuyang nodded, gazing into the distance, contemplating various possibilities. He then inquired, "What if we were to turn back and take a different route?" Luo Gang shook his head slightly, saying, "Detours are not particularly feasible. Since they are prepared, alternate routes are likely also monitored. Even if we attempt to circumvent, we might find ourselves ensnared in their ambush." Li Qiuyang grimaced slightly and stated, 300 kilometers. At our pace, if we do not pause, will take us at least 6 to 7 hours. However, considering the road conditions and potential unforeseen circumstances, we must be thoroughly prepared." Luo Gang nodded in agreement, articulating his plan. "I propose we split into 2 groups, one overt and one covert. Overtly, our convoy will maintain its appearance and continue onward, albeit at a reduced speed to avoid drawing attention. Covertly, we will select a few agile and stealthy brothers to scout ahead. If they encounter Pa Yi's forces, they will alert us. If absolutely necessary, We can fortify our position and await reinforcements from Mo Cohen. I shall undertake this task, Li Qiuyang proclaimed, his demeanor calm as he volunteered. I will bring Sual One and Babu with me. Should anything arise, I will inform you immediately. Sual One and Babu were also elite members of the guard, tasked with escorting Li Qiuyang to the border. Luo Gang regarded Li Qiuyang with a flicker of hesitation in his eyes and asked, "Aren't you an air defense missile specialist? Do you also possess reconnaissance skills?" Li Qiuyang smiled slightly, exuding confidence as he replied, "Brother Luo, being an air defense missile operator is merely one of my specialties. In fact, during my time in the military, I served as a communications officer for our company commander for a year. I have experience in reconnaissance, assault, and communications. While I cannot claim to be an expert, I am more than capable of handling typical situations." Upon hearing this, Luo Gang's gaze reflected a hint of surprise. He patted Li Qiuyang on the shoulder and said, "Very well, I appreciate your effort alongside Suwon and Babu. Please exercise caution. Safety is paramount." "Rest assured, Captain," Li Qiuyang affirmed with a nod before turning to prepare his equipment. He meticulously selected a collection of lightweight yet functional equipment, including a short knife, a handgun, a sniper rifle, a walkie-talkie, along with compatible headphones and ample ammunition and provisions. Both Suwon and Bab prepared their respective gear, and after a brief discussion of their operational plan, the trio departed from the convoy in their jeep. Under Suwon's adept driving, the jeep sped along the winding mountain path, while Li Qiuyang activated his enhanced vision, intently scanning the surroundings. Simultaneously, he maintained communication with Luo Gang from the rear convoy through the walkie-talkie. As the road became increasingly treacherous, the jeep had to slow down several times to navigate around enormous boulders and deep potholes. "Stop!" Suddenly, Li Qiuyang noticed something unusual in the forest ahead and immediately commanded. Suwon promptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the jeep to a steady halt by the roadside. Bab swiftly exited the vehicle, vigilantly surveying the area. Li Qiuyang followed suit, his gaze fixed on a thicket 1 to 2 kilometers away, where he had just discerned 3 or 4 small black dots rising amidst the foliage. After reaching a certain altitude, they scattered in all directions. Drones. Moreover, 2 of them were heading directly towards Li Qiuyang's position. The nature of these devices dictated that if one could see them, they were likely aware of one's presence as well. Thoughts raced through Li Qiuyang's mind as he quickly assessed the approaching drone situation. At an altitude of 500 to 600 meters, traveling at approximately 50 kilometers per hour, and a distance of 1,800 meters, then 1,700 meters. "Damn it, let's take them out." In an instant, Li Qiuyang made a decisive choice. Retrieving his sniper rifle from the vehicle, he swiftly set up the rifle, regulated his breathing, and focused his gaze into a singular point, aiming at the approaching drone. Having already been detected, he resolved to eliminate the aerial advantage while the adversary's vigilance was still low. The wind speed was southwest at 2 meters per second, and Li Qiuyang quickly calculated the shooting parameters in his mind, his finger delicately resting on the trigger. 900 meters, 800 meters, as the distance diminished. The outline of one drone became increasingly defined in his scope. Bang! A sharp gunshot shattered the tranquility of the forest, the recoil of the sniper rifle causing a gentle jolt to Li Qiuyang's shoulder. A flash of fire streaked through the air, the bullet soaring like an arrow, striking the drone with precision. The drone spiraled in the sky, emitting sparks before plummeting into the nearby thicket. "Impressive shooting," Bab exclaimed, while cautiously scanning the vicinity for any unforeseen developments. Li Qiuyang, however, paid little heed to anything else, swiftly repositioning to aim at the second drone. This drone had evidently detected their location and began executing evasive maneuvers, its flight path becoming erratic. Yet, Li Qiuyang's gaze remained calm and resolute. He slightly adjusted his breathing and once again rested his finger on the trigger. Bang! Another shot rang out, and the second drone also succumbed to the ground. Only then did Li Qiuyang exhale a slight sigh of relief. "Quickly, let's leave this place." He beckoned Suwon and Babu to get into the vehicle, and the jeep roared to life, swiftly departing from the spot. Through the intercom, Li Qiuyang reported the discovery of the drone to Luo Gang. "A drone? It seems that Qiuyang's people are indeed active in this area, and their equipment is quite decent." Luo Gang's voice carried a hint of gravity. "You all find a concealed spot to hide. I will lead the team over shortly." However, Li Qiuyang shook his head and replied, "I want to get a little closer and personally ascertain the situation within that dense forest. Ideally, we can capture or eliminate the drone operator." Chapter 43. Approaching for reconnaissance. Since an encounter was unavoidable, one must seize the initiative as much as possible. Although Luo Gang was somewhat concerned for Li Qiuyang's safety, he ultimately acquiesced to Li Qiuyang's plan. All right, proceed with caution. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately without hesitation. Understood. Li Qiuyang affirmat. Then set down the intercom and instructed Suin, drive a bit further ahead. I will disembark for reconnaissance, and you will cover me. After more than half a month of study, Li Qiuyang's proficiency in Burmese had significantly improved, enabling him to engage in basic conversations. Suin nodded in agreement, and the jeep continued forward, albeit at a much slower pace. At a bend ahead, Suin halted the vehicle once more, and Li Qiuyang deftly leapt out. This time, he did not carry a sniper rifle. Instead, he took Suin's assault rifle and swiftly maneuvered along the edge of the forest. Navigating through the dense thicket, he tread lightly, striving to make as little noise as possible. The dim light filtering through the foliage required careful steps, as Li Qiuyang activated his enhanced vision, silently approaching the area where the drone had previously ascended. The occasional chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the breeze filled his ears, and he remained wholly attuned to every sound around him, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, scanning ahead and to the sides. As he ventured deeper, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped him. The air seemed thick with tension, as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment. Suddenly, a faint patter of footsteps reached his ears from nearby. Li Qiuyang immediately halted, holding his breath, pressing his body against a tree trunk, motionless. The footsteps drew nearer, and utilizing his enhanced vision, he caught a glimpse of the figure through the tree. It was an older man clad in camouflage, one hand gripping a remote control while the other held a walkie-talkie, muttering something to himself as he walked. Li Qiuyang's Gaza Sharpanat. This was one of the drone operators he had been searching for. The old man seemed unaware of the hidden presence of Li Qiuyang, continuing on his path. Li Qiuyang quietly unsheathed his knife, and, as the old man approached, he seized the moment, springing from behind the trunk. He swiftly covered the old man's mouth to stifle any cries, simultaneously pressing the blade against his throat, whispering fiercely, "Don't move, or I will take your life." Old Myan was startled by the sudden attack, trembling with fear, unable to move a muscle. Li Qiuyang spoke again, commanding, "Close your mouth, my knife is swift. Before you utter a sound, I can assuredly sever your throat." Upon hearing this, old Myan's terror intensified, and he nodded vigorously, indicating his willingness to cooperate. Li Qiuyang then swiftly bound him with the limited tools at hand, before inquiring, "What is your purpose here?" Old Myan hesitated, but the fierceness in Li Qiuyang's gaze intensified. He whispered a threat, "Do not even think of concealing the truth. My patience is finite. Every word you utter now determines your fate." Old Myan's body quivered slightly, and he finally spoke, "We are merely following orders, tasked with operating drones for reconnaissance and providing intelligence to the troops." "Troops? Which troops?" Li Qiuyang pressed further. "General Pa Yai's troops," old Myan replied, his voice trembling. Li Qiuyang's heart sank. His suspicions were confirmed. He continued, "How many of you are there? Where are you located?" Old Myan appeared reluctant to divulge too much information. However, with a slight movement of the knife, old Myan's fear escalated, and he quickly exclaimed, "Do not kill me. I will tell you. There are 6 of us, scattered across various locations in this dense forest, controlling the drones." Li Qiuyang's eyes widened as he demanded, how many people are involved in this operation? Where are they now? And who is in command?" "For this operation, we have deployed approximately 80 personnel, commanded by Lieutenant Minding. Additionally, there is a mercenary group of around 40, led by a woman whose name I do not know," old Myan disclosed. Li Qiuyang mentally calculated the implications of this information. A force of over 100, with a clear command structure, indicated that General Pa Yai was resolute in his intentions to thwart them. He continued to inquire, "What is their current position?" Old Myan swallowed hard and replied, "Lieutenant Minding and his men are lying in ambush in a valley not far ahead. The mercenary group is positioned somewhat off to the side of the valley." With a swift motion, Li Qiuyang ended old Myan's life with a single strike of his knife. He then picked up the remote control on the ground, taking over the operation of the corresponding drone. Having received training during his time in the military, handling the drone was not overly challenging for him. After a brief familiarization, he maneuvered the drone to change direction and head towards the valley ahead. Soon, through the drone's perspective, Li Qiuyang clearly observed the situation within the valley. He confirmed the location of Lieutenant Minding's ambush and the positioning of the mercenary group, along with their firepower and arrangements. With a plan forming in his mind, he promptly communicated the situation to Luo Gang via radio. "Brother Luo, I have gathered the details. Lieutenant Minding has approximately 80 men lying in ambush in the valley ahead, while another group of 40 mercenaries is stationed at the valley's flank. They're almost entirely armed with rifles, accompanied by 5 machine guns, 10 mortars, and around 15 rocket launchers. Luo Gang remained silent for a moment on the walkie-talkie, clearly stunned by the news conveyed by Li Qiuyang. An ambush team of over 100, equipped with a considerable amount of heavy artillery, was not something they could easily contend with. Qiuyang, are you certain the information is accurate? Luo Gang's voice bore a hint of gravity. Brother Luo, I have conducted reconnaissance with a drone. The information is undoubtedly precise. Li Qiuyang raplia resolutely. Luo Gang took a deep breath and asked, what are your thoughts? Li Qiuyang pondered for a moment and said, I just shot down 2 of their drones, which has surely alerted them. Currently, they have 3 operators left. I plan to locate and eliminate these 3 operators first, neutralizing their aerial surveillance, which will significantly improve our chances in the forthcoming skirmish. Luo Gang remained silent for a few seconds before responding. All right, proceed with caution. My convoy will arrive shortly. Chapter 44. If you wish to battle, then let us battle. Li Qiuyang acknowledged with a nod and began operating the remote control, using the drone to search for the remaining operators. Soon, he discovered the second operator's whereabouts in a concealed position within the dense forest. The operator was crouched beneath a large tree, engrossed in maneuvering the remote control, entirely unaware of the impending danger. A cold smile crept across Li Qiuyang's lips as he calculated the distance between them, then stealthily approached. Within minutes, Li Qiuyang silently neared the operator, employing the same method to swiftly subdue and bind him. This time, he did not waste time with inquiries. He promptly confiscated the operator's walkie-talkie and remote control before efficiently neutralizing the enemy. He continued in this manner, dispatching the remaining 2 drone operators in the next half hour. At that moment, Luo Gang's voice crackled through his earpiece. I have located a suitable position and am setting up defensive fortifications. Mo Qiuyang's reinforcements are en route and should arrive within 12 hours. The enemy has established ambush points, but I can choose not to venture into them, Li Qiuyang thought. Feeling somewhat reassured, knowing that once Mo Qiuyang's reinforcements arrived, their combat strength would be significantly bolstered. Brother Luo, I have dealt with all the drone operators. Their aerial reconnaissance capabilities are temporarily incapacitated, Li Qiuyang reported via the walkie-talkie. Along the way, he remained vigilant, utilizing his enhanced vision to monitor his surroundings and ensure he was not threatened. How's the situation? Suwening Wayir anxiously. All is proceeding smoothly, Li Qiuyang raplia earnestly. Now that we are aware of the enemy's ambush location, we must avoid a direct confrontation. Captain Luo has found a suitable defensive position. Let us rendezvous with him and devise our next course of action. Before long, they reunited with Luo Gang. The defensive position he had constructed was taking shape, situated in a strategically advantageous locale that was easy to defend and difficult to assault, complemented by natural cover that was ideal for a defensive engagement. In the makeshift command center, Li Qiuyang pulled out a drone remote control, pointing at the display screen and stating, they are approximately 4 kilometers away from us. This is their commander, Minden, and on the other side stands a group of mercenaries of unknown origin. Ha! Luo Gang laughed heartily, clapping Li Qiuyang on the shoulder, saying, Brother, you are truly remarkable. By seizing their drone, you've transformed our disadvantage into an advantage in an instant. As long as we do not venture into their ambush zone, we should encounter no significant issues. Li Qiuyang smiled, replying, exactly, they fight their battles and we fight ours. He paused momentarily before inquiring, how many reinforcements did General Mo Qiuyang bring? Will they call for assistance as well? Over 1,000, with heavy firepower. Liu Gong chuckled nonchalantly. Maybe Wu Ti dare. He can't afford to escalate matters, as on the surface, Mo Qiuyang is actually an ally of the government forces. Really? Li Qiuyang exclaimed in surprise. Mo Qiuyang and the government forces are allies? Indeed, Luo Gang responded with a grin. Our official name is the Kachin Democratic Army, which fundamentally differs from the Kachin Independence Army. The crux lies in the words democratic and independent. Thus, most of the time, the government forces primarily seek to court us. As they spoke, the drone's remote control feed changed once more. They observed the leader of the mercenaries, a muscular woman, striding towards Minden's position, seemingly embroiled in a heated argument with him. Li Qiuyang furrowed his brow, intently watching the screen. The woman appeared agitated, gesturing dramatically, while Minden remained relatively composed, although his expression indicated displeasure. It seems they have internal conflicts, Li Qiuyang remarked thoughtfully. Luo Gang leaned in closer, nodding at the 2 figures on the screen. It is only natural for there to be discord. After all, the mercenaries and PVS troops are not of the same ilk. Just as they watched with interest, the muscular woman made a startling move. With a wave of her hand, the mercenaries behind her began to gather their gear, leaving them uncertain whether they were repositioning or preparing to retreat. What does this mean? Luo scratched his head in confusion. Qiuyang shook his head slightly, uncertain. Let us observe further. At that moment, the drone's feed shifted, revealing that Minden had also sensed the mercenaries' movements. He hurriedly shouted through the intercom, attempting to thwart their next course of action, but it was evident the muscular woman was not heeding his commands. Damn, is she coming for us? Luo exclaimed. Is she that stubborn? They watched as the muscular woman led her mercenary group, bypassing Minden's ambush position and swiftly advancing in their direction. Minden's team was compelled to follow suit. Is this woman mad? Luo said incredulously. Qiuyang fixed his gaze on the screen, his expression grave. She seems to harbor significant hostility towards us. Prepare for battle. Luo glanced at their defensive position, exuding an air of readiness for confrontation. Soon, the mercenary group came into view, with Minden's contingent trailing behind to protect their flanks. The woman clad in tactical gear strode ahead, her expression one of icy resolve. Her gaze imbued with a palpable intent to kill. Qiuyang's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Could she possibly be He Shihong's wife, intent on rescuing this beast? Who could say? Yet, the notion of rescuing someone from my grasp was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Luo snorted disdainfully and commanded in Burmese, prepare everyone. The enemy is about to enter firing range. Make sure to strike hard. At Luo command, all soldiers on the defensive line instantly assumed combat readiness, the sound of bolt actions echoing in a tense yet orderly rhythm. Chapter 45, Annihilation. Under the leadership of the woman in tactical attire, the mercenary group rapidly approached the defensive position constructed by Luo and his men. They skillfully utilized the terrain and took cover behind trees, deftly evading potential firing points. Their movements quick and synchronized. Qiuyang gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze sharp. He could sense the encroaching threat, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Open fire. Luo's voice shattered the silence, and in an instant, gunfire erupted from the defensive line, bullets cascading like a torrential downpour upon the mercenaries. However, these mercenaries were evidently well-trained. They swiftly dispersed, using the terrain to launch their counterattack, their actions both skilled and ruthless. The woman in tactical gear led the charge, brandishing a submachine gun, constantly shifting her position as she unleashed a fierce and precise barrage, placing considerable pressure on Luo's defenses. Qiuyang took a deep breath, understanding that this battle was now inevitable. He quickly adjusted his stance, joining the ranks of those fighting back. His marksmanship was impeccable, each bullet seemingly imbued with the essence of death, striking true to its target. Not good. Minden is constructing a mortar position in the rear. At that moment, Qiuyang, who had taken over the drone operations, reported Minden's movements to Luo. Upon hearing this, Luo's expression shifted drastically, and he shouted to Qiuyang. Qiuyang, take a team and flank them from the side. Eliminate their mortar position as quickly as possible. A chill ran down Qiuyang's spine. He understood the destructive power of mortars. If Minden and his crew managed to set up their position, it could pose a significant threat to their defenses. Mortar attacks follow a parabolic trajectory, allowing them to launch from behind the mountains. In contrast, Luo's heavy weaponry consisted solely of rocket launchers, whose direct fire was far less effective. Bab, take a team and follow me. Qiuyang slung his sniper rifle across his back, grabbing an assault rifle, and swiftly maneuvered towards the side of the battlefield. Bab quickly rallied his team to follow, yet they struggled to keep pace with Qiuyang. He moved like a cheetah through the jungle, swiftly closing in on Minden's mortar position. His heartbeat synchronized with his footsteps, each landing resonating with the earth, producing a faint sound that was nearly lost amidst the cacophony of gunfire. Bab and his team struggled to keep up, despite being seasoned warriors themselves. They found it challenging to match Qiuyang's extraordinary speed. Faster. We must move faster. Babu incessantly urged his comrades onward, their sweat cascading down their cheeks, trickling onto the damp earth below. At this moment, the soldiers of Mindung had already adjusted the angles of their artillery, preparing to launch an assault on Rogang's positions. The ground shook with a thunderous roar as shells exploded around Rogang's defenses, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air, smoke swirling, flames reaching skyward. Yet, no substantial damage was inflicted upon the stronghold. Those who have experienced artillery fire know that the initial barrage is generally a calibration exercise, paving the way for the real onslaught to follow. Qiuyang shouted commands, directing his team to retaliate, while anxiously awaiting news from Qiuyang. Meanwhile, Qiuyang darted through the dense underbrush, the sound of explosions echoing in his ears. At last, he glimpsed Minding's mortar positions through the thick foliage. The soldiers were busily recalibrating their firing angles, preparing for the next round of bombardment. Without hesitation, Qiuyang raised his weapon and unleashed a torrent of fire upon the mortar site from his elevated position. The Minding troops were caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, collapsing to the ground as chaos erupted among their ranks. Minding, taken aback, did not anticipate that someone could so swiftly infiltrate their rear, let alone possess such formidable combat prowess. Send a squad to eliminate him, he commanded urgently. Qiuyang, however, was not one to linger. He swiftly repositioned after each few shots, his form weaving through the trees like a ghost, moving with astonishing speed that rendered him elusive. Under his relentless assault, Minding's soldiers continued to fall, the firepower at the mortar site dwindling. Finally, Babu and his team arrived at Qiuyang's side, their expressions reflecting astonishment. They had not envisioned that Qiuyang alone could dismantle the enemy's mortar positions, an act that seemed almost superhuman. Realizing the situation, Babu rallied his comrades to initiate a counterattack. In an instant, gunfire erupted, rockets and bullets flying across the battlefield. The morale of Minding's soldiers, already waning, crumbled further under Qiuyang's almost divine marksmanship and Babu's team's commanding assault. They were soon forced to abandon the mortar positions, leaving behind a sea of corpses as they fled in panic. Qiuyang exhaled deeply, then swiftly regrouped with Babu and his squad. "We'll encircle them from this side and launch a flanking attack," he declared, and without delay, he dashed forward. Witnessing Qiuyang's combat prowess, Babu and his team, now completely in awe, followed his orders without question. 2 minutes later, Qiuyang and Babu's squad executed the encirclement, slicing into the battlefield like a keen blade. Fire! With his command, the members of Babu's squad opened fire almost simultaneously, their precise shooting instantly shattering the formation of the mercenary forces. Bang! 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 The incessant gunfire echoed like the grim pronouncement of death, as 7 or 8 mercenaries fell lifeless in the wake of the assault. The armored woman's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, yet she found herself already in the crosshairs of Qiuyang. With a resounding crack, a bullet sliced through the air, striking her right shoulder. Though it did not hit a vital spot, it was sufficient to disrupt her balance and momentarily halt her movements. In truth, he had intentionally spared her. This woman posed a significant threat, and he wished to keep her alive for the time being. The mercenary group, caught off guard from behind, descended into chaos, their once orderly formation crumbling as they frantically sought cover to shield themselves from attacks coming from 2 directions. A piercing scream escaped the armored woman's lips as, disregarding her injury, she brandished her submachine gun and unleashed a furious barrage towards Qiuyang's position. However, he had already adeptly maneuvered to a different location, utilizing the terrain for concealment. The dense hail of bullets merely left a flurry of marks where he had stood moments before. One by one, the mercenaries around her were felled, and soon, the area beside the armored woman was utterly devoid of her comrades, every one of them annihilated. "I will kill you all," she shrieked, her voice hoarse. Yet her submachine gun had grown hot from sustained fire, and her ammunition was dwindling. She spoke in Chinese. Qiuyang furrowed his brow, seizing the moment to shoot her left arm. The gun slipped from her grasp, and she collapsed to the ground in despair. Babu and the others swiftly advanced. Pinning her down, Qiuyang approached, gun in hand, fixing her with a cold stare. "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" "Who am I? Huh?" The armored woman scoffed, raising her head defiantly to glare at Qiuyang, her eyes brimming with hatred. "You slaughter my entire family, and you dare ask me who I am? When did I ever kill your family?" Qiuyang retorted, both infuriated and perplexed. "Are you out of your mind?" At that moment, Gang arrived with a small team, clearing the battlefield while observing Qiuyang's interrogation. "Am I insane? Huh?" The woman's expression grew increasingly frenzied upon seeing Gang. "You killed my entire live family in Mogu half a month ago, burning our home to the ground. And now you dare to deny it?" Mo Kuan's underlings, Gang, and the newly anointed gambling stone master, Qiuyang. "Do you dare to claim it wasn't to you? You are from the Lai family, and you actually know us?" Qiuyang exclaimed, astonished, as he scrutinized the woman. Despite the bloodstains marring her features, She possessed striking beauty. Of course, I am Qiuyang. She bared her teeth in a fierce grin. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me, even if I descend into hell. I will not spare you. Qiuyang and Luo Gang found themselves amused by Qiuyang's madness. The latter sneered. I never expected anyone from the Lai family to still be alive. But isn't it better to live? Why seek death? Qiuyang nodded in agreement, echoing the cold laughter. Exactly. Your family members cut out my kidney and nearly tossed me into an abandoned mine to die. Do you have any idea how many corpses are piled up in that mine? He paused briefly and coldly remarked thus. It is entirely reasonable for me to annihilate your entire family. He then took a step forward, crouched down, and with a calm gaze fixed on Qiuyang, inquired, do you have any final words to impart? Qiuyang's face contorted in a grimace as she struggled to speak, but Qiuyang had already drawn his pistol, aiming it at her head, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 46. Shocking news. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a gaping wound appeared on Qiuyang's head. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she fell lifelessly to the ground. Clear the battlefield and prepare for withdrawal, Luo Gang commanded. The soldiers busied themselves, collecting weapons and ammunition, tending to the wounded, and managing the bodies strewn across the field. In this battle, the personal guards suffered 23 casualties, 6 of whom were critically injured. Yet they had ultimately emerged victorious. Qiuyang sat in the passenger seat of the jeep and suddenly remarked, initially, I thought Mo Cohen charged exorbitant freight fees. Only now do I realize the immense cost associated with such transportation. Indeed, Luo Gang replied with a smirk. During my early years in Myanmar, things were even more intense. There were times when we faced more than a dozen waves of attackers just to transport the ore. It was a relentless struggle. More than a dozen waves? Qiuyang exclaimed, astonished by the chaos that must have ensued. Luo Gang sighed. It was utter turmoil. Back then, there were hardly any regulations. A group with a few firearms would dare to strike. The transport routes were essentially rivers of blood, marked by countless lives lost. After a moment of silence, Qiuyang asked, and what about later? At this point, Luo Gang's expression grew complex. Well, they call it stability, but it's only marginally better than before. Battles like today's still occur from time to time. Qiuyang nodded impassively, gaining a deeper understanding of the chaos that plagued this land. The convoy continued its journey, weaving through dense jungles and scaling hills. By evening, they finally traversed the town of Muji and arrived at the Jo port. Luo Gang halted the vehicle over 200 meters from the port entrance, glanced at the gate, and said to Qiuyang, all right, this is where I leave you. If I take you any further, I might jeopardize my own safety. At that moment, the vehicles of the personal guard also came to a stop along the roadside, and trucks transporting jade were headed to the port for inspection, while several soldiers escorted Qiuyang, who resembled a lifeless dog. Goodbye, squad leader Luo. Qiuyang smiled as he leaped from the vehicle, took custody of Qiuyang, whose hands were bound, and began to escort him toward the port. In the distance, Zhou Minghui and Lu Guowei were already waiting outside the port with a dozen officers, accompanied by a police officer responsible for photography. As Qiuyang approached, Lu Guowei's face broke into a faint smile. He turned to Zhou Minghui and remarked, Old Zhou, your friend appears rather youthful. Zhou Minghui promptly introduced Lu Guowei's identity. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qiuyang handed Qiuyang over to 2 officers behind Lu Guowei. Qiuyang, head bowed, looked ashen, filled with despair and trepidation as he was ushered into a police vehicle. Not a problem. Thank you, Director Lu, Qiuyang said with a smile. Half an hour later, Qiuyang followed Lu Guowei and his team to the city police station. After undergoing a necessary inquiry, which primarily revolved around Qiuyang's series of experiences during his disappearance in Thailand, he found little reason to conceal the truth and recounted his ordeal honestly. Upon the conclusion of the questioning, an officer escorted Qiuyang to the household registration department, where he had his photograph taken and fingerprints recorded. Engaging in this process for another half an hour, after completing the formalities, Qiuyang stepped out of the registration office and unexpectedly encountered Lu Guowei and Zhou Minghui approaching him. Never again should you travel to such chaotic countries, Lu Guowei advised. Qiuyang nodded in acknowledgement, responding, thank you, Chief Lu. I understand. Lu Guowei gave a slight nod and let out a gentle sigh, saying, come, let's sit in my office. Although Qiuyang was perplexed, he followed Zhou Minghui to Lu Guowei's office. Once they were seated, Lu Guowei slowly began to speak. While retrieving your household registration file, we discovered that during your time of disappearance, your parents also fell victim to fraud. Your father succumbed to a fatal cardiac arrest under immense stress in March of this year, and your mother unable to bear the triple blow. passed away due to illness in May. Lu Guowei's voice was heavy and deliberate, each word striking Li Qiuyang's heart like a hammer. What did you say? Li Qiuyang's face instantly drained of color, as if his entire world had collapsed at that moment. Lu Guowei sighed once more, saying, "We understand this is a tremendous blow for you, but life must go on." Li Qiuyang took a deep breath, striving to temper his emotions. He lifted his gaze and inquired, "Chief Lu, you mentioned they were also victims of fraud?" Lu Guowei nodded, affirming indeed. "The person who deceived them is someone you know, your nominal girlfriend, Yang Qianyu." He muttered through clenched teeth, "How dare she do this?" In truth, this was not an isolated incident. Lu Guowei continued, "Using similar tactics, Yang Qianyu has swindled at least 5 others. Unfortunately, she fled before the case was reported. We have already issued an international Class A warrant for her arrest." Li Qiuyang clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palms. Yet he felt no pain, consumed only by an overwhelming fury and hatred. He was now certain that it was Yang Qianyu who had lured him into the scam in Thailand. "Chief Lu, do you know where she has escaped to?" he asked, his eyes reddening with emotion. Lu Guowei let out a long sigh, responding, "For what I understand, she is currently hiding in Malaysia, within a cyber fraud zone known as the Dingxing Technology Park, where she has become a key figure in a fraudulent company." Chapter 47. Looking ahead. Malaysia? No matter how far she runs, I will make her pay. Li Qiuyang's voice was low and resolute, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Lu Guowei gazed at Li Qiuyang, a flicker of concern in his eyes as he advised, "Li Qiuyang, I can empathize with your feelings. However, the challenges of cross-border pursuit are immense, and considering you have just regained your identity, you should cherish the present." Li Qiuyang took a deep breath, then nodded decisively before standing up to say, "I understand, Director Lu. Thank you for sharing this with me. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Lu Guowei remained silent for a moment, then replied, "Very well, take care, Lao Zhou. I won't see you off." Stepping out of Lu Guowei's office, Li Qiuyang's heart remained heavy. The loss of his parents filled him with guilt and self-reproach. "I have booked a hotel for you. Make sure to rest well before we discuss further." Zhou Mingwei indicated towards a car parked nearby. Once inside the vehicle, Li Qiuyang fastened his seatbelt and turned to Zhou Mingwei, saying, "I apologize for the trouble, Brother Zhou." "What trouble?" Zhou Mingwei chuckled nonchalantly, instructing the driver to begin the journey, then looked back at Li Qiuyang. "Life is a series of challenges. We are perpetually solving problems. Do not dwell too much on it. Look forward instead." After a brief journey, the car halted at the entrance of Qiuyang Hotel. Zhou Mingwei handed Li Qiuyang a room key and reiterated, "If you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me." Li Qiuyang accepted the key, nodding appreciatively. "Thank you, Brother Zhou." He ventured into the hotel alone, taking the elevator to his room. The accommodations were spacious and lavishly adorned, far superior to the quarters he had occupied at the Peking Guardian Corps. Yet, the sorrow and fury within him surged like an unrelenting tide, refusing to abate. "Yang Qianyu, just wait." After a night's rest at the hotel, Li Qiuyang felt slightly rejuvenated. The quiet hours had afforded him clarity on various matters. To exact vengeance on Yang Qianyu, the first step was to locate her. His initial thought was to hire a private investigator, a feasible solution whether domestic or international, though he currently lacked the necessary resources. The second option was to post a bounty on the dark web, yet he was equally uninformed about that realm. How does one access the dark web? Where could one reliably post a bounty? The dark web, by its very nature, is fraught with illegality, making it difficult to discern truth from falsehood and laden with traps. Engaging a top-tier hacker could be the solution, but the most skilled hackers are adept at concealing their identities and avoiding capture. I must take my time. Yang Qianyu may be hiding in the shadows, but so too was he. This cat-and-mouse game had only just begun. Although his parents had fallen victim to Yang Qianyu's deception, ultimately, their downfall was an attempt to save him. Thus, above all, he needed to ensure his own survival. Moreover, to seek retribution against Yang Qianyu and confront those who had assaulted and humiliated him in the fraud park, he would require considerable financial resources and formidable influence, attributes he currently lacked. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to see through deception and the mysterious gourd. One day, he would realize his ambitions. Having come to these realizations, Li Qiuyang retrieved his phone and called Ongmin brotherly. "Have you arrived in Relic? Was the journey smooth?" Upon connection, Ongmin's warm voice resonated through the receiver. It was relatively smooth. Li Qiuyang casually acknowledged, and then remarked, "That piece of glassy, sky blue jade. Brother Ongmin can arrange for someone to come and inspect it. At that moment, the exquisite glassy sky blue jade resided within the enigmatic space of the gourd. If it could be successfully sold, it would yield a substantial profit. No problem, Brother Ong Min will see to the arrangements. Li Qiuyang then provided his hotel room number before hanging up the phone. After enjoying breakfast at the Hotel S Buffet, he called Zhou Minghui, intending to retrieve the batch of jade rough stones acquired for 30 billion shot. Upon receiving the call, Zhou Minghui promptly arrived at the Qiuyang Hotel. The two then set off together to the warehouse where the jade rough stones were stored. Although referred to as a warehouse, it was actually a stone gambling intermediary company. The jade rough stones from Mo Kuan's 2 mines were sold or transferred through this establishment. The manager, Hu Gillen, was a slightly plump man in his 30s. As soon as they entered the company, Hu Gillen approached them with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Masterly, welcome." Li Qiuyang, taken aback, inquired, "You know me?" Hu Gillen maintained his smile and replied, "Manager Ong Min specifically called me to ensure I warmly welcomed Masterly. If you have the time, I would be honored to extend my hospitality to you." Li Qiuyang politely responded, "You are too kind, Mr. Hu. I am here on business and shall certainly pay a visit another day." "I understand. Masterly is busy. I have been presumptuous," Hu Gillen said, showing no signs of displeasure and remaining cordial. "The batch of rough stones you entrusted to us is ready for your inspection at your convenience." Subsequently, Li Qiuyang and Zhou Minghui followed Hu Gillen to the warehouse, where they immediately spotted a mountain of tightly packed, white woven bags. The jade rough stones Li Qiuyang acquired in Pakong were stacked in one corner of the warehouse, the bags sealed with wax that he himself had applied, untouched since. Li Qiuyang approached, casually opened one of the woven bags, revealing several jade rough stones of varying sizes, all securely packaged. He picked up one, unwrapped it, and illuminated it with a flashlight, feigning satisfaction as he nodded and handed it to Zhou Minghui. It was a semi-transparent piece with large windows on 3 sides, and when lit, it radiated brilliantly. Zhou Minghui examined the stone under the flashlight's beam, his face lighting up with a satisfied smile. "I trust your judgment, my brother. This batch is sure to yield great profits." After meticulously inspecting all the bags, Li Qiuyang turned to Hu Gillen, saying, "Mr. Hu, this batch is in order. We are ready to transport it." "Very well. I will have someone loaded at once," Hu Gillen readily agreed. Thus, the workers in the warehouse began their busy task, transferring the woven bags onto the pre-prepared pickup truck. Zhou Minghui also promptly paid the transportation fee of 3 million yuan. After all the raw stones were loaded onto the vehicle, Li Qiuyang personally conducted a thorough inspection to ensure nothing was overlooked before taking a seat in the rear of Zhou Minghui's car. "Let us proceed to my factory." Zhou Minghui instructed the driver to depart, leading the cargo truck away from the warehouse. On board, Li Qiuyang produced a small notebook detailing the identification numbers of each raw stone as well as their purchase prices. "Brother Zhou, here is the ledger for this batch of materials. When you have a moment, do verify it. We must be clear in our dealings, even among brothers." Zhou Minghui accepted the ledger, casually flipping through its contents, and chuckled. "Ah, my dear Li, you need not be so formal. Our bond is one of life and death. Were it not for you and Brother Luo, I might well be 6 feet under by now." As they conversed, the vehicle sped along, soon arriving at Zhou Minghui's factory, located on the outskirts of Ruili City. The driver halted the truck at the entrance, where workers awaited unloading, led by a young man in a floral shirt. Upon seeing Zhou Minghui's vehicle come to a stop, the floral shirt man hurried over, opening the door for Zhou Minghui with a broad smile, exclaiming, "President Zhou." Zhou Minghui gestured for Li Qiuyang, saying, "We have arrived, Brother Li." He stepped out of the car, followed by Li Qiuyang from the opposite side. "Noticing Li Qiuyang, aligda luncida Zhou Minshui." The floral shirt man exhibited a flicker of curiosity, but promptly inquired respectfully, "President Zhou, may I ask who this is?" Li Qiuyang nodded slightly, remaining silent. Zhou Minghui placed a hand on the floral shirt man's shoulder, introducing, "This is my cousin, Zhao Chong, in charge of the factory. He oversees all production matters." Zhou Minghui then turned to Li Qiuyang with a smile, adding, "And this is Master Li Qiuyang, my savior. From now on, when Brotherly visits, treat him as you would me, understand?" The floral shirt man immediately adopted a more cordial demeanor, extending his hand. "Ah, so, it is Mr. Li. I have long admired your work. I am Zhao Chong, the production supervisor here. President Zhou speaks of you often." Li Qiuyang responded coolly, shaking Zhao Chong's hand. "You are too kind, Supervisor Zhao." Just then, the delivery pickup truck arrived, prompting Zhao Chong to swiftly direct the workers to begin unloading. Meanwhile, Li Qiuyang surveyed the surroundings. Zhou Minghui's factory was impressively sized, The air was filled with the roar of machinery as workers diligently operated various devices. Wire saws, ring cutting machines, water cutters, oil cutters. Every conceivable type of cutting machinery was present, alongside carving, bracelet forming, bead crafting, polishing, and numerous other processes. Brother Zhou, your factory is quite substantial, Qiuyang remarked with admiration. Zhou Minghui smiled modestly, replying, it's not too shabby. Over the years, I've managed to accumulate some assets, though we still pale in comparison to those true magnates. He sighed softly, adding, the primary issue remains sourcing. High-quality materials have become increasingly scarce in recent years. Without a stable supply of superior goods, it is nearly impossible to penetrate the high-end market. Thus, I eagerly anticipate whether this batch from you, Brother Li, might yield some remarkable treasures that could elevate my business. Qiuyang smiled faintly and said, I shall not disappoint you, Brother Zhou. He then shifted the topic and continued. As for high-quality goods, I do indeed possess a remarkable piece. Zhou Minghui inquired eagerly, what high-quality piece do you speak of? After some contemplation, Qiuyang replied, the story behind this material is rather long. He proceeded to recount his gamble with Wu Dan from the Mohan mine, where he emerged victorious, winning 500 million shot. Later, at the Longkin night market, he purchased rough stones from the Qiuyang family shop with that sum, ultimately cutting them open at the Qiuyang mine, resulting in a stunning piece of glass-grade imperial green jade. Zhou Minghui listened with growing astonishment, and when he heard that the outcome was a piece of glass-grade imperial green jade, his eyes widened in disbelief. My heavens, Brother Li, are you saying that what you cut out is indeed a piece of glass-grade imperial green jade? Absolutely true. Li Qiuyang asarta earnazli. The reason I share this with you, Brother Zhou, is to ensure you do not misunderstand. After all, we're closely collaborating. You provide me with funds to acquire the stones, while I cut the exquisite jade. Zhou Minghui waved his hand dismissively, stating, if you can speak so candidly with me, how could I possibly misunderstand? I have been in the jade business for several years and have dabbled in betting stones myself. I am well aware that betting on stones is inherently unpredictable, especially with unmarked materials. Those are truly elusive, and even the most skilled jade masters must rely heavily on luck. As he spoke, he gazed at Qiuyang with hopeful eyes, asking, so, where's that piece of glass-grade imperial green jade? Qiuyang had to fabricate a story, saying, it is still in Boss Hu's warehouse. A few days ago, before I left, the owner of Qiuyang mine, Ong Min, gifted me 10 pieces of unmarked material, which I also stored there. What size is that material? What is its weight? Zhou Minghui pressed further. Qiuyang pondered for a moment and replied, 11.2 kilograms. 11.2 kilograms? Zhou Minghui was once again taken aback, his mind racing to calculate how many bangles, safety pendants, plaques, and charms could be carved from such a premium material and its ultimate valuation. He concluded, this piece must be worth at least 250 million. Brother, you are on the verge of fortune. Qiuyang chuckled, please, Brother Zhou, do not hold it against me. Zhou Minghui shook his head in mild disappointment, saying, I can only lament my lack of fortune. Alas, for a piece of such caliber, even if I desired it now, I lack the necessary funds. There is no need for despair, Brother Zhou. Qiuyang smiled gently. Among the materials I collected in Pakong, there are many noteworthy pieces. A few of them particularly catch my eye and offer exceptional value. Zhou Minghui's eyes brightened, and he promptly exclaimed, then what are we waiting for? Let's begin cutting now. I am truly eager to see just how high the value you speak of really is. At this moment, the workers had already finished unloading the goods and were busy unwrapping the packages while re-registering the inventory. Zhou Minghui and Qiuyang approached together. The latter feigned searching among several hundred pieces of raw material before finally presenting a stone weighing over 20 jin before Zhou Minghui. He patted the stone's gray-green surface and remarked to Zhou, Brother Zhou, this piece cost 300 million shots, and I have a 70% certainty that we can extract the high-quality jade you desire. Zhou Minghui accepted the flashlight from Zhao Chong, illuminating the slightly weathered surface of the raw stone, scrutinizing its patterns and characteristics. The bright beam penetrated the outer shell, revealing some indistinct hues and structures within. He furrowed his brow, adjusting the angle of the light, his face reflecting deep contemplation. Indeed, the exterior appears quite promising, Zhou Minghui mused. However, I must admit my expertise is insufficient to discern its true potential. Qiuyang, with a confident smile, reassured him, Brother Zhou, rest assured. The quality of this material justifies its price. Moreover, I have a strong intuition that once we cut it open, it will undoubtedly surprise us. Zhou Minghui, upon observing Qiuyang's unwavering confidence, felt a surge of anticipation. He clapped Li Qiuyang on the shoulder and said, "Very well, since you are so confident. Let us proceed with the cut." He then turned to Zhao Chong and instructed, "Manager Zhao, please arrange for the workers to transport this piece to the cutting machine and prepare for the incision." Chapter 49. An appetizing prelude. Zhao Chong promptly complied, directing several workers to carefully lift the stone to the side of the wire cutting machine. The operators responsible for the cutting were already on standby, awaiting Zhou Minghui's command. Zhou Minghui looked at Li Qiuyang, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Li, as an expert, how do you suggest we proceed? Where should we make the initial cut?" Li Qiuyang approached the wire cutting machine, meticulously examining the raw stone, shining the flashlight from various angles to observe the internal patterns and structures. After a moment of contemplation, he formulated a plan and drew a line on one side of the stone with a marking pen. "Let's begin with a gentle first cut right here." In truth, possessing a keen insight, Li Qiuyang was already well acquainted with this piece of material. However, such knowledge was not meant for the ears of outsiders. The performance must go on. Zhou Minghui nodded in agreement and instructed the cutting workers, "Proceed, as Li suggests." With Zhou Minghui's command, the cutting workers activated the wire cutting machine, and the abrasive wire gradually descended, making gentle contact with the jade raw stone, producing a faint sound of friction. The operational principle of the wire cutting machine involved a high-speed, diamond-coated wire continuously grinding against the jade, a method that, while time-consuming, ensures a smooth and delicate cut, preserving the internal structure and color of the jade to the greatest extent possible. While they awaited the cutting, a worker happened to open a bag containing semi-transparent jade, revealing first and foremost a piece of glutinous ice to icy, semi-transparent jade. "Is this imperial green?" exclaimed the worker handling the packaging, captivated by the rich and vibrant green of the exposed surface, which instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby. "What imperial green? Where is it?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong was taken aback, hastily making his way over in a flurry of steps. He seized the semi-transparent material from the worker's hands, illuminating the opening with a powerful flashlight, his eyes widening in scrutiny. The green hue emanating from the opening was indeed rich and vibrant, seemingly so saturated that one could almost imagine droplets of water forming. Zhou Minghui and Li Qiuyang were also drawn closer, and upon seeing this semi-transparent material, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhou Minghui's eyes, while Li Qiuyang merely offered a faint smile. Noticing Zhou Minghui's approach, Zhao Chong promptly presented the material before him, awkwardly chuckling, "President Zhou, my experience is limited and my eyesight poor. I cannot ascertain whether this is the legendary imperial green. I seek your guidance." Zhou Minghui took the semi-transparent material, examining it closely under the light. In a short while, he expressed a hint of excitement, concluding that while the green was indeed exceptionally rich, it fell slightly short of imperial green, yet was still a remarkable sunny green. Moreover, the quality reached the standard of Jing ice type. Even a single piece suitable for a ring would fetch over $1 million. He then turned to Li Qiuyang, inquiring, "Brother Li, how much did this material cost?" In the end, it was purchased for 350 million shots. An additional 1 million for the white card, came the response. Zhou Minghui weighed the material in his hands, quickly calculating in his mind, and exclaimed with joy, 350 million shots equates to just over 900,000 RMB. We can expect at least double the profit. Upon finishing his statement, he handed the material back to Zhao Chong, instructing, "Have Old Wang personally handle this. First, remove the outer layer, then slowly grind it with the dental machine to extract the jade meat completely." Zhao Chong nodded vigorously, his face alight with excitement as he carefully cradled the semi-transparent material and hurried towards the stone processing area. Zhou Minghui's eager gaze fell upon the woven bag containing the semi-transparent materials, wondering what else might be revealed. Thus, the workers hastened their movements, and soon after, more than 10 pieces of semi-transparent material were brought forth and displayed on the ground before everyone. Among them was an 18-kilogram ice-type violet with 3 openings, sourced from the Qiuyang site, purchased at 150 million shots. There was also an 11-kilogram peach blossom spring with yellow skin and red meat, featuring a palm-sized spider window, sourced from a Nanji site, purchased at 50 million shots. Additionally, a 4-kilogram high-ice sky blue from the Huika site, acquired for 45 million shots. Zhou Minghui, brimming with excitement, picked up the high-ice sky blue material, astonished and delighted. He turned to Li Qiuyang and asked, "Did you say this high-ice, Zhengyang green only cost over 40 million? Li Qiuyang nodded with a smile, clarifying, "To be precise, The transaction price was 40 million, with an additional 500,000 for the white card. This material is indeed top-notch, and the cost-effectiveness is quite reasonable. Reasonable? It is simply exorbitantly high. Zhou Minghui exclaimed with enthusiasm. This piece may appear small, yet its quality is exceptional, the skin exceptionally thin, and under the light, the flesh appears nearly black. Moreover, the richness of the green is overwhelming. For 45 million shots, I can perceive a value of 450 million. Zhou Minghui spoke with increasing excitement, as if he could already envision the exquisite jadeite, a high-quality icy green, being meticulously carved into a coveted treasure in the market. At the height of his enthusiasm, he cast a grateful glance at Qiuyang, saying, "Brotherly, you have truly rendered me a great service this time." Qiuyang responded with a calm smile. "In truth, I believe you may be celebrating prematurely, my dear brother." "What do you mean?" Zhou Minghui asked, his smile faltering in confusion. With unwavering composure, Qiuyang continued. "What I mean is that this is merely a small portion of the semi-transparent material, merely an appetizer. The real excitement lies in the uncut rough stones. These are the ones that can truly reflect exponential value." Upon hearing this, Zhou Minghui's gaze immediately shifted to the unopened bags of rough stones. His eyes alight with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. He understood well that the allure of the rough stones was accompanied by risks. A successful cut could yield profits several times over, while a disastrous one could result in a total loss of investment. "Brotherly, how confident are you about these rough stones?" Zhou Minghui's voice trembled slightly, clearly filled with hope for the unknown gems. Qiuyang smiled cryptically and replied, "Confidence, of course, exists to some extent, but in the realm of stone gambling, it is 3 parts skill and 7 parts luck. No one can guarantee 100% success. However, I maintain that within this batch, there are indeed treasures that will take your breath away." At that moment, a worker approached with news that the first cut had finally been made on a gray-green rough stone in the cutting machine. Upon hearing this, Zhou Minghui immediately set down the semi-transparent material he was holding and called out to Qiuyang, "Let us go and take a look." As they walked, he emphasized, "I'm truly eager to see what other treasures might astound me. Just remember to maintain a calm demeanor," Qiuyang advised, unflustered. The two hurried to the side of the cutting machine, where the worker had halted the machine and was carefully lifting the cut stone off. Placing it at Zhou Minghui's feet, the worker gently unveiled the cover. In the center of the cut surface, a coin-sized patch of brilliant blue, reminiscent of a clear sky, caught everyone's attention. Boom! Zhou Minghui felt a weight in his breath, as a surge of adrenaline rushed through him, making his head spin. "This is sky blue. Pure sky blue jadeite," he murmured in disbelief. Qiuyang nodded calmly and remarked, "My judgment was correct. This is a piece of high-quality, icy jadeite in full sky blue." High-quality, icy sky blue, my heavens! Zhou Minghui could hardly contain himself as he crouched down and shone a flashlight onto the cut surface. The flawless blue, illuminated by the bright light, appeared even more crystalline and transparent, as if it contained endless depth and expanse, encapsulating the entire sky within that small piece of jadeite. A beauty so dazzling it took one's breath away. Though at present, only a coin-sized glimpse is visible. It is sufficient for him to discern a fragment of the whole. The sky blue of Mashi is merely a reference image. The aging material, darkened and exhibiting an exquisite blue hue, presents a splendid sight, both sunny and cerulean. Zhou Minghui suddenly turned to Qiuyang, raising his thumb in admiration. "Brotherly, you are truly remarkable. This caliber of material is a rare find indeed." Qiuyang smiled faintly, a subtle glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes. Yet he maintained an exterior of calmness and humility. "Brother Zhou, in the realm of stone gambling, it is essential to rely on experience and intuition, along with a touch of luck. My assessment of this material's surface and performance, combined with a bit of risk, led me to this conclusion." Zhou Minghui nodded repeatedly, his joy evident. "Shall we continue cutting?" "Of course," Qiuyang replied with a serene smile, feigning contemplation before drawing a new line on the side of the material, declaring, "I believe we should commence the cut from here." Zhou Minghui promptly instructed the cutting workers, "Proceed as brotherly suggests." The workers complied, swiftly restarting the wire saw, its fine hum resonating as it approached the freshly drawn line, initiating the cutting process. This time, neither Zhou Minghui nor Qiuyang stepped away. They were riveted to the cutting procedure. Zhou Minghui's anxiety intensified, for this high-grade sky blue jadeite had already demonstrated astonishing quality, and the subsequent cut would determine whether it could attain the status of a true top-tier jadeite. A premier jadeite must possess sufficient weight, alongside a commensurate price. Brother Zhou seems quite anxious, Li Qiuyang remarked, producing a cigarette, lighting it, and offering one to Zhou Minghui. Zhou Minghui waved his hand in refusal, a reluctant smile gracing his lips. How can I not be anxious? This is top-tier sky blue jadeite. It is said that a single grade difference in color can result in a tenfold price disparity. Among color materials, only imperial green or royal purple can surpass sky blue. All other hues must yield. Li Qiuyang exhaled a plume of smoke, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I just mentioned maintaining a tranquil mindset. Yet Brother Zhou seems unable to heed that advice. Zhou Minghui chuckled wryly. Brotherly, forgive me, it's not that I cannot listen, but rather that I find it impossible to remain calm. A friend of mine, rather obstinate, cobbled together funds and even secured a loan from the bank, only to withdraw his shares from me. It wasn't until 5 years later that he finally cut that piece of material. And what was the outcome? Li Qiuyang inquired, curiosity lacing his tone. Zhou Minghui sighed, a flicker of regret passing through his gaze. The result was a full-bodied imperial green, weighing a staggering 18 kilograms. Flawless and devoid of cracks, all of it top-grade imperial green. Do you know how much that piece sold for in the end? Li Qiuyang shook his head, indicating his ignorance. 2.2 billion. A staggering 2.2 billion. Zhou Minghui's voice trembled. Had I not withdrawn my shares, even with just half, I would have walked away with 11 billion. 11 billion, because I lacked the courage to cut, and, due to financial constraints, withdrew my investment. I ultimately gained nothing. Jadeite, particularly this exquisite grade of color, is a non-renewable resource, truly a treasure that one can only encounter by chance. Presently, any jadeite with a hint of color sees its price soaring, often existing in a market where it is valued, but scarcely available. I dream of acquiring a fine piece to admire. As the two conversed, the humming of the cutting machine ceased, and the worker retrieved the freshly cut raw stone. Separating it, the cut revealed a side, showcasing an even more intense sky blue hue, now occupying nearly 1/3 of the surface area. Good. Continue cutting. Zhou Minghui commanded once more. After approximately an hour, the third side of the stone was revealed, clarifying the overall condition of the jadeite. Huh! Zhou Minghui exclaimed with exuberance. No need for further cuts, just modify it into a bracelet. The workers complied, and, as Zhou Minghui observed, his heart surged with excitement. Grabbing Li Qiuyang's hand, he exclaimed, Brotherly, you are indeed my fortune bringer. This stone can yield at least 20 bracelets, each worth around 7 to 8 million. The leftover material can also produce numerous top-tier rings, cabochons, and other fine items. This single piece is worth no less than 300 million. Once the finished products are ready, we shall simply await our riches. Chapter 51, The Envy of Peers. As Zhou Minghui spoke, he appeared to be enveloped in an indescribable joy, nearly bursting into a dance. Li Qiuyang, too, felt elated, knowing that he would reap a 45 profit from this batch. While Zhou Minghui stood to gain significantly, he would not be shortchanged. However, Li Qiuyang maintained a more restrained demeanor, not displaying the same exuberance as Zhou Minghui. He was already well aware of the stone's potential, yet its market value still exceeded his expectations. After reveling in his excitement for a while longer, Zhou Minghui sought to summon Zhao Chong. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Chong arrived, perspiring profusely, clearly having heard the news, and greeted Zhou Minghui with a broad smile, saying congratulations. Director Zhou, shouldn't we set off firecrackers, as per tradition? Zhou Minghui replied with a grin, indeed. Not only should we set them off, but let us do so with great fanfare. We must attract the attention of the neighboring factories. They should know our factory has truly risen today. Zhao Chong promptly left, and Zhou Minghui turned to the surrounding workers, proclaiming loudly, Everyone present today, after lunch, please head to the finance department to collect your red envelopes. Come and share in the joy. Additionally, inform the canteen to add 2 more dishes for lunch. The workers, upon hearing this, erupted in cheers. Zhou Minghui's generosity invigorated them, their enthusiasm for work soaring. Soon after, Zhao Chong returned with several workers, carrying an abundance of firecrackers to lay at the factory entrance. With the deafening crackle of firecrackers echoing through the air, the entire factory was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. The nearby factories were drawn in by the sound of firecrackers, with several sending representatives to inquire about the commotion. A slightly plump man with naturally curly hair approached, curiosity evident in his demeanor. He was Sun Hao, the manager of the adjacent factory, and had a familiar rapport with Zhao Chong. Not only Sun Hao, but several other factory heads were also attracted to the scene. Zhao Chong chuckled heartily and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, distributing them among the group, Director Sun, Director Yu, Director Shin. After sharing a smoke with everyone, he beamed with pride and announced, "It's actually not a big deal. Our factory has just cut a piece of top-tier high-ice sky blue jade. What do you think? Is it worth celebrating with firecrackers?" "Wow, high-ice sky blue? Is that for real?" Sun Hao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Director Yu, a tall young man wearing glasses, adjusted his spectacles and remarked, "High-ice sky blue isn't too rare. It really depends on the size. Just the other day, I cut a piece of royal purple, but it was only the size of a pigeon egg. I didn't even dare to celebrate with firecrackers." Director Shin chimed in agreement. Zhao Chong chuckled mysteriously and said, "As for the size, you'll have to see for yourselves. I guarantee you'll be astonished." With that, he gestured towards the bustling cutting workshop. Without hesitation, Sun Hao and the others followed Zhao Chong into the cutting workshop. Sun Hao, with a jovial tone, commented, "I'm not really sure. I suspect they're either fishing or soaking their feet." Director Zhao just mentioned that President Zhou personally cut a piece of high-ice sky blue jade. "May I have the honor of seeing it?" Zhou Minghui laughed heartily and gestured for them to enter, saying, "Director Sun, you're too modest. I was just fortunate to come across a fine material. Come, gentlemen, let's take a look inside." As they entered the cutting workshop, the first slab of the raw stone had just been cut, with several workers drawing circles on it with molds. "Wow, it truly is high-ice sky blue," Sun Hao exclaimed, astonishment etched on his face. The other factory heads gathered around, scrutinizing the freshly cut slab. Its pure, flawless blue radiated a faint glow under the workshop's lights, captivating their hearts. "This slab can easily yield 3 bangles." Director Yu pushed up his glasses, his voice filled with awe. "And it's completely free of blemishes or cracks. It's simply exquisite material. President Zhou, your luck is extraordinary to have encountered such material." Director Shun expressed with envy. Zhou Minghui smiled with satisfaction, saying, "I too did not anticipate such fortune in cutting this treasure. However, don't lose heart, gentlemen. Perhaps one day, you will also uncover such fine materials. By the way, where did this material come from? Could you share?" Director Shun could not help but inquire. Zhou Minghui laughed heartily, feigning mystery, and replied, Well, I naturally have my sources. If you're interested, we can exchange insights in the future." Seeing that Zhou Minghui was unwilling to disclose further details, the others refrained from pressing him. Zhou Minghui then gestured for a worker to bring over the freshly cut piece of jadeite, generously offering it to Sun Hao, saying, "Take a look." Sun Hao, enchanted and effusive in his praise, remarked, "It's clear and radiant, truly a rare treasure." Director Yu's eyes also reflected his admiration for the jade, and he cautioned Sun Hao, "Be careful. If you drop it, you won't be able to compensate Zhou with your life." Sun Hao shot him a glance and returned the jade to him, retorting, "If you wish to see it, just say so. Your indirectness is quite tiresome." While Director Yu examined the jade, Sun Hao's eyes darted around before he addressed Zhou Minghui. "This material is indeed of exceptional quality. May I assist a client in customizing a pair of safety bracelets?" "Of course," Zhou Minghui replied with a smile. "What size do you need?" 56, Sun Hao quickly responded. Zhou Minghui nodded. "No problem. Just coordinate directly with Zhao Chong." "Thank you, Zhou. Rest assured. The pricing will be fair. I guarantee you won't suffer any losses," Sun Hao assured, thumping his chest. The other directors, witnessing this exchange, eagerly voiced their intentions to order bracelets or rings. Zhou Minghui accommodated their requests, secretly reveling in his success. This exquisite ice blue jadeite not only promised him substantial profits, but also elevated his standing among peers. And this was merely one piece. The remaining 500 or so held untold surprises. After enjoying lunch at Tiancheng Jade Industry, Li Qiuyang and Zhou Minghui sat in the office, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Li Qiuyang inquired about private investigators and bounties on the dark web. Zhou Minghui's expression grew serious, his gaze deepening as he pondered before responding. "I can inquire about private detectives for you, but at my age, I can barely comprehend the internet, let alone the dark web." A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Qiuyang's eyes, yet he understood. He drained his teacup, rising to say, "All right then, Brother Zhou, please inform me if you acquire any news. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." He intended to visit the bank to open a new account for future financial transactions. Zhou Minghui accompanied him to the door, instructing the driver, Xiao Lu, "For the next few days, you will be at Master Li's service, ready at a moment's notice." "Understood?" Driver Lu Wei nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Mr. Zhou." He then opened the car door for Li Qiuyang, saying, "Master Li, please." Once the door closed, Li Qiuyang retrieved a vivid green jadeite from the mysterious gourd's small compartment and placed it on the coffee table in the reception area. Chapter 52. The Forest Adorned in Colors. Before long, a knock resounded at the door. Li Qiuyang rose to open it, revealing a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. Around 50 years old, with a composed demeanor, standing outside. A young man carrying a black leather suitcase followed behind him. "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Zhao Ruihua, the general manager of Hongda Jewelry, introduced by Ongmin. It is a pleasure to meet you," the middle-aged man greeted with a smile. "Li Qiuyang, nuda puliteri," inviting the two men inside. Upon entering, Zhao Ruihua was immediately captivated by a piece of glass-like, vivid green jadeite resting on the coffee table in the reception area. He hastily approached the table, his gaze fixated on the jadeite, his expression betraying a sense of astonishment. "Is this truly glass-like vivid green jadeite?" Zhao Ruihua's voice quivered slightly, clearly overwhelmed by the quality of the jadeite. Li Qiuyang smiled and nodded, acknowledging Zhao's discerning eye. Indeed, this was glass-like vivid green jadeite. Turning to Li Qiuyang, Zhao Ruihua's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mr. Li, may I examine it more closely?" Li Qiuyang inclined his head slightly, indicating that Zhao Ruihua was free to inspect it. Zhao Ruihua produced a powerful flashlight from his belongings, carefully illuminating the jadeite as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. As expected of glass-like quality, it truly is transparent, Zhao Ruihua exclaimed, filled with genuine admiration. "Mr. Li, are you truly considering parting with this jadeite?" Li Qiuyang smiled lightly, having anticipated Zhao Ruihua's inquiry. Zhao Ruihua nodded eagerly, stowing away the flashlight, and then seated himself across from Li Qiuyang. The young man behind him instinctively stood to the side, occasionally glancing at the jadeite, evidently drawn in by its allure. "Mr. Li, to be candid," Zhao Ruihua began straightforwardly, "I have been in the jewelry industry for many years, and this is the first time I have encountered jadeite of such high quality. My company is willing to offer a substantial price for it, and I hope you will grant me this opportunity." Li Qiuyang lifted his cup of water, taking a gentle sip before responding. "Mr. Zhao, you are well aware that glass-like jadeite is exceedingly rare in the market, let alone glass-like vivid green jadeite. The quality and color of this piece are exceptional. I trust you understand its value." Zhao Ruihua nodded, his demeanor growing serious. "I am indeed aware, and our Hongda Jewelry possesses the capability to make an offer. Mr. Li, please state your price. As long as it is reasonable, I will not negotiate." "Huh, I typically refrain from quoting prices too readily," Li Qiuyang replied softly. "Perhaps you could propose a figure first. If it is appropriate, I shall not withhold." In truth, this was Li Qiuyang's first experience selling jadeite, particularly of such high quality, and he only had a vague understanding of its market positioning. Zhao Ruihua paused slightly, then fell into contemplation. He was acutely aware of the value of this glass-like, vivid green jadeite. However, he also recognized that if he offered too high a price, it might exceed his budget and even jeopardize the company's financial stability. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his tone laced with a hint of caution. "Mr. Li, I offer 200 million RMB. How's that sound?" "Mr. Zhao may take his leave," Li Qiuyang said with a faint smile, gesturing towards the door. At this, Zhao Ruihua's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that his offer would prompt such a swift dismissal from Li Qiuyang. The young man behind him was equally taken aback, clearly surprised by how the situation had unfolded. Li Qiuyang gently shook his head, a serene smile lingering on his face. "Mr. Zhao, 200 million is indeed lacking in sincerity." He continued, "I trust you are aware that the value of this jade far exceeds 200 million. Having made the decision to proceed, I naturally hope to receive a price that corresponds with its quality. Therefore, I hope your forthcoming offer will reflect a greater sincerity." Zhao Ruihua furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of reluctance. Yet he understood that such high-quality jade is indeed a rare find. Missing this opportunity could mean it would be difficult to encounter another of its kind in the future. Thus, he gritted his teeth and spoke again. "Mr. Li, I will increase my offer to 250 million. This is the highest price I can currently propose." Zhao Ruihua's expression darkened once more. He had not anticipated that even at 250 million, Li Qiuyang would still not agree. After a moment of silence, he slowly rose, casting one last deep glance at the stunning glass-type sunlit green jade before him. With a resigned expression, he slightly nodded to Li Qiuyang. Li Qiuyang smiled and stood to see him off. "No problem, Mr. Zhao. I await your favorable news." After approximately 10 more minutes, a knock on the door echoed again. Ongmin had staggered the appointment times for several significant clients to avoid any awkward encounters. However, the high-end jade circle of Relics was rather small, and once news began to spread, Preventing connections among parties was nearly impossible. As the door opened, a man and a woman stood outside. The man appeared to be in his 20s, with a composed demeanor, while the woman, also in her 20s, wore a light, loose t-shirt paired with a white skirt. Her figure graceful and her features exquisite. Lin Jinyan, may I ask if this is Mr. Qiuyang's room? The woman inquired with a smile, her voice melodious and clear. Qiuyang nodded with a gentle smile. And you are? The corners of the woman's mouth lifted slightly into an attractive arc as she replied. I am Lin Jinyan from Qiuyang Jewelry. This is my brother, Lin Fan. Chapter 53. Keeping prices and goods. Look at the mountains adorned in crimson. The layers of forest painted in hues. The line of poetry surfaced in Qiuyang's mind. He wore a warm smile. Ah, so it is the two of you, Lin managers. Please come in. Lin Jinyan nodded lightly, stepping into the room with a hint of curiosity and anticipation, while Lin Fan followed closely with a handbag in hand. Lin Jinyan's gaze was quickly drawn to the stunning glass-type sunlit green jade on the coffee table, her eyes sparkling with surprise and admiration. Wow! Lin Jinyan exclaimed excitedly. It's so large and such a vibrant green jade. Mr. Li, may we take a closer look? Qiuyang smiled and nodded, gesturing for them to proceed. Miss Lin, Mr. Lin, please feel free. As Lin Jinyan and Lin Fan approached the coffee table, Lin Jinyan could not resist gently reaching out to touch the jade, savoring its smooth, cool surface and the vivacity it emanated. Lin Fan produced 2 pairs of gloves, handing one to Lin Jinran while donning the other himself. The room was dimly lit, and the beam of the flashlight penetrated the jadeite, illuminating its intricate structure and the even distribution of its verdant hues. An expression of wonder adorned Lin Fan's face, clearly awed by the quality of the jade. This quality is simply extraordinary. Without lifting his gaze, he spoke with utmost seriousness. It is undoubtedly of glass-like clarity, with a remarkably strong flavor, and its purity is astonishingly high. Moreover, its color is vibrant, bold, and strikingly bright without appearing overly deep. It is simply perfect. Next, Lin Fan briefly measured the weight and volume of the stone, exchanging glances with Lin Jinran throughout the process. Finally, he raised his head, his expression grave and earnest as he turned to Qiuyang. The value of this jadeite is truly immeasurable. Mr. Li, do you truly intend to sell it? Qiuyang smiled and nodded slowly, saying, both of you, Mr. Lin, are connoisseurs. I naturally hope to encounter someone destined for it, to maximize its value. Lin Jinran and Lin Fan exchanged another glance, each reflecting the seriousness and anticipation in the other's eyes. They discerned Qiuyang's intent and recognized the jadeite's immense worth, understanding that acquiring it would require a considerable sacrifice. At this moment, a smile graced Lin Jinran's lips as her sparkling eyes turned towards Qiuyang. Mr. Li, may I pose a question to you? Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Lin Jinran as he replied, ask away. Lin Jinran, her pearly teeth slightly parting, inquired with a smile. I would like to know, how many have viewed this piece before us today? That is a relief. Lin Jinran breathed a gentle sigh, continuing, Mr. Li, what is your psychological price for this piece? Lin Jinran furrowed her brow slightly, pondering before stating, with such a glass-type, vibrant green, this quality is exceedingly rare in the market, and its value is difficult to quantify with mere numbers. She and Lin Fan exchanged another glance, prompting Lin Fan to retrieve his phone and open the calculator. Apologies, Mr. Li. We need to discuss this briefly. Qiuyang shukladli, leaning back against the sofa's backrest and raising a hand nonchalantly. Take your time. Soon, the two reached a preliminary price. Lin Jinran tentatively spoke. Mr. Li, we are willing to offer 400 million. How does that sound? 400 million. This price stirred Qiuyang slightly, yet his demeanor remained composed. He had observed closely that Lin Jinran's heart rate accelerated only slightly during the offer, not excessively so. This price still diverges somewhat from my expectations. Qiuyang's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa, his gaze calm, yet profound, as if capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of others. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinran's smile faltered for a moment, though she quickly regained her composure. She bit her lip gently and exchanged another glance with Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded slightly, seemingly encouraging Lin Jinran to persist. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jinran spoke again. Mr. Li, we fully comprehend your appreciation for this jadeite. The 400 million is merely our initial offer. My intention is to leave the price open and hold the goods for negotiation. Perhaps after you engage with our other competitors, you will be able to ascertain the appropriate selling price. This woman is rather intriguing. After all, we are discussing a business involving hundreds of millions, and both parties understand that it is unlikely to reach an agreement in a single discussion. Sometimes, a mere increase or decrease in price can result in fluctuations of tens of millions. Naturally, one must tread carefully, yet maintain a certain distance. Qiuyang smiled faintly and said, "All right, as per General Manager Lin's suggestion, I shall leave the price open and hold the goods for you. Should no one bid higher, I will inform you. However, I do have other matters to attend to. I can stay in Rueli for only one more day, as I must travel to Qiuyang the day after tomorrow." Lin Jinran's expression tightened as she inquired, "Does Mr. Li have friends in Qiuyang?" Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that he indeed has a few acquaintances, such as Xiao Liangchen from the Dajiang World Jade City and Lu Qiming from the International Jade City, with whom he's been acquainted for many years. Qiuyang spoke the truth. During his previous work in Qiuyang, he had indeed met these notable figures in the jade industry, although he omitted to mention that they no longer recognize him. However, this does not hinder him from waving a flag of authority. After all, who cannot spin a tale? Who cannot boast? As anticipated, upon hearing the names mentioned by Qiuyang, both Lin Jinran and Lin Fan's expressions subtly shifted. Xiao Yangchen and Lu Qiming are well-known figures in the jade community, and, crucially, they possess significant influence. Even they would likely be intrigued by this exquisite piece of glass-type yang green jade. "Ah, I see. Mr. Li truly has a wide circle of friends," Lin Jinran remarked with a smile, though her tone carried an added layer of caution. Qiuyang replied nonchalantly, "In our line of work, it is always advantageous to know more people. General Manager Lin, do you have any further questions?" Lin Jinran gently shook her head, stating, "Not at the moment, Mr. Li. We shall take our leave for now. Feel free to contact us whenever you have made a decision." Qiuyang rose to see them off, saying, "Very well, safe travels to you both. I shall not accompany you further." As the door closed, Qiuyang, through his perceptive vision, observed Lin Jinran stomp her foot in frustration and clench her fist, striking the air in a fit of vexation. This woman is indeed intriguing. Chapter 54, Wearing Down Patience. For the next hour or so, Qiuyang met with two additional groups of buyers. The first, Wang Tianyu, offered 330 million yuan, while the last, Wang Shuesong, after much haggling, raised his bid to 420 million yuan. However, Qiuyang did not acquiesce to either offer, merely stating that there remained a gap between their proposals and his ideal price. He neither easily conceded nor outright rejected their bids, always leaving room for negotiation, allowing them to feel there was still a chance. With such high-caliber jade in his possession, Qiuyang is fully entitled to hold out for the best deal. As these buyers compete against one another, he will make the final decision. After approximately another hour, Ong Min called again, "Brother Li, how are the negotiations progressing?" The voice of Ong Min resonated through the receiver. "These clients are my major patrons in Rueli, some of whom I have known for many years." Qiuyang chuckled lightly and replied, "Not bad. The highest offer stands at 420 million yuan, which translates to roughly 12 billion shots. However, I intend to bide my time, letting them stew for a while to wear down their patience." 12 billion shots, my goodness. Your domestic merchants truly possess great wealth, Ong Min marveled. "Since you have a clear understanding, I shall not intrude further. Take care of yourself." After resting another night at the hotel, Qiuyang rose at dawn the following morning. He enjoyed breakfast in the Hotel S Buffet restaurant and waited until evening. Yet the individuals who viewed the goods yesterday did not return. Qiuyang remained unperturbed as he sought to test their patience, just as they were undoubtedly doing with him. Thus, he secured the exquisite glass-like emerald into the enigmatic space of his gourd, closed his door, and descended to hail a taxi, heading straight for the Dalong Night Market. The Dalong Night Market, officially known as Dalong International Jewelry City, is the largest jade stone trading market in the southwest region and one of the most renowned. Since he had time to spare, Qiuyang thought it prudent to try his luck at the night market. Of course, trying luck was merely a facade. For someone like him, endowed with the gift of X-ray vision, it was akin to gathering wealth effortlessly. Soon, the taxi halted over 200 meters from the entrance of the jewelry city, not due to the driver's reluctance to enter, but rather because it was impossible to do so. As dusk began to settle, a sprawling array of tents had been erected outside the jewelry city, each housing a stall brimming with jade ornaments or various jade raw stones, some partially opened, others entirely uncut. Everything one could imagine was on display. Almost every stall was encircled by throngs of people, creating an impenetrable mass of bodies. Qiuyang paid the fare and stepped out, meandering through the bustling crowd, his eyes keenly scanning the raw stones displayed on the ground. Alas, ground-level wares were merely that. He inwardly sighed, realizing that the jade raw stones crowded on these stalls were, under his discerning gaze, unequivocally worthless. True quality goods would never surface in such a place. They had long been whisked away by buyers with established connections. Even the partially opened stones were only capable of deceiving the untrained eye. In the hands of a true connoisseur, they were at best the fighter jets of refuse. Determined, Qiuyang pushed through the throng and ventured further into the depths of the night market. Beyond the entrance of the jewelry city lay the shop area, where the jade raw stones displayed indeed surpassed those on the street stalls significantly. According to Qiuyang's classification from the Qiuyang mine, they barely reached a C-grade standard. In contrast, the stones outside could only be categorized as D, and here, D represented the lower threshold. A multitude of gamblers flitted between these shops, some bending low to scrutinize the raw stones, while others haggled energetically with the shopkeepers, the lively atmosphere rivaling that of the stalls outside. Qiuyang ultimately halted at the entrance of a shop named Stone Memory. This establishment was equally bustling, with throngs of people examining materials, each wielding a powerful flashlight, engrossed in their chosen specimens for an extended period. As Qiuyang stepped inside, his gaze leisurely swept over the various jadeite rough stones displayed within. The proprietor, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man, approached and offered Qiuyang a cigarette, also providing a light to ignite it. Seizing the moment while Qiuyang shielded the lighter from the wind, he inquired with a smile, "You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to our shop?" "Just browsing," Qiuyang replied, taking a puff and exhaling slowly with a gentle smile. "I found 200 yuan today and thought perhaps luck was on my side, the kind that cannot be resisted. So I decided to test my fortune." The shopkeeper chuckled heartily, stating, "Well, my friend, you have indeed come to the right place. In Stone Memory, we have material from all market sources, the old pit stones from Moksha, water stones from Damakin, and even the coveted frog skins. Feel free to look around. When you find something you like, just call me. We offer complimentary cutting for purchases." Qiuyang nodded with a smile and began to wander through the shop. In truth, within his perceptive vision, although the store boasted a plethora of jadeite rough stones, most were unremarkable. Even the jadeite present was of inferior quality, featuring poor texture and chaotic colors. Some were even marred by cracks, barely qualifying as entry-level materials that did not catch his discerning eye. After perusing for over 10 minutes, Qiuyang crouched in front of a watermelon-sized piece of jadeite, rough, situated towards the back of the shop. This particular stone was a yellow sandstone from Mukna site. The entire piece radiated a consistent bright yellow hue, with a surface that appeared both delicate and robust, the sand grains fine and possessing a faint oiliness. Under his keen vision, he discerned that beneath the yellow, sandstone skin of the Mukna rough lay a piece of old seed-black jade, rich in water content, with a uniform color and exquisite quality. The jade flesh, akin to the rosy hue of peach blossoms in spring, exuded a warm, gentle, and luminous aura. Qiuyang extended his palm, gently resting it on the stone's surface, quietly absorbing the gem's inherent energy. Then, maintaining an air of nonchalance, he turned to the shopkeeper and asked casually, "How much for this piece?" The shopkeeper glanced at the rough stone Qiuyang indicated, a fleeting glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes before he returned to his affable demeanor. "Oh, my friend, you have a good eye. This stone comes from the old pit of Mukna and exhibits exceptional qualities. Since you appear to be knowledgeable, I'll offer a firm price. 800,000. 800,000? Qiuyang couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity. "Are you part lion? That price is more outrageous than a lion's roar." The shopkeeper waved his hand earnestly. "My friend, to be frank, this stone belongs to a friend of mine who left it with me. The performance of this material is undoubtedly of high quality. 800,000 is truly not an exorbitant price. The jade core of this piece weighs approximately 3 to 4 kilograms, and it is anticipated that 4 to 5 bangles of ice-type peach blossom spring can be crafted from it. The remaining scraps could yield smaller items, such as pendants, with the overall value estimated to be between 2,800,000 and 3 million. Hence, 80,000 is indeed a reasonable sum. However, Qiuyang serves as a jade master at the source mine in Pakong, where such skin shell material is typically priced at no more than 20 to 30,000. Even accounting for shipping costs and miscellaneous expenses, the owner would barely break even at 100,000. Qiuyang calculated this in his mind, maintaining a calm demeanor while continuing to negotiate with the owner. "Your price seems rather steep. The market is currently sluggish, and the prices for mid-range jadeite have been declining. 800,000 is simply beyond my means." The owner furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat hesitant. Brother, how about this? I can see you are genuinely interested. So I will make a concession. 75,000, the lowest I can go. Qiuyang shook his head, a smile curving his lips. Boss, your concession is rather minimal and lacks sincerity. To be frank, I am merely here to test my luck. If the price is right, I shall make a purchase. If not, I shall simply enjoy a stroll, as I have nothing to lose. Upon hearing this, the owner seemed to grow anxious. Brother, please don't say that. Let me make another concession. 50,000. It cannot be any lower. Seeing that Qiuyang remained unmoved, he pressed further. Why not tell me what you are willing to offer? Please provide a counter. Feigning contemplation, Qiuyang stroked his chin and slowly replied, Boss, your price is still too high. How about this? I'll give you a concrete offer of 5,000. Upon hearing 5,000, the owner's heart sank. That was his cost price. His expression darkened immediately. 5,000? Brother, that's an excessive cut. A friend of mine mentioned that this material isn't worth considering if it's below 300,000. Qiuyang observed the change in the owner's demeanor with a concealed smirk. Boss, your friend suggests 30,000, yet you are quoting 80,000. Isn't that a bit too shrewd? The owner, rather than becoming angry, took out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Qiuyang before lighting one for himself. My surname is Gao, and my given name is Chong. Friends call me Brother Chong. What should I call you, young man? Qiuyang chuckled softly and replied, You may call me Li Chong. In truth, he had not spoken at random. Li Chong is a homophone for Qiuyang. So you are also of the Chong family. A pleasure to meet you. Gao Chong clapped Qiuyang on the shoulder, smiling. Brother Li, your offer of 5,000 truly puts me in a difficult position. Gao Chong sighed, appearing quite helpless. Brother Chong, 5,000 is not an insignificant sum, Qiuyang analyzed. While this material shows promise, the luster is not particularly strong. No one can guarantee that it is indeed of high quality within. If everything collapses, wouldn't my 50,000 be wasted? Gao Chong cast a deep glance at Qiuyang, then scrutinized the piece of material carefully before pondering. Brother, I see a connection between us. Why not increase your offer a bit? If the amount is reasonable, I can call the supplier and inquire. The precision with which Qiuyang had made his bid left him somewhat suspicious, wondering if an insider was playing him for a fool. Then I shall add 30,000, making it a total of 80,000. It sounds auspicious, doesn't it? You benefit, and I benefit. Qiuyang replied nonchalantly. If that doesn't work, I can always look elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Gao Chong furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. All right, Brother Li, how about this? I can lower my stance a bit to 150,000, but it cannot go any lower. This price carries risk for me, and other vendors may not possess such fine material. Qiuyang raised an eyebrow and replied earnestly, Since the boss is so straightforward, I shall add another offer, 100,000. It is not that I wish to offer less, but this is all I possess. Haha, this is quite amusing. Gao Chong grinned, pulling out his phone. Let me consult the supplier's opinion. He stepped aside, feigning a phone call. Consider this a friendly gesture, my brother. This piece of material is yours for 100,000. Qiuyang extended his hand for a high five, asking, Where's the QR code? Gao Chong pointed to a QR code on the wall, and Qiuyang promptly completed the payment, acquiring the piece of wood from Huangyan sand. Would you like to cut it? Gao Chong indicated the several cutting machines located at the back of the shop. I offer complimentary stone cutting here. Would you like to take a look? Qiuyang had initially intended to take the material to Zhou Minghui's processing factory for cutting, but upon reconsideration, he realized that the over 500 jadeite rough stones he acquired from Pakant would keep Tianqing Yuye busy for quite some time. Furthermore, it was late at night, and the workers might have already finished for the day. Thus, he nodded, Then I shall trouble you, Brother Chong. Upon hearing this, Gao Chong immediately summoned the staff to push the piece of Huangyan sand to the cutting area. At that moment, all 5 cutting machines in the area were in operation, with no fewer than 20 people waiting for the stone to be cut or merely observing the spectacle. The dim lighting, combined with the deafening noise of the cutting machines and the lingering smoke in the air, created a chaotic atmosphere. Nevertheless, both those awaiting their stones and those merely watching were oblivious to these distractions, their eyes fixated on the material in the cutter's hands, eagerly anticipating the moment of revelation that would quicken their hearts and stir their passions. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the crowd, It's open. It's cut. Instantly, whether they were waiting for their stones or just there for amusement, everyone surged forward. A young man took the freshly cut piece from the cutter's hands, full of expectation, yet cautiously unveiling it. Oh no! The young man's face quickly stiffened, and the crowd around him erupted with mocking jeers. Chapter 56. I'm not short on money. Oh, what a predicament. The young man glared at the shattered material before him, his mood already soured. The mocking jeers from the surrounding crowd only exacerbated his frustration. He shot an indignant glance at the onlookers and exclaimed, "What are you laughing at? Have none of you ever ruined a piece?" The laughter among the crowd intensified, with someone retorting, "Is it not permissible to laugh when something is ruined? If you can cut it profitably, I shall commend your prowess." The young man's face flushed crimson as he prepared to retort, only to be interrupted by the voice of the cutting master. "Next. Who's up?" The shop assistant promptly pushed Qiuyang's piece of wood-knot yellow rock forward. Addressing the cutting master, "Master, let's start with this one." "Why the rush?" The young man shot an angry glare at the assistant, scolding, "I still have another piece here. Do you not understand the order of operations?" The assistant recoiled slightly under the young man's glare, about to explain himself, but was halted by Qiuyang's gentle pat on the shoulder. "Let him cut it. I am in no hurry." The young man snorted derisively, disdainfully handing his other piece to the cutting master. The master accepted the material and inquired about his cutting intentions. The young man brandished a flashlight, illuminating the rock a few times before confidently drawing a line on it, declaring, "Cut it here and do it steadily. A big red envelope awaits you if you succeed." The cutting master silently commences work as the machine roared to life, sparks flying as the cutting blade gradually penetrated the material. At that moment, another machine adjacent to them came to a halt. A stout man of modest height took the cut piece from the cutting master, expertly sliding the cover off as if unveiling a card. "It's green." The crowd, drawn by the spectacle, gathered around. The stout man squatted down, a grin spreading across his face as he revealed the contents. However, the excitement among the onlookers quickly dissipated, replaced by murmurs of disappointment. The piece in the stout man's hands indeed displayed a faint green hue, but upon closer inspection, the green appeared rather insipid. While there was a trace of water at the edges, it was evidently insufficient, indicating that this was not a high-quality jade. "How disappointing," someone remarked, shaking their head. "I thought it had truly appreciated. Turns out it's just a novice-esque folly." Another voice chimed in. "Who says water guarantees a profit? Jade is capricious. Its fortune's unpredictable. It is not so simple." The previously disgruntled young man also leaned in for a closer look and scoffed. What hubris, to proclaim a novice-esque folly as a triumph. Faced with the crowd's ridicule, the stout man's face turned beet red, and he defiantly countered. This was merely a stroke of bad luck. Besides, cutting stones can lead to mishaps. One must maintain a positive attitude, unlike some who sulk in anger when faced with failure. With that, he tossed the ruined piece into the waste bin and clapped his hands, stating, "Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." With one cutting machine now idle, the shop assistant hastily placed Qiuyang's wood-knot material onto the cutting table. After a moment of contemplation, Qiuyang drew a line along the edge of the stone. "Let us cut it here." Qiuyang addressed the cutter, who nodded in acknowledgement, activating the machine. With hands firmly grasping either side of the jade material, he gradually advanced towards the saw blade, meticulously following the line drawn by Qiuyang. The moment the cutting blade made contact with the raw jade, a sharp, jarring sound erupted, accompanied by a shower of sparks. The cutter demonstrated remarkable skill, maintaining a steady and uniform pace along the path delineated by Qiuyang. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation, eager to witness the potential marvel concealed within the stone. Qiuyang took a moment to observe, producing a pack of cigarettes to distribute among the crowd, fostering a lively atmosphere. However, when he reached the young man, he was met with disdain. The smoke was harsh on the throat, and he preferred a different brand. With that, the young man retrieved his own pack and lit a cigarette, leaving those around him in a quandary about whether to partake in Qiuyang's offering. Unperturbed, Qiuyang chuckled and lit one for himself, turning to the crowd, "Please continue enjoying yourselves. Later, I shall treat you all to a late-night feast. If the cutting yields well, we'll indulge in barbecues and beer, all you can consume." The crowd responded with laughter, the atmosphere growing increasingly vibrant. After approximately half an hour, the young man's second piece of jade was finally severed. "Give it to me. I shall do it myself." As soon as the machine halted, the young man eagerly snatched the jade from the cutter's hands, striding towards the light to part the freshly cut stone. Under the illumination, both surfaces of the jade revealed a mottled pattern of white and green, riddled with cracks, leaving little to salvage. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances, while a few mischievous individuals snickered nearby. "Damn it, it's ruined again," he bellowed in fury, throwing the two halves of the jade to the ground with force. With a loud crack, one piece shattered, while the other bounced up, fortuitously veering towards Qiuyang. In a swift motion, Qiuyang caught the half-piece deftly in his hand. His expression turned icy, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on the young man. Seeing Qiuyang catch the jade, the young man's countenance shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, defiantly retorting, "What are you staring at? I'm in a bad mood because it broke? Is it wrong to throw something? I didn't mean to, and besides, it didn't hit you, did it?" Qiuyang was both amused and incensed by his words. Blaming others for one's own misfortunes was absurd. Just because you're upset, you throw things around? Were I not quick enough? What would you do if it had struck me? The young man scoffed dismissively. "What, you want to play the victim? Just tell me how much you want. I can pay." "I'm not short on money," Qiuyang replied coolly, tossing the half-piece on the workbench, his eyes narrowing as he approached the young man, adding, "I'm merely concerned that I might inadvertently end your life in a fit of rage." At that moment, Qiuyang, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, urging others to pull the young man away while attempting to placate Qiuyang. "Brotherly, please do me this favor. My humble establishment cannot withstand such turmoil." Momentarily, Brotherly stepped outside to select a piece of material, considering it a means of atonement. Chapter 57. Cut again. Qiuyang was restrained by Qiuyang, yet the fury within him remained unabated. He glared at the young man, coldly stating, "Today, out of respect for Brother Chong, I shall refrain from engaging in a dispute with you. Should there be a next time, do not expect my courtesy." The young man, held by several associates, muttered a few words, yet dared not speak boldly again. To contend with tiles would only serve to diminish his own stature. Upon hearing this, Qiuyang's lips curved slightly, and much of his anger dissipated. Brother Chong was right. I had indeed lost my composure. "It's all right," Qiuyang reassured, patting Qiuyang on the shoulder with a smile. "Let us continue observing the materials. Your piece should be nearly ready for cutting." As they spoke, the cutter had ceased operation, cautiously extracting the freshly cut material from the machine. A crowd, drawn by curiosity, gathered around. Qiuyang decisively declared, "Let us proceed. I am not one to fuss over trivialities." Upon hearing this, the cutter hesitated no longer. Steadying the main body of the material with one hand, he slowly lifted the lid that had just been sliced open. As the material gradually parted, a vibrant spring hue emerged on the smooth, flat cutting surface, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in the spring, resplendent and dripping with allure. "It has risen. It is indeed red jade." "Nonsense about red jade. This is peach blossom spring, falling within the realm of reddish-purple violet." Cheers erupted from the crowd, with even Qiuyang unable to contain his excitement, clapping his hands. "Who claims my shop lacks fine goods? What is this? With this cut, the value of this piece has multiplied at least fivefold." At this moment, the crowd's attention was wholly focused on Qiuyang's piece of Muna Huangyan Sha raw stone, disregarding Qiuyang's words. Some even produced flashlights, inquiring, "Brother, may we take a closer look at your piece?" Qiuyang pondered for a moment before smiling generously. "Of course, feel free to examine it." Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly gathered, holding flashlights to scrutinize the cut jadeite. The rich spring color appeared even more radiant under the lights, almost as if it could drip with moisture, captivating all who beheld it. This Muna Huangyan Sha peach blossom spring material, the image is merely for reference. Absolutely stunning. The color is simply extraordinary, a middle-aged man exclaimed as he inspected it. Indeed, both the texture and hue are exceptional. The quality of this peach blossom spring rivals that of some high-end jade. Another remarked in agreement. Yet, someone else added, "The bracelet position is secured, but the gamble remains significant. No one knows if it will change in quality. After all, it is Muna material." Qiuyang, standing beside Qiuyang, revealed a hint of regret in his eyes. He lowered his voice, saying to Qiuyang, "You ought to be cautious." Qiuyang chuckled softly, responding, "Brother Chong's perspective is still somewhat limited. If you were to offer 2 million now, I might indeed sell. For 500,000, I wish to make a few more cuts." Qiuyang laughed heartily. "Brotherly, your candor is refreshing." "Very well, I shall refrain from saying more. Wishing you success in your upcoming cuts." Qiuyang nodded with a smile, holding Qiuyang in higher regard. He once heard Zhou Minghui say that a true jade merchant holds a profound reverence for raw stones, where rationality far outweighs the inclination to gamble. If one perceives a value of 500,000, then one should only bid that amount. Otherwise, it becomes a gamble. The uncertainty inherent in raw stones is vast, with each facet concealing countless possibilities. Observing that the crowd had sufficiently taken in the sight, Qiuyang drew another line on the material, turning to the cutter and saying, "Master, please proceed, and make another cut from the back." The cutter acknowledged him and placed the partially cut stone on the workbench, adjusting the angle before resuming the operation. The onlookers reluctantly dispersed, still lingering with a sense of anticipation. Qiuyang quietly withdrew to attend to the customers examining stones. Meanwhile, the young man who had clashed with Qiuyang earlier felt a mix of envy and jealousy upon witnessing this scene. Why did everything seem to prosper for others while he faced continuous failures? Was his effort insufficient? Gritting his teeth, he resolved to sift through the pile of raw stones outside, vowing to carve out a piece of exquisite jade before he would relent. The cutter's technique remained steady as he guided the blade along the path designated by Qiuyang, sparks flying and noise filling the air. Approximately half an hour later, he halted the machine and removed the second cut piece. This time, Qiuyang chose not to let the cutter unveil it directly, but instead took it upon himself to gently lift the lid. As the cover was gradually revealed, the onlookers once again gathered, their eyes glimmering with expectation as if participating in a sacred ritual. When the lid was finally removed, a rich hue of spring emerged before them, not only possessing a pure color, but also abundant luster, identical to the other side. Heavens, it has appreciated again. What extraordinary luck! 2 consecutive cuts, yielding profit. Just moments ago, someone had mentioned 500,000. Now, it was worth no less than $1 million. The crowd erupted in exclamations of astonishment, and a well-dressed middle-aged man turned to Qiuyang, saying, "Young man, are you selling this piece now? I offer 120,000. Qiuyang smiled slightly and shook his head, politely declining. "Thank you for your kindness, sir, but I would like to continue observing." The middle-aged man, undeterred, raised his offer by another 100,000. 130,000. "This is my highest bid at the moment." He continued, "The current performance of this piece is indeed commendable, but risks are not absent. Young man, please consider." Once again, Qiuyang drew a line on the material and instructed the cutter to continue. At that moment, Qiuyang arranged for his staff to bring chilled watermelon to the crowd, and, upon learning that Qiuyang had once again achieved a profitable cut, hurried over to him with a smile. "Brother Li, your luck is simply astounding. This piece is now making even me envious. If this next cut proves successful, I shall have someone set off firecrackers for you." Chapter 58, Making Friends. Qiuyang, hearing this, merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. As time ticked away, the craftsman's technique remained unwavering, devoid of even the slightest tremor. At last, amidst the eager anticipation of the onlookers, the cutting blade fully penetrated the material. The craftsman halted the machine and delicately extracted the freshly sliced piece. Qiuyang inhaled deeply and slowly approached the cutting machine, receiving the material from the craftsman's hands. With utmost care, he gently lifted the lid of the cut stone. His movements were deliberate, akin to revealing a hand of playing cards. Carefully peeling back the cover of the raw stone. In that moment, it felt as though the very air within the shop had solidified. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixated on the piece. When the lid was fully removed, the center of the cut surface revealed a jadeite of pristine color, abundant luster, and a delicate texture, with scarcely a crack or impurity in sight. "Oh, wow, it's soaring, it's a tremendous rise." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, as if the stone belonged to them. Given that gambling stones are inherently tied to chance, the patrons naturally believed in the existence of luck. Thus, they cheered, even jumping with excitement, not only for the appreciating stone, but also in hopes of sharing in Qiuyang's fortune. Even Qiuyang could not contain his exhilaration, leaping up and promptly calling for the shop assistants to set off firecrackers. With 3 sides cut, this piece bore little distinction from transparent stone. Although further cutting would still hold uncertainties, the likelihood of significant change had greatly diminished. At that moment, the elegantly dressed, middle-aged man once again emerged from the crowd, his sharp gaze sweeping over the material in Qiuyang's hands. "Young man, congratulations. With this cut, the condition of the stone is quite clear. I offer 2 million. Will you sell it to me?" Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile forming on his lips, yet before he could speak, another voice rang out from the crowd. "Young man, I offer 210,000. 220,000, came the immediate response from another, as if fearing the loss of such a rare find. The bidding continued in a fervent chorus, just as the sound of firecrackers erupted at the entrance. It seemed a tradition in the Relic jadeite community. Whenever a stone appreciates, especially significantly, shops or factories would hang a string of firecrackers to celebrate. This served both to showcase their prowess in gambling stones and to attract more attention and admiration. Indeed, as the firecrackers went off, a throng of onlookers surged into the shop, inquiring about which stone had appreciated, causing Qiuyang's store to become even more crowded. Qiuyang found himself encircled by the crowd, the piece in his hands seemingly the focal point of the entire gathering. Young man, I offer 230,000. Another voice chimed in. Qiuyang couldn't help but feel amused. He hadn't even declared whether he was selling, yet the price had already escalated to 230,000. Young man, 250,000. This is my final offer. Think it over, the elegantly dressed, middle-aged man interjected again, his tone tinged with urgency. As the crowd swelled, the pressure on his bidding escalated. Qiuyang chuckled, raising the material above his head with one hand, and proclaimed, 2,500,000 is hardly a pleasing figure. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? His purpose for attending the Dalong night market that evening was to profit from the stone gambling, and the value of this peach blossom spring jadeite had far exceeded his expectations. Now was the opportune moment to sell this piece at a premium. 3 million. A robust voice suddenly resonated, overpowering all other bids. The crowd turned to see a distinguished middle-aged man in a suit emerge from the throng, gazing at Qiuyang with a calm smile. Mr. Li, we meet again. This man was Wang Shuesong, who had previously visited Qiuyang at the Qiuyang Hotel, hoping to purchase the exquisite glass-grade yang green jadeite from him for 2 billion renminbi. However, Qiuyang had not made a decision on the spot. Wang Shuesong smiled faintly and explained, our company is planning to open a new store in the Dalong night market, and I came tonight for an inspection, only to find Mr. Li making such a remarkable showing. Qiuyang chose not to comment, while Wang Shuesong turned to the crowd, announcing loudly, for this ice peach blossom spring material, I offer 3 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? As his words echoed, the crowd stirred momentarily before settling into silence. The price of 3 million had deterred many, especially those familiar with Wang Shuesong's standing. Seeing that no one else was willing to bid, Wang Shuesong nodded in satisfaction and looked at Qiuyang, saying, Mr. Li, what do you think? Qiuyang readily smiled. In that case, this piece belongs to you, Mr. Wang. Wang Shuesong's smile widened as he gestured for his assistant to step forward and take the ice peach blossom spring material from Qiuyang's hands. He added, please provide me with your account details, and the funds will be transferred to your account shortly. Qiuyang pulled out his phone and sent his bank account information to Wang Shuesong, having exchanged contact information the previous night at the hotel. Soon, Qiuyang received a notification on his phone confirming the arrival of 3 million in cash. With the transaction complete, Wang Shuesong extended an invitation to Qiuyang. Well then, Mr. Li, are you available now? Perhaps we could visit my company's store. I would like to discuss that matter with you further. Qiuyang understood he was referring to the transaction of the glass-grade yang green jadeite and nodded. No problem, but I must trouble you to wait for a moment. He then scanned the crowd for Gao Chang's figure. Business was booming at the store, and Gao Chang was busily occupied, occasionally keeping an eye on the transaction between Qiuyang and Wang Shuesong. Noticing Qiuyang's gaze, Gao Chang hurried over, exclaiming, congratulations, my brother. You've made a net profit of 290,000 on that piece. What I said earlier still stands. If there's any other material you fancy, consider it a gift for me. Observing Gao Chang's astute business acumen, it was evident he was a seasoned veteran in the stone gambling world. However, within his shop, there were predominantly materials of C and D grades, leading Qiuyang to conclude that this individual possessed fine goods, yet was reluctant to showcase them. Gao Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly made a decision. Very well, let us consider this a chance to forge a friendship. Chapter 59, A Fortune. Wang Shuesong's company was named Devour Jewelry, and the shop was situated merely over 100 meters from Gao Chang's Shituji. Qiuyang followed Wang Shuesong and arrived shortly thereafter. Upon entering the Devour Jewelry store, the decor exuded an air of sophistication, with soft lighting illuminating a dazzling array of jade ornaments in the display cases, captivating the onlooker's attention. Wang Shuesong led Qiuyang into a tasteful reception room, whereupon entering, Qiuyang spotted two familiar faces, Lin Jinran and her brother Lin Fan. Noticing the slight surprise on Qiuyang's face, Wang Shuesong chuckled and explained, I intended to visit Mr. Li at the hotel tonight, but unexpectedly, Mr. Li chose to visit the Dalong night market for some stone gambling. Coincidentally, I encountered young Master Lin and Miss Lin, who were also on their way to visit Mr. Li, so I invited them along. As he spoke, he gestured toward the seating area. Mr. Li, please have a seat. Understanding the situation, Qiuyang nodded thoughtfully and took a seat, while the Lin siblings courteously greeted him. Wang Shuesong personally poured a cup of tea for Qiuyang and then took his place at the head of the table, smiling as he inquired, Mr. Li, have you given any thought to the matter? Would you consider parting with that piece of glass jadeite in a vibrant sunlit green? He slowly set down his teacup, his gaze steady as he met Wang Shuesong's eyes. Mr. Wang, that jadeite is indeed a rarity, and I hold it in high regard. However, Everything hinges on fate. Since you express such sincerity, I am willing to discuss it further. He then turned to Lin Jinran and Lin Fan, asking, but what do the two Lin executives have to say on this matter? Lin Jinran smiled gently and replied, on our way here, we reached a consensus with Mr. Wang. If Mr. Li is willing to make a move on that material, our Qiuyang and Mao can form a partnership. Li Qiuyang raised an eyebrow. This was unexpected, yet entirely reasonable. In the world of stone gambling, collaborative efforts and partnerships were commonplace, often aimed at mitigating risks or sharing the substantial costs of acquisition. Thus, the only remaining issue was the price. Li Qiuyang chuckled softly. I wonder what Mr. Wang and the two Lin executives plan to offer after forming this partnership. Lin Jinran smiled gracefully and stated, previously, Mr. Wang had offered 420 million. If Mr. Li still finds this insufficient, we have discussed adding a touch more sincerity. Therefore, we have decided to increase the offer by another 10 million, making it 430 million. What do you think, Mr. Li? Li Qiuyang fell silent for a moment, quickly calculating in his mind. The value of that glass jadeite was undeniable, yet the price of 430 million was indeed quite substantial. Moreover, the parties that had initially made the highest bids were now explicitly indicating their intention to unite, effectively laying their cards on the table. With this thought, Li Qiuyang slowly nodded, a hint of resolution gleaming in his expression. Very well, as Miss Lin suggested. The sum of 430 million renminbi for that exquisite emerald of vivid yang shall be your fate. Wang Xuesong, Lin Jinran, and Lin Fan were elated upon hearing this, their faces lighting up with satisfaction. Wang Xuesong promptly rose, extending his right hand, and sincerely proclaimed, Mr. Li, may our collaboration be delightful. Our funds are ready. May I inquire when the transaction can be finalized? Tomorrow morning will suffice, Li Qiuyang replied, standing to shake Wang Xuesong's hand. At 7 o'clock, I shall await the three of you at the Qiuyang Hotel. In truth, the emerald resided within the enigmatic space of a mysterious gourd, yet it was impractical for Li Qiuyang to conjure it from thin air. With the deal secured, he had no intention of lingering. Upon returning to his hotel, Li Qiuyang completed his evening routine and reclined on his bed. Though resting, his spirits soared with exhilaration. The substantial sum of 430 million renminbi was soon to be his, allowing him the opportunity to contemplate his future endeavors. The following morning, Li Qiuyang awoke punctually, refreshed after a brief wash, and savored the breakfast delivered by the attendant. At precisely 7 o'clock, a knock echoed through the room. After tidying up, he rose to answer the door. Outside stood Wang Xuesong, Lin Jinran, and Lin Fan, each arriving punctually, adorned with amiable smiles, evidently brimming with anticipation for the transaction. Good morning, Mr. Li, Wang Xuesong greeted first, while Lin Jinran and Lin Fan offered subtle nods of acknowledgement. Please come in. Li Qiuyang gestured slightly, inviting them inside, and indicated the vibrant emerald on the coffee table, stating, feel free to examine it once more. Wang Xuesong and Lin Fan wasted no time, approaching the table to scrutinize the exquisite emerald with a flashlight, their eyes reflecting awe at its brilliance. The light illuminated the gem, enhancing its crystalline clarity and enchanting allure. Lin Jinran then produced a meticulously crafted folder from her handbag, presenting it to Li Qiuyang, saying, here is the contract we have prepared for your review, Mr. Li. Li Qiuyang accepted the folder, perusing its contents with care. The contract was comprehensive and professional, featuring fair and reasonable terms devoid of any hidden pitfalls. Satisfied, he nodded and closed the folder, addressing the trio. The contract appears sound. Let us proceed to sign. With great care, Lin Fan secured the vivid emerald, while Wang Xuesong placed a call to initiate the transfer of funds to Li Qiuyang. Excellent. I have received it. Soon, a notification pinged on Li Qiuyang's phone, confirming the arrival of the funds. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. A fortune of this magnitude was a dream many aspired to attain. With just a single emerald, he had effortlessly realized this ambition. He smiled at the three, stating, it has been a pleasure collaborating. I hope we may seize more opportunities in the future. Wang Xuesong chimed in. How about I host lunch today, inviting Mr. Li to savor the local delicacies of Relics? Ah, that would indeed be a missed opportunity, Wang Xuesong remarked, a fleeting shadow of regret crossing his face, though he swiftly regained his composure. Safe travels, Mr. Li. I look forward to future collaborations. After bidding farewell to Wang Xuesong and the others, Li Qiuyang checked out of the hotel. Zhou Minghui's driver was already waiting at the entrance. Li Qiuyang entered the vehicle, withdrew some cash from the bank, and headed straight to the airport. 3 hours later, he quietly exited Jiangsheng International Airport. He raised his hand to hail a yellow taxi, opened the door, and settled into the front passenger's seat, simultaneously retrieving his phone to inform the driver, Master, to Longhua Town. The driver, poised to activate the meter, halted his hand. Sorry, brother, I only operate within the main urban area. Qiuyang promptly produced 1,000 yuan in cash. Can we go now? The driver's expression froze, and he unconsciously swallowed hard before responding. Buckle up. I drive fast. Chapter 60. The long-awaited return. Temporarily residing at a distant uncle's home while awaiting news, Qiuyang later relied on this uncle for assistance during the burial of his parents after their passing. 2 hours later, the taxi exited the bustling city and gradually entered a rural path. Lush rice fields and occasional self-built rural houses flanked the road, with the air suffused with the fresh scent of earth and rice. Longhua Town, we've arrived. Qiuyang instructed the driver to find a place to stop, then alighted to purchase some offerings and a large bag of fruit in accordance with local customs before reboarding the taxi. Shortly after, the taxi halted in front of a 2-story building made of blue bricks, with a cement courtyard that served as his uncle's drying area. Hearing the commotion outside, a slender figure in his 40s peeked out from the house. It was Li Mingyi, Qiuyang's uncle. Upon seeing Qiuyang just disembark, Li Mingyi initially doubted his own eyes, questioning whether he was imagining things. Li Mingyi was referred to as second uncle, a title Qiuyang had always used. At this point, Li Mingyi's voice caught in his throat. Why thank you? We're all family. It's only right, he replied, ushering Qiuyang into the house, which was simply furnished yet clean and tidy. In Qiuyang's memory, Li Mingyi had married early, and he had a second aunt as well. Come, have some tea. Soon, Li Mingyi returned with a cup of water, offering it to Qiuyang. Thank you, second uncle. Qiuyang accepted it, taking a small sip, the taste evoking a sense of familiarity. Traveling, I must say, is quite the experience. He felt a pang of embarrassment and added, Second uncle, where are my parents buried? Li Mingyi's expression darkened. After a moment's silence, he replied slowly, Your parents are buried on the hillside behind. That land originally belonged to your family. A return to their roots. Upon hearing this, a wave of indescribable sorrow surged within Qiuyang, intensifying his resentment towards Yang Xinyu. Second uncle, I wish to see them now, he said softly. Li Mingyi retrieved a sickle from inside the house, stating, Then I shall take you. The path behind is overgrown and needs clearing. Qiuyang accepted the sickle and followed Li Mingyi along a winding path leading to the back mountain. Throughout the journey, Qiuyang remained silent, lost in a multitude of thoughts. Before long, the two arrived at 2 adjacent graves. Li Mingyi paused, gazing at the tombstones, and self-deprecatingly murmured, Your parents departed so unexpectedly, and my capabilities are limited. I hastily buried them. Qiuyang, please do not blame your second uncle. It is enough that they rest in peace. While arranging the offerings, Qiuyang used his perceptive vision to peer into the graves. Upon seeing his parents' remains, he felt an even deeper sorrow. With tears welling in his eyes, Qiuyang carefully placed the offerings before the graves, lit incense and paper money, and respectfully bowed 3 times. I'm sorry for causing you worry, he silently expressed in his heart. After a long moment, Qiuyang rose and wiped his damp eyes. He turned to Li Mingyi and said, Thank you, second uncle. Thank you for taking care of my parents all this time and for helping to bury them. Li Mingyi waved his hand dismissively. We are family. There is no need for such formalities. Your parents are gone. It is only right that I assist. However, you must take good care of yourself and not let those troublesome matters entangle you again. Qiuyang nodded in agreement. I understand, second uncle. I will take care of myself from now on. Li Mingyi busied himself arranging a room for Qiuyang and insisted that he sit down while he prepared a meal. But Qiuyang stopped him. Second uncle, please hold on. I have something to discuss with you. Qiuyang led Li Mingyi to sit in the main room, his demeanor turning serious. Noticing Qiuyang's solemn expression, Li Mingyi also adopted a serious tone. What is it? Speak. Qiuyang rummaged through his bag and produced several thick bundles of bright red banknotes, which he neatly piled on the table. This 500,000 is a small gesture of gratitude for you, second uncle. Additionally, this 100,000 is to ask you to help repair my parents' grave. As he spoke, he smiled wryly. They worked hard for me during their lifetimes, and, in the end, they cannot find peace because of me. Li Mingyi stared at the stacks of cash in shock, his eyes wide. Where did you get so much money, child? Having lived an honest life, he had never seen such a large sum. Qiuyang chuckled nonchalantly. Second uncle, I earned this money myself. You can rest assured and take it. Child, It's good that you've earned money, but I cannot accept this, Li Mingyi insisted, shaking his head vehemently. Your parents are gone. It is only right for me to help. How can I take your money? Besides, you have not yet married. You will need funds in the future. Li Qiuyang remained resolute. Second uncle, please accept it. They say that true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. You have done so much for my parents. This amount is merely a token of my gratitude. Moreover, I want you to live a better life. Since second aunt is unwilling to live with you, why not simply divorce her? Use this money to build a new house. And perhaps even find me a younger aunt? Who knows, I might even get a younger cousin. Child, you speak nonsense, Li Mingyi said, his face reddening. At my age, what is there to fuss about? Li Qiuyang continued to encourage him. What is the harm in that? Dear uncle, in this day and age, as long as one possesses wealth, it cannot be deemed a struggle. You are only in your early 40s. It cannot be that you are unable to have children, can it? Initially, he intended to offer Li Mingyi 1 million, but upon further reflection, he felt it was not entirely secure. Li Mingyi, being an honest and straightforward man, might not fare well with such a large sum given all at once. Li Mingyi's face flushed deeper. What nonsense are you talking about, my child? I am in good health, and I have not truly contemplated remarrying after my divorce from your aunt. If you haven't thought about it, take your time, Li Qiuyang replied. Uncle, let me put it this way. I am not lacking in funds at the moment. This 500,000 is but a trifle for me. With a sigh, Li Mingyi ultimately relented. Very well, Qiuyang, I shall hold on to this money for you. Rest assured, I will ensure that your ancestral grave is well taken care of. As for your aunt, we shall discuss that later. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Qiuyang prepared to take his leave. He had booked a high-speed train ticket, intending to visit Luo Gang's hometown the following morning. Li Mingyi insisted on accompanying him to the village entrance, and as they walked, their conversation flowed effortlessly. Take care of yourself, Qiuyang. After checking into a hotel booked via his phone for a night, Li Qiuyang checked out the next morning. Suddenly, he heard a scream emanating from the intersection ahead on his left. Following the sound, he saw a stylishly dressed woman in a state of panic chasing after a motorcycle. On the speeding motorcycle were two men wearing closed face helmets. The man in front twisted the throttle, while the one in the back gripped the motorcycle's handlebars with one hand, using the other to clutch a brown handbag that had evidently just been snatched from the woman. The motorcycle dashed through the streets like a wild stallion, heedless of the safety of pedestrians. Stop! Don't run! The woman shouted as she pursued, but her speed was no match for the racing motorcycle. In mere seconds, the distance between them widened, and her voice grew faint. Witnessing this, a surge of anger ignited within Li Qiuyang. Though no longer a soldier, the ingrained sense of justice within him had never waned. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the street and delivered a powerful kick toward the approaching motorcycle. With a resounding thud, his foot struck the arm of the man in front with precision. The tremendous force instantly destabilized the swiftly moving motorcycle, which crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, creating sparks as its wheels and metal parts scraped against the asphalt. The two assailants were thrown off, due to inertia, landing on the ground and emitting pained groans. The man in front hunched over, clutching his arm and howling in agony, clearly hurt by Li Qiuyang's kick. The man in the back, suffering less, quickly scrambled to his feet, his eyes filled with resentment and panic. He glared at Li Qiuyang, gritting his teeth. You meddling fool. Do you wish to meet your end? Li Qiuyang, unfazed, coldly remarked to rob in broad daylight. It seems you truly wish for your demise. With that, he advanced once more, preparing to subdue the two assailants. However, the rear seat robber, merely resorting to bluster, panicked at Li Qiuyang's boldness and fled, clutching the brown bag, abandoning his moaning accomplice and the motorcycle. He fled, and Li Qiuyang pursued. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Li Qiuyang swiftly darted after the rear seat robber, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah. In mere strides, he closed the distance between them. The robber, gripped by fear, was astonished that this seemingly ordinary passerby possessed such remarkable speed and strength. Soon, a decision formed in his mind. He hurled the brown bag ahead and swiftly veered into a narrow alley. Choosing to abandon the vehicle to save himself was a prudent choice. Li Qiuyang cursed under his breath, making a rapid decision to retrieve the bag from the ground before continuing his pursuit. The straight alley was dim and narrow, and Li Qiuyang's figure surged through it like a bolt of lightning. However, the time spent retrieving the bag allowed the robber to escape the alley, where a motorcycle awaited. Its rider donned in a helmet identical to that of the robber. Clearly, this was an accomplice positioned to assist in the getaway. The robber expertly vaulted onto the back of the motorcycle, wrapping one arm around the rider's waist while the other defiantly gestured at Qiuyang with a middle finger. With a ghastly expression and fierce eyes, he yelled, "Kid, I'll remember you. Just wait." The motorcycle roared to life, its tires screeching against the pavement, vanishing into the distance just as Qiuyang was about to reach them. Cursing, Qiuyang halted, spat on the ground, and shouted at their retreating figures. "I'll be waiting for you." Chapter 62. Shadows of trees reflecting on water in gentle sunshine. As he reached the opposite alley, he encountered the woman from whom the bag had been stolen, running towards him. She appeared somewhat breathless, her hair tousled, beads of sweat on her forehead, and a look of lingering terror etched on her face. Upon spotting Qiuyang and the brown bag he held, her eyes sparkled with surprise and gratitude. She stopped 5 meters away, one hand pressed gently against her chest as she gasped for breath. Her gaze bore a mixture of wariness, inquiry, and appreciation, intertwining to render her expression particularly captivating. From the alley, someone had come to her aid, but unable to catch up with Qiuyang. He handed the brown bag to the woman, saying, "Here, your bag. Quickly check if anything is missing." The woman's eyes radiated even greater gratitude as she repeatedly expressed her thanks while accepting the bag. She opened it and swiftly began to inspect its contents. Qiuyang stood with a smile, quietly observing her actions. The young woman, in her early 20s, possessed a tall and graceful figure. Her exquisite features resembled a delicate painting. Her brows arched like distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, shimmering with life. Long lashes fluttered softly, adding an enchanting allure to her bright gaze. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her naturally rosy lips curved slightly upwards, evoking a sense of familiarity upon first glance. Particularly when she bent to inspect her bag, her silky hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, with a few wisps dancing in the breeze, enhancing her ethereal charm. At the same time, he observed the fullness of her silhouette, the delicate blush of cherry red, and the graceful curve of her waist. Oh no, such thoughts were inappropriate. Qiuyang discreetly retracted his gaze. She was indeed safe, and he felt immensely relieved. Upon finishing her inspection, the beauty discovered that nothing was amiss, and a weight lifted from her heart. She looked up at Qiuyang, her eyes brimming with sincere gratitude, exclaiming, "If it weren't for you today, I truly wouldn't know what I would have done." Qiuyang smiled and shook his head, replying, "There's no need for thanks. It was merely a small act of kindness." The young woman nodded gently, her admiration for him growing deeper. The man before her was tall and handsome, radiating a masculine charm without being overbearing, vibrant, and youthful. Especially captivating were his bright, profound eyes, as if they could see through all. "I'm Awakens," she said, a faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke in a soft, melodious voice reminiscent of a babbling brook, delightful to the ears. "May I treat you to breakfast?" "You are Awakens," Qiuyang replied, his expression revealing surprise as he gazed intently at her, increasingly convinced of her familiarity. "Did you attend the 11th high school?" Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "You're Qiuyang. Oh my goodness." Seeing him nod slightly, Qiuyang covered her mouth with her hands, incredulous as she gazed at him. "It really is you. You've changed so much. I didn't recognize you at first." "You've changed quite a bit too," Qiuyang replied modestly with a smile. "It's been years since we last met. You're even more beautiful than before." "Are you implying I wasn't pretty before?" she teased, a playful reminder prompting Qiuyang. "I nearly forgot. I must catch a high-speed train," he said. "Old classmate, we should gather again sometime." A flicker of reluctance crossed Qiuyang's eyes. "Catch a high-speed train? Where are you headed?" "I must tell you, the hot pot at the bottom of my building is the best in Jiangxing." As she spoke, she retrieved her phone. "By the way, please give me your phone number. It will be easier to stay in touch." Qiuyang shared his number with Qiuyang, and they exchanged contact information. She tucked her phone away and stood gracefully, looking at him. "Absolutely." Qiuyang nodded, waved goodbye to Qiuyang, and turned to hail a taxi. As she watched him depart, Qiuyang touched her slightly flushed cheeks, a wave of wistfulness washing over her. After a considerable pause, she finally picked up her phone again, opening WeChat to send a voice message to one of her contacts. "Sister, you won't believe what happened today. I was robbed by 2 men on a motorcycle who snatched my bag. Fortunately, a handsome passerby came to assist. Would you care to guess who this dashing gentleman is?" He then procured 2 breakfasts from a nearby eatery. "Why is it such a challenge for you to buy breakfast? It has nearly been an hour." Qiuyang let out a long sigh, carelessly tossing her handbag onto the shoe cabinet and placing the breakfast bags on the dining table. Opening one for herself and beginning to eat, she remarked, "Don't mention it." As soon as I stepped out this morning, someone on a motorcycle snatched my bag. AI's mother abruptly sat up from the sofa, glancing at the handbag on the cabinet, and questioned, "Isn't that bag right there? It's just sitting there." With a look of skepticism, AI's mother scrutinized Qiuyang before reclining again, saying, "If you have any grievances, my dear, you can express them directly. There's no need to fabricate such tales. This is no laughing matter." Qiuyang rolled her eyes and replied, "What a ridiculous notion. Why would I lie about something like that?" AI's mother also rolled her eyes, responding, "Let's hope not." After a silence of several seconds, she continued, "Your aunt is suggesting a potential suitor for you. You should prepare to meet him tonight. If you choose not to go, that is fine too." AI's mother snorted disdainfully and added, "Then you'll be going to work at your Aunt Wang's company tomorrow." Qiuyang lifted her head, enunciating each word. "I have already stated that I will not go. I have my own job." AI's mother questioned with a sharp tone, "At your age, you should have some plans for your future. I don't expect you to support me, but you must take responsibility for your own life." Before she could finish, Qiuyang interrupted, "Then perhaps you should have another child. They can take care of you." AI's mother, enraged, seized a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Qiuyang, exclaiming, "I'll not bear another." Chapter 63, A Visit. Yangcheng, Aming Village. Qiuyang followed the address provided by Luo Gang and arrived at his home. The weathered door stood firmly shut. After knocking, he waited for a moment until an elderly woman peeked out from inside, eyeing him suspiciously. "Who are you looking for?" "He is not here." Before she could finish her sentence, she curtly slammed the door. Qiuyang was momentarily taken aback by the rejection. After a moment's thought, he knocked on the door once more. After a short wait, the door opened again. The elderly woman's expression remained unfriendly, but Qiuyang spoke first. "Annie, I have come from Myanmar at Luo Gang's request to find you." The woman hesitated for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "Are you truly a friend of Luo Gang?" "Absolutely." "Auntie, Qiuyang asuret. Look, this is a photo of me and Luo Gang together." He took out his phone and showed her a picture. The elderly woman took the phone, examining the image closely. In the photo, Luo Gang beamed brightly, standing beside Qiuyang, their camaraderie evident. Her eyes began to glisten with tears as she trembled and asked, Is he well?" Qiuyang smiled gently. "Auntie, Luo Gang is doing quite well. Please do not worry. Although he has been somewhat occupied over there, he has always been concerned about you." "Please come in," the elderly woman said, returning the phone to Qiuyang as she slightly opened the door to let him in. Once inside, Qiuyang surveyed the modest yet immaculate surroundings, noting the old photographs adorning the walls. The elderly woman poured him a cup of hot tea before sitting across from him, her eyes reflecting both anticipation and apprehension. "Auntie, besides coming to see you, I would like to discuss Luo Gang's situation," Qiuyang began after taking a sip of tea. The woman's expression grew tense. Her hands clasped tightly together, fearful of receiving any distressing news. Seeing her unease, Qiuyang quickly reassured her, "Auntie, please don't worry. Luo Gang is fine. He has recently earned a considerable sum, and I am here to discuss some options with you. If you are willing to emigrate, I could arrange for you to move to Australia or New Zealand, or I could purchase a house for you in Yangcheng, allowing you to live comfortably and peacefully in your retirement. I will go nowhere." The elderly woman firmly replied, then inquired, "How much did he earn? How'd he do it? Has he done something reckless again?" After contemplating for a moment, Qiuyang steeled himself to explain, "It's several million. He helped me with some work, and I paid him for it." The woman's eyes widened in astonishment. "Several million? Young man, what do you do to afford him such a sum?" "I am in the jade business," Qiuyang smiled. "To me, several million is not a large amount. It is rightfully his." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman relaxed slightly, but added, "Even if he has made a fortune, I still will not go anywhere. The money that Gongzi entrusted them to bring will be handed over to me without fail. However, I have not touched a single cent. It has all gone to my in-laws. They raised their daughter with great difficulty, and after marrying into our family, she has scarcely enjoyed a few good days before." Her voice trembled, and tears began to well in her eyes. Qiuyang sat quietly, patiently listening to her recount her sorrows without interruption. After a while, the elderly woman regained her composure and continued, "Gongzi's father passed away early. He is my only son. I watched him grow up and endured many hardships. He has a straightforward nature and a sense of justice, and I always knew he would eventually get himself into trouble. However, I never anticipated he would make such a grave mistake in a moment of impulsiveness. Brother Luo did not commit any wrongdoing in that incident." Qiuyang interjected candidly, "If I were in his position, I would have acted similarly. Now, Brother Luo is doing better, but I remain concerned for your well-being." At his words, the elderly woman dabbed at her tears with her sleeve and sighed. "I know Gongzi is filial. He has always thought of me. But at my age, I do not wish to become a burden to him." Qiuyang shook his head earnestly, saying, "Annie, that is where you are mistaken. Brother Luo works tirelessly for the very purpose of ensuring you have a good life. How could he possibly relax knowing you are alone at home?" The elderly woman fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she slowly spoke. "In truth, I am not entirely unwilling to leave this place. It's just that I am reluctant to part with the memories here, and also, Gongzi's father's grave lies just behind the village. If I leave, who will tend to his grave? How about this? When I depart from Myanmar, Brother Luo gave me a sum of money. I will take you to Yangcheng to purchase a house, and you can keep the remaining funds. You can even allocate a portion of this money to compensate the family of my late sister-in-law." The elderly woman bowed her head, remaining silent for a long time, seemingly weighing her options. Finally, she lifted her head, her eyes slightly reddened, her voice tinged with emotion. "Young man, you truly are a good person. It is a blessing for Gongzi to have a friend like you." "Auntie, you flatter me," Qiuyang replied with a smile. "My bond with Brother Luo is one of life and death. This matter is of little consequence." Just then, a knock echoed from the door. The elderly woman gestured for Qiuyang to remain seated while she rose to answer it. Upon opening the door, a hearty male voice resonated from outside. "Auntie, are you home? I was passing by while handling some errands and thought I'd drop and see you." As he spoke, a tall man strode into the room, one hand carrying 2 bags of rice and the other a sizable piece of pork, appearing to weigh at least several pounds. The elderly woman attempted to stop him, yet he placed everything on the table. She could only say, "Xiao Lu, you really shouldn't bring so much every time you visit." However, she quickly seized his arm and pointed to Qiuyang, saying, "Xiao Lu, you've arrived just in time. This is a friend of Gongzi's from Myanmar. Young man, this is Luo Gang's comrade. Over the years, these few have been looking after me." The man scrutinized Qiuyang once more, his gaze laden with scrutiny. Qiuyang stood up and extended his hand for an introduction. Qiuyang, former soldier of the 21st Artillery Regiment, greetings, Squad Leader Lu. Since he was a comrade of Luo Gang, he was undoubtedly a soldier from Qiuyang's old unit. Addressing him as squad leader was certainly appropriate. "I am Lu Chao." The man shook hands with Qiuyang, his eyes still piercing with examination. "How did you come to know Luo Gang?" Qiuyang offered a wry smile. "Well, that's a long story." Chapter 64, An Olive Branch. A few minutes later, Qiuyang briefly recounted to Lu Chao how he had met Luo Gang and mentioned his intention to assist Luo in purchasing a house for his mother in Yangcheng. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Only now do I remember. Old Luo asked me to go to Jiangcheng a few days ago. It must have been to assist you." When Qiuyang first arrived in Pekin, Luo Gang had mentioned helping to inquire about your parents. Lu Chao nodded and continued, "As luck would have it, I have no plans today. I could take you to view some properties. Once you find a suitable one, we can come back to fetch Annie. What do you think?" The elderly woman's face displayed hesitation, seemingly uncertain about Lu Chao's suggestion. However, seeing Qiuyang nodding in agreement, she chose not to voice any further concerns. "Then I must trouble you, Squad Leader Lu." Qiuyang expressed his gratitude. Lu Chao broke into a hearty smile. "What trouble could there be? Luo Gang's affairs are our affairs. Let us go. My car is just outside." With that, Lu Chao took the lead and stepped out the door, followed closely by Qiuyang. At the entrance, a Jianghuai van awaited them. The two climbed aboard, and Lu Chao ignited the engine, smoothly driving out of Aming village and heading towards Yangcheng. As they traveled, Lu Chao engaged in conversation with Qiuyang, inquiring about the specifics of Luo Gang's situation in Myanmar. Qiuyang selected the aspects he felt comfortable discussing, briefly outlining Luo Gang's current lifestyle and work status. Only over 70,000 chats a month? That's less than 2,000 yuan. Lu Chao displayed a look of sympathy, sighing, "Old Luo, as the captain of the personal guard, is underappreciated." Qiuyang chuckled. "It's certainly incomparable to what we have domestically. However, what choice does Captain Luo have?" Lu Chao nodded slightly and added, "That is true, but how did old Luo suddenly acquire funds to buy a house for his mother? Isn't it's said to be quite chaotic over there? Is there truly an opportunity for sudden wealth? It's even more chaotic than you can imagine." Qiuyang affirmat. Opportunities for overnight riches are scarce. Often, one risks their life, and even then, the outcome may not be favorable. "Well, in that case, I might as well forget it." Lu Chao replied, somewhat disappointed. "I initially thought about going to find old Luo to see if I could stumble upon a chance for sudden wealth. Now it seems that driving for ride-hailing services is the more reliable option. Qiuyang smiled at this and refrained from pursuing the topic further. Instead, he inquired, Captain Lu, what are the current occupations of the close comrades of Brother Luo? Lu Chao sighed. What else could they be doing? They're all working odd jobs or employed in factories, earning merely 3 to 4,000 yuan a month. After the incident with Luo Gang, we comrades have tried our best to look after his family. However, our retirement benefits back then were not as generous as they are now, and everyone's circumstances are quite ordinary, so our assistance is limited. Furthermore, one of our comrades passed away in a car accident last year, leaving behind a pair of orphans and a widow from the village ahead of old Luo. My primary purpose today is to check on them, and visiting Aunt Luo is merely an afterthought, alas. Upon hearing this, Qiuyang felt a stirring in his heart and suggested, then why not come work for me? Captain Lu, I can offer you a minimum of 20,000 a month. If you stay longer, it could be even higher. Qiuyang had contemplated this. In order to seek revenge on Yang Qianyu in America, he needed both money and influence. For finding Yang Qianyu amidst the vast sea of people would not be a simple task. Regardless of abilities, this bond of loyalty and character was at least trustworthy. Upon hearing the offer of a minimum of 20,000 a month, Lu Chao was taken aback, abruptly stepping on the brakes and halting the vehicle. Incredulously gazing at Qiuyang, brother, no, Mr. Li, 20,000 a month? Are you planning to have me serve you like a soldier? That can't be in shots, right? I don't possess any specialized skills. Can I even manage? It's not that exaggerated, and it's not in shots, Qiuyang replied with a smile. I meant 20,000 yuan a month. You know how to drive, don't you? Just come and drive for me. He could drive himself, but he lost his driver's license in Myanmar and hasn't had the chance to replace it yet. Is it really that simple? Lu Chao exclaimed, incredulous. Yes, it is indeed that simple, Qiuyang affirmed with a serious nod. Of course, if Team Leader Lu is willing, he could assist me with some other matters, and we can negotiate a separate compensation for that. Lu Chao swallowed hard, seemingly struggling to digest this information. After a considerable pause, he tentatively inquired, Mr. Li, this business of yours, it's legitimate, right? At least driving is a legitimate job, Qiuyang replied candidly. Although I haven't purchased a car yet, I plan to do so in a few days. Team Leader Lu should consider it as well. Lu Chao nodded thoughtfully, and the vehicle resumed its journey towards Yanqing. Along the way, they engaged in further conversation, deepening Qiuyang's understanding of Lu Chao. Before long, they arrived in Yanqing. As a prefecture-level city, it may not rival the opulence of major cities, but it boasts a comprehensive array of facilities. Lu Chao guided Qiuyang to a well-known real estate agency, where they began selecting a property. Qiuyang had modest requirements for the house, clean, tidy, and safe, primarily wishing to ensure that Luo Gang's mother would live comfortably. After some deliberation, they settled on a 2-bedroom apartment located in the city center, conveniently situated with ample amenities, ready for immediate occupancy. Qiuyang decided on the spot to purchase it and promptly paid the purchase price. The staff at the real estate agency were highly efficient, quickly finalizing the transaction. Qiuyang wouldn't need to worry about subsequent matters, as Lu Chao would handle them. Once everything was completed, Qiuyang handed Lu Chao a bank card, saying, this is the remaining money from the house purchase. The password is Luo Gang's birthday. Please ensure it reaches Aunt Luo. The funds, gifted by Luo Gang, amounted to over 300,000, serving as a test for Lu Chao. Lu Chao accepted the card with a solemn nod, assuring, no problem, Mr. Li. Rest assured, I will personally deliver it to Aunt Luo. Qiuyang nodded in agreement, took out a pen and paper, wrote down his phone number, and placed it on the dashboard. All right, I will be in Jiangsheng for another 2 or 3 days. Team Leader Lu, once you've made your decision, feel free to come find me in Jiangsheng. 3 days later, I will leave for Ruili. Chapter 65, Travel Plans. Understood. Lu Chao took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, and grinned. Shall I take you to the high-speed rail station now? His perceptiveness was commendable, considering the needs of a superior. Qiuyang chuckled inwardly and nodded, I appreciate it. Team Leader Lu, it's no trouble at all, Lu Chao replied with a smile, walking alongside Qiuyang out of the real estate agency and into the car. Lu Chao started the engine, and the vehicle smoothly made its way towards the high-speed rail station. Throughout the journey, conversation was sparse, and the atmosphere in the car felt somewhat delicate. 20,000 a month just for driving? That seems far too simple, almost unsettling, Lu Chao pondered. Is Team Leader Lu married? Qiuyang suddenly asked from the passenger seat. Lu Chao was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced his face, accompanied by an unmistakable hint of pride. I've settled down, and my child is already in elementary school. Qiuyang nodded in response and inquired, Has your wife not come to Yangshan? Lu Chao sighed, a trace of helplessness evident in his demeanor. She is back home. I earn only 5,000 to 6,000 a month driving in Yangshan, and after expenses, there's hardly anything left. She takes care of the child at home and occasionally does some odd jobs to help with household expenses. I had planned to bring her here once conditions improved. But this year, making money has proven exceptionally difficult. It will get better, Li Qiuyang softly reassured him. Watching as Lu Chao parked the car at the entrance of the high-speed rail station plaza and unbuckled his seatbelt. Thank you, Class Leader Lu, for dropping me off. I'll leave the matters with Aunt Luo in your capable hands. Lu Chao nodded, watching Li Qiuyang exit the vehicle, yet his heart was still tumultuous with complex emotions. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Li Qiuyang stepped out of Jiangxing High-Speed Rail Station. He casually hailed a yellow taxi to return to the Atour Hotel where he had stayed the previous night. The pillows at this hotel provided him with an exceptionally comfortable sleep. At that moment, his phone buzzed from his bag. It was a call from AI Qiuyang. He hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button, and her melodious voice came through the receiver. Old classmate, where are you up to? AI Qiuyang continued. I'm up for hot pot anytime, but I have a question for you. Go ahead. Li Qiuyang reclined his seat slightly, responding casually. After a few seconds of hesitation, AI Qiuyang asked, I heard that you were deceived and ended up in northern Myanmar last year. No, please don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. Sensing that her question had stirred an unsettling emotion in Li Qiuyang, she quickly added, what I meant to say is that the rumors depict northern Myanmar as a perilous place. You must have endured quite a bit to escape from there. Upon hearing AI Qiuyang's words, Li Qiuyang recalled the harrowing experiences he had in the fraud park, the painful memories of his kidney being harvested, and the transformative influence of the mysterious gourd. A faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he replied lightly, I managed to get through it. AI Qiuyang fell silent for a few seconds, her voice tinged with concern. As long as you're all right. I was worried you well, let's not dwell on that. Where are you now? You must be nearing Guanyinkyo. Li Qiuyang chuckled. Honestly, it wasn't necessary to go to such lengths. It was merely a small effort on my part. That one do. Once a promise is made, it must be fulfilled. I Qiuyang asserted resolutely. I'll send you my location shortly. I'll be waiting for you. With that, she hung up, and before long, Li Qiuyang received her address. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the hot pot restaurant. The entrance was adorned with red lanterns, the lighting warm, and the air was rich with the enticing aroma of hot pot. As he stepped inside, he spotted AI Qiuyang seated by the window, waving at him. Over here, she called, dressed in a light-colored knitted sweater. Her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. She wore a radiant smile. Li Qiuyang approached, grinning as he said, Have you been waiting long? I Qiuyang blinked playfully, replying, Yes, I was about to faint from hunger waiting for you. Hurry, sit down and let us order. As Li Qiuyang took a seat across from her and handed over the menu, he urged her to peruse it and order whatever she fancied, assuring her that he would cover the bill without hesitation. Li Qiuyang, unreserved, accepted the menu and swiftly began to annotate it with her selections. Beef tripe, shrimp paste, fatty beef, duck blood, duck intestines, chrysanthemum greens, and more. Meanwhile, AI Qiuyang, filled with exuberance, dashed over to the dessert section, concocting a portion of glutinous rice cake with sweet soup, and even brought back a serving of sour plum juice for Li Qiuyang. As she settled down, she declared, Their desserts are complimentary. It would be a shame not to indulge. After placing her order, Li Qiuyang passed the menu to the waiter and, with a smile, remarked to AI Qiuyang, with such an extensive order, do take care of your finances. AI Qiuyang pouted playfully and retorted, Are you underestimating me? I came prepared today. I intend for you to feast to your heart's content. Li Qiuyang chuckled lightly, sipping the sour plum juice, feeling the oppressive heat dissipate slightly. The hot pot soon arrived, bubbling with aromatic broth. As they savored their meal, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and nostalgia as AI Qiuyang deliberately steered clear of the previous phone conversation, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their high school days, like classmates who had landed government jobs or others who had experienced breakups. The mood was delightful and relaxed. While AI Qiuyang was savoring her third serving of glutinous rice cake, Li Qiuyang excused himself to visit the restroom and pay the bill, only to be informed that AI Qiuyang had already taken care of it. She wrinkled her nose at him, saying, We agreed that I would treat you. I cannot let you go back on your word. However, next time you wish to pay, I shan't contest you. Concerning Myanmar, it is often described as a realm of brutality and violence. Currently, in the minds of many, Myanmar has become synonymous with a haven for scams and a nexus of violent crime. Li Qiuyang nodded, acknowledging the existence of numerous violent incidents. yet he asserted that he could still ensure his safety while visiting. He then casually shifted the topic, asking, by the way, what are you currently working on? AI Qiuyang set down her spoon, dabbed her mouth with a napkin, and replied, I am working at a travel agency. It's the off-peak season, so things are relatively quiet. I mostly handle paperwork and attend to sporadic inquiries from clients, though the pressure to perform is quite significant. A thought crossed Li Qiuyang's mind, conjuring the image of his nemesis, Yang Qianyu, whom he loathed deeply. He suppressed his feelings of animosity and maintained a casual demeanor as he said, Actually, I've been contemplating a trip to unwind. AI Qingrou's eyes sparkled with interest. Where are you thinking of going? After a moment of reflection, he replied nonchalantly, How about Malaysia? I've always wanted to visit. His greatest adversary, Yang Qianyu, was currently hiding somewhere in Malaysia. This woman had lured him into a scam operation, subjecting him to immense torment, and had swindled his parents' wealth, indirectly leading to their demise. Li Qiuyang's thirst for vengeance could not be quenched until she was dealt with. Malaysia? AI Qiuyang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Are you looking to enjoy the sea? Penang and Malacca are splendid, and there's Sipadan, where the waters are as clear as glass. The primary appeal of that place lies in its temperate climate and pleasant surroundings. I wish to find someone there, Li Qiuyang remarked casually, his tone relaxed. AI Qiuyang nodded in agreement. I can assist you in arranging the itinerary and introduce some reliable local guides. Pretending to ponder, Li Qiuyang replied, As soon as possible would be ideal. The sooner, the better. I'm not very familiar with that area, so your help would be invaluable. AI Qiuyang retrieved her phone and accessed the travel agency's internal system. Searching as she spoke, there are quite a few flights to Kuala Lumpur recently, and the ticket prices are reasonable. As for the visa, the electronic one can be processed in as little as 2 days. Are you planning to go alone? She inquired suddenly. Li Qiuyang shook his head. No, I have a friend joining me. Oh, who? AI Qiuyang asked with curiosity. A comrade, Li Qiuyang replied. His name is Lu Chao. He's a skilled driver and a trustworthy companion. AI Qiuyang paused for a moment, then smiled. That's no problem. It just means a slight adjustment to the itinerary. However, you'll need to apply for a visa for him as well. Li Qiuyang nodded quickly, of course. I will cover the expenses. I want to put you in a difficult position. It's merely a small favor. AI Qiuyang said with a carefree smile. We're all classmates. There's no need for such formality. After finishing their hot pot meal, they stepped outside, where night had fallen and neon lights flickered, illuminating the bustling street. AI Qiuyang hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, I appreciate your help. Walking side by side, a gentle breeze occasionally brushed past, bringing a touch of coolness. I've arrived, AI Qiuyang suddenly announced after walking less than 100 meters. Li Qiuyang was taken aback for a moment, and then chuckled. So you truly live right downstairs. Indeed, AI Qiuyang replied with a smile, then added apologetically, My mother should be home now, so I want to invite you up. Then, goodbye, Li Qiuyang said with a smile. Goodbye, AI Qiuyang murmured, glancing at her toes. Be careful on your way. Li Qiuyang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Don't worry. No one will trick me into going to northern Myanmar again. AI Qiuyang laughed. You honestly, I was trying to avoid that topic. And yet you brought it up yourself. Li Qiuyang responded with a calm smile. One must learn to reconcile with their past. That's good. AI Qiuyang nodded cheerfully. Then waved her hand. I won't keep you any longer. I need to head upstairs. I'll call you once everything is settled. Goodbye. Li Qiuyang nodded in acknowledgement. All right, rest well. AI Qiuyang turned and walked into the hallway, her steps light, quickly disappearing around the corner of the staircase. Chapter 66, The Antique Market. Li Qiuyang smiled slightly as he watched AI Qiuyang, speaking in a relaxed tone. I'm merely speaking the truth. Besides, there's no need for such formality between old classmates. AI Qiuyang appeared a bit disappointed, letting out a soft hum, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth as she said, Your way with words remains unchanged. However, I cannot let you off so easily next time. You must let me treat you, or I shall be quite upset. Li Qiuyang smiled and nodded, saying, All right, next time it's definitely your treat. After they finished their hot pot, the two stepped out of the restaurant, where night had already fallen and the neon lights flickered, illuminating the bustling street filled with pedestrians. AI Qiuyang was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Sure, that would be a bother for you. They walked side by side along the street, occasionally feeling a cool breeze brush past, bringing a hint of chill. I've arrived. AI Qiuyang suddenly declared after walking less than 100 meters. Li Qiuyang was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. You really are right at your doorstep. Indeed. AI Qiuyang replied with a smile, then added apologetically, My mother should be home now, so I want to invite you up. Then, goodbye, Li Qiuyang said with a grin. Goodbye, AI, Qiuyang murmured, her gaze lowered to her toes as she softly said, be careful on your way. Qiuyang joked, rest assured. No one will trick me into going to northern Myanmar again. AI Qiuyang laughed, you really are something. I tried to avoid that topic. Yet you brought it up yourself. Qiuyang responded candidly. One must learn to reconcile with their past. That's good. AI Qiuyang nodded cheerfully, then waved her hand. I won't keep you any longer. I need to head in. Bye. Qiuyang nodded in acknowledgement. All right, make sure to rest early. AI Qiuyang turned and walked into the corridor, her steps light, soon disappearing around the corner of the stairs. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Qiuyang took a taxi to the Vehicle Administration Office, spending the entire morning successfully renewing his driver's license. After exiting the office, he did not venture far before encountering a bustling collectibles market. He had visited this place a few times during his student days when there was a black internet cafe deep within a market, where he and a few familiar classmates had played games. Regrettably, they never won during their 5 consecutive matches. As noon approached, the market remained lively. With a constant stream of people, numerous stalls were set up under overlapping umbrellas, showcasing over 100 assorted wares. Suddenly, Qiuyang noticed that the mysterious gourd located at his lower back began to stir energetically. Its first bout of vitality occurred when he first arrived in Pakistan. The origin of jade, where the gourd absorbed the mysterious energy of the abundant jade, transforming from its original gray-brown hue to a deep brown. The second instance of its activity was when he had just arrived in Relics, the largest jade distribution center in the country. Clearly, this gourd possessed a remarkable sensitivity to certain special energies, and its current liveliness indicated that the market concealed something it sought. Interesting indeed, Qiuyang murmured to himself, then stepped into the market. Inside, there was a cacophony of voices with people coming and going, and various stalls filled with an array of antiques and artworks. Of course, the authenticity of these items was dubious. Qiuyang knew during his school days that 90% of the merchandise here was counterfeit. However, there were genuine items, such as several stalls primarily selling copper coins, which appear to be authentic. Unfortunately, his perspective abilities lacked an authentication function. Otherwise, he might have found a hidden treasure. Qiuyang crouched before an ancient coin stall, gently picking up a Guangxu tongbao and inquiring of the vendor, how much for this? As his fingers made contact with the coin, a faint warmth indeed seeped into his palm. The intensity of this warmth was modest, comparable to the lowest grade of jadeite. The vendor, a casually dressed middle-aged man with slightly disheveled hair, named Qiuyang, was absorbed in his mobile phone, seemingly indifferent to the arrival of customers. Upon hearing Qiuyang's question, he glanced at the coin and nonchalantly replied, 30. Qiuyang raised an eyebrow and exchanged it for a Guangxu tongbao, which similarly exuded a gentle warmth of comparable strength. And this one? He inquired, his attention shifting past the inconsequential copper coins to 2 cylindrical metallic objects in the corner of the stall, distinguished by their white and green appearance. What are those? And how much do they cost? Qiuyang, upon hearing the question, looked over with an increasingly enthusiastic demeanor, explaining, these are called tubes, or old coins. In ancient times, copper coins were often strung together. Many wealthy landlords used to wrap these coins in paper and hide them in cellars. Sometimes, they buried so many that they lost track of them. Due to unforeseen circumstances, these buried coins remained undiscovered for ages. Over time, they rusted and solidified in the soil, taking on a tubular form. In modern times, some fortunate individuals have unearthed them, though they appear quite corroded from their prolonged burial. Hence the term buried money. Qiuyang continued to speak animatedly, picking up the 2 tubes and enthusiastically elaborating. Despite their current appearance, once cleaned, they could be quite valuable. The key to opening the tubes lies in authenticity. They must be genuine. For instance, these 2 date back to the Southern Song dynasty. If you're to uncover a Jianyan Yuanbao from within, I would be willing to offer you $1 million on the spot. Listening to the vendor's description, Qiuyang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. While he was unaware of the precise value of the Jianyan Yuanbao, he recognized that these so-called tube coins were akin to a blind box of ancient currency, with the potential to reveal rare coins. Nevertheless, the odds were undoubtedly slim, and Qiuyang's assertions seemed merely a ploy to inflate the price. Feigning casual interest, he asked, "Oh, is that so? How much do you intend to sell these 2 tube coins for?" Seeing that Qiuyang appeared genuinely intrigued, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Qiuyang's eyes as he replied with a smile, "Young man, seeing your sincerity, I won't ask for much. Let's cut to the chase. 5,000 for each tube, totaling 10,000 for both." 50, how about that? Qiuyang countered, proposing a significant reduction. Upon hearing this, Hu Donggui's smile abruptly faltered, his eyes widening as if he had just encountered something utterly incredulous. Young man, that's quite a harsh cut. 50? Are you joking with me? A hint of annoyance appeared on his face as he remarked, "This is authentic Song Dynasty original pit money. This tube contains at least 20 coins, and you've slashed the price down to 50. That doesn't even cover my procurement costs." Qiuyang responded with a faint smile, "Boss, in business, there should be reciprocity. Don't you engage in bargaining here?" Hu Donggui paused for a moment, then chuckled wryly. "While that may be true, young brother, your bargaining is rather ruthless. How about this? I will concede a bit more for 1,000 per tube, totaling 8,000 for 2 tubes. Will that suffice?" Qiuyang furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before stating, "May I take a closer look?" "Feel free," Hu Donggui generously replied, promptly placing the 2 tubes into Qiuyang's hands. As he felt the substantial weight of the tubes, a peculiar expression crossed Qiuyang's face. The 2 tubes of old coins radiated a warm aura, with a density comparable to B-grade jadeite from Myanmar. "All right then, boss." Qiuyang examined the 2 tubes in detail with his enhanced vision, and, after careful consideration, he earnestly declared, "I won't quibble over 50 or 100. Let us settle on 2,000 per tube for 1,000 in total. Either we agree, or we don't." "Deal." Hu Donggui responded with a broad smile, as soon as Qiuyang finished speaking. The vendor's prompt agreement left Qiuyang slightly suspicious, wondering if he had been taken advantage of. However, during his thorough examination of the 2 tubes, he discovered that one contained 2 Jinyan heavy treasures. Although he was not well versed in the market price of Jinyan heavy treasures, he recalled Hu Donggui stating that they were worth at least over 1 million. Thus, it seemed unlikely that the Jinyan heavy treasures would be worth significantly less. With the price finally settled, Qiuyang wasted no time and pulled out his phone to scan the payment code. If he had been duped, he would simply chalk it up to a lesson learned. Observing this, Hu Donggui quickly produced the payment code. As the 4,000 was transferred, his smile grew even wider. He suggested, "I happen to have some tools here. Would you like to open them on site?" "All right, let us give it a try," Qiuyang replied. Without further hesitation, Hu Donggui retrieved an old wooden box from beneath the stall, containing various tools commonly used for opening tubes, such as a small hammer, a chisel, and a brush. Generally, there are 4 methods for opening tubes: the tapping method, the prying method, the boiling method, and the acid washing method. The first 2 methods apply when rust is not too severe, while the boiling method can be somewhat troublesome, and acid washing may damage the coin's patina and surface. Qiuyang grasped the small hammer and chisel, carefully positioning the chisel against the gap in the coin, then gently tapped it with the hammer. After just a few strikes, he sensed the tube beginning to loosen. Increasing his force slightly, he heard a crack as a tiny fissure finally appeared at one end of the tube. With another tap, the first coin at the top of the tube fell free. With a series of clinks, the tube gradually split open, and more coins began to tumble out. After toiling for over 10 minutes, Qiuyang finally separated more than 40 coins from 2 tubes. He then grasped a brush in one hand and a coin in the other, commencing to clean them. The brush was evidently a custom-made tool by Hu Donggui. After merely a few strokes, the substantial rust on the first coin was removed, revealing the faint inscriptions on its surface, Shaoxing Yuanbao. Although he had previously examined it with his X-ray vision, Qiuyang pretended to hold the copper coin, discerning the characters inscribed upon it. With a smile, Hu Donggui remarked, "See, I told you it's an ancient coin from the Southern Song Dynasty. Shaoxing Yuanbao, minted during the Shaoxing era by Emperor Gaozong Zhaogo." Qiuyang responded with an "oh" and proceeded to clean the second copper coin, casually inquiring, "Is it valuable?" "Of course it is," Hu Donggui teased. "At least it's worth more than the Guangxu Yuanbao. If you're willing, I'll offer you 5. "Then it's practically worthless," Qiuyang retorted. "That Guangxu Yuanbao wasn't even worth 5. That unscrupulous merchant sold it for 30. Truly, there's no merchant without deceit." Qiuyang's expression remained unperturbed as he soon revealed the second coin, Shaoxing Tongbao. "Shaoxing Tongbao," Hu Donggui interjected without waiting for Qiuyang to ask. "It's worth a bit more, let us say 8. Qiuyang merely chuckled, continuing his meticulous cleaning of the remaining coins. Before long, the ancient coins gradually unveiled their true visage under his diligent efforts. More than half of the 40 coins had been cleaned. Most were Shaoxing Yuanbao, with a few being Shaoxing Tongbao. According to Hu Donggui, these were all relatively common and not particularly valuable. Suddenly, Qiuyang's mution zalta. His gaze fixated on a coin he had just cleaned. This coin was slightly larger than the others and in relatively good condition, featuring a round hole in the center. with 4 seal script characters inscribed on each side. Jinyan Zhongbao, Hu Dongguwei, ever observant, immediately noticed the Jinyan Zhongbao in Qiuyang's hand. His eyes widened in disbelief, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. He rushed over, reaching for the coin. Jinyan Zhongbao. How could it be Jinyan Zhongbao? Qiuyang deftly sidestepped Hu Dongguwei's outstretched hand, smiling as he said, "Boss, why the rush? I still have a dozen coins left to clean." From your expression, this Jinyan Zhongbao must be quite valuable? My apologies. I was simply too excited, Hu Dongguwei replied, regaining his composure, to say it's valuable isn't entirely accurate. Let us discuss it in detail once you've finished cleaning. Qiuyang internally scoffed, maintaining an impassive facade, and soon revealed the second Jinyan Zhongbao. Upon seeing the second Jinyan Zhongbao in Qiuyang's possession, Hu Dongguwei's astonishment deepened, his eyes glimmering with regret and avarice. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he stammered, "How is this possible? To find 2 Jinyan Zhongbao in the same tube?" Qiuyang smiled faintly, placing the 2 Jinyan treasures aside as he continued to clean the remaining coins. "Boss, are these 2 Jinyan treasures truly valuable?" he asked nonchalantly. In Hu Dongguwei's eyes, a myriad of emotions flickered: envy, jealousy, regret, and frustration. He raised his hand to cover his chest, as if trying to soothe his heart, and his face twitched with a forced smile before he spoke. "Young brother, to be honest, while the Jinyan treasures may not be as rare as the Jinyan Yuanbao, they are still considered very precious ancient coins. Their market value is approximately around 20,000. If you're willing to part with them, I can offer you 40,000 for the 2. Indeed, just moments ago, Hu Dongguwei had sold these 2 items to Qiuyang, and after deducting costs, he would net a profit of 3,500, which had delighted him immensely. However, the moment Qiuyang unveiled the treasures, waves of regret surged within Hu Dongguwei. He incessantly berated himself for not recognizing the extraordinary nature of those 2 coins earlier. It is worth noting that although Jinyan treasures are not as rare as Jinyan Yuanbao, they are still highly sought after in the realm of ancient coin collecting. The value of a single Jinyan treasure is enough to equate to half a year's income from a stall. And what of 2? 40,000. Qiuyang continued to scrub the coins, casually dismissing, "I won't sell for 40,000. Not selling for 40,000. Hu Dongguwei felt troubled. His available funds were limited, and 40,000 for each coin was already his utmost limit. Thus, he remarked, "If you don't sell for 40,000, brother, you must believe me. Once we leave this place, no one else will offer such a high price." Qiuyang's hands remained in motion as he replied, "No worries if no one buys. I shall keep them for myself." Helpless, Hu Dongguwei sighed deeply and sat to the side, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 coins. After about a minute or two, a light yet steady voice chimed in nearby. "Oh, Jinyan treasures? Young brother, are these 2 copper coins yours?" Upon hearing this, Qiuyang paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to find an elderly man in traditional attire, with a gaunt face, standing by his stall, his sharp eyes fixed on the Jinyan treasures in Qiuyang's hands. Sensing the situation, Hu Dongguwei's expression shifted subtly, clearly taken aback by the sudden emergence of a competitor. He quickly assessed the old man, internally gauging his significance. The elder seemed to perceive Hu Dongguwei's apprehension, smiled gently, and slowly introduced himself. "I am Lin Jiming, the proprietor of the antique studio. I have a keen interest in the Jinyan treasures held by this young brother." Antique studio. Upon hearing this, Hu Dongguwei's complexion changed slightly, revealing his familiarity with the name. The Boguzai is a renowned antique shop in Jiangcheng, located in the antique market of Zhongxing Road, the Nambin Art City, as well as in the local collectibles market street and the Hongyadong Boutique Antique City. It specializes in porcelain, calligraphy, ancient jade artifacts, and rare coins, showcasing a formidable strength that far surpasses that of a mere street vendor. Qiuyang felt a stir in his heart. Although he was not well versed in the antique world, he could discern from Hu Dongguwei's expression that Boguzai held considerable influence. He never anticipated that casually opening 2 tubes on the roadside would attract someone of Lin Jiming's stature. Observing the scene, Hu Dongguwei felt a pang of reluctance but dared not offend Lin Jiming. He turned to Qiuyang, his eyes brimming with expectation, clearly hoping that Qiuyang would prioritize selling the 2 Jinyan treasures to him. Yet, Lin Jiming paid no heed to Hu Dongguwei, directly inquiring of Qiuyang, "Young brother, may I have the honor of appraising these 2 Jinyan treasures?" A subtle smile graced Qiuyang's lips as he handed the 2 Jinyan treasures to Lin Jiming. He was keenly aware that the proprietor of Boguzai had a profound interest in these coins, and he could seize this opportunity to reap the benefits. Lin Jiming took the Jianyan treasures and scrutinized them intently, his gaze sharpening as his fingers delicately traced the inscriptions on the coins, as if engaging in a dialogue with these ancient metals. Indeed, they were authentic Jianyan treasures from the Southern Song dynasty. Despite some minor corrosion, their condition was relatively pristine. Lin Jiming expressed his admiration. Looking up at Li Qiuyang, young brother, your luck is indeed remarkable. These two coins together are worth 50,000. Will you sell them? Hu Donggui, standing nearby, displayed a tumultuous expression. He regretted his earlier decision. Had he known that the two tubes would yield Jianyan treasures, he would have never sold them to Li Qiuyang at such a low price. No, he should never have sold them at all. The exhilaration of uncovering them himself would have been unparalleled. Master Lin, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon good fortune. Li Qiuyang replied modestly while continuing to clean the remaining coins, casting a glance towards Hu Donggui. As for the price, Hu Donggui, growing anxious, interjected, young brother, don't listen to him. I'll offer 60,000. 60,000 for these two Jianyan treasures. How about that? You did indeed make that statement. But I never agreed on the spot. Li Qiuyang thought to himself with a smirk, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. Lin Jiming, with a faint smile, returned the coins to Li Qiuyang while stating, young brother, let me be forthright with you. Last year, at the spring auction held by Poly Auction House in Hong Kong, a Jianyan treasure of similar quality and condition sold for approximately 56,000 yuan. If you're willing to part with them, Boguzai can offer up to 80,000. As we too require a margin for profit. Indeed, our transactions are entirely fair and transparent, ensuring that you do not incur any losses. Upon hearing this, Hu Donggui's expression grew darker, as he realized that he could not possibly compete with the Boguzai and could only reluctantly fall silent. Especially when Lin Jiming cited the example of the successful auction at Poly Hong Kong Island. It was essentially a giveaway. Li Qiuyang considered that 80,000 yuan was not a substantial sum for him at present, yet even the smallest morsel holds value. Furthermore, he placed greater emphasis on the reputation and prowess of Boguzai, recognizing that dealings with such a venerable figure in the antique world offered unparalleled security and reliability. Thus, he smiled slightly and addressed Lin Jiming. Master Lin, you are indeed forthright. Since you have shown such sincerity, I shall sell these two Jianyan heavy treasures to Boguzai. Lin Jiming's face radiated the composed smile of a victor as he replied, well said, well said. In a moment, young brother, let us proceed to Boguzai together. We shall complete the formalities, and the payment will be transferred immediately, without delay. Upon hearing this, Li Qiuyang felt a wave of relief wash over him and nodded with a smile. He then turned to Hu Donggui and feigned an apologetic grin. My apologies, esteemed sir. It seems I may have to disappoint you this time. Though Hu Donggui was filled with reluctance, he understood that he could not vie with Boguzai and could only force a smile, saying no matter, no matter. You are indeed fortunate, young brother, and I, Hu Donggui, am convinced. While he verbally expressed his acceptance, internally he was bleeding from the loss. Just then, the last copper coin that Li Qiuyang had recently unearthed was revealed, the Shaoxing Tongbao. As Li Qiuyang prepared to bundle the last copper coin together with the other relatively worthless coins, Lin Jiming's expression suddenly turned serious. His gaze fixated on the coin in Li Qiuyang's hand, commanding, wait a moment. Li Qiuyang was momentarily taken aback, and Hu Donggui beside him was equally bewildered by Lin Jiming's interruption. Ultimately, it was Li Qiuyang who, in confusion, inquired, Master Lin, is something amiss? Lin Jiming did not respond immediately. Instead, he stepped forward and took the Shaoxing Tongbao from Li Qiuyang's hand. This time, his scrutiny was far more meticulous, revealing an unspoken intensity and earnestness. After a considerable pause, Lin Jiming finally lifted his gaze to meet Li Qiuyang's, his eyes sparkling with surprise and excitement. He proclaimed, young brother, this copper coin of yours is quite extraordinary. Both Li Qiuyang and Hu Donggui were puzzled, unsure of why Lin Jiming placed such significance on this coin. Master Lin, what do you mean by that? Li Qiuyang inquired earnestly. With a slight smile, Lin Jiming returned the coin to Li Qiuyang, stating, since you have asked, I shall not keep you in suspense. In fact, there are numerous versions of the Shaoxing Tongbao, including the small cash, the Zhe Qian, Zhe San Qian, Zhe Wu Qian, and Zhe Shi Qian. The earlier types are more widely circulated and hold little value in modern times. However, this particular one, resembling the slender gold script of the Zhe Shi Qian, is a remarkable addition of the Shaoxing Tongbao. Its inscriptions emulate the slender gold script of Song, Huizong, Ji, crafted exquisitely, and its existence is exceedingly rare. In today's antique market, treasures are indeed hard to come by. If the young brother is willing to part with it, from the Bogu studio, can acquire it for 200,000. Chapter 69, a unique treasure. 200,000 for a single piece. Upon hearing this figure, Qiuyang was somewhat moved. At a valuation of 200,000, this Shaoxing Tongbao could undoubtedly be put up for auction. He could not help but gaze with curiosity, scrutinizing the Shaoxing Tongbao carefully. Soon, he discovered that this piece was markedly different from the previously encountered worthless Shaoxing Tongbao. Firstly, in terms of appearance, the Shaoxing Tongbao, imitating the slender gold style, was noticeably larger than the ordinary Shaoxing Tongbao. Secondly, in terms of material, the copper was purer and the color more pronounced. The inscription style also varied greatly. The characters on the common Shaoxing Tongbao were predominantly in regular or semi-cursive script, with strokes relatively uniform. In contrast, the characters on this imitation slender gold style coin emulated the calligraphy of Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty, Ji, with delicate and upright strokes, akin to those carved by a knife, showcasing remarkable distinctiveness. Lin Jiming, observing Qiuyang's astonishment, smiled and continued, "Indeed, young brother, this Shaoxing Tongbao, imitating the slender gold script, stands in stark contrast to ordinary Shaoxing Tongbao in terms of appearance, material, and inscription style. Look at the strokes of the characters. The knife portion of Sha does not connect with Yao, and the lower part of Xing does not intersect with the surrounding structure, while Tong is rendered with a square-headed form. Each stroke reveals the essence of slender gold calligraphy." Standing aside, Hu Donggui's expression darkened as he listened to their conversation. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself across the face. A coin valued at 200,000 RMB was something he had never encountered in all his years of selling. The previous two Jinyan Zhongbao coins, collectively worth nearly 300,000, had been foolishly sold for a mere 4,000. It is often said that there is no business without deceit. Hu Donggui prided himself on his shrewdness, yet today he had been blinded by his own folly. Qiuyang, however, was filled with joy. Initially, he thought he had already made considerable gains with the two Jinyan Zhongbao coins, but now he had stumbled upon an unexpected windfall. Moreover, he had come to realize that not only jadeite contained mysterious treasures, but true antiques also held such essence. Witnessing Hu Donggui's expression of despair deepened his satisfaction. "I never anticipated my luck today would be so splendid," Qiuyang chuckled. "Just moments ago, the proprietor told me that Shaoxing Tongbao was worthless. I had thought all Shaoxing Tongbao were of little value." Lin Jiming, seeing this, smiled and replied, "Young brother, evaluating the worth of a particular category of ancient coins involves numerous factors, with rarity being paramount. If one possesses what others do not, or possesses superior quality, its value will soar. In the realm of antiques, both luck and insight are equally vital. At times, luck even outweighs discernment." With that, he suggested, "Let us head to my shop for a more detailed discussion, shall we?" Qiuyang nodded in agreement, eagerly gathering the remaining copper coins into his bag and departing with a sense of purpose. Hu Donggui stood rooted to the spot, his gaze laden with complexity as he observed their retreating figures. His teeth clenched tightly, and his face alternated between crimson and pallid hues, clearly indicating his considerable ire. The surrounding vendors cast curious glances in his direction, some scoffing, others expressing sympathy. One vendor, who enjoyed a cordial rapport with Hu Donggui, jested, "Old Hu, your business today is quite remarkable. Selling those 2 tubes for 4,000. You're undoubtedly the sales champion of the day." Another chimed in, "You always speak in contradictions. Old Hu has suffered a significant loss today, while that little brat has struck a marvelous bargain." Yet another remarked, "Indeed, those 2 Jinyan heavy treasures, and the last Shaoxing Tongbao, each one a precious gem." These taunting words pierced Hu Donggui's heart like sharp blades, causing him deep distress. His face flushed with embarrassment and anger as he shouted, "Get lost! What loss? I sold 500's worth of tubes for over 4,000. I've made a fortune, all right? And you, has your shop opened yet, despite it being well into the morning?" The crowd continued to laugh. "Haha, look at Hu Fatty. He-s in a tizzy." Meanwhile, Qiuyang followed Lin Jiming to the antique store located at the heart of Collectible Street. The shop exuded an antique charm, brimming with an array of exquisite antiquities that dazzled the eye. It appeared even more upscale than the previous establishment, where Qiuyang had sold copper oil lamps. Lin Jiming guided Qiuyang into a refined reception room, and instructed a staff member to brew a pot of fine tea, thus commencing the formal transaction. Lin Jiming directly inquired, "Young brother, as I mentioned earlier, for these two Jinyan heavy treasures and the Shaoxing Tongbao, the total is 280,000. What do you think?" Li Qiuyang had no objections, promptly placing the 3 coins on the table and responding, "Let us proceed as per manager Lin's terms." The transaction unfolded exceedingly smoothly. Lin Jiming retrieved a standard contract from a drawer, filled in the necessary details, and after Li Qiuyang meticulously reviewed it, he affixed his signature. Lin Jiming then collected the 3 coins, while Li Qiuyang's account swelled by 280,000 in cash. "Manager Lin, I'm truly grateful," Li Qiuyang expressed sincerely. Lin Jiming waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "No need for thanks. This is a fair exchange based on mutual consent." However, he added a note of caution. "I must remind you, while the antique market is rife with opportunities, it harbors even greater risks. So, do remain vigilant." The implicit warning indicated that counterfeit goods abound outside. But assuredly, everything here was authentic. Li Qiuyang nodded and then turned his attention to the array of antiques displayed within the shop, inquiring, "Manager Lin, may I handle these treasures?" Lin Jiming smiled slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "Certainly. In the antique trade, discernment is paramount, and sometimes the tactile experience is just as crucial. Since you're interested, feel free to explore. Should you find something of interest, we could discuss it further." Hearing this, Li Qiuyang felt a surge of delight and replied, "Thank you very much, Manager Lin." He then rose and approached one of the display cabinets, which showcased a collection of fine porcelain. Li Qiuyang casually picked up a blue and white porcelain vase, instantly feeling a rich warmth permeating through his palm, coursing up his arm to the mysterious gourd at his lower back. Subsequently, a delightful coolness emanated from the enigmatic gourd, swiftly enveloping his entire being. The intensity of that warm aura could rival the A-grade raw stones of Pekin. The patterns on the vase were intricate and fluid, the blue hues deep and vibrant, the glaze smooth as jade, with the inscription indicating it was crafted during the Xuande period of the Ming Dynasty. It was unmistakably a piece from the official kiln of that era. Chapter 70. The Large Yellow Croaker. Li Qiuyang's heart quivered, a flicker of surprise glinting in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this blue and white porcelain vase harbored such a profound treasure aura, comparable even to the high-quality jadeite raw stones he had encountered in northern Myanmar, while it still paled in comparison to the exquisite glass-like verdant jade. It was merely a Ming Dynasty porcelain vase. He gently set down the vase and picked up a large bowl adorned with intertwined floral motifs. The bowl's form was ample, its artistry refined, colors vivid. However, this time, Li Qiuyang felt no trace of warmth emanating from it. His brow furrowed slightly, yet he quickly deemed this a fortunate sign. Those imbued with the treasure aura were authentic, and it could be preliminarily confirmed that the greater the aura, the higher the value. Conversely, those devoid of such an aura were likely replicas. Thus, even without the ability to authenticate antiques through his perspective, he could discern their authenticity through the intensity of the treasure aura. He placed down the floral bowl and continued browsing the display cabinet, occasionally extending his hand to feign a touch while subtly absorbing the treasure aura emanating from the antiques within the shop. Within the small space of the mysterious gourd, a faint blue-violet mist began to gradually increase. Each time Li Qiuyang absorbed the treasure aura from an antique, the mist thickened correspondingly, starkly contrasting with the green mist produced from previous jadeite absorption. "Your younger brother is quite fond of studying antiques, is he not?" Unbeknownst to him, Lin Jiming had approached from behind, cheerfully inquiring. "Master Lin, the treasures in your antiquity shop are truly eye-opening. However, I am primarily here to sell copper coins today and have no immediate plans to purchase. I apologize for the intrusion." With that, he took his leave and headed outside. After all, one cannot expect to fleece a single sheep endlessly. Li Qiuyang had already examined 80% of the various antiques displayed in the antiquity shop, absorbing the treasure auras from those that possessed them. There was no need to linger further. Exiting, he found himself back in the collectibles market, where the afternoon sun blazed even more fiercely, and the foot traffic was considerably sparser than in the morning. After enjoying a meal at a nearby spot, he resumed his stroll through the market. Activating his perspective, his gaze flitted between various stalls. Some showcased rusted bronze artifacts, while others overflowed with an array of porcelain. And there were those seemingly aged yet exquisitely crafted wooden carvings, jade pieces, and much more. Occasionally, Li Qiuyang would crouch down to examine items of interest, confidently identifying those imbued with treasure aura as genuine. while the rest could be dismissed as forgeries. An hour later, Qiuyang reached a conclusion. 90% of the antiques displayed on these street stalls are either forgeries or modern replicas crafted to appear aged, while the remaining 10% might genuinely be authentic antiques. In summary, one could simply say new, fake, and broken. Furthermore, even among the authentic antiques, there exists a hierarchy of quality. The intrinsic value of these items varies greatly. Not all antiques possess worth. Through his discerning gaze, those seemingly ancient porcelain and jade artifacts instantly revealed their true nature. Either they were crude modern imitations or meticulously crafted fakes. Indeed, there are genuine items, predominantly various types of copper coins, such as the Jiajing Tongbao, Wanli Tongbao, Xianfeng Zhongbao, Guangxu Yuan Bao, and Qing copper coins. These belong to a category characterized by large production volumes, widespread circulation, and relatively modest value. Some porcelain from the late Qing and Republican eras also falls into this category, primarily produced by folk kills, lacking significant worth, and often overpriced by the stall owners. At one point, he had his eye on a plate from the Guangxu period, but the vendor insisted on a price of 30,000, refusing to entertain any offers below that. Inside the antique market, numerous shops do indeed house genuine items, yet their prices are inevitably steep, comparable to those at Jiguzhai, with 2024 already upon them. Qiuyang felt a tinge of disappointment at the thought of so few treasures remaining to be discovered. Just as he was about to venture into another area in search of more, his attention was captured by a modest stall that seemed rather inconspicuous. Nestled in a corner of the market, it was somewhat overshadowed by several more prominent stalls, rendering it rather solitary. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, who was currently engrossed in organizing his items, seemingly indifferent to the passers-by. The collection displayed on his table primarily consisted of various sizes of porcelain, jars, bowls, and cups, while in the lower left corner of the stall lay over 100 assorted fragments of porcelain. These shards varied in size, some merely the bottoms of bowls, others resembling pieces of plates. The patterns painted upon them were diverse. Some bore inscriptions, while others depicted landscapes, flowers, birds, and figures. Although they exuded an air of antiquity, they were clearly unremarkable in such a bustling market. However, the focal point that captivated Qiuyang's interest was the round wooden stool upon which he sat. At first glance, the stool appeared ordinary, its legs connected by traditional mortise and tenon joints, the surface slightly glistening with a layer of patina, seemingly an everyday farmhouse item. Yet, through Qiuyang's extraordinary perceptive vision, the stool concealed a deeper secret. The four legs of the stool were secured by crossbars constructed from the same mortise and tenon technique. And at the intersection of these bars, one of the horizontal supports contained a small hollow section. This hollow space was not a mere whim. It had been meticulously crafted to create a discrete compartment within the flawlessly fitted joints. Hidden within this secretive recess was an object wrapped in thin oil paper, a large yellow croaker from the Republican era. The yellow croaker was, in essence, a bar of gold from that time. During the Republic of China era, gold bars were categorized by weight into various specifications, including 5 qian, 1 liang, 2 liang, 3 liang, 5 liang, and 10 liang. Among these, the 1 liang gold bar, with its moderate weight, was conveniently portable and easily traded, earning the colloquial nickname, small yellow fish. Conversely, the 10 liang gold bar, being heavier and of considerable value, was affectionately referred to as big yellow fish. Through Qiuyang's discerning perspective, that big yellow fish emanated a faint reddish glow. Its size was comparable to an adult's finger, featuring a profile portrait of Mr. Sun alongside an ancient cloth currency design, adorned with the traditional characters indicating the central mint production. The reverse side displayed 3 essential identifiers: the serial number, purity, and weight. This big yellow fish was a standard 10 liang piece from the Republic era, weighing precisely 3,125 grams. A sense of excitement stirred within Qiuyang. In the chaotic and intricate antique market, discovering such a valuable artifact was indeed a rare fortune. He feigned composure, crouching down to pretend to sift through porcelain shards on the ground. His fingers gently glided over the fragments, while his mind raced with plans on how to negotiate with the middle-aged vendor to acquire this big yellow fish. "Excuse me, where did you source these porcelain shards?" After a considerable pause, Qiuyang finally ventured to converse with the vendor. The middle-aged vendor lifted his gaze, a flicker of perceptible shrewdness passing through his eyes as he appraised Qiuyang, then leisurely replied, "These are remnants from old kiln sites, some dating back to the Song dynasty, others to the Yuan dynasty. Although they are fragments, I assure you each piece is genuine, even if they are authentic. Li Qiuyang feigned hesitation. What value do these broken pieces hold? My young friend, you may not grasp the essence of this, the vendor chuckled, his wrinkles deepening with his smile. As the saying goes, better to possess a shard from Ru kiln than to have a fortune in gold. Do not be deceived by their incomplete forms. These are indeed genuine articles. Just look at this piece. The blue and white pattern, its steady hue and flowing lines, exemplifies Yuan blue and white porcelain. How often does one get the opportunity to engage with and study such items? Li Qiuyang, with a hint of disdain, inquired. What scholarly value can be gleaned from something so fragmented? The vendor rolled his eyes slightly and smirked, then sighed. If it weren't for the challenging business this year, I wouldn't bother with this discussion. My point is, even if they are merely porcelain shards, as long as they are authentic, we can learn about ancient porcelain making techniques through the clay quality, glaze color, patterns, and markings. Moreover, the patina on these pieces, rich and profound, can only be achieved through the passage of time. Patina? Li Qiuyang's lips curled into a subtle smile as his gaze inadvertently swept over the wooden stool beneath the middle-aged vendor. Chuckling, I dare say. The patina on that stool you are sitting on is likely even more substantial. The vendor seemed incensed, abruptly dragging the round wooden stool from beneath him, presenting it along with the porcelain fragment to Li Qiuyang and challenging him. The piece of Yuan Qingwu porcelain could easily fetch 400 to 500 yuan. The vendor proposed. I'll sell you this rickety stool for 500. What do you say? This statement struck a chord with Li Qiuyang, who inwardly rejoiced, yet feigned a look of embarrassment, chuckling awkwardly as he replied, Uncle, you jest. This is merely a decrepit stool, looking older than you are. 500? Do you take me for a fool? 200 is more reasonable. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged vendor, fearing the loss of sale, promptly picked up the stool and placed it in front of Li Qiuyang, eyes wide as he insisted, 200 it is, but only if you dare to buy. Li Qiuyang instantly feigned hesitation, scratching his head and hesitantly uttering, Well, Uncle, I was just saying that casually. Oh, come now, young man, that is not fair. The vendor replied, pretending to be upset. One must uphold integrity. We are all part of the brotherhood. After all, what kind of behavior is this? Clearing his throat, Li Qiuyang retorted, I truly was just speaking off the cuff. Who in their right mind would spend 200 on such a worn-out stool? This might as well be your family's firewood stool. The vendor shot back, whether it's worn or not is up for debate. But didn't Tiu just offer 200 as a fair price? A man of honor must stand by his word. Can one swallow back the spit once it has been spat out? Li Qiuyang feigned reluctance, and after a prolonged moment of deliberation, he sighed in resignation. Pretending to feel a pinch in his pocket, he retrieved 200 yuan notes and handed them to the vendor, saying, all right, uncle, you've intimidated me. 200 it is. Can I buy it now? Seeing that Li Qiuyang was genuinely pulling out cash, the vendor hesitated once more. He did not immediately accept the bills, but instead began to scrutinize the stool meticulously. Although the surface of the stool was polished and glossy, it was indeed just a common round wooden stool. The joints connecting the various parts of the stool were impeccably crafted, making it impossible to discern anything from the outside. Ultimately, the middle-aged vendor confidently accepted the money, confirming its authenticity, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face as he thrust the stool into Li Qiuyang's arms, exclaiming, Ha! Now, that is more like it. Young brother, to be honest, this stool has been passed down from my great-grandfather. If it weren't for your sincerity, I wouldn't have considered selling it. Li Qiuyang clutched the stool, internally elated, while outwardly maintaining a facade of having made a poor bargain, replying, Yes. The vendor chuckled in satisfaction and ceased further conversation, turning to tend to the other items on his stall. Li Qiuyang casually departed from the market area, soon finding a secluded corner. Once he was certain that no one was watching, he began to dismantle the stool with vigor. Though the stool was crafted from beech wood, its age and lack of meticulous care meant that it took little effort for Li Qiuyang to take it apart. The crossbar mortise of the fixed stool leg was expertly unfastened, revealing, as anticipated, the large yellow croaker meticulously wrapped in thin oil paper, precisely as he had previously perceived through his clairvoyance. How fortuitous this discovery has been. Li Qiuyang carefully peeled back the delicate wrapping, retrieving the large fish, which immediately radiated warmth into his palm, coursing through his arm to his lower back. Undoubtedly, the enigmatic gourd had absorbed the mystical aura surrounding the fish. Moments later, Li Qiuyang stored the fish within his spatial compartment and meticulously tidied up the remnants of the stool, disposing of them in a nearby trash bin, deliberately avoiding the vicinity of the middle-aged vendor. For the next hour, Li Qiuyang perused nearly every stall within the antique market, yet failed to uncover any additional treasures to his liking. Nevertheless, having already garnered over 200,000, along with a remarkably preserved Republic-era yellow croaker and a myriad of mysterious energies contained within dozens of diverse antiques from the Collecting Antiquities Pavilion, this venture was undeniably worthwhile. Hey, brotherly, I am immensely grateful to you. Luo Gang's voice rang out, as cheerful as ever. My mother is thoroughly pleased with the new house. I appreciate your efforts. Li Qiuyang replied with a gentle smile. It's merely a trivial matter. The real credit goes to Lu Chao. I cannot take any for myself. Chapter 71. The Revenge Plan. Let us consider it settled then. Luo Gang cleared his throat and continued. Lu Chao just called me, inquiring about your situation. I shared what I could truthfully convey. He is quite interested in your invitation. What are your thoughts? Lu Chao and Luo Gang were comrades from the same year, so it was entirely reasonable for Luo Gang to verify matters with him. However, Luo Gang was in Pakong, where the signal was often unreliable, necessitating him to reach out proactively. Li Qiuyang had no intention of withholding information, stating, initially, I only intended for him to drive for me. Any further arrangements will depend on his performance. He should arrive in Jiangchang tomorrow to report to you. Very well. We shall discuss it further upon his arrival. Li Qiuyang nodded in agreement. As expected, the following morning, Lu Chao called Li Qiuyang to inform him of his arrival in Jiangcheng. Li Qiuyang promptly sent his hotel room number, and within half an hour, Lu Chao arrived at the Atour Hotel, knocking on Li Qiuyang's door. Upon opening the door, Li Qiuyang beheld Lu Chao, dressed in athletic attire and carrying a simple backpack, standing at the threshold. His hair was cropped short, lending him a tidy appearance. Welcome, welcome. Lu squad leader. Li Qiuyang beckoned him inside. Please do come in. However, Lu Chao did not rush in. Instead, he beamed a smile and remarked, Mr. Li, from now on, I shall be your soldier, so please refrain from calling me squad leader. Just address me by my name. Li Qiuyang chuckled nonchalantly and turned to enter the room, saying, I am not one for many formalities, but since you've requested it, I shall henceforth call you Old Lu. It sounds quite amiable. As he spoke, he settled onto the sofa in the room, gesturing for Lu Chao to take a seat as well. Lu Chao responded with a nod, taking a seat and appearing somewhat uneasy. He glanced around the room before turning to Li Qiuyang, saying, Mr. Li, I have made the arrangements with Auntie Luo as per your instructions. Moreover, I have discussed with old Luo about having my wife and child stay with Auntie Luo. They can look after each other. Li Qiuyang praised, that's a splendid idea. Given your rapport with old Luo, the elderly lady is known for her kindness, and it seems this will yield a mutually beneficial outcome. Lu Chao nodded, his expression relaxing slightly. I share the same sentiment. Mr. Li, will my responsibilities be moving forward? Li Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, then produced a pre-prepared bank card, handing it to Lu Chao. This card contains 500,000. The password is 6 zeros. Use this for any expenses incurred while you work for me. He added, afterward, please book a separate room and provide me with your identification. We will be traveling to Malaysia shortly. As Lu Chao accepted the silver card from Li Qiuyang, he quickly processed the information. Malaysia? An international trip? He clearly did not anticipate being taken abroad so soon after starting his employment, and he was momentarily taken aback. No problem at all, Lu Chao replied solemnly, placing his identification on the table before bidding farewell and leaving the room. In the following 2 days, Li Qiuyang maintained close contact with AI Qingru and made an advance payment of 100,000. AI Qingru displayed remarkable efficiency, swiftly securing electronic visas for both Li Qiuyang and Lu Chao, while meticulously organizing their itinerary, encompassing flight bookings, hotel arrangements, and local guiding services. The visas are all set. AI Qingru sent a thumbs-up emoji to Li Qiuyang via WeChat, stating, the electronic visas are now active. You can depart at any time. She added, I have also booked your flights. A direct flight from Jiangcheng to Kuala Lumpur, departing at 3 in the afternoon, with an approximate travel time of 6 hours. Upon hanging up, Li Qiuyang reclined on the sofa, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. Malaysia. There, he yearned to reunite with Yang Qinyu, the very person he both longed to see and wished to eliminate. That afternoon at 2 o'clock, the trio gathered at Jiangcheng International Airport. Ai Qingru, pushing a beige suitcase and carrying a simple crossbody bag, held 3 boarding passes and passports, waiting at the gate. You are quite punctual, she greeted with a smile. I expected you might be late. Li Qiuyang took the boarding passes with a grin, replying, do I strike you as someone who is often tardy? This is Miss AI, our guide for this journey, he introduced. Lu Chao, standing awkwardly to the side, greeted her shyly. Hello, Miss AI? AI Qingru chuckled. No need to be so formal. Just call me by my name, Lu Ge. I'm not your boss. Lu Chao scratched his head, smiling bashfully. AI Qingru then led them through security and onto the plane. A few hours later, the aircraft landed smoothly at Kuala Lumpur International Airport. Under the night sky, Kuala Lumpur shimmered with bright lights, the air thick with the unique warmth of the tropics. As the trio emerged from the airport, AI Qingru had already arranged for the vehicle to pick them up, and they smoothly arrived at the hotel they had booked. After Qiuyang had set his luggage down, he summoned Lu Chao to his room. Watching Lu Chao close the door behind him, Qiuyang retrieved a stack of cash from his suitcase and placed it on the table, saying, "This is 50,000 ringgit. You need to find a way to head to Sabah tonight. I require your assistance in investigating a few matters." The cash had been exchanged in advance by Qiuyang back in his home country, in addition to 200,000 ringgit. He had also brought along $2 million for emergencies. Lu Chao looked up at him, slightly surprised. "Is it that urgent? The sooner, the better." Qiuyang rapidly calmly. "I do not have the luxury of time." He gestured towards the sofa, indicating for Lu Chao to sit, and he followed suit, continuing, "Sabah is near the border, and the local gangs there have nearly monopolized the casinos, money laundering, and loan sharking businesses, even collaborating with some online scam operations. Your primary task is to investigate the major power dynamics in Sabah, focusing on several gang organizations. I wish to discuss potential cooperation with them." Lu Chao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. "Understood. I will set off immediately." Qiuyang smiled faintly, taking a sip from the glass of water on the table. His tone serene. "Do not carry any psychological burdens. I am merely hiring them to assist me." After a brief pause, he added, "Over 80% of the population in Malaysia is Chinese, so communication in Mandarin should not pose a problem. Especially in Sabah, many locals trace their ancestry back to Fujian, Chaozhou, or Hakka regions, so there are virtually no language barriers. However, gangs typically operate without any moral constraints, so remain vigilant. Once you arrive, find a stable place to settle in before gradually gathering information. If you encounter any danger, do not engage recklessly. Prioritize your safety and find a way to contact me. Remember, problems that can be solved with money are not true problems." Lu Chao's expression grew serious as he replied earnestly, "Mr. Li, rest assured. I am well aware of what to do. I will prepare and aim to depart as soon as possible." The following morning, AI Qingru knocked on Qiuyang's door. "Where's old Lu?" she inquired as she entered. "Didn't we plan to visit the Petronas Towers today?" AI Qingru looked at him suspiciously. "What with this sudden change?" Qiuyang set down his coffee cup, his gaze slightly narrowing as he pondered his words. "Some business matters require him to run an errand. We will proceed to the Petronas Towers as planned. I will contact him once I receive news from his end." AI Qingru frowned, clearly displeased with Qiuyang's concealment, yet she refrained from pressing further, simply stating, "All right, let us hurry up and get ready to go." After a brief tidy-up, the two exited the hotel. The streets of Kuala Lumpur bustled with life, vehicles flowing like a river, and a myriad of architectural styles coexisting in harmonious diversity. AI Qingru had initially arranged for a local guide, but Qiuyang had politely declined. "Look at this wooden elephant carving. It's so adorable," AI Qingru exclaimed. AI Qingru seemed to perceive that Qiuyang had something on his mind. Deliberately, she picked up a delicate wooden elephant from the roadside, playfully handling it in her hands, her eyes sparkling with affection. Qiuyang leaned closer to take a look and chuckled. "Indeed, it is quite exquisite. If you like it, you should purchase it. However, if it were a gift for me, I might consider it." With a resigned shake of his head, Qiuyang reached into his wallet to hand money to the shopkeeper, saying, "Boss, we'll take this wooden carving." AI Qingru burst into a joyful smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Qiuyang, you really intend to buy it? I was just joking. It's a gift for you, a memento of this trip." Qiuyang nonchalantly replied, "I'm not particularly fond of such ostentatious items." The two strolled to the base of the Petronas Towers. As AI Qingru snapped photos, she explained, "This tower stands over 400 meters tall and was once the tallest twin towers in the world. Although it has since been surpassed by Dubai, it remains a symbol of Malaysia." Qiuyang leaned against the railing, quietly observing her busy figure, dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans. With her hair tied back in a ponytail, she radiated a sunny smile. Suddenly, he reminisced about scenes from high school, using notebooks as chat boxes during class or playing Gamoku. Despite AI Qingru's playful demeanor, her academic performance had always been commendable, consistently ranking among the top students and eventually gaining admission to her dream university. "Hey, Qiuyang, what are you daydreaming about?" AI Qingru had unknowingly approached him, waving her hand before his eyes. "Thinking about the past?" she teased, blinking playfully. I didn't expect you to be such a nostalgic person. Only those who are struggling now yearn for better times. Qiuyang quickly denied, I'm not nostalgic. I just feel that time passes too swiftly and much has changed. He sighed softly, his gaze drifting toward the bustling cityscape in the distance. A hint of unnoticeable melancholy evident in his eyes. Qiuyang grew, sensed the shift in his mood, but refrained from probing further. Instead, she gently suggested, let us go grab something to eat. There's an old establishment nearby, recommended by the locals that serves excellent Cantonese cuisine. Qiuyang nodded, all right, lead the way. As evening fell, in a small tavern in Kota Kinabalu, the capital of Sabah, Lu Chao occupied a corner table, facing a man with a scruffy beard named Qiuyang, a minor leader of the local Qiuyang society. Lu Chao's choice of Qiuyang was not arbitrary. After arriving in Sabah, he had discreetly inquired about the local gang situation. Through his observations and casual conversations with some small vendors, he learned that Qiuyang's faction held significant influence in Sabah. Although Qiuyang appeared rugged, he was known for his loyalty, had a decent reputation in the underworld, and was well-versed in both internal and external affairs of the gang, making him a suitable candidate. This tavern was, in fact, owned by Qiuyang. Who introduced you? Qiuyang scrutinized him. Lu Chao replied with a faint smile, a friend. What kind of friend? A friend capable of discussing significant business. Lu Chao's gaze was resolute. My boss wishes to meet your president. Qiuyang squinted, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. You, a mainlander, think you can meet our president at will? Lu Chao smiled faintly, producing 50,000 ringgit from his pocket and placing it on the table. This is for your drinks, and upon success, our boss will offer you further benefits. 50,000 ringgit is approximately 85,000 yuan, and since Li Qiuyang had assured there were no financial constraints, Lu Chao was naturally generous in this regard. To swiftly break the deadlock, one must be willing to spend. Qiuyang gazed at the money on the table, a fleeting glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure. What exactly do you mainlanders intend to do? And this paltry, some Lu Chao replied nonchalantly, as far as I know, the annual income of an average middle-class family in Sabah is not much greater than this. If you truly find it insufficient, I can seek others. Qiuyang's apple bobbed slightly, and his gaze lingered on the stack of money for a moment before he raised his eyes to Lu Chao, his expression now more scrutinizing. Your boss is quite generous, but I must consult our president first. However, let me make it clear, if this deal falls through, this money is non-refundable. Lu Chao chuckled softly, his tone calm. No need for a refund. This money is not a deposit. Rather, it is your remuneration for facilitating our meeting tonight. Regardless of the outcome, it is yours. But I am confident that the business our boss wishes to discuss will certainly pique your president's interest. After a brief silence, Qiuyang reached out and pocketed the money, stating, fine, considering this sum, I will inquire. But whether your president will see you is uncertain. He paused, then asked, by the way, what is your boss's surname? Our boss's surname is Li. Lu Chao nodded. I appreciate your assistance, Qiuyang. I will await your news here. As time ticked away, patrons came and went in the tavern, the din of conversation rising and falling. Lu Chao remained quietly seated, occasionally sipping his drink, his gaze drifting towards the entrance. Suddenly, Qiuyang approached Lu Chao, plopping down in front of him and lowering his voice. Consider yourself fortunate. The president happens to be free tonight and is willing to meet your boss. Lu Chao felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, thank you, Qiuyang. In Chapter 72, Money Can Move Mountains. At the Hilton Hotel in Kuala Lumpur, Li Qiuyang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the city's dazzling nightscape. He was anxious about Lu Chao's progress, especially given the unfamiliar territory. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Lu Chao. Mr. Li, the deal is done. Lu Chao's voice brimmed with excitement. The president of the Qiuyang Society has agreed to meet you. When will you be available? Well done. Old Lu. Li Qiuyang's lips curled into a subtle smile. Send me the address. I will set off immediately. After ending the call, Li Qiuyang swiftly gathered his belongings and tiptoed out of the room. He did not wish to disturb Qiuyang in the adjacent room, as he intended to keep her in the dark about much of this trip to Sabah. Upon exiting the hotel, Li Qiuyang hailed a taxi and headed straight for the airport, just in time to catch a flight to Sabah. A few hours later, the aircraft descended upon the airport of Sabah. After passing through security, Li Qiuyang visited the restroom, and upon his exit, he found himself in possession of a suitcase. Within it lay $1 million, which he had previously concealed in the small compartment of his treasure gourd. Upon leaving the airport, Li Qiuyang spotted Lu Chao waving at him from a short distance away. Mr. Li, over here, Lu Chao greeted him with brisk steps. How are things? Li Qiuyang inquired as he walked. Is everything arranged? Lu Chao nodded, his tones steady. The president of the Red Dragon Society, Lin Zhenbong, will meet you at a nightclub in the dock area at midnight. I have already scouted the location. It serves as a stronghold for the Red Dragon Society, with minimal security. Well done. Li Qiuyang responded with a slight smile. Tell Chunjiu that we will arrive on time. Lu Chao acknowledged and promptly took out his mobile phone to contact Chunjiu. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chao concluded the call. Mr. Li, Chunjiu said he will have someone waiting for us at the entrance. Good. Li Qiuyang nodded, and the two hailed a taxi, heading straight for the docks. As night deepened, the sea breeze of Sabah enveloped them with its briny essence, while distant fishing boats twinkled like scattered diamonds on a canvas of dark satin. The taxi navigated through the streets of Kota Kinabalu, the capital of Sabah, where the dimly lit surroundings mingled with the scent of seawater, machine oil, and damp wood. Li Qiuyang leaned against the window, his expression serene, while Lu Chao, seated in the passenger seat, quietly communicated directions with the Chinese driver. Upon entering the dock area, an evident stillness descended, occasionally punctuated by distant dog barks. After a brief journey, the taxi halted before a nightclub adorned in a vintage style. A man clad in leather stood beneath a street lamp, his gaze intermittently scanning the vicinity. It was Chunjiu. Let us go, Li Qiuyang declared, opening the door and stepping out first. Only upon seeing Lu Chao's figure did Chunjiu slowly approach, his curious gaze appraising Li Qiuyang's youthful countenance. This boss appears quite young, he remarked. Li Qiuyang maintained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand. Mr. Chun, it is a pleasure to meet you. Chunjiu scrutinized Li Qiuyang for a few seconds, a slight smile emerging as he reciprocated the handshake. He then nodded to a subordinate beside him, who promptly stepped forward, gesturing for them to proceed. A routine procedure. Please cooperate, Mr. Li. Lu Chao's expression shifted slightly. But as he was about to speak, Li Qiuyang gently pressed his shoulder. No worries, Li Qiuyang replied with a faint smile. We shall naturally adhere to the necessary protocols. Should there be any perilous items, Li Qiuyang would conceal them within his small compartment. It was improbable that they would be discovered. In no time, the two were subjected to a cursory search. Once confirmed to be free of discrepancies, Chunjiu gestured for them to enter. They traversed the dim corridor and arrived in a spacious private room. The lighting within was soft, with a dark wooden long table at its center, adorned with several cups of hot tea, while the air was imbued with a delicate scent of incense. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man, Lin Zhenbong, the president of the Red Dragon Society. He was clad in a black, traditional Chinese collar shirt, his hair meticulously slicked back, his demeanor composed. Yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Flanking Lin were two imposing subordinates, their expressions stern and unyielding, their backs exuding an intimidating presence. As Li Qiuyang entered, Lin Zhenbong's eyes lingered on his face for a few moments before he spoke slowly. It seems that more and more young people on the mainland are daring and ambitious. You seek me out. Is there a matter at hand? Li Qiuyang took a seat opposite Lin, gently placing his briefcase at his feet, meeting Lin's gaze with calm resolve. President Lin, he began, his voice measured and deliberate. I have come to discuss a business proposition. Lu Chao silently positioned himself behind Li, standing straight, hands clasped behind his back. Collaboration? Lin Zhenbong raised an eyebrow, lifting the teacup from the table and taking a leisurely sip. The Red Dragon Society has established roots in Sabah. Typical partnerships do not pique my interest. Unfazed, Li Qiuyang lifted his briefcase and placed it on the table, slowly opening it to reveal neatly stacked bundles of crisp $100 bills. President Lin, this is $1 million, a token of my sincerity. Lin Zhenbong's eyes narrowed slightly. He was no stranger to wealth, but was taken aback by Li's forthrightness. Pray, elaborate. Li Qiuyang withdrew a photograph from his pocket, sliding it across the table towards Lin. This is my adversary. She is currently hiding in a place called Dingxing Park in Sabah and is reportedly one of the heads of a certain company. I hope President Lin can assist in bringing her before me for my reckoning. Upon successful completion, there will be generous compensation. He refrained from hasty words, instead scrutinizing Li Qiuyang with a contemplative gaze, as if assessing the depth of this young man's resources. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Mr. Li, you are quite young, yet remarkably generous. However, is $1 million truly the price for locating a single individual? She has committed offenses in our homeland and is now in hiding in Malaysia, Li Qiuyang admitted, a hint of frustration lacing his tone. At present, I find myself at a disadvantage and unable to confront her directly. Yet, my enmity towards her is unyielding. I cannot quell my resentment without her demise. Lin Jinbong set down his teacup, fixing his gaze on Li Qiuyang for several moments before breaking into a light chuckle. Mr. Li, your words are refreshingly candid. He gestured towards the woman in the photograph. What's her name? Yang Qianyu, Li Qiuyang replied, his tone steady, but a flicker of suppressed coldness flashed in his eyes. Lin Jinbong reached out, closing the lid of Li's briefcase and patting it lightly. I can certainly give it a try, but I cannot guarantee success. However, should I succeed, this price is insufficient. Li Qiuyang remained stoic, merely nodding. I understand. Upon completion, I will provide President Lin with an identical briefcase as further compensation. Regardless, I am grateful for your assistance. Lin Jinbong cast a glance at him and suddenly chuckled. You certainly possess the gift of gab. Li Qiuyang exited the club with Lu Chao, hailing a taxi to find a nearby hotel for their stay. In the hotel room, Li Qiuyang lay on the bed, yet slumber eluded him. The image of Yang Qianyu continually surfaced in his mind, intertwining the sweetness of past memories with the bitterness of present animosity, leaving him in turmoil. After an indeterminate time, he finally succumbed to a restless sleep, plagued by nightmares where Yang Qianyu mocked him, and he repeatedly missed chances to seize her. The following morning, Li Qiuyang was jolted awake by the insistent ringing of his phone. He sat up abruptly, a surge of anticipation coursing through him, hoping it was news from Lin Jinbong. However, upon glancing at his phone, he saw it was a call from AI Qiuyang. His brows furrowed slightly as he inhaled deeply, pressing the answer button with a feigned nonchalance. Hello. From the other end, AI Qiuyang's voice carried a hint of reproach. Li Qiuyang, where have you been? I woke up this morning wanting to have breakfast with you, only to find your room empty and your phone unreachable after several attempts. Li Qiuyang chocolat legally. Maintaining his facade, I'm sorry, something came up unexpectedly, and I didn't have the chance to inform you. AI Qiuyang fell silent for a few seconds, her tone softening. What exactly are you up to? You and Lu Chao. One vanishes in the middle of the night, and the other is nowhere to be found all day. What brings you to Malaysia? Leaning against the headboard, Li Qiuyang's gaze darkened, yet his voice remained steady. Old Lu is here to assist me with some business negotiations. I'm merely on a temporary business trip. Don't overthink it. AI Qiuyang huffed coldly. I don't wish to overthink, but this is my job. Are you concealing something from me? Li Qiuyang, I'm no longer a child. If you don't want to share, I want to pry, but please don't dismiss me with vague reassurances. Don't overthink it. Li Qiuyang legally. It's just a matter of personal affairs that will be resolved shortly. Enjoy yourself for a couple of days. Once I'm done here, I will join you. I promise. AI Qiuyang paused for a moment before softly inquiring, Li Qiuyang, have you encountered any trouble? Her tone shifted from reproach to one of concern. Li Qiuyang hesitated briefly. I'm fine. He continued, his voice lowering slightly. It's merely a bit of personal business that needs handling. AI Qiuyang sighed gently. Very well. If you prefer not to disclose anything, I want to press. But do ensure your safety. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. And remember, no matter what happens, you can always confide in me. Don't shoulder it all alone. Okay, Li Qiuyang replied softly. I understand. Having just awoken, Lin Jinbong was presented with the latest intelligence by Chunjiu. Boss, it has been confirmed that Yang Qianyu is indeed within the Dingxing Park, and she is one of the key figures at a company named Xinghan Technology. Being inside is advantageous. Lin Jinbong remarked dismissively. Arrange a meeting with Chen Tianwei and tell him I'm inviting him for dim sum at the AOT restaurant. The name Chen Tianwei was well known within the circles of the Malaysian Chinese underworld. The Golden Snake Gang serves as the clandestine supporter of the prosperous Dingsheng district. As Lin Jinbong donned his attire, he instructed Chunjiu, inform Aquin and Lao Lu to bring 2 individuals and secure a private room at the tea restaurant. Additionally, let us keep the numbers modest and maintain a low profile. Chunjiu nodded in acknowledgement and exited. Lin Jinbong stood before the mirror, adjusting his collar. Today, he had deliberately chosen a deep gray Chinese-style stand-up collar shirt, complemented by a black leather belt, exuding a demeanor of calmness interlaced with authority. At 9 in the morning, Lin Jinbong, accompanied by several subordinates, drove to the renowned AOT restaurant located in the old district of Sabah. This establishment, a local favorite, featured wooden tables and chairs, with walls adorned by faded photographs. The glass display showcased traditional Cantonese dim sum, such as char siu bao, shrimp dumplings, and chicken feet, always bustling with patrons during the morning market. Upon entering the tea restaurant, Lin Jinbong adeptly navigated through the crowded space, heading directly to a private room on the second floor. Chunjiu had already secured their seats, with 2 of his subordinates in black jackets standing by the entrance. who swiftly opened the door upon his arrival. Lin Jinbong took the prominent seat, while his subordinates casually dispersed around him, maintaining a vigilant watch over their surroundings. Boss, Chen Tianwei's side reports he will arrive shortly. Chenju leaned in and whispered. Lin Jinbong nodded slightly, poured himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table, and took a gentle sip, his expression serene, though his mind was occupied with strategizing how to engage with Chen Tianwei. Before long, the door to the private room swung open, and Chen Tianwei swaggered in with 4 followers. He wore a flamboyant floral shirt, the collar unbuttoned to reveal a robust chest, adorned with a heavy gold chain around his neck, and a menacing scar traversed his face, lending him an intimidating presence. Ah, President Lin, I apologize for the wait. Chen Tianwei exclaimed with a grin, the scar twisting grotesquely with his smile. It has indeed been quite a while since we last enjoyed tea together. Lin Jinbong returned the smile. Indeed, our last encounter was regarding the casino profit-sharing in Kundian. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Tianwei took his seat, while his subordinates stood alertly behind him, their gazes fixed on Lin Jinbong and his companions. President Lin, I trust you did not summon me merely for a casual breakfast tea? Chen Tianwei remarked, popping a char siu bao into his mouth as he spoke. Lin Jinbong set down his teacup, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Brother Chen, you are indeed a forthright man, so I shall speak plainly. I have a friend seeking Yang Qiuyang from Dingxing District, and I hope you can do me the favor of facilitating her release. Chen Tianwei's expression turned serious as he placed his chopsticks down, fixing his gaze on Lin Jinbong. President Lin, what do you mean by this? Yang Qiuyang is under the protection of our Golden Snake Gang. Do you think you can simply take her as you wish? Anticipating this reaction, Lin Jinbong remained composed, replying, I did not invite you here without offering something in return. He then retrieved a check from his pocket and slowly slid it across the table toward Chen Tianwei. This is 2 million ringgit, considered as a reward for Brother Chen and the brothers of the Golden Serpent Gang for their hard work. 2 million ringgit is approximately 320,000 renminbi, just under 500,000 US dollars. Chen Tianwei gazed at the check on the table, a fleeting glimmer of greed crossing his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. President Lin, he began, while 2 million ringgit is a considerable sum, Yang Qiuyang is a veritable cash cow for our thriving district. Lin Jinbong regarded Chen Tianwei with unwavering eyes, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He slowly set down his teacup, his voice deep and steady. Brother Chen, I am aware that Yang Qiuyang is a prized asset for your Golden Serpent Gang. The business you have conducted in your district over the past 6 months has indeed yielded substantial profits. Yet, you may not be aware. He paused, his tone suddenly grave. The police department has recently turned its attention to the fraudulent operations within the district. This is not merely a whisper on the wind. It is a significant operation. Last month, a district in Kundi was raided, resulting in the deaths of 7 leaders, and even Liu Sanyi was summoned for discussion. Do you truly believe you can continue to operate as you did before, in blissful ignorance? Chen Tianwei's expression shifted. He understood that Lin Jinbong's words held truth. Not only in Kundi, but also in Kuala Lumpur, Penang, and Johor Bahru, movements have begun to stir recently. The smile on Chen Tianwei's face waned, his brow furrowing slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation in his gaze. Yet, he also recognized Lin Jinbong's connections within the police department. Such intelligence was unlikely to be mere fabrication. The room fell silent, save for the soft whir of the fan. Chen Tianwei scrutinized Lin Jinbong for a prolonged moment before suddenly chuckling. President Lin, indeed, you are a seasoned veteran. I am impressed. Lin Jinbong remained impassive. It is simply a business transaction, quite ordinary. In your district, without Yang Qiuyang, there is still Ma Qiuyang and Niu Qiuyang. Brother Chen merely needs to contemplate whether this deal is worthwhile. After a brief silence, Chen Tianwei reached for the char siu bun on the table, taking a bite and chewing slowly. Then he looked up at Lin Jinbong, pocketing the check, and resolutely declared, Very well. This afternoon, I shall bring Yang Qiuyang to you, President Lin. Chapter 73. Killing is merely a matter of striking the head. Within the thriving district, the office area of Xinghan Company was permeated with a stifling atmosphere. Yang Qiuyang, clad in high heels, strode with an air of arrogance between rows of computer desks, flanked by a few sycophantic subordinates. At that moment, a young employee, his face youthful and his eyes filled with fear, was being restrained in a chair by 2 burly men, his computer screen displaying some incomplete performance data. You once again are at the bottom of the performance chart this month. Yang Qiuyang approached the young employee, looking down upon him, her lips painted in vibrant red as she spat out caustic words. Do you realize how much our entire team stands to lose because of you? The young employee trembled, his voice tinged with a whimper. General Yang, I've been trying my best, but those clients are exceedingly difficult to handle. Trying? Yang Qiuyang let out a cold laugh and raised her hand to deliver a sharp slap to the young employee. If hard work were truly effective, what need would there be for leaders like us? If you fail to compensate for these results today, you shall experience the taste of electric punishment. The young employee covered his face, tears streaming down his cheeks. Although her colleagues felt a pang of sympathy, they dared not utter a word and silently lowered their heads to continue their work. At that moment, Chen Tianwei swaggered in with several subordinates. Upon seeing him, Yang Qiuyang's arrogance visibly diminished, and she forced a smile. Brother Wei, what brings you here today? Chen Tianwei cast a scrutinizing glance her way, a glint of severity in his eyes, and replied coolly, I have a matter to discuss with you. Yang Qiuyang paused, maintaining her smile. Whatever it is, Brother Wei. You could simply give me a heads up. No need to come in person. Just come with me. Chen Tianwei said in a calm tone that brooked no refusal. Is there something wrong? Yang Qiuyang inquired subtly. No, he replied. I just wish to invite you for a cup of tea. Yang Qiuyang scrutinized him for a few seconds, alarm bells ringing in her mind. She knew Chen Tianwei all too well. He was a man who spoke only of interests, devoid of sentiment. His demeanor today suggested that matters were far from simple. Yet, she refrained from resistance or further inquiries, merely nodding. All right, let me change my clothes. Is that acceptable? Hurry up. Chen Tianwei nodded in agreement, confident that Yang Qiuyang would not dare to flee, for the entire thriving district was under the control of the Golden Snake Gang. Unless she sprouted wings, escape was impossible. Moreover, once he dealt with Yang Qiuyang, he had his means to take over the accounts of Xinghan Company. A few minutes later, Yang Qiuyang reappeared, clad in a beige trench coat, her high heels clicking against the floor. Although her heart raced with anxiety, she approached Chen Tianwei with an air of composure. The assistant acknowledged her with a nod, though his eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Chen Tianwei remained silent, merely gesturing for her to proceed. Yang Qiuyang stepped out, her stride steady, as if merely visiting an old friend. Yet, she was acutely aware that this journey would not be so straightforward. Upon exiting the doors of Xinghan Technology, a black SUV awaited them. As the door swung open, Yang Qiuyang hesitated for a moment, her heels hesitantly tapping against the ground. Chen Tianwei's subordinates flanked the vehicle, their gazes cold and unyielding, forming an invisible barrier that obstructed any potential escape routes. Miss Yang, please, one of the subordinates said in a stiff tone, gesturing for her to enter. His eyes filled with veiled threats. Yang Qiuyang took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart, and forced a smile towards Chen Tianwei, saying sweetly, Brother Wei, what is all this? You're making me quite nervous. His gaze, devoid of warmth, felt as though it were assessing someone whose fate was already sealed. Yang Qiuyang's smile faltered momentarily, but she quickly composed herself and stepped into the car. The interior was permeated with a faint scent of tobacco, mingling with the cold, hard essence of leather. She settled into the back seat, flanked on the left by a burly subordinate and on the right by another. As the two individuals entered the vehicle, they subtly shifted closer to her, nearly compressing her available space to its utmost limits. Wei-gu, she called out softly, her tone laced with a hint of grievance and tentative inquiry. Are you truly not going to tell me where we are headed today? You will know when we arrive. He replied, waving his hand dismissively. The driver pressed the accelerator, and the SUV swiftly departed from the bustling district. The scenery outside blurred into a haze of light and shadow in Yang Qiuyang's eyes. Her heartbeat quickened, anxiety, helplessness, and fear enveloped her mind. Wei-gu. Yang Qiuyang's voice emerged softly, as gentle as water. Is something wrong? I've been busy at the company lately. I haven't offended anyone, have I? Chen Tianwei remained silent. As seconds ticked by, each felt like an eternity to Yang Qiuyang. At last, the vehicle came to a halt. The door swung open, and Chen Tianwei exited first. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Qiuyang followed suit. Upon raising her gaze, she realized they had arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated nightclub, the very establishment of Lin Zhenbong from the Red Dragon Society. A jolt of realization coursed through her, and she sensed the gravity of the situation, summoning her courage. Yang Qiuyang stepped in the nightclub behind Chen Tianwei. The interior was dimly lit, saturated with the acrid scent of smoke, alcohol, and perfume. It was the afternoon, and the main hall was devoid of patrons. Chen Tianwei navigated the space with familiarity, leading her straight to a private room. As the door opened, Lin Zhenbong lounged on a sofa, legs crossed, a glass of liquor in hand. Upon their entrance, a subtle smile crept across his lips, exuding a knowing charm. President Lin, I have brought you the person you requested, Chun Tianwei announced, giving Yang Qianyu a gentle push forward. She stumbled slightly, but quickly regained her composure, adjusting her demeanor to don a flirtatious smile as she swayed toward Lin Zhenbong. Ah, it is indeed President Lin. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. It is truly a privilege to meet you today. She had already begun to surmise the circumstances at play. It was nothing more than Lin Zhenbong seeking to acquire her through the assistance of the Golden Snake Gang. What else could a man desire? She had even begun to contemplate how to leverage her physique and skills to ascend once more to greatness. Observing her demeanor, Lin Zhenbong internally scoffed, though his expression remained impassive. Casting a glance at Chun Tianwei, he remarked, Miss Yang, please do not rush. Let us wait until everyone has arrived. Chun Tianwei flashed a grin. President Lin, savor your time. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and strode out of the room, leaving without a backward glance. The door gently closed behind him, leaving only Lin Zhenbong, Yang Qianyu, and two others within the private room, Chun Jiao and another member of the Red Dragon Society. With Chun Tianwei's departure, Yang Qianyu felt a surge of hope. She believed her opportunity had arrived. She once again swayed closer to Lin Zhenbong, deliberately brushing against his arm as she sat beside him, her voice a sultry whisper. President Lin, now that everyone has departed, let us not squander our time. What would you like to do? I shall accompany you. With that, she extended her slender fingers, gently tracing circles on Lin Zhenbong's chest. Lin Zhenbong furrowed his brow, feeling his disdain for Yang Qianyu intensify, yet he refrained from voicing his irritation. Instead, he replied coldly, Miss Yang, it would be prudent for you to remain seated until the true protagonist arrives. Yang Qianyu was momentarily taken aback, an ominous premonition swelling within her. The true protagonist? President Lin, what do you mean by that? Lin Zhenbong remained unfazed, merely offering a faint smile as he lifted his glass to his lips. You shall soon find out. As his words resonated, footsteps echoed from outside. The sound of heavy shoes striking the carpet caused Yang Qianyu to frown slightly. Before long, the door to the private room swung open once more, revealing Li Qiuyang, who entered with a steady gait, followed expressionlessly by Lu Chao, each hand carrying a suitcase. Li Qiuyang's heart surged with resentment, his gaze akin to a blade glinting in the cold night, aimed squarely at Yang Qianyu. Upon seeing him, her complexion drained of color, her eyes widening in terror and disbelief. Li Qiuyang, how could it possibly be you? Her voice trembled uncontrollably, her body instinctively recoiling. In her perception, Li Qiuyang was merely one of the victims she had deceived into the scam zone. Yet it was a notorious scam zone in northern Myanmar. How had he escaped and found his way to Malaysia? Moreover, it was evident that he was orchestrating this encounter. The realization ignited a profound fear within her. Li Qiuyang observed her reaction, a mocking smirk forming on his lips. Yang Qianyu, did you ever anticipate our paths would cross again? Yang Qianyu fervently shook her head, her voice laced with desperation. No, it cannot be. How did you find me here? Her hands instinctively clutched the hem of her beige coat, her gaze darting around in panic, akin to a wild animal ensnared in a trap, desperately seeking an escape route. Surrounded by the unfamiliar confines of a nightclub private room and the predatory stares of several men, she found no glimmer of hope for survival. Just as she could not fathom how Li Qiuyang had escaped the scam zone and traversed great distances to confront her in Malaysia. Qiuyang, please let me explain. I was also forced into a corner. Yang Qianyu suddenly broke down in tears, collapsing to her knees. Li Qiuyang advanced step by step. Each movement felt like a heavy weight on her heart, quickening her pulse and hastening her breath. He spoke coldly. Forced into a corner? You deceived me into Thailand and personally thrust me into that hellish scam zone. Is this what you call being forced? Yang Qianyu trembled, her sobs intensifying as she crawled a few steps toward him, attempting to grasp his pant leg. Qiuyang, I truly regret my actions. I was also threatened. If I did not comply, my life would be at stake. I am a victim as well. Spare me, and I shall serve you like a beast of burden. If you'll be so kind. I truly mean it. Whatever you ask, I shall comply. Please, just let me go this once. Lin Zhenbong sat nearby, observing the scene with keen interest, his glass gently swaying as the liquid created delicate ripples within. Chun Jiao and another subordinate stood expressionless, as if the unfolding drama bore no significance to them. Li Qiuyang halted, looking down at Yang Qianyu with palpable disdain. Suddenly, he crouched, seizing her hair and forcing her to meet his gaze. Victim? You wretched creature. Yang Qiuyang cried out in pain, desperately attempting to wrench free from his grasp. Yet to no avail. Trembling, she pleaded, "Qiuyang, please spare me. I realize my mistakes. I truly regret them." Qiuyang's lips curled into a scornful smile as he produced a dagger, swiftly plunging it into Yang Qiuyang's abdomen. "This is for my father." Yang Qiuyang's eyes widened in horror as a piercing scream escaped her lips. Blood gushed from the wound, rapidly staining her beige trench coat. She glanced down at the dagger embedded in her flesh, terror and despair flooding her expression. "No, please don't kill me. I beg you." Qiuyang's gaze was icy, devoid of compassion, as he ruthlessly yanked the dagger out, blood splattering onto his face, adding to his menacing demeanor. "This is for my mother." With that, he thrust the blade once more. Yang Qiuyang shrieked again, her body convulsing violently as she weakly pressed her hands against the wound, yet the blood continued to flow uncontrollably. Fear and hopelessness consumed her as her lips quivered, seemingly still attempting to plead for mercy. Qiuyang stood tall, kicking Yang Qiuyang to the ground, bellowing, "You are unworthy of life." He then plunged the dagger into her heart. Yang Qiuyang's body jolted, her eyes wide with shock. Blood bubbled from her mouth, staining her lips crimson. Her fingers twitched, as if reaching for something, yet she lacked the strength to rise. A low, muffled sound escaped her throat, and her head tilted to one side, life extinguished. Qiuyang stood beside the lifeless form, dagger in hand, glistening with blood. He gazed down at the woman who had once thrust him into the depths of despair, the one who had shattered his existence. Now, she lay like a dead dog, sprawled in a pool of her own blood. Yet it was not enough. Consumed by rage, Qiuyang's dagger gleamed ominously as he severed Yang Qiuyang's head from her body. The severed head rolled upon the ground, eyes wide open, forever reflecting terror and despair, blood splattering everywhere, staining the carpet of vivid crimson. Lin Jinbong observed this scene, his brow furrowing slightly before he regained his detached demeanor. "At this point, our transaction is complete." Qiuyang nodded, signaling Lu Chao to bring forth the suitcase in his possession. Lu Chao, with an expressionless demeanor, took a few steps forward, placing the suitcase on the table. With a click, it opened to reveal neatly stacked bundles of pristine US dollars. He then stepped back a few paces, resuming his position behind Qiuyang. Lin Jinbong squinted his eyes, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips as he casually toyed with the bills, producing a rustling sound. "Indeed, I, Lin Jinbong, relish engaging with those of audacity. Should brotherly require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to speak up." Qiuyang remained silent, merely nodding slightly. He then wiped the blood from the dagger onto Yang Qiuyang's clothing before procuring several black plastic bags, meticulously encasing Yang Qiuyang's head in layers. Ultimately, he placed it in another suitcase. As Qiuyang and Lu Chao turned to leave, one of Lin Jinbong's underlings approached tentatively, inquiring, "Boss, should we?" The underling gestured as if to draw a gun, but was halted by Lin Jinbong's raised hand. He admonished softly, "Foolish. That Qiuyang is clearly a capable individual. One who has managed to escape from the electric fraud zone in northern Myanmar and amassed a fortune in a short span, casually discarding $2 million without a flicker of an eye. It is best not to offend such a person." With that, he cast another glance at the headless corpse of Yang Qiuyang on the floor and commanded, "Lao Jiu, take care of this." Chapter 74. The Art of Jade Craftsmanship. Upon closing the door, Qiuyang opened the suitcase to find Yang Qiuyang's grotesque head resting inside. As he observed the bloodstains gradually solidifying, the hatred within him began to dissipate, replaced by the satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled. With a thought, he summoned the entire suitcase into the small space of his treasure gourd, deeming it more prudent to conceal it there rather than face the scrutiny of security checks. The following morning, the two had breakfast at the hotel before taking a car to the airport in Sabah. On the way, Lu Chao expressed some confusion. "Mr. Li, which suitcase?" "Oh," Qiuyang replied dismissively. "That suitcase I will handle myself. No need to worry." A few hours later, Qiuyang and Lu Chao met Ai Qingru in the waiting hall of Kuala Lumpur Airport. She was clad in a deep blue trench coat, pulling her own suitcase, her expression serious. Upon spotting Qiuyang exiting the corridor, she approached him, a hint of reproach in her voice. "Have you completed your business?" Qiuyang's lips twitched slightly as he lied. "Apologies, a minor business matter that required my personal attention." Ai Qingru scrutinized him suspiciously, sensing he harbored some secret. But seeing his reluctance to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further, simply stating, "As long as it's done, let us hurry to board and avoid missing our flight." The three of them made their way to the boarding gate and successfully boarded the flight to Jiangxing. As the aircraft accelerated down the runway and ascended into the sky, headed towards their homeland, the inhumane torments endured in the electric fraud zone and Yang Qinyu's hypocritical and malevolent visage flashed vividly in Li Qiuyang's mind. Having avenged a significant portion of his grievances, there remains more to be addressed in due course. The aircraft touched down at Jiangxing Airport shortly after 5 in the afternoon. Li Qiuyang settled the remaining travel expenses with AI Qingru, observing her expression of hesitation, which ultimately yielded no further inquiries, bringing him a subtle sense of relief. Though Lu Chao harbored some confusion, he refrained from pressing the matter, departing with his luggage instead. An hour later, the taxi halted at the doorstep of his uncle Li Zhengyi's residence. Upon disembarking, Li Qiuyang noted his uncle's absence. He exhaled deeply, setting forth towards the secluded back mountains, discreetly transferring Yang Qinyu's severed head into his suitcase along the way. At last, he arrived before his parents' graves. Li Zhengyi had long awaited his arrival, nodding in acknowledgement without much expression upon seeing Li Qiuyang. A man of simple integrity, Li Zhengyi had never ventured far nor witnessed the broader world. Yet today, he had personally prepared incense, paper money, and a jug of liquor, all meticulously arranged before the tomb. Uncle Li Qiuyang called softly, his voice tinged with fatigue and a hint of relief. Nodding in response, he approached his parents' burial site, gently placing the suitcase on the ground. With a sudden thud, he knelt, tears instantly blurring his vision. "Father, mother, I have come to see you." His voice resonated with profound sorrow and longing. "The wretched individual who led to our family's ruin has paid the price." Trembling, he opened the suitcase, laying Yang Qinyu's lifeless head before his parents' graves. Her visage had taken on a faint hue, eyes wide open, mouth twisted, forever unclosed. Li Zhengyi gasped, swiftly turning away, unable to bear the sight. Although he had witnessed death before, this was his first encounter with a severed head. He stepped closer, placing a gentle hand on Li Qiuyang's shoulder, saying, "Qiuyang, it is all in the past. Do not torment yourself any further." After a brief memorial, darkness enveloped the sky. Li Qiuyang buried Yang Qinyu's head deeply before rising. Brushing the dust from his trousers, he cast one last glance at the tombstone, whispering, "Father, mother, I must take my leave. There are matters yet unresolved. I shall return once I have set them right." He once again took refuge in the familiar Atour Hotel, indulging in a warm shower before retiring early for the night. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating the room. Upon awakening, Li Qiuyang quickly freshened up and donned a clean outfit before dialing AI Qingrou's number. "Hello, Li Qiuyang," came AI Qingrou's slightly languid voice on the other end. "What brings you to call so early?" Li Qiuyang's lips curved into a gentle smile as he replied, "Dear AI Qingrou, are you free for lunch? I would like to express my gratitude for your assistance regarding our trip to Malaysia." After a brief pause, AI Qingrou responded, "Sure, I happen to have no plans today." "Then it is settled. I will send you the address shortly." With that, Li Qiuyang ended the call. At noon, they convened at a private dining establishment nestled in the old alley of Laziba. This is an establishment adorned with antiquity, exuding an authentic atmosphere. Li Qiuyang had reserved a private room in advance, where an array of exquisite dishes awaited on the table. Abalone tossed in red oil with crisp tripe, dry-fried prawns paired with truffles, and the regional specialties of chicken tofu flour, stewed fresh fish, and Sichuan rabbit. Additionally, there was a glistening bowl of ice jelly, adorned with crushed hawthorn, peanuts, and raisins. Li Qiuyang recalled that this was a particular favorite of AI Qingrou. AI Qingrou arrived punctually at the private room, donned in a pale blue chiffon blouse paired with white wide-leg trousers, her feet adorned in simplistic white sandals, though a hint of melancholy lingered in her expression. "You certainly have a knack for selecting venues," she remarked as she settled into her seat, placing her handbag at the corner of the table and pouring herself a cup of tea. "This place is not inexpensive." "Feeling down lately?" Li Qiuyang inquired with a smile. Observing her demeanor, AI Qingrou sighed softly. "What else could it be? It's about your recent trip to Malaysia." She paused, her gaze reflecting a touch of helplessness. "I was merely a standard travel consultant at the agency, but since you landed that contract, everyone around me is turning green with envy. That's quite natural. Where there are people, there's a world of intrigue. Where there are interests, there are conflicts. To be unenvied is to be mediocre," Li Qiuyang replied. Indeed, AI Qingrou resonated with his words, continuing, "It was your own money. Why should they interfere? But as a free-spirited client seeking personalized travel, and having paid the entire fee up front, such a significant deal is something they rarely encounter in a year. Yet here I am, just an ordinary employee, overshadowing them. Upon hearing this, Qiuyang couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he said, "Have you considered changing your environment?" AI Qingru looked up at him, intrigued. "What do you mean? I believe you could embark on your own venture. There is no necessity to work for someone else," he replied with a light-hearted tone. "Start my own venture?" AI Qingru paused, then offered a wry smile. "I have thought about it, but it's not as simple as it sounds. Capital, resources, connections, each is essential. I don't even have a clear direction. How could I proceed?" After a moment of contemplation, Qiuyang suddenly stated, "Actually, I have an opportunity that might interest you." "Oh, what opportunity?" AI Qingru's eyes lit up, leaning forward slightly, clearly intrigued by his words. Qiuyang smiled, feigning mystery as he said, "I am in the process of preparing a project and require a trustworthy, capable individual to assist me. If you're interested, you may want to give it a try." AI Qingru blinked, her skepticism evident. "You're not trying to pull my leg, are you? What kind of project is it? Shrouded in secrecy?" Qiuyang replied earnestly, "I plan to establish a company in Relics, primarily focused on the trade of jade raw stones and related businesses. I can manage the sourcing and sales without issue. What I need now is someone to help oversee daily operations and coordinate various relationships. I think it would be a good fit." Qingru, taken aback, remarked, "Wait, you ventured to Myanmar and unexpectedly delved into the jade industry? Perhaps this misfortune turned into a blessing." Qiuyang chuckled lightly, saying, "I won't elaborate on the hardships encountered. Suffice it to say, it is sheer luck that has brought me to this point. Currently, I have some control over the supply chain and can ensure quality and marketability. But I find myself stretched thin and require trustworthy individuals to oversee operations." Qingru furrowed her brow slightly, her tone tinged with hesitation. "The jade industry? I am utterly unfamiliar with this field. Are you certain I can manage?" Qiuyang smiled, his tone casual. "Learning is part of the journey. None of us are born with expertise. Moreover, it's not as daunting as it seems. With your willingness, you will grasp it swiftly. Surely, I won't have to travel abroad, right? I hesitate to set foot in Myanmar." Qingru expressed her trepidation. Qiuyang laughed. "Even if you wish to go, I wouldn't permit it. A delicate lady like you would be akin to a sheep entering a den of tigers." After a moment of contemplation, Qingru lightly tapped her fingers on the table, as if weighing the pros and cons. Eventually, she lifted her gaze, a flicker of determination in her eyes. "All right, since you have such faith in me, I shall give it a try. It is time for me to step out of my comfort zone and embrace some challenges and changes. However, I must preface this. If I fail, do not hold it against me." Qiuyang let out a hearty laugh, raising his teacup. "Rest assured, with my guidance, you shall not falter. I trust my judgment. Here's to our promising collaboration." Qingru mirrored his gesture, gently clinking her cup against his, to a fruitful partnership. They exchanged smiles, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Just then, a server approached with several exquisite dishes, setting them elegantly upon the table. Qingru glanced at the spread and suddenly inquired, "By the way, you mentioned a trip to Relics. When do we depart?" Originally planning to drive, Qiuyang pondered for a moment. "However, since you are willing to join, you deserve the best experience. Kindly send me your ID, and I will book you a ticket, business class." Qingru's eyes sparkled, and a smile graced her lips. "Oh, Mr. Li, such generosity. It seems your capabilities are not to be underestimated." Qiuyang chuckled, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. "Since we are embarking on this collaboration, I cannot afford to treat you poorly. Furthermore, you will be the face of our company, and your compensation must reflect that. An annual salary starting at no less than 500,000, with performance bonuses uncapped." Feigning discontent, Qingru pouted, yet the mirth in her eyes betrayed her. "Spare me the flattery. I shan't be swayed by mere words. However, considering your sincerity, I shall reluctantly accept. I will promptly draft my resignation letter at the travel agency." Qiuyang laughed heartily, adding a helping of food to her bowl. "Then eat well to gather your strength. We depart early tomorrow morning." The following morning, Qiuyang and Qingru convened at Jiangbei Airport in Jiangxing. After several hours of flight, the plane smoothly descended at Relics Airport. As the two emerged from the airport, AI Qingru inhaled a deep breath of the fresh air, marveling at the delightful weather in Relics, noting that even the atmosphere here was far more invigorating than that of Jiangxing. Qiuyang chuckled softly in agreement, acknowledging the pleasant environment, but reminding her that their visit was not for leisure. They needed to expedite their affairs. AI Qingru nodded, her tone imbued with seriousness, assuring him that she would swiftly acclimate to the task at hand. Content with her resolve, Qiuyang retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Chao. "Old Lu, we are at the airport entrance. Please bring the car over." Having procured the vehicle, Lu Chao set off ahead of schedule under Li Qiuyang's guidance, eager to reach Rueli a day earlier. Soon, a brand-new pickup truck glided to a stop before them. Together, Li Qiuyang and AI Qingru climbed into the vehicle, and Lu Chao accelerated down the road, ultimately halting at the entrance of Yujing Hotel. Li Qiuyang had previously lodged there for several days and found it satisfactory. After completing the check-in procedures and settling in, Li Qiuyang and AI Qingru promptly commenced their subsequent tasks. Their first stop was the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, where they finalized the registration for the company, aptly named Tiangong Jade Industry and Emerald Trading Company, Limited. Following a midday meal, the trio hastened to the industrial park located near Rueli Avenue. Li Qiuyang had researched the area online, discovering its proximity to Dalong Night Market and Jiegao Morning Market, along with relatively low rental costs and ample space conducive to processing and storage, aligning perfectly with his expectations. In Chapter 75, Chicken Oil Yellow, under the guidance of the park staff, the three toured several vacant factories before selecting one that was spacious and reasonably configured. Sharing a glance with AI Qingru, Li Qiuyang nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "This place is indeed excellent. The transportation is convenient, and the space ample for our initial development needs." AI Qingru chuckled lightly, expressing her agreement. "I have no objections. Since boarding the plane with you today, my mind has been inundated with new experiences. I still feel somewhat dazed, but if you deem this location suitable, let us proceed." As she rubbed her temples, a hint of fatigue lingered in her voice, yet her eyes remained clear. Li Qiuyang smiled, his tone relaxed. "You've worked hard, AI. Rest assured, once the company finds its footing, everything will begin to flow smoothly." AI Qingru nodded, her gaze sweeping over the factory's layout, thoughtfully stating, "The space is indeed ample, but according to your vision and requirements, we must expedite the procurement of equipment. The processes of cutting, polishing, and finishing necessitate specialized machinery, and we will need to recruit several experienced craftsmen to lead the team." Li Qiuyang regarded her with appreciation, acknowledging her meticulousness and ability to draw inferences. "Indeed, AI, your astute mind connects the dots effortlessly. I had only mentioned this once during our journey." He continued, "We can initially source some equipment from the second-hand market and gradually recruit skilled workers. Rueli is abundant in such talent. Naturally, those with specialized expertise are a rare find." After thorough discussions, the group proceeded to the management office to sign the lease contract. 20 minutes later, having successfully completed the signing and made the initial payment for both rent and deposit, Li Qiuyang received the keys to the factory premises. He handed one of the keys to AI Qingru, saying, "General Manager AI, I entrust the upcoming tasks to you." AI Qingru replied with a hint of irritation in her smile, "You make it sound so easy. When the boss speaks, I'm the one who ends up running around." Li Qiuyang chuckled heartily, maintaining a light tone. "Every beginning is challenging. Once everything is on track, we can hire a few more people. And with your familiarity with these processes, it will become much easier." AI Qingru nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, hoping that would indeed be the case. Glancing at the time, Li Qiuyang suggested, "Since it's still early, how about I take you to the nearby Jade Market to get a sense of the market trends?" AI Qingru responded with enthusiasm. "That sounds great. I also wish to learn more about the operations of the jade industry." The trio departed from the industrial park, driving towards the largest jade trading market in Rueli, the Dalong Night Market. Lu Chao parked the car a couple of 100 meters away from the market entrance, and Li Qiuyang and AI Qingru alighted. Wow, what a bustling scene. Upon stepping out, AI Qingru was taken aback by the vibrant spectacle before her. Stalls lined up next to each other, mounds of raw jade stones piled high, and an array of colorful jade products displayed enticingly. Vendors enthusiastically greeted passers-by, and the sounds of bargaining filled the air. Many were live streaming, turning each stall into a mini broadcasting studio. Under the bright lights, the fervent hosts urged their viewers to buy. Li Qiuyang observed the change in AI Qingru's expression and smiled gently. "Come on. This area is merely for the uninitiated. The real excitement lies deeper within." Intrigued, AI Qingru hurried to keep pace with Li Qiuyang. Her curiosity piqued. "Is there really a distinction between insiders and outsiders in this industry?" Li Qiuyang replied with a knowing smile, laced with mystery, indeed. "And I've also heard that beyond the insiders, there are experts in the stone gambling circle. Certain high-quality stones won't even be shown to you unless you reach a certain level. Just hearsay? Does that imply you haven't witnessed it yourself?" AI Qingru astutely caught the underlying implication in his words, teasing, "Or should I say you're not truly a master in the art of stone gambling?" Li Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, Unfazed as he chuckled, I wouldn't consider myself a true expert in gambling stones. However, in my eyes, as long as one can discern profitable bets, that suffices. A grand reputation can often become a burden. Qiuyang covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. I see. You prefer to make a fortune quietly, don't you? As dusk approached, a considerable crowd had gathered at the entrance of the stone gambling house. Some were engaged in hushed conversations, while others intently scrutinized several raw stones displayed at the entrance, seemingly assessing their worth. As Qiuyang and Qiuyang drew closer, the shop owner, Gao Chong, promptly greeted them with a broad smile, eagerly offering Qiuyang a cigarette. Qiuyang accepted the cigarette with a smile. Shielding the lighter, Gao Chong extended with his right hand. After taking a light puff, he grinned, saying, Qiuyang curiously surveyed Gao Chong and this gambling stone workshop. The atmosphere here differed slightly from the outside, imbued with a hint of tranquility and mystery amidst the clamor. Gao Chong's gaze flitted between Qiuyang and Qiuyang, seemingly pondering the nature of their relationship. Who might this be? Qiuyang slightly turned his body and introduced, Oh, I forgot to mention, this is our company's general manager. Qiuyang. Gao Chong promptly greeted General Manager Qiuyang, a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to Stone Memories. Please come inside. He then recalled, Brotherly, did you forget? Before I left last time, I mentioned wanting to see your private collection of fine stones. How could I forget? Gao Chong replied with a hearty smile. When I open my doors for business, I must follow through. Naturally, I always reserve the best for Brotherly. However, fine goods do not come cheap. Brotherly should be prepared for a significant expenditure this time. Qiuyang laughed heartily, patting Gao Chong on the shoulder. Rest assured, as long as the items are good, the price is not a concern. Shall we take a look now? A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Gao Chong's eyes as he nodded with a smile. Indeed, Brotherly is quite forthright. Let us proceed inside. He turned and led Qiuyang and Qiuyang through the front hall of the workshop, weaving past several shelves filled with raw stones, and made his way directly toward the warehouse in the back courtyard. Two burly security guards stood at the warehouse entrance. Upon seeing Gao Chong approach, they immediately opened the door respectfully. Inside, the warehouse was dimly lit, the air thick with a faint scent of stone dust. Gao Chong walked to a corner, lifting a heavy dust cover to reveal a large and seemingly sturdy safe. He skillfully entered the password, and with a soft click, the safe door slowly swung open. Carefully, he extracted 7 or 8 pieces of raw stone of varying sizes and distinctive skins, placing them on a nearby wooden table. Brotherly, these are all exquisite pieces from my collection over the years. See if any catch your eye, Gao Chong said with a smile, pride evident in his tone. Qiuyang stepped closer, his gaze scanning the raw stones. Altogether, there were 8 pieces, all uncut and of pure gambling quality. The largest weighed around 30 to 40 kilograms, while the smaller ones were 4 to 5 kilograms each. 2 from Moksha, 3 from Mowanjiji, 1 from Muna, 1 from Damakan, and the last from Sandichanku. Judging by their skins, these jade raw stones exhibited exceptional potential, according to Qiuyang's standards at the Pakong mine. The skin quality of these 8 stones could certainly reach A grade. No wonder Gao Chong had been so cautious in his collection. Such premium materials not only tested the gambler's perception, but also required their strength and audacity, qualities that Qiuyang possessed in abundance. If the selling price were too high, the cost-effectiveness would diminish. Qiuyang reached into his pocket, retrieving a powerful flashlight, which he shone upon the largest piece from Muna. A gentle warmth flowed from the stone through his fingers. Under the light's beam, the skin of the stone glimmered with a jelly-like luster. What do you think, Brotherly? Gao Chong chuckled and remarked, This piece of wood material was collected by me 8 years ago. Its surface is tight, and the grains are delicate, particularly shining brilliantly under the light. Moreover, its size is substantial, making the likelihood of crafting bangles quite high. Qiuyang remained unmoved, turning to grasp another piece of Moksha material, for which a gentle warmth emanated. Much like the previous piece of wood material, the outer layer of this Moksha stone displayed exceptional quality. However, under Qiuyang's discerning gaze, both pieces of jadeite presented by Gao Chong revealed their respective flaws. Although the wood material exhibited a certain translucency, its internal quality had not fully developed, categorizing it as prone to collapse upon cutting. The Moksha stone, on the other hand, was riddled with numerous fine internal cracks, resembling the delicate strands of hair, with a multitude of such fissures present. Regardless of the incompletely developed translucency or the internal cracks, none of these imperfections could be discerned merely from the exterior. Particularly with the internal cracks, it was often the case that, even after cutting, The final stage of evaluation could reveal issues that had remained hidden. Qiuyang stood before the wooden table, having examined all 8 pieces, inadvertently absorbing the mysterious aura contained within these jadeite stones. Finally, he placed his hand on a piece from the Sanjua quarry, feeling the texture of the stone. A glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Noticing Qiuyang's silence, Gao Chong, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, "What do you think, Li brother? These pieces are my treasure collections over the years. Such quality is rare. They are typically kept for appreciation as their value appreciates." Qiuyang's fingers gently caressed the uneven surface of the Sanjua stone, its dark brown outer layers speckled with rust. This unique toad-skin jadeite from the northern region of Pakistan had a rough texture but revealed a subtle mist of ice under bright light. The jadeite from Sanjua typically featured a grayish-brown outer layer that was thin, akin to a sheet of paper. This delicate skin facilitated easier observation and assessment of the internal jade. "Brother Chong, what price do you propose for this piece?" At last, Qiuyang set down his flashlight and calmly inquired. Gao Chong rubbed his hands together, beaming as he responded, "Li brother, your discerning eye is truly commendable. Such quality from the Sanjua quarry is nearly non-existent in the market today. How about this? I offer you a flat price of 1,500,000. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, AI Qingrou's mouth slightly opened, her pupils dilating in surprise. Even with the numerous insights Qiuyang had shared about jadeite gambling throughout their journey, the quoted price of 1,500,000 for a single stone still astonished her. Qiuyang raised his eyebrows slightly, mentally calculating. This piece could yield approximately 4 kilograms of pure jade meat with a hint of floral patterns, but the core contained a penetrating crack, allowing for only 2 bangles to be salvaged. The remainder could potentially produce 7 or 8 smaller pieces. With the total market value of all finished products estimated between 3 million and 3,500,000. However, he could only reach the stage of obtaining raw jade, far from producing finished items. He let out a slight sigh and gestured towards the large Dama Kin jadeite. "How much is that piece?" The Dama Kin jadeite contained approximately 2 kilograms of ice yellow jade, with a pure texture and a rich, deep chicken oil yellow hue. Among the 8 pieces, it was one of the 2 jade stones that Qiuyang deemed worthy. A glimmer of light flashed in Gao Chong's eyes as he smiled and leaned closer, saying, "Last year someone offered 800,000 for this piece, and I couldn't bear to part with it. The market is a bit weaker this year. But since you're an expert, Li, if you like it today, I'll let it go for 800,000. Qiuyang's fingertips gently traced the orange-red waxy skin of the Dama Kin jadeite under the cold light of a high-powered flashlight. The surface of the skin exuded a lustrous sheen. Suddenly, he tapped the stone with his fingers, producing a clear, resonant sound that echoed through the warehouse. Gao Chong's eyelids twitched. This was the unique resonance of water stones. He knew the market was not flourishing, yet he was still trying to inflate the price. Qiuyang chuckled and shook his head. "This piece weighs just over 4 kilograms. Even if it yields half in jade flesh, at 400,000 per kilogram, how good must its quality be to justify such a price?" He noticed Gao Chong's deliberate emphasis on the term expert, which both acknowledged his prowess and subtly elevated the selling price. Qiuyang's previous performance at the stone memory gambling event had been remarkable. He had purchased a Muna original stone for 100,000 and sold it on the spot for 3 million. "Li, you can't put it that way." Gao Chong chuckled awkwardly, his fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of the jadeite. "You've seen the quality of this piece's skin. The orange-red, waxy surface and fine granules. Doesn't it look enticing under the light? Last year at the internal auction, a 1.5 kilogram untreated chicken oil yellow sold for 120,000 euros. "Brother Chong, you're referring to a premium piece," Qiuyang replied non-committally with a smile. "Most Dama Kin stones have relatively poor quality. Achieving a fine, glutinous texture is already commendable. Very few exceed that. While your piece shows promise, the price of 800,000 carries too much risk. Let's not beat around the bush. About 30,000. I'll take this Dama Kin jadeite. But the rest truly does not catch my eye." Upon hearing this, Gao Chong became anxious. "Li, your bargaining is a bit ruthless, isn't it? 30,000 barely covers my cost." Chapter 76, Stones Do Not Lie. He is lying. Qiuyang's keen perception revealed the fluctuations in Gao Chong's heart rate, leading him to a swift conclusion. When a person lies, their internal tension and fear stimulate the sympathetic nervous system, causing an accelerated heartbeat. Blood vessels constrict, blood pressure rises, and the cardiovascular system enters a state of heightened activity. Li Qiuyang unconsciously traced the surface of the original stone with his fingertips and suddenly chuckled. The specific price of a piece is not determined solely by its cost. Rather, it is dictated by how much I perceive it to be worth. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Chong? His index finger traced a half arc across the orange-red wax shell, suddenly halting before a pinprick-sized dent. This is water-transformed sand. Though it resembled an old pit water stone, it was actually material from the foothills. The corners of Li Qiuyang's mouth curled slightly upwards as he remarked, in my opinion, the stone gambling industry values sincerity above all. While people may deceive, stones remain truthful. Indeed, Brother Li is quite the expert. Gao Chong chuckled dryly, adding, you are correct. Stones do not lie. However, the fact that you, Brother Li, have an eye for this piece indicates its merit. Why not increase your offer? 300,000 is indeed rather low. Li Qiuyang pursed his lips, aware that he had previously underestimated this place, and realized that he must invest more this time. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed, very well, I shall add 50,000, making it 350,000. If that does not suffice, I shall have to explore other options. Gao Chong, resigned, gritted his teeth. All right, Brother Li, I concede to you. Let it be 350,000, and this large Makan jadeite will be yours. With the deal struck, Li Qiuyang showed little interest in the other pieces, particularly the one from Sanjuachangko, as its skin exhibited exceptional quality, making haggling difficult. He promptly settled the payment, clutching the large Makan jadeite as he led Qiuyang out of Gao Chong's private warehouse. Brother Li, are you not going to cut it open here? Gao Chong, locking the door behind him, cheerfully inquired. I recently acquired a remarkably skilled window-opening craftsman. Remember that fellow who was so persistent with you? He gambled for 2 days and nights here, lost all his money, and ended up owing me 2 million. He stayed on to work for me and turned out to be quite the window-opening prodigy. Upon hearing this, Li Qiuyang recalled the young man whose poor gambling habits had led to a near mishap with stone fragments nearly hitting him. He waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. I have rented a workshop in the industrial park and will cut my own stones from now on. Gao Chong was unfazed, laughing. That works too. Allow me to see you out, Brother Li. As they exited the stone memory establishment, the sky had completely darkened, marking the peak of the bustling Delong night market. Amidst the crowd, as Li Qiuyang waved goodbye to Gao Chong, he suddenly encountered a woman in a deep green gown, flanked by 3 bodyguards. Approaching the entrance of stone memory, the woman was Cui Siki from the Long Ken Qiuyang family. Upon spotting Li Qiuyang, a flicker of surprise illuminated her beautiful eyes, and she casually glanced at Qingru beside him. She then turned to Li Qiuyang, her face breaking into a smile. Oh, what a coincidence, Brother Li. I never expected to see you here in Rueli. Miss Kui, Li Qiuyang replied, equally astonished, his gaze sweeping over her. What brings you to Rueli? Kui Siki. Her jade bracelet glimmering coldly under the neon lights, withdrew her smile, brushing a few stray hairs behind her ear, and softly replied, I am here to find my wayward brother. As she spoke, she raised her gaze towards Gao Chong, who was presumably the esteemed boss Gao. Is Chong currently at your establishment? Although Gao Chong was unfamiliar with Siki, he could discern her extraordinary demeanor from her attire. Given that she operated a gambling stone business, it was impossible for him not to have heard of the illustrious reputation of the Longkin family. He flashed a grin and replied, I cannot ascertain if the Chong referred to by Miss is the same individual in my establishment. Perhaps I could summon him for Miss to see for herself? With that, he instructed a servant to fetch the person in question. Before long, a somewhat disheveled young man was brought forth. Third sister, what brings you here? Upon seeing Siki, the young man's face betrayed a hint of panic, and he seemed at a loss for what to do. Siki rolled her eyes in exasperation, but turned to Gao Chong and said, Boss Gao, my younger brother is still naive and has caused you trouble. How much does he owe you? I shall settle it at once. Gao Chong chuckled amiably. It's not much trouble at all. This young man owes a total of 2,130,000. Miss 2 million will suffice. Siki nodded lightly, signaling one of her bodyguards to make the payment, while the other 2 flanked Chong on either side. The young man's eyes flickered with defiance and struggle as he attempted to break free from their grip, but the 2 bodyguards were as solid as mountains, unwavering in their hold. Third sister, this is my matter. I can handle it myself. Though he spoke with bravado, his face was already glistening with sweat, revealing his apprehension about the impending consequences. Siki slowly approached him and suddenly raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Her gaze fierce as she locked eyes with him. The second slap was even more forceful than the first, and with a cold snort, she declared, That is not for you to decide. Take him to the car. The latter command was directed at the two bodyguards escorting Qiuyang. Watching it being led away from the stone memory establishment, Qiuyang turned her attention to Qiuyang and smiled sweetly. Brotherly, I sincerely apologize for the scene. This inept brother of mine always finds a way to create trouble. Qiuyang shook his head, indicating that it was of no concern to him. It doesn't involve me. I was merely passing by to enjoy the spectacle. Farewell, Miss Qiuyang. Had it not been for Qiuyang's reckless gamble that almost resulted in debris striking Qiuyang, he would have been indifferent and left with AI Qiuyang much earlier. Goodbye. Qiuyang responded with a resigned smile, watching as Qiuyang and AI Qiuyang departed from stone memory. Amidst the bustling crowd, AI Qiuyang kept pace behind Qiuyang, finally inquiring, where we headed now? Chapter 77. Since we're here. After exiting the night market, Qiuyang and AI Qiuyang rejoined Lu Chao and boarded a pickup truck to their dining destination. In the back seat, AI Qiuyang quietly asked Qiuyang, "Who is that Miss Qiuyang? Her surname is quite rare." Qiuyang smiled slightly and explained, the Qiuyang family is a Chinese expatriate family from Longkan, primarily engaged in the jade mine and raw jade stone trade, holding considerable influence in the region. Oh, I see. AI Qiuyang nodded, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. But how could her brother accumulate such a large debt at Gao Chang's place? Qiuyang shrugged, stating the obvious. He must have lost at gambling on stones. In this line of work, one can experience both sudden wealth and utter ruin overnight. That fellow had poor gambling skills the last time he lost a bet. The shards nearly struck me. Had it not been for Gao Chang's intervention, I would have dealt him a blow right then and there. AI Qiuyang chuckled softly at first. I thought there was something between you and that Miss Qiuyang. Not at all. Qiuyang laughed. I've only met her twice. Purchasing a piece of top-quality material from her, and that is the extent of our acquaintance. AI Qiuyang pouted, feigning indifference. Why are you explaining so much to me? Well, I just didn't want you to misunderstand. Qiuyang grinned, scratching his head, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. What could I possibly misunderstand? AI Qiuyang turned her face away, murmuring softly. As she gazed out at the swiftly retreating night scenery, a barely noticeable smile crept upon her lips. The pickup truck wove through the darkness, soon halting in front of a restaurant named Grandma's Flavor. The trio disembarked and entered. Inside, the restaurant buzzed with chatter and was bustling with life, the delectable aroma of dishes wafting through the air. They settled into a window-side table, where Qiuyang quickly ordered several local specialties, also consulting AI Qiuyang and Lu Chao for their preferences before adding 2 more dishes. Before long, the dishes began to arrive at their table. Qiuyang raised his teacup, declaring, "Today marks the first gathering of our original team at Tiangong Jade Industry. I toast with tea instead of wine, to our collaboration and future." Saying this, he downed the tea in one go. AI Qiuyang slowly lifted her cup, while Lu Chao appeared somewhat reserved but still raised his cup in response. After placing their cups down, they began to eat and converse. Qiuyang shared his vision for Tiangong Jade Industry, while AI Qiuyang listened intently, delicately stirring her rice noodles with chopsticks, her gaze occasionally drifting to Qiuyang's face. Suddenly, she set down her chopsticks and said earnestly, "Mr. Li, according to your plan, the initial investment we require is substantial. Aside from equipment and machinery, we'll also need to recruit workers." Qiuyang, picking up a piece of steamed chicken, interrupted with a smile, "You need not worry about the funding. I have made ample preparations for this venture. As I mentioned before, your role is quite straightforward." Upon hearing this, AI Qiuyang furrowed her brow slightly, but then relaxed, seemingly moved by Qiuyang's confidence. She remarked, "You mentioned earlier that gambling on jade can lead to both overnight wealth and total loss. Are you truly confident that we can profit from this?" Qiuyang chuckled. "I cannot guarantee a sure gain, but our primary source will consist of raw materials, granting us a significant price advantage. Furthermore, I am quite confident in my stone gambling skills, so you need not worry about that." AI Qiuyang, upon hearing this, exhibited both concern and anticipation in her eyes. She sighed softly and replied, "All right, since you have considered everything thoroughly, I can only choose to trust you. After all, we are already here." As the clock approached 9, the Delong night market remained ablaze with light and bustling with activity. The incessant sounds of haggling and the roar of cutting machines slicing through stone filled the air. A unique atmosphere enveloped the scene, brimming with anticipation and tension. As each individual harbored a passion for jade and a longing for wealth, Qiuyang activated his perceptive vision, slowly scanning the various stalls along the way. Unsurprisingly, The jade roughs displayed at these stands were largely devoid of value, mere scraps unworthy of selection. Finding a gem among them was a challenge, even across vast distances. Naturally, the prices for such gamble stones were not exorbitant, with individual pieces starting as low as 50 yuan. In an inconspicuous corner, Qiuyang paused. His gaze was drawn to a rough stone partially concealed beneath a pile of debris. Though the stone's exterior appeared ordinary, even somewhat mottled, his enhanced vision revealed a vibrant green hue within, rich and lustrous, unmistakably of superior jade quality. While it might not meet the A-grade standard, it certainly surpassed B-grade expectations. Clearing his throat, Qiuyang pointed at the stone and inquired, "How much for this one?" The stall owner, a middle-aged man with sun-kissed skin, was currently engaged with other customers. He glanced at the rough stone and nonchalantly replied, 500, all for 500. Free cutting with the purchase of the stone. Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, declaring, "I'll take it. Wrap it up." 500 yuan required no negotiation. At 3 kilograms, any cut would surely yield a significant return. The stall owner deftly picked up the rough stone, wrapped it in newspaper, and placed it into a black bag before handing it to Qiuyang, casually remarking, "Come back when it's cut." Qiuyang promptly paid, tucking the stone under his arm as he continued to meander through the market. In just over an hour, he had spent more than 10,000 yuan, acquiring 7 or 8 pieces of rough jade, all stowed in a snakeskin bag, which he carried to the front of his pickup truck. Lu Chao was squatting beside the truck, drawing circles in the ground with a stick. Upon seeing Qiuyang approach, he hurried over to take the bag from him, assisting in tossing it into the cargo bed. Qiuyang clapped his hands and settled into the passenger seat. Before he could close the door, he noticed Qiuyang standing uneasily at the entrance, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. He quickly donned his jacket and opened the door. "What's the matter? Can't sleep?" Qiuyang pouted slightly and replied, "My mom is coming over tomorrow." Qiuyang was taken aback, incredulously asking, "What? Why is your mom coming here?" Qiuyang appeared both helpless and aggrieved, lingering at the threshold of his room. At a loss for words, with a sigh, Qiuyang said, "Come inside. We can talk about it." After a moment's hesitation, Qiuyang stepped into his room. She perched on the edge of the bed, her hands awkwardly clasped together, her eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and anxiety. "Actually, I came here with you without my mom," knowing at first Qiuyang's voice was somewhat subdued, as if she found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. Upon hearing that I had arrived in Relics, she felt uneasy and insisted on coming to see me. Qiuyang furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat conflicted. "I still don't quite understand. How old are you? Why do you still need your mother's approval for everything?" Qiuyang offered a wry smile, a flicker of helplessness crossing her eyes. "You may not realize, but my father passed away early, and my mother raised me all by herself. She has high expectations for me and always hopes I will live according to her plans. However, I dislike being manipulated, which is why when you initially suggested I assist you, I agreed without a second thought. The consequence of my decision was that as soon as I left, my mother prepared to come here. She claims that this area, being close to the border, is unsafe, and she is worried about me." Upon hearing this, Qiuyang's tuna suftanat. "So what do you plan to do? I finally have this opportunity to gain independence. I do not wish to relinquish it so easily." Qiuyang lightly tapped his fingers on the table, observing the slight blush on Qiuyang's earlobes under the light and the graceful curve of her neck. Suddenly, he chuckled and remarked, "Your mother doesn't think I've abducted you, does she?" Qiuyang's previously tense demeanor eased slightly at his words, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "Who knows? She might have labeled you as one of countless bad people. She may genuinely be a bit concerned, especially since I abruptly came to Relics without explaining myself in detail. However, please do not take it to heart. I will resolve this matter promptly." Qiuyang stood up and walked to the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze at the twinkling city lights outside. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I can understand your mother's concerns. Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, you should continue with your plans at the factory as usual, purchase what needs to be bought, recruit if necessary. When your mother arrives, let old Lu take you to the airport to pick her up. Meanwhile, I will expedite the process of purchasing a house for you, as it would not be appropriate for your mother to stay in a hotel. Once she sees that you have a stable residence and a solid job, I believe she will feel more at ease about your situation here." Qiuyang looked up, a glimmer of surprise and gratitude shining in her eyes. "Buy a house. Isn't that a bit excessive, Qiuyang? It seems too troublesome, and it's certainly not a trivial amount." Qiuyang turned to her, a slight smile playing on his lips. "The property prices in Relics are actually quite reasonable. The average price is less than half of that in Jiangxing. Moreover, from a long-term perspective, Acquiring a home here is quite necessary. Qiuyang wished to voice her thoughts, but Li Qiuyang gently interrupted her. It settled then. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast together at the hotel, Li Qiuyang, Qiuyang, and Lu Chao took a taxi to the sales office of Jingxing New City. Li Qiuyang had done his homework in advance. The newly developed villas in Jingxing New City were well located and set in a pleasant environment. Given his current financial standing, purchasing a villa in Ruili was an exceedingly easy endeavor. Welcome. Are you here to view or purchase a property? Upon entering, the welcoming hostess greeted Li Qiuyang with a warm smile. She continued to smile as she inquired, "Do you have a sales consultant in mind? If not, I can certainly recommend one." Li Qiuyang gently shook his head, his gaze sweeping across the spacious and well-lit sales hall. "Please arrange one for me," he replied. Before long, a young woman clad in a crisp white shirt and a sleek black pencil skirt approached swiftly to attend to Li Qiuyang. After exchanging pleasantries, she led him towards an exquisite model of the villa district, elaborately detailing every highlight of the Jingxing New City villas. Each villa here seamlessly blends modern and classical design elements, ensuring both comfort and aesthetic appeal. Moreover, the community boasts a greenery rate of 60%, enveloping you in a natural oasis. "What are your requirements for purchasing a home?" she inquired. Li Qiuyang pondered briefly before responding. "First and foremost, it must be spacious. Secondly, it should be exquisitely decorated and ready for immediate occupancy. Lastly, I require a high degree of privacy." "You have certainly come to the right place, sir. We have several villas that perfectly align with your needs," the saleswoman enthusiastically pointed out on the model, her confidence evident. "Especially this one, situated in the quietest corner of the community. It is not only spacious and bright, but also features top-tier decoration, with all furnishings and appliances included. Truly a move-in ready option. As for privacy, you need not worry. This villa is surrounded by lush greenery and boasts its own private courtyard, making it difficult for outsiders to intrude." Li Qiuyang nodded gently. "Leave me to see it." The woman smiled and promptly guided him out of the sales hall and into a waiting tour vehicle. The exterior of the villa was understated yet grand, with smooth lines and harmonious color schemes that retained classical charm while integrating modern elements. Upon entering the villa, a spacious and bright living room greeted him, with floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the stunning outdoor scenery. The layout of the living room was both functional and stylish, with each piece of furniture exuding taste and quality. After surveying the villa, Li Qiuyang found no significant issues. Coincidentally, it was Villa 24, the same number as his age. "I've made my decision. I will purchase this one," he declared decisively. "How much is it?" he inquired. The saleswoman appeared momentarily taken aback, quickly suppressing her inner excitement as she responded, "Sir, this villa has a property area of 757 square meters and is priced at 6.05 million. Li Qiuyang raised an eyebrow and stated bluntly, "I'm in a hurry. I'll pay today. Please waive the small remainder." The saleswoman's expression reflected her difficulty as she explained, "Sir, this price is not set by me. Given the current sluggish housing market, we are not making much profit as it is. Reducing the price by 50,000 is simply not feasible. I've made it clear that I'm in a rush, 6 million. I can transfer the money to you right now," Li Qiuyang replied coolly. "If you lack the authority to finalize this, please bring someone who can." The female sales representative's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, and after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided to consult her manager. After all, encountering such a significant client is a rare occasion. "Sir, please hold on for a moment. I will fetch the manager immediately," she said, briskly making her way to the adjacent office. Our manager stated, she continued, "that if you pay in cash, we can extend a discount to 6 million flat." Li Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, producing his bank card, and retorted, "I've already mentioned that I'm pressed for time. Spare me these tactics." Chapter 79. The lotus leaves are abundant. Observing the situation, the sales representative quickly accepted Li Qiuyang's bank card, her face adorned with an apologetic and respectful smile. "I sincerely apologize, sir. I will take you to complete the formalities right away." 20 minutes later, after signing the contract and making the payment for the property, Li Qiuyang successfully received the keys to the villa along with the entry code. With time still on his side, he hailed a taxi to Tiangong Yuyi. Qiuyang was currently directing workers as they installed machines and equipment: one wire cutting machine, one water cutting machine, two oil cutting machines, a grinding machine, and a polishing machine. The installation crew moved about busily and methodically, conducting final adjustments. Li Qiuyang approached and complimented Qiuyang. "You've done remarkably well. It looks quite impressive. What can I say? To earn a living, one must work for it." Qiuyang replied with a playful smile. Li Qiuyang nodded in agreement, pulling the villa key from his pocket and waving it slightly. The house is already secured. It's a villa in Jingqiang New Town, tastefully decorated and furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. After lunch, I will take you to see it, he added. AI Qingru, both surprised and delighted, exclaimed, "You truly are extravagantly wealthy. Buying a house as casually as one would purchase cabbage." Li Qiuyang chuckled softly, saying, "It's not such a big deal. Work diligently for me. Complete the tasks I entrust to you, and I assure you that earning several $100,000 a year will be effortless. Over $1 million is entirely feasible." AI Qingru's eyes widened, and she suddenly burst into laughter. "All right then, I shall reluctantly accept this grand promise of yours. If I ever find myself in dire need, I shall take a few bites." Li Qiuyang smiled, observing several workers transporting a large safe towards the storage room. He turned to AI Qingru and inquired, "By the way, do you have a driver's license?" AI Qingru nodded. "I do, but I haven't driven much." Her smile broadened as she remarked, "I now understand why the heroes of ancient times would bow down to wise rulers. It's not that they lacked spirit, but rather that the generous rewards from their employers were simply too enticing." At 3 in the afternoon, the airport in Myanmar was bustling with activity and noise. AI Qingru stood at the arrival gate, glancing around anxiously, her heart filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Before long, a familiar figure emerged in her line of sight. AI's mother, dressed in a floral long dress, was briskly rolling a suitcase towards her. AI Qingru spotted her instantly and waved, calling out, "Mom, over here." However, AI's mother walked past her without even a glance. "Mother," AI Qingru quickly grasped her arm, asking, "Isn't it a bit inconsiderate of you to ignore me like this?" "I am ignoring you?" "Huh." AI's mother shot her a frosty glance and retorted, "You silently ran away from home to come here. Do you even regard me?" AI Qingru hurriedly clung to her mother's arm and cooed, "Oh, my dear mother. I told you, I'm going to work outside." AI's mother's expression remained discontented. "Even if you wish to work, it is unnecessary to travel such a distance. This is the border. Do you realize how chaotic Myanmar is? We are so close to it. You are my only child. Why can't you be more considerate?" AI Qingru gently shook her mother's arm, reassuring her mother, "Please don't worry. It is quite safe here, and I have very important matters to attend to. The company where I'm working, though not particularly large, has a wonderful boss. I genuinely want to achieve something to show you, to let you know that your daughter has grown up and can stand on her own." AI's mother let out a small huff. "Oh dear, unbelievable. Grown up, can stand on her own." Tian. AI Qingru was incensed by this sarcastic remark, stamping her foot and loudly pointing toward the airport's exit. "If I speak to you nicely, you simply don't understand, do you?" Seeing AI Qingru's anger, Tian surprisingly felt less irritated. AI Qingru rolled her eyes, but still pursed her lips as she took Tian's luggage and placed it in the back of the pickup truck. She then opened the rear door and irritably said to Tian, "Get in, my dear mother." Tian slightly lifted her chin and, with an air of disdain, sat in the back seat of the pickup. AI Qingru followed suit, and Lu Chao started the vehicle, departing from the airport. Before long, Tian, sitting in the back, scrutinized the driver Lu Chao with suspicion and quietly inquired of AI Qingru, "Is he really your boss? He doesn't seem like it." AI Qingru rolled her eyes and replied, "This is the boss's driver, Master Lu." "Mother, could you please refrain from making wild assumptions?" Lu Chao, feeling somewhat awkward, wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at the rearview mirror, mustering the courage to greet, "Hello, Auntie. Just call me Xiao Lu." Tian gave a slight smirk, asking with an air of discontent, "Xiao Lu, you say? How old are you?" "I am 36 this year." Lu Chao swallowed hard and replied slowly, "You're only a few years younger than me, and you just call me Auntie?" Tian narrowed her eyes slightly. Lu Chao was momentarily at a loss for words. Quickly correcting himself, No, I should call you sister." "My apologies, sister." AI Qingru stifled a laugh, casting a sympathetic glance at Lu Chao. She cleared her throat, attempting to shift the topic. "Mother, let us not dwell on these titles, but rather think about what we will have for dinner tonight. I'll treat you to a grand feast." Tian shot her a glare, responding irritably, "A grand feast? What about your boss? You said he is particularly kind. Will I get to meet him?" Ai Qingru felt helpless and could only explain, "The boss has important matters to attend to today and truly cannot spare the time. Moreover, he is my superior. Why would he need to meet with you?" Tian still wore a discontented expression. "Is it all right if I go to see him? Can't I just take a distant glance?" Chapter 80. Astonishing Returns. Qiuyang was indeed busy. After lunch, he took Ai Qingru on a tour of the new villa, then hailed a cab to the cutting and processing factory of Qiuyang jade industry. Zhou Minghui assessed jadeite daily and sometimes participated in design or oversaw product quality for client orders. He also had several major clients that required his personal attention, leaving him utterly occupied. As Li Qiuyang entered the factory, a faint scent of machine oil wafted through the air. Inside, the roar of machinery echoed as workers diligently operated various devices, cutting, polishing, and refining the jadeite. Each process was executed with meticulous precision. In the office, Zhou Minghui was engrossed in a pile of freshly cut jadeite rough stones, holding a flashlight to carefully examine the texture, color, and patterns of one particular stone. "Zhou, are you busy?" Li Qiuyang knocked on the open office door, greeting him with a smile. Zhou Minghui looked up, his face quickly breaking into a warm smile. "Come in and sit. Zhao Chong, serve some tea." Zhao Chong promptly moved, skillfully brewing a pot of fine pu'er tea, the aroma instantly filling the entire office. Li Qiuyang and Zhou Minghui sat across from each other, as Zhou poured tea into a small cup for Li Qiuyang, saying, "That high-grade ice sky blue material ultimately yielded 13 bracelets, and the leftover cores and scraps have all been sold as well. Brother Li, can you guess how much profit we made from that sky blue material?" Li Qiuyang gently blew away the steam rising from his teacup, took a sip, and smiled softly. "I want tea guess. Brother Zhou, you funded the acquisition. I want to inquire about how you plan to sell it or how much you will earn." Upon hearing this, Zhou Minghui burst into hearty laughter, gently shaking his teacup, causing a few drops to splash onto the table, which he disregarded. He said, "Brother Li, your perspective is indeed profound. All right, I want to keep you in suspense. After deducting costs, the net profit from that sky blue material is at least 120 million. Although the value coefficients of the other materials are slightly lower than that sky blue one, they still far exceed my expectations. Once the accounts settle in a few days, I will notify you immediately to come and share the profits." Zhou Minghui nodded in agreement, his smile growing wider. "Only you, Brother Li, possess such a remarkable ability to turn stone into gold. In the past, when I personally went to procure materials, I only dared to acquire some clear or semi-clear stones, merely earning a modest living." A hint of disappointment flickered in Zhou Minghui's eyes at this, but he quickly refilled Li Qiuyang's cup with tea, chuckling, "Brother Li, are you planning to establish your own venture? How is the scale of that factory? Are all the facilities complete? Is there anything I can assist you with? Feel free to ask." He was aware that this was an inevitable outcome. Most capable individuals eventually chose to venture out on their own. Furthermore, since they were all in the same circle, even if Li Qiuyang decided to go solo, opportunities for collaboration would still arise in the future. Li Qiuyang once again lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip before slowly articulating, "Currently, we have only procured a few machines. No additional workers have been recruited as yet. I came to seek out Brother Zhou to inquire if he knows any skilled and reliable craftsmen." Upon hearing this, a flicker of gratitude crossed Li Qiuyang's eyes. "That would be splendid. Brother Zhou's connections are certainly trustworthy," he remarked. Zhou Minghui waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's a trivial matter, but truth be told, the market has been poor this year, and many factories in Rueli have shut down." Li Qiuyang nodded gently, expressing, "Thank you, Brother Zhou. It's nothing significant." Zhou Minghui responded with a hearty laugh. "Li, do you have time this evening? I can book a private room at Mengmao for dinner, and afterward, we can indulge in a foot massage. I've heard from Brother Luo Gang that your drinking capacity is commendable. Tonight, we shall not return until we are inebriated." Li Qiuyang smiled slightly, politely declining. "I'm afraid I cannot tonight. Perhaps another time, I shall treat you, Brother Zhou." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Qiuyang rose to take his leave. Zhou Minghui instructed his driver, Lu Wei, to escort Li Qiuyang to Tiangong, located in the industrial park. Meanwhile, Lu Chao successfully delivered AI Qingru and her daughter, He Tian, to Building 24 of Jingxing New City. AI Qingru was the first to alight. Moving to the other side to assist He Tian in opening the car door, her spirit radiant as she exclaimed, "Mom, we have arrived. This is the place." He Tian stepped out, her vision clearing as she beheld the villa before her, its design and surroundings surpassing her expectations. She surveyed the area, a hint of astonishment gracing her features. "Is this the accommodation arranged by your boss?" "Absolutely," AI Qingru replied with pride. 8 rooms, 3 halls, 2 kitchens for bathrooms, plus a basement and parking garage, not to mention 2 private gardens in the front and back. The sense of pride on AI Qingru's face was near overflowing as she nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, Mom, I am thriving in my work here, and my boss takes great care of me." With that, AI Qingru linked arms with He Tian, guiding her toward the villa's grand entrance. As the door lock clicked softly upon entering the code, the door creaked open, revealing a spacious and luminous living room within. AI Qiuyang raised her right hand, twirling with delight before bowing slightly, her hand over her heart, and cheerfully announcing, "Welcome, Ms. He." Chapter 81, Gathering. He Tian was amused by AI Qiuyang's theatrical welcome, her lips curving upwards despite her feigned discontent. "You child, you are becoming increasingly outrageous." Upon entering the living room, she looked around, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and joy. Suddenly, she turned to AI Qiuyang and inquired, "Darling, in such a vast place, do you reside here alone?" AI Qiuyang, dragging He Tian's suitcase with one hand while cheerfully skipping ahead, replied, "Of course not. This belongs to the boss. However, the boss has said that I can stay freely, and since you are here, you can choose any room you like." Upon hearing this, He Tian's apprehensions intensified. She halted, her gaze fixated on AI Qiuyang, her expression tense as she queried, "AI Qiuyang, tell me honestly, is your boss keeping you?" "I must tell you, dear child, although our family is not exceptionally wealthy, your father left you 3 shops before his passing. The annual rental income will ensure that you are well provided for." "Alas, mother," a blush crept over AI Qiuyang's face as she playfully chided, "What are you thinking? Our boss is still young. Such talk of keeping a mistress is rather unseemly. Yet, why does he treat you with such kindness? Why does he provide you with such a spacious residence?" He Tian remained unconvinced, her brows furrowed with worry, her tone tinged with urgency. "Child, it is not that I doubt you, but this house is simply too splendid, making one feel uneasy. And you mentioned he is quite young. How could he afford such a fine property? Could he possibly be involved in a pyramid scheme?" AI Qiuyang shook her head in exasperation and replied, "Mother, you are overthinking this. The housing prices in Rue Li are quite affordable. This apartment, if located in Jiangcheng, would cost tens of millions, but here it is merely a few million." "A few million?" He Tian rolled her eyes. AI Qiuyang, are you now dismissing millions so casually? AI Qiuyang quickly waved her hand, laughing. "No, mother, that's not what I meant. I simply meant that compared to Jiangcheng's prices, this place is indeed much cheaper. Moreover, our boss is quite capable. He has already achieved entrepreneurial success at a young age and has earned considerable wealth." Upon hearing this, He Tian's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, though her doubts lingered. "What exactly is his background? How well do you know him?" AI Qiuyang bit her lip and said, "He is a high school classmate of mine, currently engaged in the jade business. He allows me to stay here because he frequently travels for work, and the house would otherwise remain empty." A soft sigh escaped He Tian's lips, her expression easing a bit. "All right, dear child, I trust you. However, remember to keep me informed. Do not venture so far without a word. You are my only family in this world." "Oh, mother." AI Qiuyang rolled her eyes, a hint of impatience in her voice. "No more sentimentality. You can stay in this room tonight." Without waiting for He Tian's agreement, she pushed her suitcase into the corner. He Tian pouted. "You manage it as you wish." AI Qiuyang clapped her hands and headed outside, adding, "You can tidy up the rest yourself. I will take you out for a feast shortly." "Hey, you're sending me off as soon as I arrive," He Tian complained. AI Qiuyang raised an eyebrow. "What else would you have me do, dear Aunt He? I am quite busy, you know. I cannot accompany you every day." He Tian poked AI Qiuyang's forehead with her finger. "You, my dear girl." Meanwhile, Qiuyang had been busy all afternoon, and machines required for Tiangong jade industry were finally all installed. The raw stone warehouse and vault were also fully set up, marking the completion of all necessary preparations, awaiting only the final touch. Qiuyang unloaded a burlap sack from the pickup truck and placed it carefully in the raw stone warehouse, locking the door securely just as he noticed Qiuyang placing a large piece of material into the vault. "Mr. Li, everything is ready. Where shall we go next?" Qiuyang pondered for a moment and replied, "First, let's have a bite to eat. Later in the evening, you can accompany me to the night market to gather some materials. I will be heading to Myanmar in a few days, so I'll leave everything here in your capable hands." Upon hearing this, Qiuyang expressed his concern. "Going to Myanmar? That place is rather unstable. Perhaps I should accompany you." Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, and asked, "Oh, are you not afraid of potential dangers, Captain Liu?" Qiuyang chuckled, scratching his head. "I'm not particularly afraid of danger. I just worry about what might happen to my family if something were to occur. It would be safer if I went along. Is that rascal Luo gang coming to pick you up?" Qiuyang's eyes brightened, and he grinned, "Now that you mention it, I'm feeling a bit eager to go." He was, in fact, concocting an elaborate plan of which Lu Chao was a part. They continued their conversation as they made their way out of the factory. Lu Chao locked the door, and Li Qiuyang took the wheel, swiftly resolving their dinner at a quaint street-side eatery. As night fell, Li Qiuyang returned to the Dalong night market. His perception heightened as he meticulously searched through the various stalls along the way. Lu Chao trailed behind, observing Li Qiuyang rummaging through the items. Though he did not comprehend the purpose behind Li Qiuyang's selections, he maintained his respect. In truth, the jadeite rough stones displayed at these stalls were of rather mediocre quality. However, even the most ordinary stones contained a certain mystical aura that could be absorbed by the enigmatic gourd. As Li Qiuyang absorbed more of this aura, he gradually noticed the intensifying verdant mist accumulating in the gourd's small chamber. Some of the mist even began to condense into tiny droplets, and an increasing number of these droplets showed signs of coalescing into larger beads. Chapter 82. A Stunning Discovery. The night market was brimming with countless jadeite rough stones, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. To sift through them for high-quality jade was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, under the veil of his enhanced perception, the internal patterns and hues of each stone were laid bare before Li Qiuyang's discerning gaze. He ambled and paused, occasionally crouching to pick up a piece of rough jadeite, illuminating it with a flashlight like any other patron. Unbeknownst to others, warm tendrils of aura were silently absorbed by him. Though his movements appeared casual, each time he bent down to select a stone was the result of careful deliberation. However, the overall quality of the stones left much to be desired, dissuading him from making a purchase. After perusing numerous stalls, Li Qiuyang finally resolved to buy his first piece of rough jade. It was palm-sized, with a grayish-white exterior, and under the light, its aura was diffused and opaque, resembling an ordinary rock. Yet, the aura contained within this stone was more abundant than that of 100 lesser pieces combined. Through Li Qiuyang's perceptive vision, he discerned that beneath the gray-white skin of this stone lay a jadeite nugget the size of an egg, its jade flesh translucent and of superior quality, boasting a clarity akin to crystal and adorned with wisps of ethereal green, reminiscent of clouds at twilight. This specimen held the potential for substantial value, whether fashioned into a thick slice or polished into a smooth surface. "Boss, how much is this piece?" Li Qiuyang inquired nonchalantly, holding the raw stone and feeling the refreshing aura emanating from the mysterious gourd. 300, the vendor replied, fanning himself with a large palm frond. "All 300. Pickin' you like." While 300 for a piece may seem inexpensive, Li Qiuyang, being a skilled jade master from the Jiqihong mine, was acutely aware of the intricacies involved. This type of D-class ore was often sold by the ton domestically, with prices sometimes hovering around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per ton, rendering the cost of a piece of jade rough merely a few yuan. "All right, I'll take this one." Li Qiuyang paid promptly, handing the stone to Lu Chao, and continued his search for the next target. After more than 3 hours of browsing, Li Qiuyang had nearly explored all the stalls outside the Dalong jewelry city, ultimately acquiring 70 to 80 pieces of jade rough. Lu Chao made 3 trips to load all these stones onto the pickup truck. Not all of these 70 to 80 pieces were of high quality. Only about half met the premium standards. However, the prices at the stalls were reasonable, and Li Qiuyang spent just over 10,000 yuan for such a substantial quantity, which was a remarkable deal. "Once the morning market at Qiuyang opens, let us check it out," Lu Chao suggested, rubbing his slightly fatigued cheeks, though his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mr. Li, your suggestion is perfectly timed. After all this hustle, I am quite hungry." Thus, the two drove to a nearby renowned snack street, which was still ablaze with lights and buzzing with chatter. Various food stalls were surrounded by eager diners, and the air was thick with enticing aromas. Li Qiuyang chose a barbecue stall, ordered some skewers, and found an empty seat. "Would you like to drink?" Li Qiuyang asked. Lu Chao poured himself a cup of hot tea from the teapot provided by the stall, smiling as he replied, "I want tea drink since I still need to drive. I'll definitely join Mr. Li for a drink another time." Li Qiuyang took a sip of his tea and then asked, "How many years has it been since you retired?" Lu squad leader. "I retired in 2012, so it has been 12 years now," Lu Chao answered, pouring himself another cup of tea before putting down the teapot. "Why do you ask, Mr. Li?" Li Qiuyang smiled and explained, "I'm planning a trip to Myanmar, and only Miss AI remains here at the company. I wish to know if any of your reliable comrades would be willing to come work here, with excellent benefits." Upon hearing this, Lu Chao's eyes flickered with contemplation before he beamed. "Mr. Li, you've struck a chord with that inquiry. My comrades are all true men of valor. Although we've drifted apart after retirement, our bonds remain strong. There are indeed a few trustworthy ones among them, but I'll need to call and see if they're interested. As they spoke, the skewers Qiuyang ordered were served, and the two enjoyed their meal while conversing, the atmosphere becoming increasingly relaxed. Lu Chao gnawed on a roasted leg of lamb, remarking, "You artillery battalion has it good. It's so close to Dun Village." On the night of our discharge, our squad leader, along with Lao Luo and a few other veterans, went to enjoy the hot springs there. That fellow. The hot springs center ran out of chickens. Ultimately, they had to drag in 4 large buses from Long City. Qiuyang chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Squad leader Lu, I've never been to Dun Village, so I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. Have you never seen a pig run after eating one?" Lu Chao laughed heartily. "Didn't the veterans from your battalion take you to see for yourself?" "I truly haven't been," Qiuyang said, taking a small bite of a skewer of grilled sausage, his expression a mix of helplessness and frankness. He continued, "I've only heard from the veterans in our company that after 2013, the hot spring resort in Dun Village has undergone several renovations. The veterans might have wanted to go, but there are no resources left." "No wonder," Lu Chao laughed heartily. "It's all about the lack of resources, huh?" At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps shattered the surrounding clamor. 7 or 8 robust men, dressed casually yet exuding an intimidating aura, strode directly into the snack shop without greeting the proprietor, making their way straight to the second floor. "Hey, what are you doing?" The shop owner attempted to intervene, but was blocked by one of the burly men. The man pointed a finger at him, his expression unfriendly as he said, "None of your business. Watch yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the window on the second floor of the snack shop was violently smashed, and a slight figure tumbled out. Qiuyang, holding a barbecue skewer, was taken aback. He had just seen clearly that the man who fell was carrying a backpack, which contained a stone the size of a watermelon, wrapped tightly in several pieces of clothing. The stone's surface exhibited a deep and mysterious black color, adorned with a scattering of green spots, each varying in size and shape, a typical manifestation of lichen and green. Within the rough exterior of the stone lay a pure green jade core, roughly the size of a pomelo, radiating vibrant hues of green, displaying a stunning array of color layers. This color was not only rich and brilliant, but also lustrous and bright, representing the pinnacle of green jade, the extraordinary imperial green. Qiuyang's heart skipped a beat. Imperial green jade is worth a fortune. Even in its raw state, such a piece would surely send ripples through the jade community. In the realm of jade, imperial green is a rare treasure, a legendary existence where every gram is priceless, especially for a piece the size of a pomelo. "Stop. Don't run." Soon, the burly men who had rushed upstairs hurriedly descended, chasing after the direction in which the slight figure had fled. The man who had previously blocked the shop owner, upon witnessing the situation, angrily kicked the shop owner and followed suit. Lu Chao appeared somewhat astonished. Turning to Qiuyang to inquire, "Li, are we still going to eat?" Regardless of the conflict between that group and the slight man, it had no immediate relevance to Qiuyang. The diminutive man, burdened with a piece of imperial green jadeite rough, is destined, barring any unforeseen circumstances, to find its way into the bustling markets of Relics, the largest hub for jadeite rough in the nation. Here, one encounters not only sellers of rough jadeite, but also affluent merchants wielding cash, poised to acquire such treasures. The patrons in the small eatery began to disperse, evidently startled by the earlier commotion. However, Qiuyang and Lu Chao remained seated until they had consumed nearly everything, eventually settling their bill before departing. On their way back to the hotel, Qiuyang noted the frequent wails of police sirens piercing the air, with a noticeable increase in the patrol cars on the streets. That piece of imperial green jadeite, like a magnet, firmly captivated his thoughts. Such a precious gem, once it makes an appearance, is sure to stir considerable upheaval. Moreover, it was apparent that the frail man was not the true owner of the stone. Judging by the reactions of the burly men, it was likely that a fierce contest for the jadeite lay hidden beneath the surface. The following morning, Qiuyang deviated from his plan to visit the Jiao morning market for materials, instead requesting Lu Chao to escort him to Tiancheng Jade Industries. He resolved to seek out Zhou Minghui for information. Zhou Minghui, having navigated the jadeite industry for many years, was a notable figure in Relics, and given his old-school ties with Lu Guowei, the deputy chief of the municipal bureau, we hoped to uncover some undisclosed secrets. Upon entering, Zhao Chan from Tiancheng spotted Qiuyang and hurried over with a wide smile, greeting him warmly. "Good morning, Mr. Li." Upon hearing this, Zhao quickly led the way, saying, "Yes, Mr. Zhou has just arrived and should be examining the materials right now." Li Qiuyang followed Zhao Chong through the bustling work area until they reached Zhou Minghui's office. Zhao gently knocked on the door and, upon receiving a response, pushed it open, gesturing for Li Qiuyang to enter. Zhou Minghui sat behind a spacious desk, holding a piece of cut jadeite rough, using a bracelet mold to trace circles upon it. Upon hearing the door, he looked up, and a smile lit up his face upon seeing Li Qiuyang. "Ah, my dear brother Li has arrived. Please take a seat." Li Qiuyang settled onto the sofa opposite Zhou Minghui, while Zhao Chong discreetly closed the door and stepped outside. Several others have expressed their willingness to come. "And since you're here, I'll hand everything over to you once they arrive," Zhou Minghui continued. Li Qiuyang took a sip from his teacup, the fragrant steam rising, imbued with a refreshing tranquility that seemed to momentarily dispel the turmoil within his mind. "Brother Zhou, I truly appreciate your assistance in so swiftly finding help for me." Zhou Minghui waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "What is there to be courteous about? We need to speak of such formalities between us. Besides, it is my honor to be of assistance to you, is it not?" "Brother Zhou, you jest," Li Qiuyang replied with a chuckle before inquiring. "Last night, outside the hotel where I stayed, police sirens blared throughout the night. Given your keen awareness of happenings, do you happen to know what transpired?" At this, Zhou Minghui's eyes flickered slightly, and with a tone of uncertainty, he responded, "I have indeed heard something about it. It seems a petty thief infiltrated the Mukji gang across the way. Oh, such a development?" Li Qiuyang raised an eyebrow, his curiosity and desire for exploration intensifying. He had not anticipated that the situation would involve cross-border gang conflicts, which were far more intricate than merely contending for jade raw stones. Zhou Minghui nodded, his expression tinged with gravity. "Indeed, it is said that the raw stone is exceptional, a prized collection of the leader of the Mukji gang for over a decade, worth an immense fortune. This little thief certainly possesses audacity, daring to snatch from the jaws of the tiger. The leader of the Mukji gang is not one to be trifled with. He will undoubtedly seek retribution for the stolen stone." Li Qiuyang inquired further. "How can a Mukji gang be so brazen as to cross borders to see someone?" Zhou Minghui replied, nodding. "They can indeed cross, as long as they do not instigate trouble. Mukji Town is a crucial passage for jade export from Myanmar, and the Mukji gang, while not overly powerful, holds sway there. All convoys transporting jade raw stones must pay them, or else they will face sabotage. At worst, they could retreat into the mountains and resort to guerrilla tactics. If provoked, they might even blow up the roads, preventing jade from reaching Rueli, leaving no goods to sell. They are as tenacious as a stubborn adhesive plaster. What has become of that little thief now?" Li Qiuyang pressed on. Zhou Minghui sighed and shook his head. "I am not entirely sure. I heard that last night the Mukji gang encountered him on Qiuyang Street, but the lad is quite slippery and seems to have escaped. The Mukji gang has also proclaimed a bounty for anyone providing leads." He straightened up and looked at Li Qiuyang. "So, are you also interested in that jade raw stone, my young friend?" "Of course I am interested," Li Qiuyang replied candidly. "As long as it is a fine material, I am intrigued." Chapter 84, A Plan. Rueli has never lacked in exquisite materials. Zhou Minghui chuckled. On Friendship Road and around the Delong area, there are indeed many hotels that do not lack high-quality gambling stones. Perhaps their quality does not match that raw stone, but at least they carry less risk. As Zhou Minghui remarked, since the 1990s, hotel owners in Rueli have been allowing jade merchants to stay for free in exchange for the opportunity to select jade materials from their packages. This arrangement was convenient for the merchants at that time and attracted many quality vendors. Hotels, serving as transaction venues, typically provide a relatively private and quiet environment conducive to in-depth discussions and negotiations between buyers and sellers. With the market's evolution, Rueli's jade raw stone trade has gradually matured, forming a stratification into high, medium, and low market tiers. Transactions within hotels are usually more professional, and there are relatively more gambling stones with investment value. Finally, Zhou Minghui added, "If you are genuinely interested, my young friend, you might as well wander through those hotels. You may just stumble upon a coveted material. Those hotels are teeming with hidden talents, and surprises can arise at any moment. While novices are still perusing the night market, seasoned players have already ventured into the hotels." Li Qiuyang nodded thoughtfully. "I will make time to take a look." The two engaged in leisurely conversation for a while, and soon the workers contacted by Zhou Minghui began to arrive at Tianqing Jade Industry. Li Qiuyang took the opportunity to conduct the interviews on site, hiring 3 cutting masters and 1 polishing master on the spot. 2 of them were locals from Rueli. One, named Ma Jiqiang, excelled in the cutting of jade rough. showcasing remarkable skills and extensive experience, adept at operating various cutting machines. The other, Wang Hongyun, was a young man in his 20s, claiming to have 10 years of experience in jade polishing. The final two, Guangxiu and Qiuyang, hailed from Chuncheon and were also seasoned cutting masters with over a decade of expertise. Once the interviews concluded, Qiuyang arranged for Lu Chao to escort the four men to Tianqing Jade Industry, while he himself took a ride in the vehicle driven by Zhou Minghui's driver, Lu Wei. Upon alighting, Qiuyang noticed Ai Qingru touring the factory with a voluptuous woman. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, her figure curvaceous and well-proportioned, reminiscent of a ripe peach basking in the summer sun, exuding an alluring sheen. She wore a light purple dress, the neckline slightly open, revealing her elongated neck and delicate collarbone, adding a touch of sensuality and elegance. Her face was round and full, with fair and delicate skin, a straight nose, and luscious red lips, bearing a resemblance to Ai Qingru. Upon seeing Qiuyang disembark, Ai Qingru's expression stiffened momentarily before she approached with the woman. "Greeting, Mr. Li." Qiuyang smiled and nodded, introducing the newly recruited workers to Ai Qingru. After Lu Chao led the workers into the factory, his gaze returned to the woman, inquiring, "And who might this be?" Ai Qingru's lips twitched slightly as she hesitated before introducing her. "This is..." Qiuyang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled politely. "Ah, so it's you, Annie? What a coincidence to see you here today." Tian scrutinized Qiuyang, noting the youthfulness, vigor, and handsomeness of the man before her, which brought a glimmer of satisfaction to her eyes and a smile to her lips. She softly remarked, "I didn't expect Mr. Li to be so accomplished at such a young age. I shall entrust Qingru to your care henceforth." Qiuyang chuckled, replying, "Annie, you are too kind. Xiao Rou is my capable assistant. I hope she can help me shoulder more responsibilities." Tian seemed eager to say more, but was gently pulled aside by Ai Qingru, who exclaimed, "Oh, come on, stop worrying about my affairs. Let me show you around elsewhere." As Ai Qingru spoke, she led Tian toward the office, while Qiuyang called upon Ma Jiqiang and the others to inspect and familiarize themselves with the factory machinery. Ma Jiqiang and Wang Hongyun skillfully examined the various components of several machines in the Tianqing factory, subsequently operating them to assess their functionality. Following Qiuyang's instructions, Lu Chao opened the rough stone warehouse, retrieving several pieces of material to present to Ma Jiqiang and the others for cutting preparation. Under the bright light, the internal structure of the jade rough became vaguely discernible. Ma Jiqiang's calloused hands gently caressed the black skin of the jade for several seconds before he decisively picked up a pen, delicately sketching on the material. After completing the sketch, Ma Jiqiang took a deep breath and gently placed the jade material onto the cutting machine's platform, adjusting its position before pressing the start button. The harsh, cacophonous sound of cutting erupted, while droplets of water suppressed the sparks generated by the blade's friction, with mud splattering as the sharp blade gradually penetrated the black-skinned jade. Ai Qingru, unbeknownst to her, had approached Qiuyang from behind, lowering her head like a girl who had committed a misdeed. In a timid voice, she said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I shouldn't have brought my mother to the factory without your permission. I didn't mean to trouble you." Qiuyang turned around, observing Ai Qingru's helpless yet innocent expression, and couldn't he help but chuckle. "It's no big deal. It's quite reasonable for your mother to see your working environment. I just didn't expect her to look so young." Upon hearing this, Ai Qingru's cheeks flushed, seemingly embarrassed by Qiuyang's compliment. "My mother has always taken great care of herself. She indeed appears much younger than her actual age. Sometimes when we go out together, people often mistake her for my sister." Qiuyang glanced towards Tian, who was sitting in the office playing on her phone, and pondered for a moment before saying, "I think your mother must be reluctant to part with you. Why not ask your aunt if she would be willing to stay here and work?" Ai Qingru exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening. "What can my mother do here?" "Anything she wishes," Qiuyang replied nonchalantly, winking as he continued. "After all, you're the manager of this factory now. You can arrange things as you see fit. If you can persuade her to assist you, that would be splendid." Ai Qingru's eyes sparkled, and after biting her lip in contemplation, she suddenly exclaimed, "What a marvelous idea." Tian, assistant he. With that, she hurried toward the office. In the working area, aside from Ma Jiqiang, Guangxiu and Qiuyang had also selected their respective pieces of jadeite, carefully studying them before starting their machines. Qiuyang stood behind them, aware that the workers were eager to showcase their skills on their first day in front of the new boss. After an indeterminate amount of time, The roar of Ma Qiuyang's cutting machine came to a sudden halt. He carefully supported the cut jadeite on either side, cautiously removing the black-skinned jade material. Gently blowing away the powder that clung to the cut surface, he opened the lid, revealing a brilliant, vibrant green that illuminated his eyes. Reminiscent of the most vibrant colors of spring, instantly brightening his expression. Though it was not entirely green, the hue was rich and uniform, with excellent translucency, indicative of a premium jadeite. It's green. It's really green. Ma Qiuyang's voice was laced with undeniable excitement, his hands trembling slightly as if he were cradling a priceless treasure rather than a piece of jadeite. He presented the cut stone to Li Qiuyang, as if offering a precious gem, and said, "Mr. Li, it's a glutinous ice type with floating flowers. There's a small crack, but it doesn't affect the quality. It should be highly valuable." Li Qiuyang received the raw material and illuminated it with his flashlight. The vibrant green hue appeared even more lively under the beam, exuding vitality. A subtle smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Quite impressive. Although it's a pity that there isn't a bracelet, this substantial piece is worth several thousand in the market. We must thoroughly investigate how to deconstruct it to maximize its value." This raw material had merely cost him 300 yuan, meticulously selected from a stall at the Delong night market. With a single cut, its value had multiplied several times over. Ma Qiuyang nodded repeatedly, his face radiating uncontainable joy and a sense of accomplishment, immediately turning to delve deeper into the study of the jadeite rough. Before long, Wang Hongyun and Qiuyang also completed their initial cuts on their respective pieces. Wang Hongyun had worked on a somewhat coarse rough stone, which at first glance seemed unremarkable. However, with his precise cutting, it revealed a delicate and lustrous interior, adorned with a faint violet hue. Though not overly intense, it possessed a unique charm, characteristic of the popular spring-colored jadeite in the market. "Mr. Li, look at this piece. Although the exterior is unimpressive, the interior is a hidden gem. The spring colors are fresh and elegant. It would make a splendid pendant or beads for a bracelet, surely fetching a good price," Wang Hongyun exclaimed, displaying his results with immense excitement. Li Qiuyang examined the piece carefully, offering some words of encouragement to Wang Hongyun. This rough stone was also sourced from a stall, and Li Qiuyang was well acquainted with its quality. Lastly, Qiuyang unveiled a piece of white-based green jade, mottled with green spots, its cut surface resembling an abstract painting, albeit one of vague quality. Qiuyang's expression turned slightly awkward. He had not anticipated that the carefully selected rough stone would yield such disappointing results. Clearing his throat, he presented the white-based green jade to Li Qiuyang, explaining, "Mr. Li, this piece, it's all part of the gamble. It's normal for it to not meet expectations." Li Qiuyang chuckled lightly as he accepted the piece, responding calmly, "I chose this material. I bear the ultimate responsibility for it." He then approached the safe beside the rough stone warehouse, entered the code, and opened the door to retrieve a large piece of the Makong jade he had stored earlier. Handing it to Qiuyang, he said, "This piece cost me 350,000. Master Wa, take a good look and determine how to make the cut." Qiuyang received the hefty Makong jade with both hands, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. The stone's surface was smooth, its rich orange-red waxy shell hinting at an extraordinary essence, a stark contrast to the white-based green jade he had just presented. Qiuyang understood that the rough stones from the Makong site were renowned for producing high-quality jadeite, and this piece, purchased by Li Qiuyang at such a high price, must be exceptional. Ultimately, he resolved to use an electric grinder to gradually unveil the true nature of the jadeite rough. Qiuyang procured the electric grinder, replacing it with the highest intensity diamond grinding head, and with a buzz, he set to work on the stone. The semi-water Semi-Mountain jade from the Makong was evidently of aged quality, and ordinary grinding heads would undoubtedly struggle to make an impact. As the resonant hum of the grinding wheel gradually subsided, the air became suffused with a faint, almost imperceptible scent of char. Qiuyang wiped the sweat from his brow with the cuff of his sleeve, and the stone dust embedded beneath his fingernails cascaded onto the workbench. He lifted a portion of the jadeite rough, polished to the size of a thumbprint, and in that moment, as he positioned a powerful flashlight against it, the entire orange-red shell of the jadeite suddenly shimmered with a radiant glow. It was resinous, ice-yellow jade, the exquisite hue of chicken oil yellow ice-yellow jade. Qiuyang's voice trembled with excitement, as the piece in his hand, illuminated by the bright light, seemed to come alive, exuding an enchanting sheen. He could hardly believe his eyes. This rough stone, which had once borne immense pressure, had astonishingly revealed such breathtaking ice-yellow jade. The purity of its color and the delicacy of its texture were rare, even for someone as seasoned as him. "Mr. Li, look at this. This is ice yellow jade." Qiuyang nearly sprinted to present the piece to Li Qiuyang, his face reflecting a vivid contrast between joy and the earlier awkwardness. Li Qiuyang examined the stone, feigning a casual inspection with a flashlight before breaking into a smile. "Not bad. It possesses a substantial chill, indicating a high ice quality. The hues are exceptionally opulent. Continue the work." With the grinding wheel restarted, the air once again mingled with the delicate scent of stone dust and a faint trace of char. Qiuyang's gaze was unwavering, each subtle movement revealing his deep reverence and anticipation for the ice-yellow jade. With over a decade of mastery, he understood that the small window he had just created had already tripled the value of this material. In the world of stone gambling, risk and opportunity often coexist. A single misstep could lead to a variant emerging, drastically halving the value. Fortunately, Qiuyang's exceptional craftsmanship ensured that each incision was precise, preserving the jade's integrity while revealing its inherent beauty to the fullest extent. However, in terms of progress, he estimated that it would take him at least a day or two to completely peel the stone. At that moment, Qiuyang approached Li Qiuyang once more. "My mother said she does not wish to be my assistant, but since she holds a senior accountant certification, she mentioned she could work in the finance department of the company." Li Qiuyang replied with a smile, "That is excellent. I happen to have a sum of money that requires a professional accountant for tax reporting." Upon hearing this, Qiuyang's eyes sparkled with surprise as she quickly responded, "I will tell her right away. She will surely be delighted." "Mr. Li, you are truly wonderful." Li Qiuyang waved his hand with a smile. "It's nothing. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, and the company indeed needs a reliable financial supervisor. Since your mother possesses this capability, she should certainly give it a try." With Tianqing successfully commencing operations, Li Qiuyang took a significant step forward in his future plans. At noon, he treated all the employees to a gathering at a nearby restaurant. After the meal, Li Qiuyang, accompanied by Lu Chao, made their way to the vicinity of Yi Road. Indeed, as Zhou Minghui had described, various hotels crowded the area, each with its unique exterior, some ancient and elegant, others modern and stylish, all exuding an air of mystery. Li Qiuyang selected a seemingly venerable inn and stepped inside. The lobby of the inn was furnished with two spacious genuine leather sofas, and directly opposite the entrance was a corner reception desk. Behind the counter, a woman clad in a white shirt was engrossed in her mobile phone, occasionally glancing up at the arriving and departing guests, yet displaying no inclination to greet them. This establishment was not a conventional hotel. Its clientele primarily comprised Burmese merchants trading in jade roughs and local dealers engaged in consignment, all of whom were long-term customers. As Li Qiuyang and Lu Chao entered the lobby, the woman momentarily detached from her digital realm, casting a scrutinizing and indifferent glance in their direction. Upon noticing them ascend the staircase to the second floor without further acknowledgement, she resumed her immersion in her own world. The lighting on the second floor was somewhat dim, creating a half-lit ambience. Not far from the stairway, there was an open room furnished with a long table that occupied nearly half of the space. A dark green velvet cloth covered the table, upon which were arranged hundreds of jade roughs of varying sizes and shapes. The larger pieces weighed between 20 to 30 kilograms, while the smaller ones were estimated to be merely a few dozen grams. Among them were both fully opaque materials and semi-transparent pieces that had been sliced open. Li Qiuyang stepped into the room, closely followed by Lu Chao. The dim light within the room revealed two elegantly dressed men seated on stools, their attention fixed on a piece of milky white jade, illuminated by a flashlight. Opposite them sat a young woman, her facial features reflecting the distinctive characteristics of Southeast Asia, likely the owner of the room and appearing to be in her 20s. Upon noticing Li Qiuyang and Lu Chao's entrance, she looked up, her expression mingling curiosity with caution. She promptly set down her teacup, stood, and addressed them in slightly awkward Mandarin. "Welcome. Are you interested in viewing the roughs?" Upon hearing this, the young woman's lips curled into a professional smile, and she stepped aside to allow Li Qiuyang and Lu Chao to approach the jade roughs more closely. Her eyes sparkled with confidence in her merchandise, while maintaining an appropriate sense of distance that rendered her both approachable and unobtrusive. Li Qiuyang slowly strolled to the long table, his gaze wandering among the jade roughs. Judging by their exteriors, the hundreds of pieces here possessed remarkable characteristics, with their gambling value significantly surpassing that of the goods found at street stalls in the Delong night market. Even the highest quality stones from renowned sources could not compare to the quality present here. All pieces met at least a B-grade standard, with some even achieving A-grade. Qiuyang gently touched a rough stone with a slightly coarse surface, and a rich aura of jade surged through his palm, reaching his lower back, where it was absorbed by a mysterious gourd. The refreshing essence released by the gourd enveloped him, almost prompting an involuntary exclamation of delight. This was indeed a fine piece. Beneath the surface's rough exterior, the internal patterns of the stone were clear. The emerald green hue undulated like rippling waves, ethereal and layered, with a substantial water content that reached the level of glutinous ice. Despite a few minor cracks, the piece remains intact and is indeed a rare and exquisite jadeite. Qiuyang silently admired it, maintaining a composed demeanor while gently nodding, continuing his leisurely stroll along the long table as if casually browsing. He picked up another piece, illuminating it with a light, and was once again enveloped by a rich aura of gem energy. In such prime locations for gemstones, even without purchasing any material, merely absorbing the gem energy is a substantial gain. At that moment, the two elegantly dressed gentlemen appear to have made their decision and began negotiating the price with the young girl. "Is there a piece you fancy, sir?" Qiuyang asked with a faint smile, his gaze still flitting among the jadeite roughs. "There are quite a few fine materials here. One must choose carefully." As he spoke, he took hold of a piece of creamy white, sand-exposed jade, and a wave of even more intense gem energy surged into him. Qiuyang's expression remained unruffled as he gently rotated the rough stone in his hand, meticulously examining every inch of its surface under the beam of his flashlight. This rough stone exhibited significant sand exposure, with its skin reduced to the thickness of paper. When illuminated, it appeared remarkably translucent, resembling a large LED bulb in the dimly lit room. Through his discerning gaze, he observed that beneath the creamy white skin, the jade flesh was of high ice type, with the core area approaching near glass type. There were 4 bracelet positions, one being a pure glass type, 3 high ice types, and the remainder could yield a dozen or so pendants or ornaments. It was indeed the finest jadeite rough in the room. Earlier, the elegantly dressed buyer had bid up to 800,000, but the Burmese girl insisted on a price of 1 million. Noticing Qiuyang's keen interest in that creamy white, sand-exposed jade, a fleeting glimmer of delight crossed her eyes, yet her exterior remained professionally composed as she patiently explained. "This material comes from an old pit, with a tight skin and uniform sand exposure, exhibiting remarkable potential. It could very well yield glass-type jade, precisely because it performs so well." Qiuyang replied with a gentle smile, "Its risks are equally high. How about this? You propose a reasonable price, and if it suits me, I shall purchase it." The young girl shook her head resolutely, stating 1 million. "I just made a call to confirm. That is the seller's lowest price. I cannot justify anything below that." After about 10 minutes of bargaining, the girl remained steadfast, leaving Qiuyang with a sense of helplessness and inner turmoil. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to proceed with the purchase. After all, a single glass-type bracelet could yield nearly tenfold profit. "Very well, 1 million it is. Please wrap it up for me." Though the cost was substantial, the anticipated profit was equally enticing. Qiuyang estimated that once this piece was cut, it would yield at least 10 times the investment. Upon the successful transaction, he paid as promised, and the young girl quickly wrapped the creamy white, sand-exposed jade in thick newspaper, secured it with tape, and finally placed it into a black plastic bag, cautiously handing it over to Qiuyang. "Young lady, do you have any other fine goods available here?" Qiuyang handed the bag to Lu Chao, glancing at the young Burmese girl, and casually inquired. Upon hearing his words, a mysterious smile graced her face as she softly replied, "There are indeed fine goods, but it depends on the gentleman's fortune. Some materials are not for just anyone to behold." Qiuyang chuckled softly. "I've purchased materials worth 1 million. Do I not possess the privilege to view your esteemed goods?" The girl, with a glint of amusement in her eyes, replied, "For some high-quality items, 1 million might not even suffice to touch the threshold. However, you seem to possess an extraordinary demeanor. Perhaps you could leave me your phone number, and should the opportunity arise, I shall call you." Intrigued, Qiuyang chuckled again. Retrieving his phone, "You share your number, and I shall dial it." After all, he was a jade master from the Jackie Hong mine, and he understood the intricacies involved. Many sellers kept their exquisite jade concealed, not out of unwillingness to sell, but due to the origins of the stones, be it smuggled, stolen, or seized. Thus, reliable buyers and trustworthy channels were essential. A moment of carelessness could lead to unnecessary complications. The girl recited a string of numbers, and Qiuyang quickly entered them into his phone, dialing. He then inquired, "What shall I call you?" "You may call me Jenna. she replied with a laugh. And your surname? Jenna. I am Li, with a single character, Chong. Li Qiuyang stood, casually responding, well then, I shall await you good news. Remember, as long as it is truly fine merchandise, price is no object. The girl slightly inclined her body, her smile both natural and seasoned. Rest assured, Mr. Li, should fate be on your side, what you encounter will be treasures beyond imagination. In our line of work, it is all about destiny. One cannot force it. Are you not interested in the other materials here, Mr. Li? He responded with a serene smile. Perhaps I shall return another time. Upon exiting that room, Li Qiuyang turned towards another chamber not far away. The layout was similar to the previous one, featuring a long table draped in white fabric adorned with hundreds of jade raw stones. In the corner stood a vault, towering over a person. The items in this room were generally smaller, but were predominantly colored materials. Each stone bore a distinct exterior. Some were marked with winding snake-like patterns, while others displayed green speckles reminiscent of pine flowers, all exuding an alluring aura of chance. Li Qiuyang wandered amidst them, his gaze penetrating. Each stone he picked up seemed to engage him in a silent dialogue. The treasure gourd within him stirred with anticipation, greedily absorbing every wisp of precious energy that escaped. After more than half an hour, Li Qiuyang expended over 200,000, securing 6 exquisite colored stones. Throughout the afternoon, Li Qiuyang, accompanied by Lu Chao, explored all the discreet Burmese merchants within the hotel, ultimately acquiring over 40 pieces of jade raw stones. As they exited the hotel, the sun dipped low in the sky. Lu Chao placed all the materials into the pickup truck, wiped the sweat from his brow with his shirt, and then settled into the driver's seat, starting the vehicle towards Tianqing Jade Industry. Lu Chao grasped the steering wheel with both hands, expressing a sense of wonder as he remarked, there are at least 30 such hotels along this road. If each one has dozens of secret stalls, that could amount to thousands, right? Quite normal. Li Qiuyang, with an air of nonchalance, chuckled. According to the insiders, both the night market and the morning market belong to the novice sphere of stone gambling. It is the hotels that represent the true connoisseurs of the craft. I've heard there is an elite circle above them. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Why such a multitude of circles for the same stone gambling? Li Qiuyang gently shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he replied, this is the unique ecology of the jade industry. Allow me to illustrate. Imagine you are a mine owner who unearths a piece of exceptionally fine jade valued at 1 million. However, in Myanmar, such a piece must be sold at a public auction. Thus, the mine owner would only receive 500,000. Yet, if sold through the right channels, he could pocket 900,000. What would you choose? Li Qiuyang nodded with a smile. Hence, the jade traders within these hotels serve as the clandestine conduits for these goods. The sources are exceedingly intricate, and to sell their wares, they must operate discreetly. Of course, this could merely be one of the reasons. I might be speculating. As Lu Chao drove, he seemed to concur with Li Qiuyang's analysis and inquired, could the mention of Miss Jinna pertain to the elite circle of stone gamblers you spoke of? Perhaps, Li Qiuyang mused, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the rearview mirror. There, he noticed a silver van that had followed them for 3 intersections. Are we being tailed? Lu Chao noted the anomaly, instinctively tightening his grip on the wheel and subtly accelerating. No need to worry, Li Qiuyang replied calmly. We are in Rueli. Not everyone dares to act recklessly here. Though a flicker of anxiety stirred within Lu Chao, he found solace in Li Qiuyang's composure and focused on driving. The silver van turned right at the 4th intersection, vanishing from their sight. Mr. Li, what about that vehicle? Lu Chao could no longer suppress his curiosity and cautiously inquired. Li Qiuyang shook his head. I'm not entirely sure, but given that over 40 pieces of jade cost me more than 2 million today, I suggest you stay overnight at the factory and keep an eye out for any irregularities. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao's expression turned serious, and he nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Li, I will be vigilant. Chapter 88. News from Jinnah. Throughout the afternoon, AI Qingru successfully recruited a sales manager and 2 professional sales consultants for Tianqing, tasked with selling the jade that Tianqing had processed. As Li Qiuyang put it, Tianqing is currently focused solely on the raw stones, not finished products, thus making 3 sales personnel more than sufficient. The sales manager was Yuan Guoqiang, while the other 2 were Wu Wenjia and Chen Chunxia, all possessing the requisite professional sales skills and networks. That very day, they completed their onboarding, and by the afternoon, the trio set off to market a piece of jadeite with a milky texture and floral inclusions that Ma Jiqiang had processed. The base salary for sales personnel is relatively modest. Yuan Guoqiang, as the sales supervisor, earns merely 2,800. However, AI Qiuyang offers them a commission of 5% on sales, which means for every 1 million worth of jade sold, they receive a commission of 50,000. Naturally, Qiuyang and his team are highly motivated. Of course, they are only responsible for the sales of mid-tier jade, while the truly high-quality jade is channeled through Qiuyang. In the office of Tiancheng Jade Industry, Tian shut down her computer, stretched languorously, and nonchalantly declared, "It's time. The workday is over." Tian then turned to AI Qiuyang, her eyes wide with disbelief, saying, "I've never worked a day in my life, and now, in my later years, I'm toiling alongside you. Do you really expect me to work overtime?" AI Qiuyang retorted with a dismissive pout, "It's not as if I'm forcing you to stay. You insisted on following me, and I had to plead with General Manager Li to take you in. If you don't wish to work, you may collect your salary and leave right now." With a hint of irritation, Tian replied, "How can you speak to me like that? I am your mother." AI Qiuyang rolled her eyes, maintaining her composure. "Supervisor, we are in the workplace. You must address me by my title during working hours. You are simply turning everything upside down." Tian exclaimed, rising in indignation, her folder slapping against the table with a resounding bang. "You are exploiting my surplus value." AI Qiuyang smirked. All right, Supervisor, feel free to leave whenever you wish. Is that acceptable?" At that moment, a pickup truck driven by Lu Chao pulled up at the factory entrance. Qiuyang exited the vehicle while Lu Chao unloaded the freshly acquired jade rough stones into the warehouse. AI Qiuyang stepped out of the office and briefly reported on the day's progress to Qiuyang. He nodded in satisfaction, stating, "The sales arrangements are quite well managed. With a professional sales team, our Tiancheng jade can be liquidated more swiftly, facilitating a healthy cash flow, which is vital for the company's growth." AI Qiuyang smiled and nodded in agreement. "I share the same sentiment." Qiuyang continued, "Furthermore, we require a warehouse manager to establish stringent warehouse management protocols. This will require your attention moving forward." AI Qiuyang acknowledged with a nod, and Qiuyang requested the keys to the pickup truck from Lu Chao, inviting AI Qiuyang and Tian along as they drove towards the luxurious villas of Jingqing New City. During the journey, Qiuyang inquired, "Have you made any progress in selecting a vehicle for yourself?" I'm still deliberating," AI Qiuyang replied with a shy smile. "I don't have much knowledge about cars, but I've browsed online. Overall, I've considered brands like Hongqi, Li Auto, Zeekr, Neo, Xiaoping, and Huawei Zato. The prices are quite similar, but I haven't decided which model to choose yet. Perhaps the 80 M9? Qiuyang decisively remarked. "I have seen the 80 M9 in person, and it seems quite commendable. You should place an order under the company's name. Obtaining the vehicle promptly will facilitate your future travels." "All right, thank you, boss." AI Qiuyang beamed, nodding enthusiastically. Her gaze was enigmatic, her expression subtly layered, yet she remained silent, lips pressed together. In the midst of their journey, Qiuyang sought out a restaurant, selecting a table by the window. He handed the menu to Tian and said, "You've worked hard today. Please feel free to order whatever you desire, my treat." Tian took the menu, quickly perused it, and chose several signature dishes before passing it to AI Qiuyang. AI Qiuyang added a light vegetable soup and then handed the menu to the waiter. As the waiter departed, Tian lifted her teacup, taking a tentative sip, and ventured, "Mr. Li, perhaps Qiuyang and I should rent a place outside." Qiuyang, Baoja momentarily, kidding. "Is it that you find the residences in Jingqing New City unsatisfactory?" Tian hastily replied, "The houses are undoubtedly excellent. However, they are rather splendid, and as mere employees, it seems inappropriate for us to reside in the owner's villa." Qiuyang chuckled nonchalantly. "As long as you find it acceptable, that's all that matters. I've conveyed the matter clearly to Xiao. In a few days, I need to travel to Myanmar. This trip will last at least 2 to 3 months, and if the house is left vacant, it may as well be occupied. You need not worry." Tian nodded, though a hint of concern lingered in her expression. "But I've heard that Myanmar can be quite perilous. Why must you go in person, Mr. Li?" Qiuyang smiled, offering an explanation. "I have work to attend to in Myanmar, but more importantly, it is the source of jadeite. The price of raw jade there is significantly cheaper than in Rueli. Even with shipping costs, it remains quite economical." He refrained from disclosing another crucial reason. He intended to establish his own armed force in Myanmar. A venture, though, be exceedingly difficult domestically. At that moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes, the steaming food quickly filling the table and dissipating the tension in the air. Qiuyang raised his chopsticks with a smile, beckoning the two women, "Come, let us dine." Cold dishes are far less enjoyable. Li Qiuyang changed into a bathrobe and was preparing to shower when his phone, resting on the bedside, suddenly rang. He picked it up to see that it was Jenna from the hotel calling in the afternoon. After a brief pause, he pressed the answer button. "Mr. Li, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest." Jenna's slightly accented Mandarin came through the receiver. "Not at all. I just finished my meal and was about to rest. What can I do for you, Miss Jenna?" Li Qiuyang's tone was measured, though curiosity about Jenna's call stirred within him. Jenna chuckled lightly and said, "Tomorrow night at midnight, we have arranged a special viewing session where you can expect high-quality gambling materials that Mr. Li has been anticipating. I hope you can prepare sufficient funds, as there will be quite a few competitors." Li Qiuyang narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Where will it take place?" "I will inform you of the location at a later time. Good night, Mr. Li," Jenna concluded before hanging up the call. Chapter 89. The surge in prices is due to good fortune. The following morning, Li Qiuyang rose early, clad in casual attire that exuded vitality. Ai Qingru and He Tian also got up, having completed their morning routines. 3 individuals adapted to local customs and enjoyed a meal of rice noodles outside the community. Li Qiuyang escorted He Tian to Tianqing and then invited Lu Chao to join him as they drove towards a warehouse district near the outskirts of Ruili City. While navigating the road, Li Qiuyang glanced at Ai Qingru in the rearview mirror, saying, "This route is crucial. You may frequent it often in the future. All the jadeite raw stones I acquire in Pakong will be sent to this warehouse, so remember to bring someone to collect the goods." Ai Qingru's expression tightened as she nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Mr. Li, I will remember." As they spoke, the vehicle entered a spacious warehouse area, characterized by a mix of warehouse buildings and bustling traffic. Li Qiuyang parked in front of what appeared to be an ordinary warehouse, where a slightly plump man in his 30s jogged over to open the car door. With a beaming smile, he greeted, "Master Li, welcome." This man was Qiuyang, the owner of the Stone Gambling Intermediary Company and the principal agent for the mining field owner, Ong Min. When Li Qiuyang departed from Pakong, Ong Min had gifted him 10 pieces of jadeite raw stones, which remained stored in this warehouse. Qiuyang continued with his warm demeanor. "It is only proper to be courteous. It is my honor that Master Li has chosen to visit me." Li Qiuyang remained non-committal, gesturing towards Ai Qingru, who had exited the back seat. "I recently established a company in Ruili. This is our manager at Tiangong, Miss Ai Qingru. In the future, she will have full authority over my goods." Upon hearing this, Qiuyang immediately turned his gaze to Ai Qingru, his smile broadening with enthusiasm. "Ah, so it is Miss Ai. Truly a remarkable young talent. A pleasure to meet you." Ai Qingru smiled and extended her hand, gently shaking Qiuyang's. "Hello, Mr. Hu. I look forward to your guidance in the future." After exchanging pleasantries, Qiuyang led Li Qiuyang and the others inside. The interior of the warehouse was spacious and well-lit, with shelves neatly lined with jadeite raw stones of various sizes and several bulging white woven bags stacked in the corners. Among them were 2 bags containing the 10 exquisite jadeite raw stones gifted by Ong Min to Li Qiuyang, the wax seals still intact. Li Qiuyang glanced at the contents of the bags and turned to Qiuyang, saying, "I would like to take these 2 bags of materials with me now." Qiuyang quickly waved his hand with a smile. "What are you saying, Master Li? It is my honor to serve you. I will have someone assist you in loading these 2 bags onto your vehicle." He then signaled to a nearby warehouse worker, instructing, "You there, please take these 2 bags to the pickup truck outside." The worker immediately set aside his task and hurried over, carefully moving the 2 bags onto a flatbed truck. Lu Chao, displaying keen awareness, joined in to help push the cart out of the warehouse. Li Qiuyang nodded in satisfaction and turned to Qiuyang, inquiring, "When will the next batch of goods arrive?" Qiuyang pondered for a moment before replying, "It should be within the next few days." Upon hearing this, Qiuyang's face briefly displayed a hint of surprise, but he quickly resumed his beaming smile, nodding repeatedly as he said, "Rest assured, Master Li. As soon as I receive any news, I will notify you immediately." Ma Jiqiang and his colleagues had already begun their work, the sound of cutting stone resonating continuously. Qiuyang was still operating the dental machine on a large piece of ice-yellow jade, meticulously polishing it, although the material was not large. The effort required for its careful grinding was considerable, given its substantial value. Directly using a cutting machine could lead to material wastage. Ai Qingru stepped out of the car and walked toward the office, while Lu Chao moved the 2 bags of rough stones into the warehouse. Li Qiuyang approached Qiuyang directly, leaning down to inspect the piece of ice-yellow jade that Guo was diligently refining. "The progress is commendable. Li Qiuyang Braiza. In just a day, you are almost done polishing it." Qiuyang looked up, a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mr. Li, This material is indeed rare. Wasting even a tiny bit would be my negligence. Qiuyang nodded gently, offering encouragement. You've worked hard, Master Gua. At that moment, Lu Chao approached, phone in hand. Mr. Li, I have found a few comrades who have arrived in Rueli. They are currently at the bus station. I will drive over to pick them up. Qiuyang raised an eyebrow and inquired, how many have come? Lu Chao replied, for this time, all are new recruits I trained back in the day. They have been discharged for a few years now. Mr. Li mentioned preferential treatment, so I called them over. Qiuyang chuckled. They're all brothers from our 8th Brigade, so naturally, they will receive preferential treatment. I will transfer you 20,000 yuan shortly. Take them out to enjoy themselves in Rueli today, as long as they refrain from gambling. Lu Chao's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, saluting, yes, Mr. Li. I will ensure the task is completed. With that, Lu Chao turned and swiftly made his way to the parking lot, starting the vehicle and speeding off towards the bus station. Qiuyang entered the office, where AI Qingru also had good news to share. The piece of glutinous ice jade with floral patterns that Ma Jiqiang cut yesterday has been sold by Yuan Guoqiang and his team for 188,000 yuan, and the funds have already been deposited into the company's account. Do you know how much that piece cost? AI Qingru asked, her curious eyes wide. How much? Qiuyang replied with a mysterious smile. That piece was picked up at a stall in the Dalong night market for 300 yuan. Wow, Ai Qingru gasped, her eyes widening even further. 300? That's a profit of over 600 times. Simply unbelievable. Qiuyang gestured for silence, chuckling softly. Let us keep a low profile. Such opportunities do not come every day. In the stone gambling business, cutting losses is the norm, while gains are merely a stroke of luck. Chapter 90. Each with their own pain. Lu Chao arrived at the Rueli bus station, spotting 4 well-built men standing at the entrance. He parked the car a short distance away, rolled down the right window, and honked the horn several times. Hey, Lu squad leader, one of the men exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he rushed over with quick strides, grinning widely. Long time no see, Lu squad leader. Lu Chao's face broke into a smile as he urged them to get into the vehicle. Before he could finish his sentence, the man had already opened the door, tossed his backpack into the cargo hold, and squeezed himself into the car. The other 3 followed closely, greeting Lu Chao while crowding into the back seat of the pickup truck. Oh, a great wall cannon, exclaimed a man with a buzz cut, admiring the interior with curiosity. This is truly the vehicle of my dreams. Lu Chao laughed heartily at his words, starting the engine, which roared to life with a deep, untamed growl as they departed from the station. As I was leaving, the boss gave me some money to treat you all well. Is there anything you'd like to do? He inquired. How wonderful. Let us go for a foot massage. The buzz-cut man replied with a cheeky grin. Lu Chao scoffed. Wang Hao, have you lost your mind? Want to go for a foot massage so early in the morning? The implication was clear. The squad leader believed such indulgences should wait until evening. Laughter erupted among the group, a shared camaraderie evident in their expressions. Seated on the right was Fan Ziyuan, who chimed in, a foot massage should be the indulgent kind. A plain one is simply dull. Where can you even find the indulgent kind nowadays? Asked Tianfei, sitting on the left, chuckling. You're being too picky. Having a plain option is already something to appreciate. Well, we shouldn't dismiss it so easily. Fan Ziyuan countered, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. The joys of life often lie hidden in obscure corners, waiting for us to discover them. It's easy to say that, but let us hope we don't end up in a shady establishment where we get ripped off. Wang Hao teased, his buzz cut glistening under the sun. All right, enough chatter, Lu Chao interrupted, focusing intently on the road ahead. Just listen to my arrangements. Forget about the indulgent options, and we'll see about the plain ones. Understood. Commander Lu has the final say, Tianfei responded promptly, showing no objection to Lu Chao's plan. Exactly. Commander Lu is experienced. We're wise to follow his lead. Fan Ziyuan added quickly, although he still had lingering thoughts of the indulgent foot massage. Nevertheless, since Lu Chao had spoken, he dared not voice dissent. Then it's settled. Lu Chao nodded and drove to a restaurant named Amethyst, where they all disembarked and entered. Upon arrival, Lu Chao requested a private room, and the waiter promptly brought the menu. Lu Chao perused it casually while inquiring about everyone's tastes and preferences. After ordering a dozen dishes along with 24 beers, Wang Hao took the initiative to pour tea for everyone and then turned to Lu Chao, asking, Commander Lu, is it true that the big boss is also a veteran from our 8th Brigade? Lu Chao nodded, taking a sip from his teacup before responding slowly, indeed. He served in the same brigade as us, though he was with the artillery regiment. He specifically instructed me to treat you all well. The artillery regiment? Zhao Lei asked, his eyes widening with curiosity. How does he earn so much money? By dealing in jade. Lu Chao replied with a smile. The boss is in the jade business. It's quite lucrative, but you must never get involved. If anyone engages in gambling here, we shall sever all ties from this moment on. I cannot allow myself to be ensnared by such folly for a lifetime. Should I gamble again, I would surely meet a wretched fate. Each day, I awaken to the incessant calls for debt collection, and the burden of worry has driven me to the brink of despair. In business, partnership is ill-advised. Fan Ziyuan concurred, expressing his deep suspicion that upon my discharge from the military, I was indeed targeted by someone who proposed a partnership that ultimately turned out to be nothing but a deceitful scheme. As he spoke, he turned to Lu Chao and remarked, "If that bossly you mentioned could truly offer me 20,000 a month, I would gladly sell my life to him." Tian Fei, with a wry smile, lamented, "I lent my severance pay to a relative, and for years, they have never mentioned repayment. I feel too embarrassed to ask. Last year, I entered a relationship, and my girlfriend demanded a bride price of over 100,000. My mother took me to inquire, only for the other party to outright deny it. Now, my girlfriend has left me, and I find myself embroiled in a legal battle." As the conversation unfolded, the waiter gradually served the dishes, which were then brought in. Lu Chao encouraged everyone to pour their own drinks, and filled his own cup as well. He lifted his glass, gently tapping it against the table, and proclaimed, "No need for words. Let us raise our glasses to our reunion as comrades, and toast 3 times. After the 3 toasts, Lu Chao refilled his glass, but did not drink. Instead, he picked up his chopsticks, savored a piece of meat, and continued, "That bossly indeed requires manpower. But not just anyone will suffice. The 20,000 a month is merely the starting point. At such a rate, what kind of person cannot be found outside? Why should he choose you?" As soon as Lu Chao finished speaking, the atmosphere in the private room became palpably tense. The group exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both anticipation and apprehension. Wang Hao was the first to speak up, his voice tinged with urgency. "Lu Chao, what do you mean by that?" Lu Chao set down his chopsticks, scanning each person with a serious and solemn expression. "For Li, who has built this enterprise, it is evident that mere luck cannot account for his success. The opportunity one present to you all is based on our shared history in the 8th Brigade. However, his standards for people are exceedingly high, particularly regarding loyalty and capability. Should you receive 20,000 a month, you must be prepared to rise to the occasion whenever the boss requires you." At this juncture, Lu Chao paused, took a delicate sip from his glass, and continued, "Of course, if any of you feel this position does not suit you, or if you have more promising plans, I will respect your choices." Chapter 91. The Clients of Li Qiuyang. Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Lu Chao, given your words, are we not all struggling to get by? In this day and age, farming at home yields only 20 to 30,000 a year, and working outside brings in merely 4 to 5,000 a month. If Boss Li truly offers 20,000 a month, I would do anything he asks, truly." Fan Ziyuan nodded in agreement, his tone resolute. "Lu Chao, just tell us what you need us to do. If it grants me a chance for a fresh start, I will not hesitate." Though Tian Fei's face still bore a hint of hesitation, he ultimately gritted his teeth and said, "I feel the same way. At over 30, I am still unmarried. Yet in these times, without money, how many women would be willing to be with me?" Wang Haowen jestingly remarked, "Xiao Tian, you still lack insight. In truth, if you refrain from mortgage and auto loans, and do not consider the continuation of the family line, an income of 3 to 4,000 a month can still afford a carefree and fulfilling life." Tian Fei helplessly raised his glass and took a sip, then replied, "If possible, I still hope to carry on the family line." Lu Chao surveyed the faces of the group, cleared his throat, and said, "All right, since everyone has expressed their thoughts, let me clarify. Boss Li indeed requires capable personnel, but his standards are exceedingly high. Not only must one possess competence, but also loyalty. However, he will not shortchange anyone in terms of remuneration. As long as you work diligently, your salary will surely increase, accompanied by additional benefits. Yet, I must caution you, this job is not without its challenges, and it may entail certain risks. Therefore, you must consider whether you are truly willing to commit." The 4 exchanged glances. Their expressions varied, but soon they all resolutely nodded. Wang Hao was the first to express his agreement, stating, "Rest assured, Captain Lu, I understand the principle that fortune favors the bold. As long as Boss Li is willing to grant us this opportunity, we will exert every effort to meet his expectations. We must at least be worthy of Boss Li's generous salary." Zhao Lei and Fan Ziyuan also voiced their willingness to participate. Lu Chao smiled and said, "Very well. Let us first enjoy our meal, and later this evening, I will take you to meet Boss Li." As noon approached, Qiuyang finally finished polishing the large raw stone from Damakan, revealing a piece of icy yellow jade that resembled a translucent mango-flavored jelly, radiating a lustrous, bright sheen under the light. Oh! A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted for the processing workshop of Qiuyang jade industry as this high-quality, icy yellow jade was carefully passed around among the workers like a celebrity. Qiuyang and his colleagues, seasoned craftsmen, were nonetheless thrilled by the sight of this exquisite, icy yellow jade. It is breathtaking. I have never seen such a perfect specimen of icy yellow. Damakan is indeed a miraculous place where semi-mountainous and watery stones yield icy yellow jade. While Damakan is known for its abundant yellow jade, high-quality icy yellow is truly a rarity. Qiuyang, hearing the commotion, emerged from his office to receive the jade from Wang Hongyun's hands, praising, "Excellent. No blemishes or cracks, exactly as I envisioned. Thank you all for your hard work. Everyone may collect a bonus from the finance department shortly." After bringing the jade to his office, Qiuyang contacted Lin Jinran to inquire if she was interested in the icy yellow jade. "Of course. Mr. Li, where did you procure this icy yellow jade?" Lin Jinran asked with a hint of curiosity over the phone. Qiuyang replied, "I have opened a factory in the industrial park, and this piece of icy yellow was cut in the factory today. The material weighs around 2 kilograms and is suitable for a bracelet. If you're interested, I can send you the location." Lin Jinran's voice on the other end was tinged with barely concealed delight. "Give me 10 minutes. I'm eager to see what Mr. Li's icy yellow jade truly looks like." Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Jinran arrived at the Tiangong Yuya Industrial Park in a sleek Audi Q5. Her presence promptly acknowledged by Qiuyang, who had been waiting at the factory entrance. "Miss Lin, your promptness and decisive manner are truly commendable," Qiuyang remarked with a smile as he guided her to the office. As Lin Jinran walked, her gaze swept across the factory floor, ultimately settling on Qiuyang, who occupied the innermost corner of the office. Both women possessed beauty, yet Lin Jinran exuded the charm of a professional. While Qiuyang appeared at first glance to be the quintessential diligent student, gentle and sweet, Qiuyang stood up, cradling a piece of high-quality jadeite, and approached her. Qiuyang introduced her, saying, "Miss Lin, allow me to present Qiuyang, the general manager of Tiangong Yuya." A smile graced Lin Jinran's lips as she extended her hand toward Qiuyang, saying, "I am Lin Jinran from Qiuyang Jewelry. Your name is quite lovely." Qiuyang returned the gesture with a smile, replying, "Likewise." She then handed the exquisite piece of jadeite to Lin Jinran, stating, "This is the jade we just unpeeled. I invite you to appreciate it." Lin Jinran carefully accepted the high-quality jadeite, treating it as if it were an invaluable work of art. She took out a flashlight to illuminate the jade, enhancing its brilliance, reminiscent of a golden amber kissed by sunlight, exuding a warm and alluring aura. "Wow!" Lin Jinran exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight and admiration. "I have encountered numerous high-quality jade pieces, yet this chicken oil yellow is truly unparalleled. It is simply breathtaking." Turning to Qiuyang, she sincerely urged, "Mr. Li, please quote a price. If it is reasonable, I shall procure this chicken oil yellow." Qiuyang settled into a chair, his gaze resting on Lin Jinran's face as he casually stated, "Miss Lin, as the first to view it, I shall offer you a fair price of 16 million. A fleeting shadow of bitterness crossed Lin Jinran's face as she replied, "Mr. Li, your pricing is astutely calculated. A chicken oil yellow bracelet of this quality typically hovers around 6 million in the market. Not to mention the 2 bracelet cores and a pair of 4-6 charms, along with 5 or 6 pendants. Acquiring it for 16 million would yield only a modest profit." Qiuyang chuckled softly. "One must not view it solely through that lens. Currently, the market is saturated with green and purple jade, while true yellow jade is becoming increasingly rare, especially unheated chicken oil yellow. Furthermore, the quality of this material is remarkable. High ice, nearly glass-like, is exceedingly scarce. At 16 million, Miss Lin, you would stand to profit at least 3 to 5 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinran sighed gently, a reluctant smile playing on her lips. "Mr. Li, your analysis is impeccable, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet, who am I to resist such an exquisite piece of high-quality chicken oil yellow? 16 million it is. I shall take it."